A fortuitous accident led the reclusive Qin Shaofeng to traverse and be reborn into another world, assuming the identity of the young heir of the Qin family in the grand city of Lianyao. What of his cultivation being rendered null? What if his dantian could not be mended? Fear not, for he possesses a divine cultivation system capable of restoring even the most grievously damaged dantian. With the system at his disposal, boundless martial arts await his command. The Jing of the venerable Bodhidharma. The fiery eyes of the great sage equal to heaven. The renowned flying dagger of Xunhuan. A splendid world awaits, and Qin Shaofeng is here. Chapter 1. The Crossing. The night was as dark as ink, and aside from the occasional chirp of insects, a profound silence enveloped the mountain forest outside Lianyao City. Suddenly, two figures emerged from behind a thicket, engaged in hushed conversation. Is he dead? Yes, he's definitely lifeless. Good, then let's not linger. We should leave. What about the body? Shall we not bury it? Bury it? With the wild beasts lurking in these mountains, it won't be long before wolves and tigers arrive. By that time, there will be nothing left of the body. Oh, in that case, let us hasten away. It would be disastrous if the Qin family discovered us. Indeed, let's go. With a rustling sound, the two furtive figures slipped out from the thick grass. After scanning the surroundings to confirm their solitude, they swiftly vanished into the abyss of the night. In the place they departed from lay a figure clad in a splendid cotton robe, motionless on the ground. The pallor of his face and the lackluster hue of his skin indicated that he had long since departed this world. It was a pity, for the youth appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, a mere boy, and now his life had been extinguished. Yet at that moment, a slender tear in the fabric of space abruptly materialized above the boy's lifeless form. Shortly after, a spectral light shot forth from the rift, descending directly upon the boy's body and merging with it. Then, as the rift closed, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The once lifeless youth suddenly convulsed, his body shaking involuntarily. Quickly, the young master is here. A startled voice echoed from afar, followed by the swift approach of several shadowy figures. In Lianyao City, within the opulent confines of the Qin residence, a young boy of 14 or 15 lay unconscious upon a grand bed. Several physicians from Lianyao City, accompanied by an elderly man in his 60s, anxiously observed the comatose youth. What is the situation? The elderly man inquired urgently after the physicians concluded their examination of Qin Shaofeng. However, upon hearing his question, the physicians hesitated, their expressions betraying uncertainty. Noting their reluctance, the elderly man's countenance darkened, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Speak. This time, one of the physicians finally broke the silence. Master Qin, the young master's life is no longer in danger, but, after a moment's hesitation, the elder physician continued, his voice laden with sorrow, but the young master's cultivation has been utterly destroyed, and even his dantian has suffered severe damage. It is feared that recovery is unlikely. Clang. Upon hearing the elder physician's words, the elderly man lost his footing, nearly collapsing to the ground. His face turned pale, and the once bright gleam in his eyes dimmed, clouded with despair. He remained silent for a long time. After the physicians departed, the elderly man gazed at the boy on the bed for a considerable time, his face etched with grief and heartache. Yet that sorrow soon vanished. Have you uncovered the truth? Upon stepping out of the room, the elderly man's expression hardened, his eyes gleaming with a chilling resolve, an unspoken authority radiating from his frail frame. Though he spoke to no one in particular, as if addressing the air itself, the moment he finished speaking, a shadow emerged from a dark corner nearby. It has been confirmed it was the eldest son of the Zhang family who orchestrated this, employing the two nefarious Wu brothers. A voice devoid of human emotion emanated from the shadow. The elderly man's eyes narrowed slightly, the chill exuding from him intensifying. The Zhang family? A most audacious Zhang family. He remarked coldly. What the perpetrator? The Wu brothers have been apprehended and are currently confined in the dungeons. However, we did not act against the Zhang family's eldest son without your command. Esteemed elder. Excellent. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, but then the elderly man paused, recollecting something. He added, once they have been interrogated, leave their fate to Feng. As for the Zhang family, though he ultimately said no more, the air around him bristled with palpable menace. Chapter 2. Rebirth. Ugh. A groan escaped Qin Shaofeng as he finally regained consciousness. Yet before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a voice erupted in surprise. "Young master, have you awakened?" The voice was high-pitched and youthful, yet it resonated with a sense of comfort. This was Xiaoya, a name both foreign and familiar, suddenly surfacing in Qin Shaofeng's mind. Before long, a delicate, youthful face appeared before him. "Ah, young master, you truly have awakened." The youthful face lit up with joy, a charming smile gracing her features, her bright eyes curving like crescent moons, beautifully enchanting. Although this was Qin Shaofeng's first time laying eyes on Xiaoya, he was already well acquainted with her essence. For at this moment, Qin Shaofeng was no longer the same individual he once was. He was now a fusion of two worlds, two souls coalescing into one. One from Earth, and the other from this realm. Contemplating this, a bitter smile crept onto Qin Shaofeng's lips, his heart weighed down by a sense of helplessness. He had never anticipated that a mere electric shock would lead to such an improbable crossing. Indeed, at this moment, Qin Shaofeng found himself in a state of rebirth following an accidental electrocution on Earth. His soul had traversed into this world, coincidentally inhabiting the body of another Qin Shaofeng, who had just perished. Ultimately, the soul from Earth merged with the body of the deceased Qin Shaofeng in this world, resulting in a unique amalgamation of past and present. Since the soul of the Qin Shaofeng from this realm had nearly dissipated, the newly formed identity was predominantly defined by the essence of the Earth's Qin Shaofeng. Previously, Qin Shaofeng had remained in a comatose state due to the process of this soul fusion. Now that the merging had concluded, a new Qin Shaofeng had emerged. Although he had traversed worlds, he had at least been granted a second chance at life. This thought stirred a mix of emotions within him. Yet as he reflected upon the events of his current existence, a hint of bitterness settled in his heart. Qin Shaofeng, the sole heir of the Qin family in Lianyao City, was once a prodigy. He began cultivating at the tender age of 7, reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement by 12, and subsequently entered the martial path as a postnatal warrior. Now, just a month shy of his 15th birthday, he had attained the 5th layer of postnatal cultivation. In this city, where innate martial masters reigned supreme, the youthful Qin Shaofeng was already a formidable expert. Yet, that was in the past. The present Qin Shaofeng found himself rendered powerless. He was acutely aware of this reality, for the memories within him vividly recalled the moment his dantian was shattered by an adversary. How unfortunate it was for Qin Shaofeng, who had fought hard for survival only to find himself in this predicament. A wave of despondency washed over him. Sensing his melancholy, the young girl Xiaoya understood the source of his distress and gently reassured him. "Young master, do not be disheartened. The esteemed elder is extraordinarily capable. He will surely restore you." In the heart of the young girl, Qin Shaofeng was akin to an omnipotent grandfather, a master of innate martial arts, who could undoubtedly restore her young lord to health. However, Qin Shaofeng, having gained a preliminary understanding of this world, did not share such optimism. The shattering of his dantian was not something that could be easily mended. Yet, upon witnessing the unwavering determination etched upon the girl's face, Qin Shaofeng chose to refrain from further discourse, offering only a gentle smile. "My dear, I am somewhat fatigued. You may retire for a while." Little Yuerer hesitated briefly, but upon catching a glimpse of Qin Shaofeng's expression, she complied and departed. Once the young girl exited, Qin Shaofeng exhaled heavily, only to be engulfed by the weight of his current predicament. As he had come to realize, the demise of his other soul, Qin Shaofeng, was premeditated. This matter must begin with the city of Blue River. While it may not be deemed a large city within the realm of Lianyao, Blue River boasted a population exceeding 1 million. This was not inherently problematic despite the city's considerable populace. It had, under the governance of Lianyao, remained relatively free of major issues. However, a month ago, Blue River encountered a significant crisis. Chapter 3. The emergence of the system. The cause of the turmoil lay in the imminent departure of the lord who presided over Blue River City. Upon his departure, the new lord would be selected from among the 3 prominent families of the city, the Qin, the Zhang, and the Wang. The selection process was straightforward. A martial contest would determine which family would claim the title of lord, thereby enjoying the esteemed position within the realm of Lianyao. Notably, this contest would not be contested by the strongest individuals of the families, but rather by their younger generation. This development was significant, for it was widely acknowledged that among the youths of the 3 families, none rivaled Qin Shaofeng in prowess. Thus, the title of lord was all but assured to the Qin family. However, the other 2 families, the Wang and the Zhang, would not passively allow the title to fall into Qin's hands. Consequently, Qin Shaofeng fell victim to an assassination plot orchestrated by the Zhang family, ultimately perishing in the Blackhorn Mountains beyond Blue River City. What the Zhang family could never have anticipated was that Qin Shaofeng would resurrect in a most extraordinary manner. Yet, even with this miraculous return, he found himself in a state of utter despair, realizing he had become a mere shadow of his former self. Just then, an eerie, mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding. System loading successful. Welcome, player, to the Infinite Journey World System, and embark upon an extraordinary adventure. System loading successful? The mechanical voice sent a jolt of realization through Qin Shaofeng, leading him to contemplate certain possibilities. This notion was swiftly confirmed as a translucent interface materialized before him. Player, Qin Shaofeng level, none inner chi, 0 skills, none battle beast, none equipment, none quests, none points. None. This was no mere figment of imagination. The familiar interface assured Qin Shaofeng that his soul had traversed from Earth, accompanied by the very game, Infinite Journey World. It was this game that had instigated his journey across dimensions. Frustrated after several defeats, Qin Shaofeng had sought solace in an invincible minigame, only to be confronted with a payment prompt that incited him to spill his drink, leading to his current predicament. With the existence of a game system, did this not imply he could engage in combat and level up? Surely, even in the absence of a dantian, he would encounter no insurmountable obstacles. Gazing at the interface, his heart raced with anticipation. At that moment, the mechanical system prompt echoed once more. System prompt. Congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng, for obtaining game qualifications. The system grants you a special reward in the form of a large gift pack. Please claim it at your discretion. A large gift pack? Upon hearing this, Qin Shaofeng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he hurriedly examined his interface. Indeed, within the system message log, there was a notification of his acquisition of a large gift pack. System large gift pack, a special reward granted by the system. Upon opening, the player may receive various rewards based on luck. Special note, this large gift pack is unique, offering a chance to obtain items of any rank, including divine level techniques and equipment. Divine level techniques? Divine level equipment? Qin Shaofeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Without a moment's hesitation, he eagerly opened the special gift pack. Congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng, for obtaining the holy level technique Jing. Congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng, for acquiring the divine level skill Fire Eye. Congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng, for receiving 100 system points. The mechanical prompts reverberated in his mind, and Qin Shaofeng was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Jing? Wasn't that the technique created by the venerable Bodhidharma? And it was classified as a holy level technique, although he was uncertain of its true might. The mere mention of such a classification indicated its extraordinary nature. Moreover, the Fire Eye was no ordinary skill, even without system clarification. Qin Shaofeng recognized its significance as the legendary technique of the great sage, Sun Wukong. Could anything less than remarkable be expected from a skill possessed by such a legendary figure? Chapter 4. Jing and Fire Eye System Prompt. Player Qin Shaofeng. Do you wish to learn the holy level Jing and the divine level skill Fire Eye? As Qin Shaofeng reveled in his excitement, the mechanical voice of the system resounded once again. Learn. Of course, I will learn. Is there any question about it? Qin Shaofeng exclaimed fervently. Buzz. As soon as his words left his lips, he felt the interface tremble slightly. Instantly, 2 new skills appeared in his skill column. Following this, he sensed a transformation occurring within his body. Initially, his vision, despite the bright lights in the room, appeared dim due to the darkness outside and his lingering injuries. Yet, in that moment, a refreshing sensation surged through his mind, revitalizing his spirit. Astonishingly, his vision brightened. What once seemed shadowy now appeared as clear as day. He quickly realized that everything around him was strikingly vivid, even spotting a small insect several meters away with remarkable clarity. Undoubtedly, this newfound clarity was the result of acquiring the Fire Eye. Truly, the capabilities bestowed by this divine-level skill were extraordinary. As joy surged within him, Qin Shaofeng pondered the potential benefits of the Jing. The moment he considered it, he immediately felt another shift within his body. A wave of warmth surged from his abdomen, startling him. Is this inner chi? Qin Shaofeng was taken aback. His dantian had been rendered useless, making the emergence of inner chi seemingly impossible. Yet, the sensation within his abdomen was unmistakable. This was indeed the feeling of inner chi, recalling the memories of his past. He confidently recognized that this warmth emanating from his abdomen was the inner chi that could only be awakened through the 3rd stage of body refinement. The experience of possessing memories was one thing, but feeling the reality of inner chi coursing through him was exhilarating. By the heavens! If he were to return to Earth now, he would undoubtedly become a martial arts master, capable of defying gravity. With that thought, Qin Shaofeng sprang from his bed, throwing a few punches into the air with unrestrained enthusiasm. Whoosh, whoosh. Channeling the warmth into his hands, he felt the rush of wind generated by his movements. What a thrilling experience! After a while, he gazed at his fist with a smile. It was only then that he realized his body, previously plagued by pain and lingering injuries, had fully healed. He now possessed the strength to deliver punches with the force of dozens of pounds, which filled him with excitement. Is this the essence of cultivation? Qin Shaofeng marveled, determination gleaming in his eyes. If fate has granted me entry into this world, then I, Qin Shaofeng, shall seize this opportunity to create a magnificent tale. I wish to witness the ultimate destination of cultivation in this world. Although my dantian has not yet fully recovered as I remember, I am certain that with the acquisition of the Jing, it is merely a matter of time before my dantian is restored. Skills: Fire Eye, Jing. Fire Eye, Level 1, 0-100. A divine active skill renowned as the signature technique of the great sage Sun Wukong. Currently at Level 1. It allows the user to see through the cultivation levels of individuals within the same realm, with a chance to discern their weaknesses. Additionally, it can investigate other entities, gauging their levels based on the player's own level. Each use consumes 10 points of internal energy. Jing, Level 1, 0-100, a sacred passive skill. Although not a divine method, it is unique, incorporating another technique created by Patriarch Bodhidharma, the Shisui Jing, which bestows formidable capabilities of internal cleansing. Currently at Level 1. It triples the player's internal energy at Level 1. Jing restores 1 point of internal energy per minute. Upon mastering Fire Eye and Jing, I noticed alterations in my attributes, the most significant being my level increase. Player: Qin Shaofeng level, Body Refinement Stage 1. 0-100, 100 experience points away from advancing to Body Refinement Stage 2. Internal Energy, 30-30, Stage 1 grants 10 points of internal energy. Tripled by Jing. Skills: Fire Eye. Jing Battle Beast, none equipment, none quests, none points. 100 Chapter 5. Monster Slaying and Leveling Up to think that I am merely at the Body Refinement Stage 1, while one must reach Stage 3 to possess internal energy. This realization deepened my appreciation for the Jing. Soon, a night passed. Yet, I, filled with excitement, did not sleep. I thoroughly examined the system I possessed. It was remarkably similar to the game I had played before my transmigration. The only difference being that the skills and items seemed to be synchronized with this world. However, the focal point was the system's marketplace. Though it had yet to officially open, after my investigations, I was convinced that it contained an endless array of items. With sufficient points, anything could be acquired. Realizing this, I felt immense regret. Had I known I would encounter such circumstances, I would have directly invested hundreds of millions in RMB. With that, I could have amassed a fortune in points, allowing me to purchase anything I desired. Just as I lamented, a sudden knock on the door jolted me. A familiar, melodious voice followed. "Young master, are you awake?" At that moment, I realized the entire night had slipped by. In a somewhat disoriented state, I enjoyed the service of the little maid. Yet, under her curious gaze, I hastily devoured a few pastries and fled. Even though I had assimilated the memories of this life, my earthly soul found it strange to wake up to someone attending to me. Despite the comfort of the maid's gentle hands, I still felt a sense of awkwardness. Through the fusion of souls, I now understood that within the Qin family, my only true relative was my grandfather. My father had left Blue River City when I was 6, vanishing without a trace. As for my mother, I held only a vague memory of her loving and beautiful visage, with no further recollections. I only remembered her disappearance when I was 3 years old. It was a vanishing, not a passing. Moreover, my father's departure seemed linked to my mother. Yet, the details remained elusive to me. I had inquired multiple times with my grandfather, but he insisted that he would only divulge information about my parents once my cultivation surpassed his. The previous Qin Shaofeng had diligently cultivated for this very reason. It seemed that news of my downfall had spread. The servants of the Qin residence looked upon me with pity and sympathy. Although I was the young master of the Qin family, I had never taken advantage of my status to mistreat the servants, who had always shown me great respect. Faced with their gazes, I felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, I was unfazed. I was solely focused on one matter, my survival in this world. To confirm my suspicions, I ventured early to the back courtyard of the Qin residence, where the livestock was kept. Observing the animals, I felt a surge of excitement. Just moments ago, I had consumed 10 points of internal energy to activate Fire Eye, and the information that appeared affirmed my hypothesis. Domesticated hedgehog, level 2, a domesticated variant of the wild low-level beast, the hedgehog. Known for its tender and delicious meat, a rare delicacy. Giant turkey, Level 1. A large breed of chicken, the least threatening low-level beast, capable of reaching 20 kilograms. With tender and exquisite meat, one of the most valuable poultry. Black goose duck. FireEye truly lived up to its divine status, with just one activation. I had comprehensively surveyed all the livestock and poultry in the courtyard. If the system could recognize their data, could slaying them yield experience? Monster slaying and leveling up. Indeed, this was the truth I sought to validate. Chapter 6. Monster slaying and leveling up even though the system allowed me to cultivate. Possessing the Jing was still insufficient given my shattered dantian. With less than a month remaining until the contest for the position of City Lord in Blue River City, I did not naively believe I could elevate the Jing to several levels within such a brief time. Thus, I turned my thoughts to slaying monsters for experience. Ah, young master, what brings you to the back courtyard? A robust middle-aged man approached, his face beaming with joy. He was Qin Dabao, the head chef of the Qin residence, and a member of the Qin family. Uncle Dabao, I am here to slay a chicken, I replied without turning back. However, my response left Qin Dabao in a state of astonishment. Slay a chicken? His bewilderment led him to wonder if the young master, due to his dantian's affliction, had been affected and was now somewhat unhinged. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Dabao felt even more sympathetic towards me. He quickly nodded and said, very well. Since the young master has this interest, I shall assist you. With that, Qin Dabao led me into the back courtyard. Moments later, my eyes sparkled at the sight of a giant turkey weighing at least 20 kilograms. However, witnessing this, Qin Dabao's heart sank in despair. It was over. The young master had indeed suffered a great shock and was now somewhat deranged. Undeterred, I seized the knife that Qin Dabao hesitantly offered and approached the turkey. Cluck, cluck, cluck. As the glimmering blade loomed threateningly towards his neck, the enormous turkey struggled in vain. Regrettably, in a bid to shield Qin Shaofeng from any harm, Qin Dabao had already bound it up tightly. How could it possibly resist? With a sudden burst, warm blood sprayed from the turkey's neck, splattering across the ground and onto Qin Shaofeng himself. A mechanical system notification chimed in, and Qin Shaofeng couldn't help but smile, radiating sheer delight. System notification, congratulations. Player has slain a level 1 giant turkey, earning 1 experience point. Ha ha ha, it truly works. I can indeed slay monsters and level up. Qin Shaofeng's heart swelled with exhilaration. Had the circumstances been more favorable, he might have laughed out loud. However, this odd display of joy left Qin Dabao feeling quite alarmed, especially upon witnessing the smile at the corner of Qin Shaofeng's mouth, which stirred deep anxiety within him. This was extraordinary. The young master had been significantly stimulated, and to find such glee in killing a turkey was indeed unsettling. Just then, Qin Shaofeng boldly declared, Next one. Next one. Is he really going for more? Qin Dabao's expression shifted slightly, and hesitation crept in. Suddenly, he recalled that individuals who had experienced severe psychological shocks needed to be indulged. Otherwise, they could spiral into madness. The young master had already suffered enough. If he were to exhibit erratic behavior, Qin Dabao could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced to Qin Shaofeng's whims, finding turkey after turkey and presenting them before him. Following the turkeys, the next targets were black geese and ducks, leading to more system notifications. System notification. Congratulations, player has slain a level 1 black goose duck, earning 1 experience point. System notification. Congratulations, player has slain a level 2 domestic porcupine, earning 5 experience points. As the crimson pool on the ground expanded, even Qin Dabao, a seasoned chef accustomed to slaughtering livestock, felt his complexion pale, internally pleading, Oh dear, please, come quickly. I can hardly withstand this any longer. In stark contrast, Qin Shaofeng grew increasingly exhilarated with each kill. Despite the level 1 chickens and ducks yielding only a single experience point each, and even the level 2 domestic porcupines offering merely 5, the sheer quantity made up for it. Chapter 7. Slaying monsters to level up before long. A system notification rang out, causing a faint smile to grace Qin Shaofeng's bloodstained visage, albeit with a somewhat eerie appearance. System notification. Congratulations, player has met the experience requirement for leveling up. Player Qin Shaofeng has ascended to level 2. Player Qin Shaofeng level. Body refinement 2nd stage. 0-200, 200 experience points required for next level. Body refinement 3rd stage. Vital energy 60-60. Body refinement 2nd stage grants 20 points of vital energy, with a triple bonus from the Jing skills. FireEye Golden Gaze. Jing beasts. None equipment. None quests. None points. 100. Qin Shaofeng had now returned to the body refinement 2nd stage, and the speed of his progress was nothing short of astonishing. Although he bore the title of the greatest genius in Blue River City, it had taken him a full month to advance from the 1st stage to the 2nd, even with abundant medicinal aid. Yet now, was it merely 15 or 20 minutes? The thought ignited a surge of excitement within him, and he wielded the bloodied blade with renewed vigor. However, a slight frown soon creased his brow. While the experience points for slaying chickens and ducks remained unchanged at 1 point each, the experience gained from the level 2 domestic porcupines had dropped to a mere point, akin to that of the fowl. It appeared that as his level rose, his gains from slaying identical monsters diminished as well. An hour later, a bloodied Qin Shaofeng exited the kitchen courtyard. He had achieved the body refinement 3rd stage. The rewards were indeed commendable. At this moment, Qin Shaofeng felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Through this unprecedented event, he had slaughtered all 300 to 400 giant turkeys and black geese, along with over 100 domestic porcupines, enough to sustain the Qin household for 2 to 3 months. Qin Daba stood in stunned silence, grappling with the reality of the situation. Meanwhile, within the Qin estate, Elder Qin furrowed his brow upon hearing the news relayed by the servants. Killing chickens? Has this lad truly been affected? That shouldn't be the case. Just this morning, Yuer mentioned that he was fine. Elder Qin was perplexed by his grandson's behavior. Although he did not believe Qin Shaofeng would descend into madness, he decided to issue a command to monitor the situation closely. You, go keep a close watch on him, and arrange for 2 others to follow him. If anything unusual occurs, report immediately. Yes. In a moment, a shadow flickered and vanished, adeptly concealing its presence and movements. Its master was surely a remarkable individual. Elder Qin was determined to protect his grandson, demonstrating considerable diligence in his efforts. The weather was splendid that day, and amidst the terrified expressions of onlookers, Qin Shaofeng, dressed in blood-soaked attire, strolled leisurely down the streets of Blue River City, humming a tuneless melody. Realizing he could truly slay monsters to level up sparked an idea within him. He yearned for further advancement. This brought to mind the beast fighting arena of Blue River City. The beasts of this world were far superior to those on Earth. The chickens and ducks he had previously slain were actually considered low-level demon beasts in this realm. However, they were still the most elementary of demon beasts, akin to wild animals. The classification of demon beasts in this world was incredibly detailed. Low-level demon beasts typically matched the human body refinement stages, divided into 10 tiers. In contrast, mid-level demon beasts were equivalent to the acquired human realms, while high-level demon beasts were akin to innate martial masters. As for what lay beyond the innate stage, Qin Shaofeng was unaware. Nevertheless, this did not deter him. He simply sought low-level demon beasts to elevate his rank. The beast fighting arena often dealt with low-level demon beasts that had sustained heavy injuries and were no longer combat capable, making it a prime target. After slaying hundreds of chickens and ducks, Qin Shaofeng understood that relying solely on low-level demon beasts for leveling up would require a considerable number. Although he, as the young master of the Qin family, had a generous allowance and had saved quite a bit over the years, it likely would not suffice for significant advancement, especially since the arena typically handled the cheapest demon beasts. Chapter 8. Zhonglingyun. The beast fighting arena of Blue River City was not affiliated with any single faction. Rather, it belonged to a powerful and mysterious force. Thus, even the former city lord dared not offend this establishment. At last, upon spotting a massive circular structure in the distance, Qin Shaofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, a voice, tinged with an odd inflection, suddenly called out, "Oh, isn't this our Blue River City's top genius, young Master Qin?" The voice was both unexpected and familiar. Zhonglingyun, his brother? Without turning around, Qin Shaofeng instantly recognized who it was. A chill crept into my heart, and a flicker of cold light flashed in my eyes. Yet, in the end, Qin Shaofeng did not halt his pace, striding directly into the beast arena. He actually disregards me? This scoundrel. Qin Shaofeng's demeanor evidently infuriated Zhonglingyun. However, upon noticing the 2 guards flanking Qin Shaofeng, he instinctively halted his advance. He recognized those guards. They were individuals close to the patriarch of the Qin family. Although not innate martial masters, they were peak practitioners of the acquired realm, level 10. Clearly, after that incident, the old man of the Qin family had begun to exercise caution. Those 2 brothers from the Wu family, Ada and Heir, truly failed in their task, allowing this brat to remain alive. Muttering under his breath, Zhonglingyun wore a cold smile, feeling somewhat disdainful. Humph. So what if he is alive? Qin Shaofeng is now nothing but a waste. My Zhang family need not concern ourselves with a useless individual. My father keeps saying that the Wu brothers have vanished, and some of our family's clandestine ventures have suffered inexplicable setbacks, incurring considerable losses. It seems the scheme to eliminate that waste has been exposed, prompting my father to advise me against provoking Qin Shaofeng, even forbidding my elder brother from going out. I find this utterly laughable. As long as my brother emerges victorious in the competition, the city of Lianyao will belong to my Zhang family. What does a mere Qin family amount to? Should I fear that wasteful Qin Shaofeng? Though Zhang Lingyun harbored such thoughts, he knew full well that these were his father's orders, which he could not defy, leaving him with no choice but to endure. However, the very thought of Qin Shaofeng's recent attitude toward him remained a thorn in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Zhang Lingyun's eyes, and with a cold smile, he followed Qin Shaofeng into the beast arena. Today is indeed a splendid day. The esteemed young Master Qin has graced my beast arena with his presence. As Qin Shaofeng entered the gates of the arena, a man in his 30s approached him. This man was the overseer of the arena. Though he appeared ordinary, Qin Shaofeng was aware that this overseer was a peak practitioner of the acquired realm. Naturally, he would not act recklessly in such a presence. With a slight smile, Qin Shaofeng remarked, "I have been feeling somewhat bored lately. So I thought I would take a stroll here, overseer." A stroll? It seems the young Master Qin has recently developed a peculiar hobby that has drawn him to the beast arena. A voice laced with sarcasm emerged as Zhang Lingyun entered the arena. "Overseer, you may not be aware, but our young Master Qin has taken a liking to slaughtering low-level beasts lately. The scenes of him displaying his prowess against those barely at the first or second level are quite the spectacle." Before Qin Shaofeng could respond, Zhang Lingyun seized the opportunity to taunt him further. Zhang Lingyun's words caused Qin Shaofeng to frown. He had only slain those low-level beasts this very morning, and it had barely been an hour since. Aside from Qin Debo, few would know of this. Yet, Zhang Lingyun's comment indicated he was aware. It seemed the Zhang family had planted numerous spies within the Qin household. A slight smile crossed Qin Shaofeng's lips, his eyes gleaming with cold light. The overseer was well aware of the relationship between the Qin and Zhang families, and thus he remained indifferent to Zhang Lingyun's remarks, merely acknowledging him with a nod. Zhang Lingyun had expected that his mockery would provoke Qin Shaofeng, but he was mistaken. "Overseer, I came here today with no other intention than to observe some low-level beasts and, if possible, take a few back home for entertainment." Total disregard and utter dismissal. Qin Shaofeng appeared to not have heard Zhang Lingyun, engaging in conversation with the overseer instead. "Qin Shaofeng, you..." Zhang Lingyun's anger flared once more, and he found himself on the verge of charging at Qin Shaofeng. But upon remembering where he was, a place even his father would not dare offend, a cold sweat broke out, and he quickly suppressed his rage. Yet, the anger in his gaze toward Qin Shaofeng intensified. Meanwhile, Qin Shaofeng continued to act as though Zhang Lingyun was invisible, smiling at the overseer. This young master of the Qin family does not seem to embody the despair of being rendered useless, as the rumors suggest. Qin Shaofeng's demeanor evoked admiration within the overseer, who could not help but smile and say, I see. How fortunate. We recently acquired a batch of excellent low-level beasts. Allow me to show you, young Master Qin." However, the overseer did not forget Zhang Lingyun. Despite his disdain for him, he maintained a businesslike demeanor, offering a smile. "If young Master Zhang is interested, perhaps you might also like to take a look?" Casting an angry glance at Qin Shaofeng, Zhang Lingyun pondered for a moment before nodding to the overseer. "Very well. I appreciate your assistance." Following the overseer, Qin Shaofeng and Zhang Lingyun made their way to the arena's back courtyard. Typically, the back courtyard was off-limits to the public, as it housed the low-level beasts themselves, a place where only staff were permitted. However, given the status of Qin Shaofeng and Zhang Lingyun, the overseer made no issue of it. True to the overseer's word, the arena had indeed received a new batch of low-level beasts. The creatures within their cages exuded a primal energy, clearly fresh arrivals that had never faced combat. However, these did not meet Qin Shaofeng's expectations. In general, the low-level beasts suitable for fighting possessed combat abilities far superior to those of the chickens and ducks in the Qin household. Although the giant firebirds and domesticated porcupines were categorized as low-level beasts, Qin Shaofeng understood that any one of them could easily slaughter the poultry from the Qin estate. Thus, the price for these low-level beasts would undoubtedly be high. Alas, this posed a problem. His supply of gold tickets was limited, and he could scarcely afford to purchase a few. In this world, wealth was measured in gold and silver. 1 tael of gold was equivalent to 10 taels of silver. Thus, even 1,000 taels of gold in tickets was a considerable sum. After all, an ordinary family typically managed with just 10 taels of silver for their monthly expenses. "May I inquire which beasts the two young masters have their eyes on? I can offer a discount," the overseer interjected. Although he spoke of discounts, his gaze upon Qin Shaofeng and Zhang Lingyun resembled that of a butcher eyeing 2 plump sheep. He recognized the tension between them, but the more conflict, the better for him, as competition would yield greater profits. Alas, if only he knew that Qin Shaofeng possessed merely a little over 1,000 in gold tickets, he might reconsider his enthusiasm. Noticing the overseer's eagerness, Qin Shaofeng chuckled inwardly, hesitating to speak. "Well, actually, yet before he could elaborate, Zhang Lingyun interjected with a cold smirk. Our young Master Qin would certainly not disappoint the Overseer. Given his current interests, I believe the Overseer stands to profit handsomely. Chapter 10. The duel. Zhang Lingyun's mocking tone was intended to provoke Qin Shaofeng's ire, yet once again, he found himself disappointed. As if oblivious to Zhang Lingyun's words, Qin Shaofeng smiled slightly and addressed the Steward Fong, saying, Steward Fong, my purpose for this visit is merely to purchase 2 or 3 low-level demon beasts for research purposes. I wish to explore the distinctions between these combat beasts and the domesticated ones typically used for food. Qin Shaofeng's response caught Steward Fong completely off guard, leaving him in a state of bemusement. The young master of the Qin family was indeed an enigma. However, before he could gather his thoughts, Zhang Lingyun, further incensed, interjected. Research? Zhang Lingyun sneered with disdain. I never imagined that our esteemed young Master Qin harbored such an interest in combat beasts. If that is the case, do you dare to wager with me? This time, Qin Shaofeng did not disregard Zhang Lingyun's challenge. The very prospect piqued his interest. A wager? As soon as Zhang Lingyun proposed it, Qin Shaofeng discerned his intentions with keen insight. However, he merely chuckled to himself, turning to Zhang Lingyun with a smirk. Ah, I did not expect young Master Zhang to possess such refined tastes. I shall gladly entertain your proposal. What shall be the terms of our wager? This lad has finally taken the bait. Zhang Lingyun thought triumphantly upon receiving Qin Shaofeng's acceptance. Although he lacked knowledge of combat beasts, he was accompanied by a guard well-versed in low-level demon beasts. Qin Shaofeng's willingness to wager was, without a doubt, an invitation to disaster. Let us wager on the combat, Zhang Lingyun declared, a cold smile gracing his lips. Since you, young Master Qin, profess to have some understanding of combat beasts, we shall each select one from these low-level demon beasts to engage in a duel, with the victor determined by a single match. Zhang Lingyun exuded confidence as he spoke. The low-level demon beasts in the arena had been fitted with tokens that concealed their auras, unless one were a master among innate martial artists. Discerning the true strengths of these combat beasts was no simple feat. Zhang Lingyun could hardly believe that Qin Shaofeng possessed any genuine understanding of them. His confidence stemmed from the expertise of the guard at his side. Oh, and what shall be the stakes? Qin Shaofeng inquired, a playful smile on his lips, though inside he was laughing heartily. You wish to compete with me on this matter? With the aura-concealing tokens in place, others could not perceive the strengths or weaknesses of these low-level demon beasts, yet such barriers held no sway over him. Having already expended 10 points of internal energy upon entering, Qin Shaofeng's keen insight had allowed him to ascertain the particulars of every demon beast present. He stood on the precipice of invincibility. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lingyun, who was now pondering the stakes, Qin Shaofeng's heart brimmed with mirth. Although Zhang Lingyun sought to propose a substantial wager, he feared that Qin Shaofeng might back down. Thus, he coldly stated, the stakes shall be determined by you. Young Master Qin, I fear that should I propose something too grand, it may be beyond your means. Qin Shaofeng, not one to be easily deceived, recognized Zhang Lingyun's ulterior motive. Yet, this aligned perfectly with his own intentions. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and a glimmer of insight shone in his eyes. He turned to the ever-smiling Steward Fong and said, Steward Fong, surely your arena houses quite a number of low-level demon beasts that are injured and unable to fight? Fong was taken aback by Qin Shaofeng's unexpected inquiry. Nevertheless, he replied, Indeed, there are many such low-level demon beasts. They are typically sold to taverns or at rock-bottom prices to those seeking to purchase them. Most, however, are directly fed to other combat beasts. But I wonder, what is young Master Qin's intention? Excellent. Qin Shaofeng smiled slightly and continued. My wager is quite simple. I propose to purchase all the injured low-level demon beasts in the arena that are unable to participate in combat. The loser shall cover the costs. What say you, young Master Zhang? Qin Shaofeng's proposition caught Steward Fong off guard, yet he felt a surge of excitement. After all, there was no shortage of injured demon beasts in the arena. If they could resolve this matter, it would indeed be a stroke of good fortune. Upon hearing Qin Shaofeng's words, Zhang Lingyun's expression shifted slightly. Though the price of injured combat beasts was not exorbitant, they still held value. However, after a brief moment, Zhang Lingyun's lips curled into a cold smile. What did he have to fear? In the end, victory was assuredly his. Even if Qin Shaofeng spent a fortune on purchasing the beasts, it would not concern him at all. Moreover, should he acquire a multitude of demon beasts, he could host a grand banquet in Blue River City, inviting all the families to mock the Qin family. This wager appeared to be exceedingly advantageous. Agreed. Let it be so, Zhang Lingyun replied with a sneer. Very well, it is settled then. Steward Fong will witness this agreement. And I trust young Master Zhang will have no further objections. Qin Shaofeng quickly added, seemingly anxious that Zhang Lingyun might reconsider. Zhang Lingyun felt a twinge of unease at Qin Shaofeng's demeanor, but he soon dismissed it. He was confident that he would emerge victorious. Meanwhile, Steward Fong remained somewhat bewildered. Such a substantial deal had been struck so easily. With a smile, Fong finally declared, "Since both young masters are so enthusiastic, let it be done. Why ponder over the details? This duel would undoubtedly be a boon for their arena, requiring no further contemplation." In fact, in a fit of joy, Fong announced that the selection of low-level demon beasts for the duel would be entirely free for both Qin Shaofeng and Zhang Lingyun, while a fully capable combat beast, even a low-level one, typically commanded a price of 300 to 400 gold. This transaction could yield a staggering profit of over 10,000 gold. Steward Fong certainly would not concern himself with a mere 200 or 300 gold. Neither Qin Shaofeng nor Zhang Lingyun voiced any objections and promptly set about selecting their beasts. After a brief interlude, the duel between Qin Shaofeng and Zhang Lingyun was set to commence in a small square in the arena's rear courtyard. Zhang Lingyun would unleash a ferocious low-level demon beast, the Wrathful Wolf. Upon seeing the combat beast Zhang Lingyun had chosen, Steward Fong was filled with astonishment. He was intimately familiar with all the beasts in the courtyard. Although the Wrathful Wolf was a low-level creature, typically it would only match the strength of a 5th or 6th tier martial artist. However, the one Zhang Lingyun selected was a Wrathful Wolf King, boasting peak strength at the 7th tier. In a fit of frenzy, even an 8th tier beast might struggle against it. Clearly, Zhang Lingyun had prepared meticulously for this wager. Steward Fong's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a flicker of concern for Qin Shaofeng. Yet just then, he was rendered utterly speechless as he beheld the demon beast Qin Shaofeng had brought forth. To his utter disbelief, Qin Shaofeng had chosen a small, snow-white spirit fox demon beast. Its delicate size stood in stark contrast to the menacing Wrathful Wolf King facing it. Haha, Qin Shaofeng, have you conceded defeat? You have chosen such a peculiar little beast. Zhang Lingyun immediately mocked Qin Shaofeng. At the same time, he felt utterly reassured. In his eyes, merely comparing the appearances of the two beasts made the outcome abundantly clear. There was no need for further contest. How could the petite spirit fox possibly contend with the furious demon wolf king by his side? He had initially thought that this waste would possess some beast fighting skills. It turned out he had overestimated it. In that moment, Zhang Lingyun felt a surge of satisfaction, exuding an air of imminent victory. Chapter 12. The 100 Spirit Fox. In response to Zhang Lingyun's mockery, Qin Shaofeng remained unfazed. Surrender? Rest assured, that is an impossibility. The outcome is still uncertain. With a subtle smile, Qin Shaofeng's gaze towards Zhang Lingyun flickered with a glimmer of brilliance. The white fox beast, seemingly frail and delicate, appeared to be a mere low-level ornamental creature, unlikely to possess any formidable power. Yet, the reality was far different. The petite spirit fox before Qin Shaofeng was anything but ordinary. 100 Spirit Fox, Level 9, Low-Level 9-Tier Beast, Internal Energy, 90-90 Skills, Low-Level Windblade. Low-Level Transformation Technique. The 100 Spirit Fox, a low-level 9-tier beast, bore a trace of the divine beast Tianling Fox's bloodline. Although the lineage was faint, its strength surpassed that of typical beasts of the same realm. When unleashed, it could easily overpower an average mid-level beast. A gentle reminder, this fox possesses immense potential, with a significant likelihood of advancing in its bloodline. The system recommends that players adopt it as a battle beast. Not only does the 100 Spirit Fox outclass the furious Demon Wolf King in level, but it also possesses a divine bloodline, prompting the system to suggest that Qin Shaofeng claim it as his battle beast. Such attributes informed Qin Shaofeng's choice of the 100 Spirit Fox. While Zhang Lingyun had indeed selected a furious Demon Wolf King, the disparity in levels, low-level 7-tier versus low-level 9-tier, rendered any comparison moot. The manager, Fong, was equally astonished that Qin Shaofeng had managed to select the 100 Spirit Fox, as it was, in fact, the strongest low-level beast in the entire beast fighting arena. Its power was in stark contrast to its seemingly delicate appearance. However, in Fong's eyes, the 100 Spirit Fox was merely an ordinary spirit fox. He failed to recognize its true identity. Otherwise, Qin Shaofeng would not have had the opportunity. After all, a 100 Spirit Fox with the bloodline of the Tianling Fox held considerable value. Yet, due to the fox's unique characteristics, it would be difficult to identify without special means. Had it not been for Qin Shaofeng's keen insight, he would not have discerned its true nature. Despite this, Fong held a favorable view of the 100 Spirit Fox's strength, initially contemplating using it to create a significant upset in the arena for profit. However, that now seemed unrealistic. At this moment, the obedient demeanor of the 100 Spirit Fox indicated that it had indeed been claimed as a battle beast by Qin Shaofeng. With only one slot available for a battle beast, and given the system's recommendation, Qin Shaofeng did not hesitate to accept the 100-spirit fox as his own. Although it carried the bloodline of the divine Tianling fox, its current prowess merely exceeded that of ordinary beasts. Its skills were limited to 2. Yet the low-level transformation technique astonished Qin Shaofeng. While it could not assume human form, it could alter its size, either shrinking or enlarging itself. Who loses and who wins remains to be seen. Qin Shaofeng's words incited Zhang Lingyun's ire. Very well, let us commence immediately. I shall have my wolf tear your fox apart, and then we shall see what you, Qin Shaofeng, have to say. Zhang Lingyun coldly retorted, turning to Fong. Manager Fong. Let us begin. Beast battles typically required special means to initiate. While some beasts were powerful, they would not attack their counterparts without provocation. Thus, at the start of a battle, participants would often use herbs to provoke the beast's ferocity. Upon hearing Zhang Lingyun's words, Fong instinctively glanced at Qin Shaofeng, who nodded slightly in agreement. Without hesitation, Fong allowed the 2 low-level beasts to enter the designated battle area and signaled the staff to present the herbs to stimulate the beasts. At that moment, Fong inadvertently cast a sympathetic glance at Zhang Lingyun. Chapter 13. A swift victory indeed. The second young master of the Zhang family was a reckless individual, often acting without forethought. Did he truly believe that everyone thought as he did? However, it must be said, Qin Shaofeng was somewhat extraordinary. Moreover, he seemed to possess considerable cunning. Even if he could not continue his cultivation, given the Qin family's foundation, they certainly had a future. Just as Fong's thoughts meandered, a wolf's howl echoed through the arena. Fong refocused his attention on the battle. Although he already knew the likely outcome, he was still eager to witness the spirit fox's prowess. Following the howl, the furious demon wolf king lunged at the 100-spirit fox with ferocity. From a size perspective, the wolf king, akin to a calf, was pitted against the diminutive 100-spirit fox, which was even smaller than a household dog. This seemed a foregone conclusion in favor of the wolf king. Zhang Lingyun shared this sentiment. Thus, as the wolf king lunged, he envisioned the petite fox being torn apart, his expression contorting into one of savage delight. However, those expressions quickly froze on his face. With a roar that belied its size, the diminutive 100-spirit fox unleashed a powerful aura that far surpassed that of the furious demon wolf king. To Zhang Lingyun's astonishment, at the moment the aura erupted, the fox, once perceived as fragile and vulnerable, suddenly swelled in size, ultimately surpassing the wolf king by a significant margin. The furious demon wolf king, sensing an impending threat, abruptly faltered mid-charge, tail tucked, and retreated in panic. What on earth was happening? Gazing at the now magnificent and elegantly white spirit fox juxtaposed against the cornered, cowering furious demon wolf king, Zhang Lingyun's mind went blank. This turn of events was entirely beyond his expectations. What a colossal loss. Witnessing this spectacle, Fong's heart felt like it was bleeding. Based on his years of experience managing the beast-fighting arena, it was evident that the spirit fox's strength far exceeded his predictions, and its potential appeared substantial. Yet, he had unwittingly let such a beast slip through his fingers. A sigh escaped him, but upon seeing Zhang Lingyun's expression, his mood lightened somewhat. Well, at least there's a lucrative deal here. This isn't an utter loss. With a gentle smile, Fong approached the utterly stunned Zhang Lingyun. What a splendid day it was, sunny and bright. The scenery was delightful as Qin Shaofeng hummed a tune on his way back to the Qin residence, his spirits soaring. After all, who wouldn't feel elated after acquiring 200 or 300 low-level beasts without spending a dime? Indeed, the beast-fighting wager with Zhang Lingyun had concluded, and the outcome was abundantly clear. Qin Shaofeng emerged victorious. Recalling the exquisite expression of Zhang Lingyun not long ago, Qin Shaofeng couldn't help but chuckle lightly. It served him right, daring to challenge me. This was a self-imposed predicament. 320 low-level demonic beasts, albeit devoid of combat capability, were once formidable opponents. The monetary value must be substantial. Murmuring softly to himself, Qin Shaofeng's spirits soared to new heights. At that moment, the spirit fox had already reduced its size. Now perched upon Qin Shaofeng's shoulder, its pure white fur and petite figure rendered it utterly adorable, the epitome of a young girl's secret weapon. Upon returning to the Qin residence, the sight of the diminutive spirit fox on his shoulder caused little Yu Oi's eyes to sparkle like stars. Qin Shaofeng, albeit reluctantly, conceded to her charm, secretly instructing the spirit fox not to harm her, allowing her to take it away with glee. However, Qin Shaofeng was not idle. Upon his return, old Master Qin summoned him forth. He was not surprised by his grandfather's actions. Given the recent events, Qin Shaofeng anticipated that his grandfather would take notice. Nevertheless, he had already devised a strategy. Chapter 14. The Dark Arts? In the room of old Master Qin, Qin Shaofeng stood before him for nearly a quarter of an hour. Yet old Master Qin remained engrossed in his tea, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Such a leisurely demeanor. Finally, unable to contain himself, Qin Shaofeng spoke, "Grandfather, you summoned me. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Old Master Qin did not respond, nor did he lift his gaze from the cup. Only after finishing his tea did he finally speak. "You rascal, have you nothing to say to this old man?" Just as expected, Old Master Qin went straight to the point, a scenario Qin Shaofeng had anticipated. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Grandfather, my dantian has recovered." What? Qin Shaofeng's declaration took Old Master Qin by surprise, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Really? After a prolonged silence, Old Master Qin finally inquired. This time, Qin Shaofeng remained silent, instead channeling the Jing, causing a powerful aura to emanate from him. It appeared that the Jing possessed the ability to conceal one's aura, had Qin Shaofeng not willingly revealed it. Even a master like Old Master Qin would have struggled to detect his internal state. This was the aura of internal energy. Upon sensing the energy radiating from Qin Shaofeng, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Old Master Qin's eyes. In an instant, he swiftly appeared before Qin Shaofeng, extending his right hand towards his grandson's abdomen. Such speed. Truly, Old Master Qin was a master. Qin Shaofeng could scarcely comprehend the rapidity of his grandfather's movements. Yet, he understood that his grandfather meant no harm, and he offered no resistance as Old Master Qin probed his dantian. It was indeed internal energy. Upon sensing the state of Qin Shaofeng's dantian, Old Master Qin felt a wave of joy wash over him. He had long given up hope for his grandson, especially after the foremost physician in Lianyao City had deemed Qin Shaofeng a waste. Yet, here was his grandson presenting him with such delightful news. Old Master Qin could not help but burst into laughter. Wonderful. Truly, heaven has not forsaken the Qin family. But soon, a furrow formed on Old Master Qin's brow as he sensed something amiss. Although Qin Shaofeng's dantian now contained internal energy, it was still in a state of disrepair, far from complete restoration. How peculiar that he could possess internal energy while his dantian remained damaged. Such an anomaly was unheard of, even for Old Master Qin. "Fenger, what is the condition of your dantian?" Old Master Qin hesitated before asking. Though his inquiry was left unfinished, Qin Shaofeng comprehended his grandfather's intent. "Yes, my dantian has not fully recovered, but under these circumstances, a complete restoration is merely a matter of time," Qin Shaofeng replied with a gentle nod. "Does this relate to your slaying of those low-level beasts?" Old Master Qin seemed to grasp the situation. Indeed, Qin Shaofeng readily admitted, recounting the explanation he had meticulously prepared. "Grandfather, I encountered a unique technique that allows me to absorb a certain essence from demonic beasts. How shall I phrase it? It could be described as their life force. My dantian has recovered in this manner." However, upon hearing this, Old Master Qin's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Qin Shaofeng with anger. "You reckless boy, are you practicing the dark arts?" At this moment, Old Master Qin's fury was palpable. Absorbing the life force of demonic beasts, was this not the very definition of dark arts? What are the dark arts? They are universally condemned. Each emergence of dark arts leads to rivers of blood. Staring intently at Qin Shaofeng, Old Master Qin grappled with the thought of disowning his own kin. He would prefer his grandson to be utterly incapacitated than to engage in such sinister practices. Chapter 15. The Zhang family. This turn of events was unexpected for Qin Shaofeng. Sensing his grandfather's genuine anger, he hurriedly declared, "Grandfather, this is not dark arts. This is a legitimate and righteous practice. You can verify it yourself." "Not dark arts?" Old Master Qin's skepticism lingered. But after meticulously examining Qin Shaofeng's internal energy several times, he began to believe. It truly was not dark arts, though it was only internal energy. Old Master Qin could distinctly sense its purity, devoid of any malign essence. This was to be expected. The Jing is an authentic Buddhist practice, created by the revered Bodhidharma. If it were to be mistaken for dark arts, it would be an utter farce. Having confirmed that Qin Shaofeng was not engaging in dark arts, Old Master Qin felt relieved. After conversing for a while, he allowed Qin Shaofeng to leave. However, he did inform Qin Shaofeng that he would not interfere in his affairs moving forward. Naturally, upon hearing Qin Shaofeng express confidence in the upcoming city lord competition, Old Master Qin was delighted. Upon returning to his chamber, it wasn't long before Qin Shaofeng received news that individuals from the beast arena had arrived, bringing with them over 300 low-level demonic beasts. The next day, the Qin residents announced that in 3 days, a grand feast would be held, inviting all to partake in the exquisite flavors of rare demonic beasts. The news sent ripples of excitement throughout Lianyao City. Meanwhile, the Zhang family was enveloped in an atmosphere of palpable tension. In the grand hall, Zhang Chongshan, the head of the Zhang family, glared furiously at Zhang Lingyun, reprimanding him incessantly. Have you lost your mind? I told you not to provoke the Qin family in the short term. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? In a beast duel? With stakes that high? Who gave you the audacity? 20,000 taels. That's 20,000 taels of gold, not silver. Do you understand? The annual income of our family is merely around 100,000 taels of gold. To part with such a sum amounts to a significant loss for us. As Zhang Lingyun endured his father's scolding, a young man, somewhat resembling him, suddenly interjected in an attempt to mediate. The young man in question is none other than Zhang Lingtian, the elder brother of Zhang Lingyun. At 18 years of age, he stands as one of the three prodigies of Blue River City. Although not as formidable as the previously renowned Qin Shaofeng, he is nonetheless impressive. Now, at 18, he has achieved the realm of a third-tier martial artist. It was Zhang Lingtian who had previously incapacitated Qin Shaofeng's dantian with his own hands. Though shrouded in black robes at that time, Qin Shaofeng recognized him nonetheless. Oof, what a cunning lad. Even rendered a waste, he still proves a nuisance. It seems the Qin family must not be allowed to remain. Zhang Chongshan snorted coldly, his countenance ablaze with fury. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. As if recalling something, Zhang Chongshan turned to Zhang Lingtian and inquired, has there been any news from that side? Yes, Zhang Lingtian nodded, a hint of joy illuminating his face. They have agreed to our request, and the news will arrive shortly. Excellent. Zhang Chongshan responded with a nod and a sinister smile. Though that little bastard has been rendered useless, it is prudent to secure the position of city lord sooner rather than later to avoid any untoward complications. With that, a grin of satisfaction spread across Zhang Chongshan's face. At this moment, Zhang Lingyun, perceiving his father's mood, hastily spoke up, Father, I implore you to allow me to deal with that little scoundrel when the time comes. I am determined to exact my revenge. Very well, I agree. However, it would be wise for you to refrain from causing any trouble in the coming days. Zhang Chongshan conceded, and upon receiving his father's approval, Zhang Lingyun felt a surge of triumph, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Qin Shaofeng, just you wait. Your days are numbered. While the Zhang family was embroiled in their schemes, in a secluded courtyard of the Qin residence, Qin Shaofeng was brimming with excitement. This courtyard had been designated by the elder Qin as a private area, housing over 300 beasts sent from the beast fighting arena. This was intended to provide Qin Shaofeng with a space to slay these beasts. Although the elder Qin no longer harbored doubts about Qin Shaofeng's cultivation methods, the act of absorbing the life force of these beasts made him somewhat uneasy. Moreover, this situation could not be known to outsiders. Thus, the elder Qin had reserved this area for Qin Shaofeng, ensuring its security. This arrangement allowed Qin Shaofeng to pursue his leveling up without restraint. Gazing at the beasts confined within the iron cages, Qin Shaofeng tightened his grip on the sharp sword he had procured from the elder Qin, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Chapter 16. The activation of the mission system. These over 300 beasts, while all of lesser tier, were predominantly of the 5th tier variety. A number of them were even equivalent to lower 8th and 9th tier beasts. Calculating the potential experience points from their demise, Qin Shaofeng realized he could ascend several levels. The prospect of a significant boost in his cultivation was irresistible, and he could no longer contain his excitement. He raised his sword, ready to embark on his leveling journey. However, Qin Shaofeng was selective in his choices of beasts to slay. After all, these were creatures the arena had deemed unnecessary, lacking in combat prowess. Some even gravely injured and on the brink of death. He was unwilling to let such beasts perish without reaping the rewards of experience. System notification. Congratulations, player, for slaying a level 3 hedgehog beast, earning 1 experience point. With a swift flash of his sword, Qin Shaofeng dispatched a nearly defeated 3rd-tier hedgehog beast. Alas, defeating a 3rd-tier beast as a 3rd-tier cultivator only yields 1 experience point. This is rather unsatisfactory. He lamented upon hearing the system notification. However, an idea suddenly struck him, prompting him to shift his strategy and begin selectively targeting beasts. System notification. Congratulations, player, for slaying a level 4 pig cage beast, earning 5 experience points. System notification. Congratulations, player, for slaying a level 5 angry wolf beast, earning 10 experience points. System notification. Congratulations, player, for slaying a level 6 flower carving leopard, earning 20 experience points. Indeed, after a series of successful kills against various lower-tier beasts, Qin Shaofeng discerned a pattern. Slaying beasts of the same level only yielded a mere 1 experience point. However, defeating beasts of higher levels granted substantial experience bonuses, a 5x bonus for slaying 1 level higher, a 10x bonus for 2 levels higher, a 20x bonus for 3 levels higher, a 30x bonus for 4 levels higher, and a 40x bonus for 5 levels higher. Given his current 3rd-tier cultivation, vanquishing an 8th-tier beast would yield 40 experience points, while a 9th-tier beast would grant him 50 points. Through experimentation, Qin Shaofeng grasped the system's mechanics regarding experience gains from higher-tier beasts. This realization led him to conclude that prioritizing the defeat of more powerful beasts would be more advantageous, considering the additional experience bonuses. System notification. Congratulations, player, for slaying a level 9 mighty ape, earning 50 experience points. After yet another successful kill of a lower 8th-tier beast, Qin Shaofeng received another system notification. System notification. Congratulations, player, for meeting the experience requirements for leveling up. Player Qin Shaofeng has ascended to level 4. Player Qin Shaofeng level, 4th tier, 23. 377 experience points away from the next level, 5th tier, internal energy, 120. 4th tier cultivators possess 40 internal energy points. Tripled by the Jing skills, Fire Eye. Jing Battle Beast, 100 spirits fox equipment, none missions, none points, 100 4th tier. The system's notification filled Qin Shaofeng with joy, causing him to wield his sword with even greater fervor. Another flurry of slashing ensued, and due to his consecutive victories against higher-tier beasts, the system soon chimed once more. System notification. Congratulations, player, for meeting the experience requirements for leveling up. Player Qin Shaofeng has ascended to level 5. However, this time, Qin Shaofeng was taken aback by the subsequent notification following his level up. System notification. Congratulations, player, for reaching level 5. The mission system has been activated. The mission system? Qin Shaofeng was taken aback and immediately accessed his attributes to investigate further. Upon examination, he discovered that the so-called mission system was simply a feature for issuing system missions. Upon completing these tasks, players could earn points and experience as rewards. The missions were categorized into 10 levels, ranging from 1 to 10 stars, with the difficulty corresponding to the player's level and strength. The higher the player's level, the more challenging the same star-level missions would be. Chapter 17. A dire situation. Furthermore, the issuance of missions was determined by the system and required players to meet specific conditions to trigger them. Now that the mission system was active, the system promptly assigned Qin Shaofeng a task. Upgrade. Level 1 star. The first ordinary mission issued by the system requires the player to increase 1 level. Upon completion, a reward of 10 points and 100 experience points will be granted. Indeed, a mission. Observing his attributes, Qin Shaofeng felt a surge of excitement. With the mission system now in place, wouldn't his leveling speed increase even further? After the passage of 1 day, all 300 beasts delivered by the arena had been slain by Qin Shaofeng, and his level had risen to the 8th tier. Player Qin Shaofeng level, 8th tier. 687, 800, 113 experience points away from the next level, 9th tier. Internal energy, 240. 8th tier cultivators possess 80 internal energy points. Tripled by the Jing skills, Fire Eye, Jing Battle Beast, 100 spirits fox equipment, none missions, none points, 110 8th tier. Moreover, he was merely over 100 experience points away from advancing to the 9th tier. This is the effect brought about by the more than 300 demon beasts. Although during this period, the system assigned Qin Shaofeng a task when the task system was activated, allowing him to gain additional rewards and experience. The ultimate experience gained from slaying the demon beasts still exceeded his expectations. Initially, he thought that merely reaching the 7th level of body refinement from these beasts would be quite impressive. However, he did not anticipate that he was on the verge of advancing to the 9th level of body refinement. Of course, this was also related to the experience gained from defeating enemies of higher levels. Had it not been for this experience boost, Qin Shaofeng would not have accrued such a substantial amount of experience by simply taking down those demon beasts. Now, not only had his level risen to the 8th level of body refinement, but the task system had also been activated, coupled with the presence of the battle beast. The 100 spirit fox, Qin Shaofeng's gains this time were extraordinarily bountiful. This made him eager to rush to the Zhang family to express his gratitude to Zhang Lingyun. However, even if he could not thank him in person, Qin Shaofeng felt it necessary to show his appreciation. Thus, 2 days later, the Grand Feast of Beasts not only proceeded as scheduled, but was also filled with an atmosphere of exuberance. Thanks to Qin Shaofeng's somewhat mischievous intentions, the feast lasted a full 2 days, during which even the old Master Qin made a cheerful appearance once. As for the Zhang family, as Qin Shaofeng had anticipated, none of them showed up. This could be considered a moment of victory for the Qin family, since the rivalry began after the City Lord competition was announced. It was no wonder the old Master Qin was so pleased to make an appearance. However, this joy was short-lived, as an unexpected piece of news soon arrived, casting a shadow over the old Master Qin. The day after the grand feast, within the confines of his chamber, a shocked exclamation escaped Qin Shaofeng's lips as he stood up abruptly. Just moments ago, his grandfather had called him in and delivered a piece of extremely unfavorable news. The city lord competition had been moved forward, now scheduled to take place in just 3 days. This was entirely unforeseen. No one had anticipated that the competition, initially set for more than 20 days later, would be advanced by such a significant margin. Alas, there was no choice in the matter. The order had come directly from Beiyang City, the northernmost of the 4 major cities in the Lianyao Kingdom, which governed smaller towns like Blue River City. The might of Beiyang City was more than sufficient to crush Blue River City countless times over. Thus, Blue River City had no means to resist or disobey the orders from Beiyang City. The old Master Qin was acutely aware that under such circumstances, should the Zhang family secure the position of city lord in Blue River City, the Qin family would likely find themselves in peril. The situation had become critical. Chapter 18. Killing the level up. Emerging from his grandfather's chamber, Qin Shaofeng felt a heavy burden settle upon his heart. With only 3 days remaining, his plans had been thrown into disarray. According to his original strategy, a month would have sufficed for him to ascend to the realm of acquired martial artists, even surpassing all his previous capabilities. By that time, the City Lord competition would pose no challenge for him. Yet, plans rarely survive contact with reality. Despite having over 300 low-tier demon beasts from the arena and utilizing his calculated method of slaying higher-level foes to amass significant experience, he had ultimately only managed to elevate his level to the 8th stage of body refinement. This level, while respectable, was still somewhat inadequate. Qin Shaofeng knew very well that Zhang Lingtian, the older brother of Zhang Lingyun, had already reached the 3rd stage of acquired martial arts and seemed to be at the pinnacle of his power. Under such circumstances, he was far from being a match for his opponent. No, this could not continue, otherwise. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as Qin Shaofeng resolved to take a drastic step. It seemed he had no choice. Without a moment's hesitation, once his decision was made, Qin Shaofeng turned and made his way toward a specific location within the Qin residence, the secret dungeon. He had long been informed by his grandfather that those who had attacked him that day, aside from Zhang Lingtian who refrained from making a move due to the timing of the competition, had been captured and were now held in the dungeons of the Qin residence, awaiting his judgment. Qin Shaofeng still vividly recalled the formidable prowess of the 2 individuals who had assaulted him. They were both at least at the 9th or even 10th stage of acquired martial arts. Such experts were few in Blue River City and held considerable status. These 2 were not affiliated with the Zhang family, but rather, the Zhang family had spared no expense to hire 2 notorious thugs to carry out their scheme without drawing attention. At this moment, Qin Shaofeng sought them out with a firm resolve in his heart. Initially, he had been reluctant to take this step, but now he had no choice but to do so. In the dimly lit dungeon, one of the cells contained the 2 individuals who had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. Upon seeing their condition, Qin Shaofeng was taken aback, for they bore no resemblance to the powerful figures he remembered. Unbeknownst to him, upon learning that his grandson had been crippled by these 2, the enraged old Master Qin had ordered his subordinates to treat them accordingly, compelling them to confess the details of their plot against Qin Shaofeng. Character: Wuxia. Level: Mid-stage 10th level of acquired martial arts. Character: Heir. Level: Late stage 9th level of acquired martial arts. Through his keen perception, the information regarding the 2 who had conspired against him flooded Qin Shaofeng's mind. Sensing someone approaching, the 2 men, lying on the ground, began to plead, "Please, spare us. Have mercy." Their voices were weak, trembling as they begged for their lives. Yet, Qin Shaofeng remained unmoved. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently," he coldly remarked, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. With a steely resolve, he seized a large knife nearby and swung it towards Wuxia and Heir. This was Qin Shaofeng's first act of killing. Whether in this life or the last, it was a moment of profound significance. Although he understood that these 2 were heinous criminals, and their deaths could be seen as a form of delivering justice, the act of taking their lives left him with an intense feeling of discomfort. In the midst of this turmoil, he heard the system's notifications ringing in his ears. System notification: "Congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng, you have reached the experience requirement for leveling up. Your level has risen to the 1st stage of acquired martial arts." System notification: "Congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng, you have attained the acquired realm. The system rewards you with 1 ordinary lottery opportunity, and the lottery system is now activated." Chapter 19. The lottery system is activated. The lottery system? The continuous notifications from the system, particularly the sudden announcement of the lottery system, momentarily distracted Qin Shaofeng from the discomfort of having taken a life. He quickly summoned his attribute interface and began to explore the so-called lottery system. Upon entering the lottery section, he found two options, one for ordinary lottery and another for special lottery. At this moment, he recalled that the system had only rewarded him with an ordinary lottery opportunity. Curiosity piqued, he attempted to access the special lottery option, but to his dismay, he found himself unable to enter it and ultimately had to give up. The ordinary lottery option, however, posed no such difficulties, and Qin Shaofeng successfully entered it. As he did, he was greeted by an interface reminiscent of a fruit machine. However, in comparison to the fruit machine, the small grids above are considerably more numerous. Qin Shaofeng counted and discovered that there were exactly 100 of these small grids. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a prompt. System prompt. Would player Qin Shaofeng like to use a lottery opportunity for a regular draw? Without hesitation, Qin Shaofeng nodded in affirmation. With a swift motion, the lottery compass illuminated brightly, and names began to appear in each of the small grids. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Thunder Escape, Qilin Thunder God Technique, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, Shaoli Flying Dagger, Dance of the Void Technique. As Qin Shaofeng beheld these names, his eyes widened in astonishment. Undeniably, each name that appeared represented extraordinary abilities. The prospect of acquiring such skills left Qin Shaofeng feeling a surge of excitement. Yet, as he glanced further down, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Special Parker Fountain Pen, a box of new contact, a roll of toilet paper, a nail, a pack of sanitary pads. What on earth is this? Upon seeing these names, Qin Shaofeng was rendered speechless. A Parker pen? He was familiar with some world-renowned brands. But what use is a pen? Not to mention the cold medicine, toilet paper, and nails that followed. Most absurdly, the last item. A pack of sanitary pads. What on earth would a vigorous young man like him need that for? If he were to draw such items, Qin Shaofeng could hardly bear to imagine the embarrassment. Great Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Tathagata Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, please bestow upon me your blessings and spare me from drawing anything utterly useless. After fervently praying to all the deities he could think of from his past life, Qin Shaofeng took a deep breath and pressed the lottery switch. Familiar music from the fruit machine began to play, and Qin Shaofeng, gripped by a sudden fear, closed his eyes as he awaited the final result. Perhaps due to it being his first lottery, the system seemed to show particular favor towards him. Or perhaps the fervent prayers from his previous life were finally answered. The system then announced an astonishing result. System prompt. Congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng. You have obtained the divine skill Shaoli Flying Dagger. Shaoli Flying Dagger? Upon hearing this result, Qin Shaofeng's eyes flew open, filled with excitement and exhilaration. As a martial arts enthusiast, he was well aware of the legendary Shaoli Flying Dagger of Xunhuan. The small dagger strikes without fail. This was a dream Qin Shaofeng had long cherished, and he never imagined he would one day realize it and possess such a divine skill. In his excitement, Qin Shaofeng quickly began to examine the attributes of the Shaoli Flying Dagger. Shaoli Flying Dagger, Level 1, 0-100, Divine Active Skill, Shaoli Divine Dagger. Unrivaled in the world, when executed, strikes without fail. Currently at Level 1, within 3 meters and among players of the same tier, it guarantees a hit every time. Once used, all internal energy will be expended. Note, this skill can also be activated using a small amount of internal energy, though the attack power will be proportionally reduced. With a minimum consumption of 100 points of internal energy. What a tremendous stroke of fortune. With the Shaoli Flying Dagger in his possession, what could he possibly fear from Zhang Lingtian? The third tier of postnatal cultivation? I could easily dispatch you with a single strike. 3 days later, the martial arts arena in Blue River City was packed with spectators from early morning. The reason was simple. Today was the day of the City Lord contest for Blue River City. In the eyes of the Zhang family and many others, victory was already assured for them. It seemed that the Zhang family had reached an agreement with the Wang family, who had now withdrawn from the contest. This meant that the contest was left solely between the Qin and Zhang families. However, without Qin Shaofeng, the Zhang family's Zhang Lingtian was certain to emerge victorious, leaving the title of City Lord in their hands. Indeed, the Zhang family had even begun openly accepting congratulations from others. On the opposite side of the arena, the elder of the Qin family and Qin Shaofeng had already arrived. Upon seeing the elder, Zhang Chongshan, the head of the Zhang family, wore a cold smile but said nothing. However, his son, Zhang Lingyun, was quite different. Oh, Qin Shaofeng, I didn't expect you to dare show up. Zhang Lingyun mocked. What? Is the Qin family still holding on to hope? But even if you are, who do you intend to send into the arena? Are you planning to invite someone from outside your family? With Zhang Lingyun's words, the crowd around the martial arts arena began to murmur. The contest for the city lord of Blue River City had garnered quite a bit of attention, and the arena was already filled with people eager to witness what the Qin family would do in light of Qin Shaofeng's incapacitation. Would they, like the Wang family, simply forfeit? Not at all. For dealing with some small fry, I am more than enough. Qin Shaofeng suddenly interjected coldly. This statement infuriated Zhang Lingyun. What nonsense are you spouting, Qin Shaofeng? Who in Blue River City doesn't he know you are a waste of space now that your dantian has been destroyed and your cultivation lost? You couldn't even defeat me, let alone my elder brother. My advice is to admit defeat now to avoid embarrassing your family. Gazing at Zhang Lingyun, who was smugly ridiculing him, Qin Shaofeng's eyes shimmered, and a mysterious smile crept upon his lips. Ah, Zhang Lingyun, you truly are helpful. I was still considering how to bait you, yet you have delivered yourself right to my door. Contest, a 3-star mission. Defeat both Zhang Lingtian and Zhang Lingyun in the Blue River City Lord contest and secure the first place. Upon completion, you will receive 300 experience points, 20 system points, and an additional reward of a Thunder Heart. This was a task assigned to Qin Shaofeng by the system after he advanced to the first tier of postnatal cultivation. Initially, he had pondered how to get Zhang Lingyun into the arena. However, now, Qin Shaofeng slowly stood up and looked at Zhang Lingyun. You keep calling me a waste. I would like to ask, if you find yourself even more inadequate than I, what does that make you? Are you dreaming? How can a waste like you compare to me? Zhang Lingyun retorted in disbelief, enraged by Qin Shaofeng's audacity. Oh, really? Qin Shaofeng smiled lightly and then declared, in that case, let us compete in the first match. As soon as Qin Shaofeng uttered these words, the entire martial arts arena fell silent. The external rumors had claimed Qin Shaofeng was utterly devoid of capability. Yet, at this moment, how did he possess such confidence? For a time, everyone was perplexed by Qin Shaofeng's demeanor. Not far away, Zhang Chongshan's eyes flickered with uncertainty, his heart filled with doubt. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in the official garb of the Lianyao Kingdom spoke with a smile. In that case, as per my opinion, let us proceed with a best-of-3 format. With the first match featuring the young master of the Zhang family against Qin Shaofeng from the Qin family. This middle-aged man was the referee overseeing the event. Yet his words clearly indicated a bias in favor of the Zhang family. Who didn't he know that the Qin family had only Qin Shaofeng as their sole heir? A best-of-3 format? This was clearly a wheel battle. Zhang Chongshan's eyes gleamed with delight as he immediately concurred. What Lord Yuan has said is correct. Let it be a best-of-3. I wonder if the elder of the Qin family has any objections? Turning to the elder of the Qin family, his words carried significant implications. Objections? How could there be any? After all, Lord Yuan had already spoken. Opposing him would be tantamount to offending him. However, the elder of the Qin family maintained his composure and lightly nodded. Since Lord Yuan has made a decision, I naturally have no objections. With the elder's nod, a wave of commotion surged through the crowd. No way. They are really going for a best-of-3? It is over. Under such circumstances, it would be disadvantageous for the Qin family. One might say that old Master Qin anticipated this outcome long ago and, at the onset of the competition, instructed young Master Qin to concede immediately. Chapter 21. A single blow, haha, splendid. Zhang Lingyun laughed heartily and swiftly leaped onto the arena. Qin Shaofeng, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, then I shall concede defeat, he declared, his face radiating arrogance and a hint of malice. He had longed for an opportunity to confront Qin Shaofeng, particularly after the substantial humiliation he suffered in the beast-fighting arena. Now, he could teach Qin Shaofeng a lesson in broad daylight, and he wouldn't let this chance slip away. He had resolved to employ the most ruthless methods to defeat Qin Shaofeng, rendering him utterly incapacitated. As for whether he was a match for Qin Shaofeng, Zhang Lingyun had no doubts. He possessed the cultivation of the 9th layer of body refinement. Previously, he would have had no chance against Qin Shaofeng, but circumstances had changed. Qin Shaofeng was now a man stripped of his dantian. Even though he had once been a practitioner at the 5th layer of acquired realm, he was now, at best, equivalent to someone at the 2nd or 3rd layer of body refinement. Such an individual could hardly be a rival to Zhang Lingyun. Very well. A cold smile crept across Qin Shaofeng's face as he also ascended the arena. He regarded Zhang Lingyun with indifference and said, no need for 3 strikes. If you can withstand just 1 punch from me, I will concede defeat. This calm demeanor left Zhang Lingyun momentarily stunned, his expression darkening instantly. 1 punch. This way stares to claim he can defeat me with a single blow? A tempest of rage surged within him. The crowd gasped in disbelief, glancing incredulously at Qin Shaofeng. Had he truly lost not only his dantian, but also his wits, to speak such words? Zhang Lingyun erupted in laughter. Qin Shaofeng, if your dantian had not been destroyed, I might have believed you. But now, you are nothing more than a pitiful wretch. To think you could defeat me with a single punch, how utterly absurd. Absurd? Qin Shaofeng chuckled. Not only was he not the same as before, but even now, he was at the first layer of acquired realm. To deliver a punch to Zhang Lingyun would indeed be a show of respect. Enough idle chatter. I shall make my move, Qin Shaofeng declared, unwilling to engage in further dialogue. As his words fell, he leaned slightly forward, clenched his right fist, and launched an attack toward Zhang Lingyun. Let us see how you, this waste, can possibly defeat me with a single punch. Zhang Lingyun's eyes glinted with cruelty. Instead of retreating, he raised his own fist and charged forward. This punch was devoid of restraint, channeling all the energy of his ninth layer of body refinement into it. He aimed to finish Qin Shaofeng in one blow, to demonstrate that a waste would always remain a waste. With a hum, the air around them trembled as the force of their punches surged, causing their garments to ripple violently. Something felt amiss. While it was expected for Zhang Lingyun to possess such formidable might given his cultivation, why did Qin Shaofeng exhibit similar prowess? In fact, it seemed that Qin Shaofeng had the upper hand. Suddenly, Zhang Lingyun's expression shifted dramatically. His confidence waned as he sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Qin Shaofeng's punch. However, it was too late to retreat, leaving Zhang Lingyun with no choice but to brace himself. Bang! When their fists collided, Zhang Lingyun felt his right hand go numb as a terrifying force surged from Qin Shaofeng's fist. The strength was far beyond what he could withstand. This was no mere strength of the body refinement realm. It was the power of an acquired realm warrior. Zhang Lingyun was consumed by shock and disbelief. Was Qin Shaofeng truly an acquired realm warrior? Before he could ponder further, a muffled grunt escaped his lips as his body was sent flying, crashing down like a rag doll beneath the arena. The impact forced him to spit out blood, his face turning pale, clearly indicating he had suffered grave injuries. This scene left everyone present in a state of shock. A single punch. Indeed, it was merely a single blow, and Zhang Lingyun had been sent flying without any means of resistance. Below the arena, Zhang Choshan's expression darkened, and his companion Zhang Lingtian stood in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Qin Shaofeng on the stage. Acquired inner energy. How could this be possible? I personally shattered his dantian. How could he still possess acquired inner energy? How could this be? Zhang Lingtian's mind was numb, unable to accept this harsh reality. Just then, Qin Shaofeng spoke again. Zhang Lingyun, you incessantly call me a waste. Yet now, you cannot even endure a single punch from this so-called waste. What does that make you? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Lingyun's face contorted in rage, and unable to bear such humiliation, he coughed up blood and promptly lost consciousness. Witnessing this, the Zhang family members' expressions shifted dramatically, their faces a picture of distress, while Zhang Chongshan's countenance darkened ominously. In stark contrast, the Qin family wore expressions of delight, with old Master Qin squinting his eyes in satisfaction as he stroked his beard. Qin Shaofeng, seeing his brother injured and insulted to the point of unconsciousness, Zhang Lingtian stood up abruptly, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixed his gaze on Qin Shaofeng and growled, "You will pay for this." Qin Shaofeng paid no heed to Zhang Lingtian's wrath. Instead, he turned to face him and said indifferently, "Come at me." In that moment, the atmosphere fell silent. Although the reason was unclear, the onlookers could sense that Qin Shaofeng seemed to have restored his dantian, and he had regained his cultivation to the first layer of acquired realm. The reason they had failed to detect it earlier was due to Qin Shaofeng intentionally concealing his aura while operating the transformation of muscles technique. But now, as his energy erupted, it became unmistakably evident. The first layer of acquired realm. There could be no mistake. Yet, everyone was acutely aware that Zhang Lingtian was at the third layer of acquired realm, and at its peak, while Qin Shaofeng appeared utterly relaxed. Did he possess some other hidden abilities? The crowd remained perplexed, yet filled with anticipation for this contest that seemed predetermined. At this moment, Zhang Lingyun's expression was a mix of shock and fury. He felt thoroughly provoked. Indeed, in Zhang Lingyun's eyes, Qin Shaofeng's nonchalant words were a direct challenge. "Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige." With a glint of malice in his eyes, Zhang Lingtian leapt onto the arena. Qin Shaofeng had not only gravely injured his brother, but had also dared to humiliate him. He must be punished. Upon landing on the arena, Zhang Lingtian's aura surged violently. In an instant, swirling vortices of energy appeared around him, with Zhang Lingyun standing proudly at the center, exuding an astonishing presence. Inner energy coalescing. This was the manifestation of inner energy. My goodness, Zhang Lingtian has broken through to the fourth layer of acquired realm. A collective gasp arose from the crowd, followed by an uproar. Inner energy could be activated upon reaching the third layer of body refinement, and after progressing through the body refinement realm, it would transform into acquired inner energy. The innate energy cultivated in the postnatal stage is vastly superior to that of the tempered body realm, both in strength and ease of manipulation. More importantly, once one reaches a certain level of mastery in postnatal energy, specifically at the 4th level, they can begin to wield it effectively, manifesting tangible energy attacks externally. It is evident that Zhang Lingtian's sudden ascension to the 4th level of postnatal energy went unnoticed by others. At this moment, Zhang Lingtian deliberately revealed his energy's form, aiming to exert psychological pressure on Qin Shaofeng, intending to convey the significant disparity that now existed between them. He was no longer the perennial second best of the younger generation in Blue River City, and Qin Shaofeng was no longer the most talented individual in the region. Little did he know that upon seeing him, Qin Shaofeng had already employed his keen insight to uncover Zhang Lingtian's details. Character: Zhang Lingtian level, 4th level postnatal energy value, 150150 skill. Extreme collapse fist. Though Qin Shaofeng may not match Zhang Lingtian in level, due to his training in the Muscle Transformation Sutra, his energy was 4 times that of his opponents. This was undeniably advantageous for Qin Shaofeng. Make your move. I will allow you 3 strikes, Zhang Lingtian proclaimed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. 3 strikes again. The crowd gasped, recalling Zhang Lingyun's earlier bravado. However, Zhang Lingtian's declaration of 3 strikes was meant to imply that Qin Shaofeng would have 3 attempts, not that Zhang Lingyun would be defeated within 3 moves. The very fact that he said so only underscored Zhang Lingtian's confidence. In truth, this was a deliberate act on his part. He sought vengeance for his brother, hence the challenge to allow Qin Shaofeng 3 strikes. After that, he would swiftly dispatch Qin Shaofeng in a single blow. 3 strikes? A cold smile crept across Qin Shaofeng's lips, but this time he refrained from retorting. Just as he had anticipated, the more confident Zhang Lingtian became, the more he underestimated him, which worked to Qin Shaofeng's advantage. When Qin Shaofeng had previously employed his keen insight, he not only discerned Zhang Lingtian's attributes, but also noted a particular weakness that piqued his interest. The weakness lay in the dantian. His eyes narrowed slightly as a thought crossed his mind. If he were to exploit that weakness, it was likely that Zhang Lingtian would be unable to withstand it. After all, Zhang Lingtian had damaged his dantian. It was only fitting that he should reciprocate in kind. In a moment of contemplation, Qin Shaofeng suddenly sprang into action. In an instant, he expended 10 points of energy, channeling it from his dantian into his legs, significantly enhancing his speed. This exemplified the application of postnatal energy, which, in contrast to the tempered body realm, greatly amplified both offensive power and defensive capabilities. Such acceleration could only be achieved through the aid of postnatal energy, highlighting the vast gulf between the tempered and postnatal realms. Chapter 22. The Silver Blade. With a swift motion, Qin Shaofeng appeared beside Zhang Lingyun, delivering a powerful punch infused with a glimmer of white light, a clear indication of the enhancement from his postnatal energy. The force of this blow far surpassed that of his previous encounter with Zhang Lingyun. Humph! Observing Qin Shaofeng's sudden burst of speed and the augmented punch directed at him, Zhang Lingtian displayed a hint of disdain rather than concern. With a casual flick of his right hand, Zhang Lingyun effortlessly deflected Qin Shaofeng's punch. The clash resonated with a sharp sound, causing Qin Shaofeng to stagger back a few steps. First strike. Zhang Lingtian remarked nonchalantly after absorbing the blow. Qin Shaofeng, is that your best? Such an attack is so feeble that I could allow you 10 strikes, and you would still fail to harm me. Qin Shaofeng remained silent, his gaze steadfast as his internal energy surged powerfully, bolstering his aura. With another flash, he lunged at Zhang Lingyun once more. Futile. Zhang Lingyun bellowed, raising his palm again, this time infused with a hint of energy. Yet again, Qin Shaofeng's punch was thwarted by Zhang Lingtian. However, this time, Zhang Lingyun felt a twinge of surprise as he recognized that Qin Shaofeng's attack had doubled in power since their last exchange. Nonetheless, Zhang Lingtian dismissed the increase, confident that even a 3-fold or 5-fold enhancement would not make Qin Shaofeng his equal. Perceiving Zhang Lingtian's contempt, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Qin Shaofeng's eyes. Second strike. Your fate is sealed, Qin Shaofeng, Zhang Lingtian proclaimed loudly, his gaze indifferent as he regarded Qin Shaofeng, reminiscent of a sovereign surveying a lowly servant. Is that so? But there's still 1 strike remaining, Qin Shaofeng replied with a light smile, retreating slightly and raising his hands, adopting an attack stance. What is this? The onlookers gasped in astonishment at Qin Shaofeng's posture. Could it be the Shadow Fist of the Qin Clan? A voice exclaimed, sending shockwaves through the crowd. The Shadow Fist, a unique martial art of the Qin family, was renowned for its formidable power. It utilized energy to create illusory punches, each of which was a legitimate strike rather than mere phantoms. With this technique, The elder of the Qin family, a third-level innate warrior, could contend with a fourth-level warrior. As Qin Shaofeng assumed the stance of the Shadow Fist, the audience was left in stunned disbelief. The technique required one to be at least at the fourth level of postnatal energy to wield such power, yet Qin Shaofeng was only at the first level. Far from the former state of his dantian prior to its incapacitation. Could he truly execute the Shadow Fist? Watching the illusions manifest, Zhang Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. However, he quickly regained his composure. Overestimating yourself. With a chilling expression, Zhang Lingtian raised his right hand, forming a fist that glimmered with energy. Extreme Collapse Fist, he declared coldly, unleashing his strike. His speed was akin to a fleeting shadow, swiftly dispersing the illusory punches that Qin Shaofeng had conjured. Yet, before Zhang Lingtian could utter the words 3 strikes have passed, Qin Shaofeng offered him a subtle smile, his lips moving ever so slightly. You've fallen for it. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a brilliant silver blade of light flashed between Qin Shaofeng and Zhang Lingtian, like a streak of silver lightning. It captured the attention of all present, leaving a dazzling impression in its wake. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it etched a brilliant radiance in the eyes of the spectators. The silver blade ultimately struck Zhang Lingtian's abdomen, precisely targeting his dantian. With a resounding thud, Zhang Lingtian felt as though something within him had shattered, emitting a deep, resonant sound. A sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through Zhang Lingtian, causing his complexion to pale instantly. He cast a glance at his abdomen and incredulously pointed at Qin Shaofeng, exclaiming, "Qin Shaofeng, how dare you?" But before he could finish his sentence, the overwhelming agony from his abdomen became unbearable, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Unconscious. What had transpired? What was that streak of silver light, that blade of brilliance? The spectators were left in utter shock at this scene. They had merely witnessed Qin Shaofeng retaliate with the Qin family Shadow Fist, which ultimately Zhang Lingtian managed to block. Yet at that moment, it appeared that Qin Shaofeng executed some unknown technique with his right hand, which led to Zhang Lingtian's downfall. The entire process was utterly abnormal. Eyes widened in disbelief. The onlookers struggled to comprehend how Zhang Lingtian, a practitioner of the 4th stage of postnatal cultivation, could be defeated by someone at the 1st stage. What had enabled Qin Shaofeng to achieve this? The emergence of the Shadow Fist had startled everyone, but they were even more intrigued by the final strike that followed. That last blow, of course, was the small Li Fei Dao, which Qin Shaofeng had long since prepared. Although the Qin family Shadow Fist was a technique he was not particularly adept at, and he had not mastered it completely. The version he executed was merely an imitation based on his memories, a mere illusion formed by expending his internal energy. In essence, it was nothing more than a facade. Lacking genuine potency, Qin Shaofeng's true ace up his sleeve, however, was the small Li Fei Dao he had obtained from a previous lottery. The legendary small Li Fei Dao, unmatched across the realm, would strike true with every throw. This statement held true, as even with his 1st stage cultivation, Qin Shaofeng felt confident he could accurately strike Zhang Lingtian. However, hitting his target was one thing, defeating Zhang Lingtian was another matter entirely. After all, Zhang Lingtian, a practitioner of the 4th stage, could utilize his internal energy to form a defense. Qin Shaofeng had never engaged in actual combat using the small Li Fei Dao, and though he had unwavering faith in its extraordinary capabilities, he needed to be entirely certain before proceeding. Therefore, he devised a plan to utilize the Shadow Fist to divert Zhang Lingtian's attention, allowing him to execute a lethal strike with the small Li Fei Dao when the moment was right. Yet, upon landing his strike, Qin Shaofeng realized he had been overly cautious. The power exhibited by the small Li Fei Dao was such that even in a direct confrontation, Zhang Lingtian would likely be unable to defend against it. Divine skills are indeed divine. They might surpass his imagination. Regardless, the competition for the lordship of Blue River City had reached its definitive conclusion. The victor was clear. Qin Shaofeng emerged triumphant, and the Qin family celebrated their victory. Congratulations to player Qin Shaofeng for completing the competition task, receiving 300 experience points, 20 points, and a Thunder Heart. As soon as Lord Yuan announced the outcome of the competition, the long-awaited system notification resonated within Qin Shaofeng's mind. As for the Zhang family, they had already departed, led by the sullen Zhang Chongshan, after witnessing Zhang Lingtian collapse. Zhang Chongshan, having witnessed both of his sons fall to Qin Shaofeng, was consumed by fury. He harbored an intense desire to eliminate the source of his humiliation. Yet, he understood that despite being a congenital martial artist, he could easily overpower Qin Shaofeng. However, the gaze of old Master Qin, fixed upon him, rendered him hesitant. He recognized he was no match for old Master Qin, so rather than endure the humiliation of witnessing the old man's triumphant grin, he chose to depart. In that fleeting moment of departure, Qin Shaofeng acutely sensed the murderous intent directed towards him. It seemed prudent to exercise caution around Zhang Qingshan. Watching Zhang Qingshan's retreating figure, Qin Shaofeng pondered for a while. However, his thoughts were soon captivated by the rewards from his recent task. Thunder Heart, a fundamental spirit root of the thunder element. Consuming it grants one the attributes of thunder, essential for learning all thunder-related skills. Upon returning to the Qin estate, Qin Shaofeng patiently addressed the flustered Xiaoyer, who rushed in. Her cheeks flushed with excitement and admiration for him. After exchanging pleasantries, he secluded himself within his chamber, gazing at the orb in his hand, which resembled a dragon's eye and emitted a faint purple glow. Qin Shaofeng was filled with exhilaration. This was the Thunder Heart. It was indeed beautiful. But how was it to be utilized? Should he simply swallow it? Observing the flickering light on the Thunder Heart, he couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled tiny bolts of lightning. If ingested, would it not pose the risk of electrocuting him from within? As he pondered the method of consuming the Thunder Heart, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. System notification. Does player Qin Shaofeng wish to consume the Thunder Heart? With a sigh of relief, Qin Shaofeng felt reassured by the system's prompt. Since the system provided guidance, he need not worry about any adverse effects. Yes, he silently affirmed to the system, and in an instant, the orb vanished from his grasp, followed by another system notification. System notification. Congratulations, player, for consuming the Thunder Heart and acquiring the Thunder Body. Had he succeeded in the consumption? Listening to the system's announcement, Qin Shaofeng felt somewhat speechless. He had expected to actually swallow it. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts and was eager to discover what this so-called Thunder Body entailed. He hastily summoned his attribute interface, directing his gaze towards the Thunder Body. Thunder Body, a fundamental spirit root of the Thunder element, possessing Thunder attributes, allowing the acquisition of all Thunder-related skills. As the number and potency of Thunder skills increase, the Thunder Body will gain even greater power. Innate skill, Thunder Power. Thunder Power, during an attack. Internal energy can be transformed into Thunder energy, augmenting the player's attack strength with the power of thunder. The more formidable the Thunder Body, the more potent the Thunder Power becomes. Chapter 23. The cause of the competition. Upon reading the final note, Qin Shaofeng found himself somewhat at a loss for words. He had assumed that the acquisition of the Thunder Body would grant him immediate access to all Thunder-related skills. Yet, it turned out he still needed to purchase them with points. Buying them was one thing, but the issue was that the system store had not officially opened yet. Contemplating this, Qin Shaofeng's attention inadvertently shifted to the attribute interface, specifically the icon for the system store. To his astonishment, he noticed that the previously pitch-black icon now appeared dimmed. Subsequently, he observed a small line of text appearing beneath the grayed-out icon. System store opening conditions. Player level must reach level 15. Level 15? Wasn't that equivalent to the 5th stage of postnatal cultivation? Qin Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback, then felt a surge of exhilaration. Currently, he was at the 1st stage of postnatal cultivation, and with his experience nearing the halfway mark, it seemed that reaching the 5th stage was not too far off. Level up. Level up. I must level up. The mere thought of the impending opening of the system store ignited an uncontrollable excitement within Qin Shaofeng, prompting him to seek opportunities for leveling up. He had long awaited the system store, and with the conditions for its opening now revealed, he felt an urgency to act. Just as he contemplated venturing out to slay monsters and gain experience, he received a summons from Old Master Qin. Subsequently, Qin Shaofeng received a remarkable piece of news from the Elder Qin. It turned out that the recent transfer of the city lord of Blue River City was orchestrated by the Zhang family. The reason behind this was the impending enrollment at Lianyao Academy, named after the Lianyao Kingdom, which is the foremost academy in the realm and a gathering place for the kingdom's most exceptional talents. The academy boasts a faculty comprised of the most gifted individuals throughout the Lianyao Kingdom. It is only natural that the teaching staff at Lianyao Academy is exceptionally formidable, including not only innate martial masters, but also spiritual pulse masters among the educators. It is even rumored that the principal of Lianyao Academy is a legendary figure of immense strength. Such an institution is the object of aspiration for all talents. And it is said within the Lianyao Kingdom that every graduate of Lianyao Academy becomes an indispensable pillar of the nation's future. This inevitably reminded Qin Shaofeng of prestigious universities on Earth, such as Xunhuan and Harvard. This is indeed the equivalent of elite universities in another realm. Although admission to Lianyao Academy requires a certain level of innate talent, there also exists the possibility of recommendation slots. Without such a recommendation, gaining entry into Lianyao Academy entails not only substantial financial expenditure, but also navigating numerous complex procedures. Even if one fulfills all these requirements, should the recommendation slots be filled, Only exceptionally rare geniuses would be able to gain admission. Each city within the Lianyao Kingdom has one or several recommendation slots allocated according to its size and strength. Blue River City, though not particularly powerful, still possesses one recommendation slot, which naturally falls to the city lord. Thus, in order to secure this slot for his eldest son to enter Lianyao Academy, Zhang Qiushan leveraged some connections in Beiyang City to orchestrate the removal of the previous city lord and instigate a contest for the position. All of this was driven by the singular goal of obtaining that recommendation slot. Of course, Zhang Qiushan also harbored ambitions of dominance over Blue River City. But the primary motive remained that coveted recommendation. The Zhang family expended considerable resources and manpower, and with the assistance of a significant power in Beiyang City, they were on the verge of success. However, fate had other plans, and the final outcome fell into the hands of Qin Shaofeng. Upon exiting the Elder Qin's chamber, a glimmer of interest flickered in Qin Shaofeng's eyes. Blue River City had always felt somewhat small to him. Perhaps it was time to explore Lianyao Academy. After murmuring to himself, he felt a surge of excitement. Just moments ago, as the Elder Qin finished recounting these events, Qin Shaofeng received a system notification. A task had been issued. Upgrade, level 3, reach the postnatal 5th level within 10 days. Upon completion, one would earn 50 points and 500 experience. Although ascending to the postnatal 5th level seemed a task of manageable difficulty, the classification as a level 3 task stemmed from the existence of 3 distinct phases with time constraints. The most lenient limit allowed for 10 days, rewarding 50 points and 500 experience. The second phase required achieving the postnatal 5th level within 5 days, doubling the rewards. The final phase necessitated reaching the postnatal 5th level within 3 days, yielding an increase to 200 points and 2,000 experience, along with an additional opportunity for a lottery draw. 3 days to ascend from the 1st to the 5th level of postnatal cultivation posed a significant challenge for Qin Shaofeng. The system he possessed was unlike any upgrade or monster-slaying games from his past life on Earth. For Qin Shaofeng, defeating monsters of equal or lower rank only yielded a meager 1 experience point. Should he vanquish monsters more than 5 levels below his own, he would gain nothing at all. Thus, to achieve the postnatal 5th level within 3 days, he must engage in battles against foes of higher rank. Confident in his abilities, bolstered by the Jing which significantly augmented his internal energy and equipped with the divine skill of the literally flying dagger, he believed he could defeat any monster not drastically above his level. Qin Shaofeng was not reckless. He had already devised a plan for his upgrade. The prospect of leveling up and unlocking the system shop, combined with the generous rewards, made this task exceptionally appealing. He resolved to set out the following day. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber of the Zhang family, Zhang Qiushan wore a grim expression, his countenance darkened to the extreme. "Is there any hope for recovery?" he inquired, casting a worried glance at the still unconscious Zhang Lingtian. The elderly figure beside him was none other than Physician Wu, who had previously diagnosed Qin Shaofeng. Although advanced in years, he was regarded as the premier physician in Blue River City, earning the respect of the populace as Elder Physician Wu. Elder Physician Wu shook his head helplessly, sighing. "It is not looking good. Young Master Zhang's dantian has been irreparably damaged by an extraordinarily peculiar internal energy. This energy is unlike anything I have encountered, and given its destructive nature, young Master Zhang's dantian is completely ruined." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "The extent of the damage is far worse than what Qin Shaofeng experienced previously." How could this be? Zhang Qiushan's already somber expression grew even darker upon hearing Wu's words. He had invested so much effort to ensure his eldest son, Zhang Lingtian, could enter Lianyao Academy and achieve greatness. Yet now, not only had he lost the recommendation slot, but his son was utterly incapacitated. In an instant, Zhang Qiushan's mood plummeted to the depths of despair, accompanied by a surge of fury. He had never anticipated that Qin Shaofeng would dare to incapacitate his son in front of countless witnesses. Just then, Wu's final remark sparked a glimmer of hope in him. "Elder Wu, how did Qin Shaofeng's dantian recover? Is there a way to apply that method to restore my son's dantian?" Zhang Qiushan gazed at Wu with a flicker of optimism. Unfortunately, the response he received was destined to bring disappointment. Wu pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. Sighing once more, "It is nearly impossible. The reason Qin Shaofeng's dantian could recover is that the internal energy damaging it was devoid of any destructive force, leaving no remnants behind. Moreover, it was due to the rare and precious heavenly-grade elixir provided by Elder Qin that allowed Qin Shaofeng's dantian to heal." Heavenly-grade elixir? Upon hearing those 4 words, Zhang Qiushan's mind went blank. In this world, elixirs, techniques, and weapons are categorized from low to high as mortal, human, earth, and heavenly levels, among others. Yet in this small Blue River City, Even human-grade elixirs are exceedingly rare, let alone heavenly-grade ones, which are mere legends. At this moment, Zhang Chongshan finally grasped the secret behind Qin Shaofeng's recovery. So it was a heavenly-grade elixir. This revelation left his emotions in a tumultuous state. In an instant, even Dr. Wu failed to notice when he departed. Celestial-grade elixir? How could the old Master Qin possess such legendary medicine in Blue River City? This was merely an excuse presented by Master Qin to the outside world. As for how others interpreted it, he was indifferent. After all, his words stood firm. Whether others believed or not was of little concern to him. However, it was undeniable that Qin Shaofeng's abrupt emergence convinced many of this reality. The restoration of his dantian, despite its devastation, was astonishing. Surely, only the mythical celestial-grade elixir could account for such rapid recovery, right? Zhang Chongshan was also convinced of this fact. Curse be it. He never anticipated that the old man possessed such treasures. This time, he truly miscalculated. Shaking his head in frustration, Zhang Chongshan's eyes burned with fury and resentment. Father. At that moment, a faint sound broke the silence. Zhang Chongshan's expression abruptly softened. Undeniably, while he harbored malice towards outsiders, he was a competent father to his son. Tian, you have awakened? A gentle smile graced Zhang Chongshan's face as he hastily addressed his son, Zhang Lingtian, who had opened his eyes yet appeared exceedingly weak. Rest assured, I shall ensure your dantian's recovery. Do not worry too much, just focus on recuperating. Rest assured? Zhang Lingtian felt a bitter pang at his father's comforting words. He was intimately aware of his own condition. He understood he had become a cripple. The mere thought of such an outcome ignited a tempest of hatred within him. An overwhelming resentment surged forth. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Zhang Lingtian's eyes, as if he had made a resolute decision. Gazing at his father, he spoke with venomous intensity. Father, I seek vengeance. I must personally slay that Qin Shaofeng. Therefore, I have resolved to seek our ancestor. Ancestor. The mere mention of this taboo caused Zhang Chongshan's countenance to change drastically. However, after a moment of contemplation, he hesitated to voice his thoughts, ultimately nodding gently in acquiescence. Chapter 24 Blackhorn Mountain Range. The ascent begins. Player, Qin Shaofeng level. Postnatal first stage, internal chi value. 600-600. Postnatal first stage possesses 200 internal chi. With a tripled enhancement from the Jing technique. Talent root. Thunder body skills. Fire eye. Jing. Shao Li flying dagger battle beast. 100 spirit demon fox equipment. None quest. Level up points. 130 title. Lord of Blue River City the following day. As he perused his attribute interface, a smile graced Qin Shaofeng's lips. He had never anticipated that, following his victory in the competition, acquiring the official seal of the Lord of Blue River City would grant him an additional title on his attribute interface. Moreover, this title was not merely a title. It conferred considerable advantages upon him. Title: Lord of Blue River City, 1-star level title. Provides a 50 experience boost within Blue River City and a 10 boost throughout the entirety of Lianyao Kingdom. Indeed, the emergence of this title bestowed upon Qin Shaofeng an unexpected boon in experience accumulation. He realized that neglecting to utilize this advantage would be a considerable waste. With a hint of excitement in his eyes, Qin Shaofeng had already departed from Blue River City. He had assumed the role of its lord. And he had already utilized the recommendation quota from Lianyao Academy. The esteemed Lord Yuan from Beiyang City had duly reported it. Thus, Master Qin felt assured in allowing Qin Shaofeng to embark on his journey. Once Qin Shaofeng was confirmed for enrollment at Lianyao Academy, he would be under its protection. Although this safeguard would only extend until the conclusion of the enrollment assessment, given Lianyao Academy's status in Lianyao Kingdom, even Zhang Chongshan would hesitate to act against Qin Shaofeng. Consequently, Qin Shaofeng ventured forth boldly, choosing a renowned locale for his leveling endeavors, the imposing Blackhorn Mountain Range, situated not far from Blue River City. The Blackhorn Mountain Range earned its name from the legendary sacred beast, the Blackhorn twin-winged dragon, said to reside deep within its recesses. The true extent of the dragon's power remained shrouded in mystery, for none who had encountered it had returned alive. Thus, the depths of Blackhorn Mountain were deemed off-limits. However, the range itself was vast, with Blackhorn Peak at its center, forming a colossal mountainous expanse that spanned thousands of miles. Straddling the borders of Lianyao Kingdom and its neighboring realms, Heiwang and Yinhua, encompassing an immeasurable area. Apart from the peak where the black-horned twin-winged dragon dwelled, the entire mountain range was divided into outer, inner, and core regions. The outskirts primarily harbored low to mid-tier demon beasts, with only a handful of high-tier creatures roaming. The section of the Blackhorn Mountain Range adjoining Lianyao Kingdom was merely a fragment of the whole, particularly in the vicinity of Blue River City. It represented but the tip of the iceberg. Yet, Even so, few dared to venture deep within. Most restricted their activities to the periphery. For to delve even slightly inward was to encroach upon the territory of advanced demon beasts, formidable enough to challenge any practitioner below the innate realm, instilling fear in all but the most courageous. Even within the outer regions, it was customary to travel in groups. It was exceedingly rare for someone like Qin Shaofeng to journey alone into the Blackhorn mountain range. Nevertheless, in pursuit of elevating his level to postnatal 5th stage within 3 days to seize the opportunity for a reward, he had little choice but to proceed thusly. Of course, Qin Shaofeng was not naive. Given his current cultivation level, he would seek only low to mid-tier demon beasts, resolutely avoiding any high-tier adversaries. Even among mid-tier foes, he would only dare to provoke those at the 3rd level, as anything beyond that would be beyond his capacity to handle. With dawn's arrival, Qin Shaofeng set forth and reached his destination by midday, the sun blazing overhead. Listening to the chorus of cicadas resonating through the forest, he gazed upon the verdant woodlands nearby and the distant, dark, and foreboding mountain range that lay sprawled across the earth like a colossal dragon. Qin Shaofeng finally comprehended why the Blackhorn mountain range spanned 3 nations. The sheer magnitude of the mountains before him astonished him. Yet this was merely 1/5 of the entire Blackhorn mountain range. He could not help but wonder what a breathtaking sight the full expanse would reveal. After a moment of reflection, Qin Shaofeng stretched his limbs. Well then, let us begin. The first objective, to reach postnatal 5th stage within 3 days. With his declaration, Qin Shaofeng's figure flickered and he plunged into the depths of the Blackhorn mountain range, leaping through the dense underbrush as he ventured further in. He was determined to make the most of the half-day that had already elapsed since the commencement of his leveling quest. Within the shadowy, dense forest, towering trees loomed, their heights soaring to dozens of meters. Such a scene was a rarity on Earth. The ground was strewn with withered branches and fallen leaves, a mixture of decaying scents interwoven with an undercurrent of danger. As Qin Shaofeng leapt through the forest, he caught glimpses of various beastly figures lurking amidst the underbrush. Among them were several intermediate-level beasts, some even exceeding the 5th tier of that classification. It was merely the beginning of his venture. Yet he had already encountered 1 or 2 formidable creatures. The adage "seeing is believing" resonated with him. The Blackhorn mountain range was far more perilous than he had been led to believe. Even leaping from tree to tree offered no assurance of safety. After bounding over a dozen towering trees, Qin Shaofeng decided to pause and assess his surroundings, landing atop one of the great trees. However, just as he settled, a sudden gust of wind surged from behind him, accompanied by a nauseating stench. He whirled around to find a colossal serpent, its body thicker than his thigh, bearing its gaping maw filled with glistening, venomous fangs, lunging toward him. The foul odor emanating from its mouth was overwhelming. But what truly caught Qin Shaofeng's attention were the rows of glimmering blue fangs, clearly laced with poison. "Good grief!" Qin Shaofeng exclaimed, his heart racing as he swiftly leapt to another tree, narrowly evading the foul attack. The serpent, undeterred, coiled its massive body and launched itself into the air again. Its gaping mouth once more aimed at him with the same repugnant stench. "Does it really think I'm an easy target?" Qin Shaofeng thought, anger surging within him. With a flick of his wrist, a blade of silver light appeared. "Little Li's flying dagger," he exclaimed, launching the shimmering projectile. It sliced through the air, momentarily halting the serpent, which then fell lifelessly to the ground. System notification: "Congratulations! You have slain a low-level 9th tier beast, the black-scaled serpent, earning 2 experience points." Surprised by the system's announcement, Qin Shaofeng felt a flicker of joy. To his astonishment, he had received not 1, but 2 experience points. Although the title of City Lord of Blue River City conferred a bonus, he hadn't anticipated such generosity from the system this time, elevating his earnings to an impressive 2 points after the 5-fold bonus of 15 points. However, his elation waned as he gazed upon the serpent's massive corpse. Alas, even with the title bonus, it amounts to just 2 experience points. Such a size does not correspond with the reward, he lamented. Indeed, the black-scaled serpent was thicker than Qin Shaofeng's thigh and stretched over 20 meters in length. Yet, it was merely a low-level 9th tier beast, not even reaching the realm of postnatal beasts, thus only yielding 2 experience points for Qin Shaofeng. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that he had managed to respond swiftly to its sudden assault. The silver light he had conjured was, in fact, his little Li's flying dagger, consuming only 100 points of internal energy. With his current 1st tier postnatal martial artist status, this expenditure was ample to deal with the low-level 9th tier black-scaled serpent. Despite this, Qin Shaofeng's heart grew wary. This was merely a low-level 9th tier beast. Should he encounter a creature of equal standing, he might find himself in a precarious situation. The serpent's massive body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of decayed leaves and creating a considerable commotion. Before Qin Shaofeng could descend to claim his spoils, several wolf-like beasts suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket. Witnessing this spectacle, he broke into a cold sweat. Had he proceeded to harvest the precious serpent-esque gall without hesitation, he would have likely found himself besieged by those wolf-like beasts. Though these wolves were also low-level beasts, each was no less than tier 8, and their sheer numbers could pose a significant challenge to Qin Shaofeng. As if affirming his thoughts, more wolves soon joined the fray, surrounding the fallen serpent's carcass. In a matter of moments, 20 wolf-like beasts had gathered beside the black-scaled serpent, further dissuading Qin Shaofeng from descending. Who knew how many more wolves might appear? Sighing heavily, he resolved to abandon his first potential trophy in the Blackhorn mountain range. Just as he prepared to leave, his gaze swept over the pack of wolves below, and a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. Leave? How could he simply walk away? This was an ideal spawning ground for monsters. He recalled that he was perched atop a tree at a height of 20 to 30 meters, while the wolves below could not scale the trunk. With this realization, a brilliant idea flashed in Qin Shaofeng's mind. Though uncertain of its feasibility, he decided it was worth a try. Chapter 25. An otherworldly monster farming ground with a newfound resolve. Qin Shaofeng swiftly drew his short sword from his waist and approached the edge of the tree. Expertly slicing off a branch, he set to work with his sword, fashioning a sharp wooden stake. Channeling his internal energy, he expended 5 points, causing the stake to shimmer faintly, suddenly sprouting a keen edge. Satisfaction washed over him as he admired his handiwork. Then, his gaze shifted to the ravenous wolves feasting on the black-scaled serpent's remains, and a triumphant smile crept onto his lips. With a decisive flick of his wrist, he propelled the sharp wooden stake downward. It soared through the air with a whoosh, piercing the ground with a dull thud. A howl of agony erupted as one of the 30 wolves collapsed, struck down by the unexpected projectile. At that moment, Qin Shaofeng heard the familiar sound of the system notification. Success. Joy surged within him as excitement filled his eyes. It truly worked. Initially, he had approached this endeavor with a mere sense of experimentation, yet to his astonishment, it had succeeded. Now, the gathering of wolves below no longer appeared as a dangerous horde, but rather a splendid opportunity for experience farming. Meanwhile, the pack of wolves, startled by the sudden loss of one of their own, quickly turned their attention to the towering tree where Qin Shaofeng resided. Realizing that the death of their companion was at the hands of the human above, they erupted into furious howls directed at him. Yet, their wrath was futile. They had no means to reach him. After a brief display of anger, the wolves returned to their feast, their limited intellect evident. Even in the face of such a tragedy, they remained apathetic, fixated on their meal. However, from within the pack of wolves, a demon wolf raised its head to observe Qin Shaofeng, who understood that this group of demon wolves remained vigilant. With a slight smile, Qin Shaofeng suddenly darted away. This was not a genuine departure. After a series of leaps, he arrived atop another great tree. There, he brandished his short sword and began crafting small wooden stakes, akin to those he had made before. In a brief moment, he had fashioned no less than 50 stakes. Meanwhile, the carcass of the black-scaled giant snake on the ground had been devoured by the wolf pack to the point of nearly complete consumption. Even the demon wolf that had perished at Qin Shaofeng's hands was now being shared among its companions. At this moment, the group of demon wolves showed signs of dispersing. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. Letting out a gentle breath, Qin Shaofeng gazed at the wolves below, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. It had begun. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Qin Shaofeng seized the stakes, expending his inner energy to enhance their sharpness, and with precise accuracy, he hurled them at the heads of the demon wolves below. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of faint sounds pierced the air, and with these sounds, the demon wolves on the ground erupted in cries of anguish. One by one, they fell, and Qin Shaofeng continuously heard the notifications from the system. Before long, the pack of 20 to 30 demon wolves had been entirely vanquished. Without lingering, upon confirming that all the wolves had perished and sensing no other beasts in the vicinity, Qin Shaofeng leapt down to the ground. He was not there to collect the spoils from the demon wolves. His intent was to retrieve the stakes he had placed. With remarkable speed, he collected all the stakes in just 5 or 6 breaths. Once he had finished, Qin Shaofeng swiftly returned to the tree. Just as he concealed himself among the branches, the underbrush below rustled violently, and several more demon wolves leaped out. With the scent of blood from the fallen wolves thick in the air, it did not take long for another pack to converge. As their numbers swelled, Qin Shaofeng repeated his previous method, once again using the stakes to slay a dozen or so ordinary demon wolves. After several repetitions of this process, a demon wolf king of the acquired realm finally emerged. This location appeared to be the territory of a wolf pack, and drawn by the scent of blood. The wolves present were primarily of lower ranks, 8th and 9th levels, with a few 10th level low-rank individuals. The 2-point experience gain had begun to wear on Qin Shaofeng's patience. Were it not for the relatively swift pace of progression, he would have entertained the thought of departing. Now, with the sudden appearance of a Wolf King, although the experience gained would still only be 2 points, it presented a challenge for Qin Shaofeng. Indeed, the acquired level Wolf King, though merely at the first level of the intermediate realm, matched Qin Shaofeng in rank. However, unlike the ordinary wolves, as soon as it detected Qin Shaofeng's presence, the Wolf King leaped directly onto the same tree as him, confronting him face to face. A howl erupted from the Wolf King, as if questioning Qin Shaofeng for the slaughter of its kin. Despite being a beast, Qin Shaofeng could still discern the fury in its voice. Yet he remained unfazed. Chuckling softly, TSK, a mid-level beast displaying such human-like rage? The Wolf King, seemingly possessing considerable intelligence, appeared to understand Qin Shaofeng's words, which only intensified its fury. Baring its teeth, the Wolf King lunged at Qin Shaofeng. The sheer force of its attack suggested that this Wolf King was likely far stronger than the black-scaled giant snake Qin Shaofeng had previously encountered. According to the classification of realms, if the black-scaled snake was a mid-level acquired beast, the Wolf King was at the peak of the first level. In a one-on-one confrontation, the Wolf King would certainly have a better chance than the snake. Alas, even so, the Wolf King's assault was destined for failure. In truth, from the moment Qin Shaofeng decided to employ this method to hunt monsters, its fate had already been sealed. Swish! With a slight tremor of his right hand, Qin Shaofeng expended 20 points of inner energy, and a silver blade of light shot forth. With a piercing sound, the silver blade penetrated the Wolf King's chest, passing through its body and continuing through several trees before vanishing into the depths of the thicket. Thud! The Wolf King's body, larger than an ordinary demon wolf, fell heavily to the ground. Accompanying the sound of its fall, 2 system notifications echoed in Qin Shaofeng's mind. System notification: congratulations, player, for slaying an intermediate-level ordinary Wolf King, gaining 2 experience points. System notification: congratulations, player, for reaching the experience threshold for leveling up. Player Qin Shaofeng's level has increased to the 2nd level of the acquired realm. Level: 2nd level of the acquired realm, 2000 experience, 750. The 2nd level of the acquired realm grants 250 points of inner energy. With a 3-fold enhancement from the Jing, Talent Root, Lightning Body Skills, Fire Eye, Jing, Shao Li Flying Dagger Beast, 100 Spirit Demon Fox Equipment, none tasks, none points, 130 title, Lord of Blue River City. Haha, I have finally leveled up. Hearing the system's notification, Qin Shaofeng let out a joyous laugh. Now at the 2nd level of the acquired realm, reaching the 5th level seems within grasp. Leveling up to the 5th level in 3 days appears to be quite feasible. Bang! With another black object plummeting from the tree, yet another intermediate-level beast met its demise at Qin Shaofeng's hands. However, moments later, he shook his head in disappointment. This was now an unknown number of intermediate beasts he had slain since defeating the Wolf King and leveling up to the 2nd level of the acquired realm. Over 3 hours had passed. During these 3 hours, Qin Shaofeng had traveled to numerous locations. 3 hours prior, after slaying the Wolf King, the overwhelming scent of blood had attracted 2 5th-level giant pythons. Seeing this, Qin Shaofeng dared not linger. He barely had time to retrieve the stakes before hastily leaping away. Subsequently, he replicated his earlier actions, crafting another 50 stakes, then sought out a location teeming with beasts to continue his hunting. Yet, it was not long before the potent scent of blood drew forth more formidable foes. Although the second wave consisted of only a 4th-level Crimson Flame Eagle, its flying capability, combined with several subordinates, forced Qin Shaofeng to flee the scene. Thus, this back-and-forth pattern of seeking locations to hunt and encountering 1 or 2 adversaries continued. When he could overpower them, Qin Shaofeng certainly seized the opportunity. But when faced with overwhelming odds, he could only change locations once more. After 3 hours, he had slain a considerable number of beasts, yet the experience gained was meager. Although he had occasionally defeated a few 3rd-level foes and solitary 4th-level beasts, the experience remained insufficient for another level up. Continuing like this was untenable. Hiding in a tree hollow to cultivate, Qin Shaofeng let out a quiet sigh. Glancing at his attribute interface, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Having acclimated to this place, it was time to seek out some intermediate 3rd or 4th-level beasts to slay. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shaofeng made his decision. It appears that the time has come to embark on a genuine upgrading plan. Slaying low-level monsters or battling against intermediate-level beasts of the same realm merely served as an adaptation for Qin Shaofeng to the treacherous Blackhorn Mountain and the combat with these creatures. Only after this acclimatization could Qin Shaofeng truly commence his upgrading journey. Chapter 26. The Scaled Water Lizard. After a thorough exploration, guided by the map he had acquired, Qin Shaofeng swiftly arrived at the edge of a small lake. He was already familiar with this serene body of water, for it was the domain of a group of scaled water lizards. These creatures, classified as intermediate level 3, though not as formidable as the intermediate level 4 beasts he had previously encountered, possessed considerable size and strength, making them a challenge for most individuals. Additionally, as social soul beasts, they formed one of the more powerful groups in this region of the Blackhorn Mountain. However, the scaled water lizard had one notable weakness: its somewhat sluggish movements. Armed with the skills akin to Shao Li Fei Dao, Qin Shaofeng felt confident. Were it not for this confidence, he would not have set his sights on these formidable creatures. Nonetheless, Qin Shaofeng understood that he should aim to confront them individually. With his current martial artist level at postnatal 2nd stage, he could handle 2 or 3 scaled water lizards without issue. But any more than that would pose a significant challenge. Moreover, when it came to slaying, tackling them one at a time was clearly more advantageous. At that moment, over 50 scaled water lizards were gathered at the lake's edge, and Qin Shaofeng wisely refrained from rushing in. After a patient wait, he observed a seemingly young scaled water lizard begin to sway its massive body towards the nearby woods, presumably in search of food. What a splendid opportunity! Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of excitement ignited in Qin Shaofeng's eyes as he cautiously withdrew, stealthily approaching the lizard. After trailing it for a while, he seized the moment when it seemed relaxed and struck. With a swift motion, Qin Shaofeng appeared before the scaled water lizard, raising his glowing right fist. He unleashed a powerful punch. However, to his astonishment, when his fist met the lizard's hide, it felt akin to striking a solid wall. Not only did he fail to inflict any damage, but the rebound also left his arm tingling. Although he had some understanding of the scaled water lizard's defensive capabilities, he still wished to test it. Alas, its defenses exceeded his expectations. The punch, consuming 20 points of internal energy, proved utterly ineffective against the lizard's formidable armor. With a furious roar, though it had suffered no real injury, the scaled water lizard was incensed by Qin Shaofeng's sudden attack. Its jaws gaped wide, revealing rows of glistening fangs, and it whipped around to bite at Qin Shaofeng. Despite the shock from the lizard's remarkable defense, Qin Shaofeng remained vigilant. As the lizard lunged, he swiftly darted back, narrowly evading its deadly bite. However, the foul stench emanating from the creature nearly overwhelmed him, prompting him to retreat a few more steps. Yet, the relentless scaled water lizard pursued him, charging forward with its massive body, creating a gust of wind that crackled with intensity. Qin Shaofeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such strength from the lizard. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly sidestepped the assault and, seizing the opportune moment, delivered a fierce kick to the creature. The resounding impact echoed through the air, and although the force was considerable, the lizard's hard scales absorbed the blow without injury. Nevertheless, the force of the kick sent the beast soaring into the air. What was that? In the chaos, a flash of white caught Qin Shaofeng's eye, suddenly sparking a realization. Despite the lizard's armored exterior, its belly bore a singular vulnerability: a patch of soft white scales. Without hesitation, invoking the technique of Shao Li Fei Dao, Qin Shaofeng swiftly unleashed a glimmering blade of silver energy, aiming for the lizard's exposed underbelly. The sound of flesh piercing echoed as the attack struck true. With a piercing howl, the scaled water lizard writhed in agony, its tail swinging violently towards Qin Shaofeng. Still alive? To Qin Shaofeng's surprise, this strike, consuming 100 points of internal energy, failed to bring the creature down. Remaining composed, he adeptly dodged the incoming tail and drew his sword, plunging it into the lizard's gaping wound. The sound of steel meeting flesh resounded as blood erupted from the lizard's belly, creating a geyser that sprayed across the ground. With determination in his eyes, Qin Shaofeng drew his sword across the wound, leaving a gash nearly half a meter in length. In an instant, blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground and forming a small pond. With the creature now severely wounded, it ceased its struggles and fell silent. System notification: congratulations, player, for slaying an intermediate level 3 scaled water lizard. You have gained 8 experience points. At last, it has fallen. Observing the lifeless body of the scaled water lizard, Qin Shaofeng exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, defeating a creature beyond his level was exhilarating. With 8 experience points awarded, he knew he would soon ascend to the postnatal 3rd stage. Murmuring a few words of encouragement to himself, Qin Shaofeng's gaze drifted toward the distant surface of the lake, brimming with excitement. An hour later, after another scaled water lizard had succumbed, a system notification rang out, eliciting a joyful laugh from Qin Shaofeng. System notification. Congratulations, player. Your experience has reached the threshold for upgrading. Player Qin Shaofeng has leveled up to postnatal 3rd stage. Level. Postnatal 3rd stage. 23,000 internal energy, 900,900. Postnatal 3rd stage grants 300 points of internal energy, with the Jing skill tripling this amount. Talent root. Lightning body skills. Fire eye. Jing. Shaoli Fei Dao Battle Beast. 100 Spirit Demon Fox equipment. None tasks. None points. 130 title. Lord of Blue River City as Qin Shaofeng reviewed his status interface. Exhilaration surged within him once more. Postnatal 3rd stage. And his internal energy had reached an impressive 900 points. With this boost, he could unleash Shaoli Fei Dao more frequently. Reaching postnatal 5th stage in 3 days seemed entirely feasible. Gazing at his attributes, Qin Shaofeng's eyes sparkled with determination. However, at this moment, he chose not to pursue any further beasts. The day had grown late, and after several hours of relentless effort, he felt exhaustion creeping in. Despite the replenishment of his internal energy, his mental fortitude was waning. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Qin Shaofeng set out to find a suitable place to rest. Soon, Qin Shaofeng discovered a secure cave. After setting up some warning traps in the vicinity, he hunted a few wild rabbits and began to roast them. While savoring the grilled rabbit meat, Qin Shaofeng reflected on the events of the day. His cultivation had ascended from the 1st level to the 3rd level of the postnatal realm, an achievement that appeared exceedingly abnormal to outsiders. In contrast, Qin Shaofeng felt merely a slight satisfaction. With a system at his disposal, he could slay monsters and level up. If his progress were slow, he would find it intolerable. Beyond his levels, other transformations had occurred. Most notably, the skills he possessed had also begun to advance. Fire Eye Insight, Level 2, 731-1000, a divine active skill. Renowned as the signature technique of the great sage Sun Wukong. Currently at Level 2. It can detect information about individuals up to 3 levels above the player and has a chance of revealing their weaknesses. Furthermore, it can investigate any other entities, determining their levels in accordance with the player's level. Each use consumes 10 points of inner energy. As Qin Shaofeng's most frequently used skill, it is now nearing Level 3. The information obtained at Level 2 is significantly more detailed than that at Level 1, with an increasing probability of identifying weaknesses. Additionally, the upgraded Fire Eye Insight allows Qin Shaofeng to see more clearly, enabling him to discern the attacks of beasts during combat, thus allowing timely evasion. His ability to slay numerous beasts today owes much to this Level 2 skill. Little Li's Flying Dagger, Level 2, 123-1000, a divine active skill, unparalleled in the world. With a single strike, it never misses. Currently at Level 2, it guarantees a hit within 10 meters against opponents of the same rank, consuming all inner energy upon use. Note, it can also consume a small amount of inner energy for an attack, albeit with reduced power, with a minimum cost of 100 points. In addition to Fire Eye Insight, this divine skill has also reached Level 2. The range of the Level 2 Little Li's Flying Dagger has expanded from 3 to 10 meters, and its power has significantly increased. Before Qin Shaofeng advanced to the 3rd level of the postnatal realm, a Level 2 Little Li's Flying Dagger would merely injure a scaled water lizard even when striking its weak point. However, the Level 2 version can now deliver a fatal blow. The only drawback is that Qin Shaofeng can only unleash the Little Li's Flying Dagger a maximum of 9 times with his current inner energy. Regarding inner energy, Qin Shaofeng could not help but express frustration towards the Jing, a sacred level skill. Despite both Fire Eye Insight and Little Li's Flying Dagger being divine skills that have advanced to Level 2, the Jing remains at Level 1. Jing, Level 1, 73-100, a sacred passive skill. Though not a divine technique, it is unique, incorporating another of Bodhidharma's creations, the Shisui Jing, thus possessing the remarkable ability to refine one's essence. Currently at Level 1, it triples the player's inner energy. Level 1 Jing restores 1 point of inner energy per minute. Although its proficiency has reached 73 points, it is still short of the 100 points required for an upgrade. Qin Shaofeng estimates that it will take at least 3 to 5 days for the Jing to level up. He finds the increase in proficiency somewhat perplexing, but he is certain that once his inner energy is fully depleted, the proficiency will surely increase by 1 point, which is the most evident observation he has made. Nonetheless, he does not dwell on it too much. Compared to others, his inner energy is triple that of an ordinary person, which brings him a modicum of satisfaction. After finishing his meal, Qin Shaofeng settled down to rest, aware that he needed to recharge for the following day. However, he remained vigilant. The Blackhorn Mountains were fraught with dangers, and true relaxation was beyond his grasp. As night fell, one would expect the jungle to grow quiet. Yet the Blackhorn Mountains were anything but serene. Nocturnal beasts roamed, making the night the most perilous time. Not far from Qin Shaofeng's cave, beneath a thicket, two shadows suddenly fell from a tree, hitting the ground with dull thuds. Upon closer inspection, they were two corpses. Are these the last? A chilling voice emerged from the once tranquil thicket, followed by the appearance of a dark figure, blending seamlessly with the night. Had he not made his presence known, he would have been nearly undetectable. In a swift motion, another figure descended from the tree, revealing a gaunt middle-aged man who knelt before the black figure. Reporting to the leader, all those who intended harm to the young master in this area have been eliminated. However, I suspect there are others yet to be dealt with. Others? The dark figure spoke softly, inquiring if the man's origins were known. Surely, they are not from the Zhang family. Indeed, replied the gaunt man. They are not affiliated with the Zhang family. They belong to the Black Hand Gang. The Black Hand Gang? The previously composed dark figure's voice betrayed a hint of agitation. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "Relay my orders. Everyone must proceed with caution. If it is indeed the Black Hand Gang, then that individual will surely make an appearance." That individual? The gaunt man felt a jolt of realization, his expression shifting, yet he ultimately acknowledged with a nod. Understood. After his departure, the dark figure sighed. I should have anticipated this. Zhang Qiushan would not dare to act against the young master, but the Black Hand Gang. His voice trailed off, only to resume with unwavering conviction. Even if the Black Hand Gang arrives, my shadow guards are not to be trifled with. I, Qinin, will not cower before the butcher of the Black Hand. Qinin? Shadow guards? The presence here unmistakably indicated the involvement of the Qin family, and not just any member, but one of the elite. The shadow guards were the most formidable force under the command of the elder Qin. Although the elder had instructed Qin Shaofeng to venture out for training in preparation for the recruitment assessment at Lianyao Academy, it did not imply that he would neglect to provide clandestine protection. In fact, he had dispatched his most trusted shadow guard captain, Qinin, to ensure Qin Shaofeng's safety, demonstrating his profound concern for the young man's well-being. Yet now, Qinin found himself in dire straits. The Black Hand Gang, in the vicinity of Longjin City. A notorious organization thrives, composed of members notorious for their heinous deeds, including murder, arson, and abduction. The two individuals, Wu Ada and Wu Heir, whom Ling Tian had previously hired to target Qin Shaofeng, are indeed members of the Black Hand Gang. Furthermore, their backgrounds are far from ordinary, as they are disciples of Wu Sankai, the leader of the Black Hand Gang. While not many may know Wu Sankai by name, his other moniker, the Black Hand Butcher, resonates throughout Longjin City. Wu Sankai, the master of Wu Ada and Wu Heir, is known for practicing a deadly technique called the Black Poison Palm, rendering his hands as venomous as the darkest poison. Not only has he achieved the realm of an innate martial master, but his lethal blackened hands are also a testament to his ruthless nature. The very title of Black Hand Butcher reveals the character of this individual, who has taken countless lives without a flicker of remorse, becoming a malignant presence in Longjin City. Previously, the city lord of Longjin, in alliance with several neighboring towns, attempted multiple times to dismantle the Black Hand Gang and eliminate Wu Sankai, yet each endeavor ended in failure with severe losses. This only served to amplify the fear and notoriety surrounding Wu Sankai. Due to a recommendation quota, Zhang Qiushan hesitated to act against Qin Shaofeng. However, upon the disappearance of Wu Ada and Wu Heir, he surmised that the old master Qin was behind it. Suddenly reminded of their master, Wu Sankai, he devised a plan to orchestrate a murder through deception, even offering a sum substantial enough to entice Wu Sankai. Unbeknownst to Wu Sankai, who was oblivious to the influence of the recommendation quota from Lianyao Academy, he took his subordinates from the Black Hand Gang to ambush Qin Shaofeng. Driven by the desire for vengeance against the death of his disciples and the lure of Zhang Qiushan's riches, despite Qin Laozu's formidable reputation, Wu Sankai knew he was no match for him but had resolved to complete this mission before departing the area with his newfound wealth. However, he was unprepared for the presence of hidden guards protecting Qin Shaofeng, especially the unexpected arrival of Qinin. Yet retreat was not in Wu Sansai's nature. Thus, a fierce battle erupted in the shadowy forest under the cover of night. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Shaofeng rose, invigorated after a night of rest. At that moment, he remained unaware of the fierce clash that had erupted in the Black Corner Mountains due to his presence. Nonetheless, he was determined to pursue his goals for the day, aiming to advance to the 4th level of his innate cultivation. Transitioning from the 3rd to the 4th level required 3,000 experience points, and given his current experience boost from his title, defeating monsters of lesser ranks would necessitate slaying over 1,000 beasts, a daunting task indeed. Therefore, Qin Shaofeng resolved to hunt only intermediate level 4 or above beasts. Given the circumstances, defeating an intermediate level 3 beast would yield 2 experience points, while overcoming an intermediate level 4 beast would grant him 8 points. And a 5th level beast would offer a staggering 15 points. Under such conditions, accumulating 3,000 experience points would not take too long. And the prospect of leveling up once a day seemed entirely feasible. Clenching his fists, Qin Shaofeng felt a surge of determination. He ventured into the territory of intermediate level 4 beasts. Seething with rage at the thought of that old fool sending Qin and the Qin family as hidden guards to protect that little brat. In a shadowy part of the Black Corner Mountains, a figure cloaked in black robes seethed with malice, cursing vehemently. This individual, exuding a chilling aura, spoke in a tone laced with menace, causing those around him to instinctively distance themselves. Without a doubt, this dark figure was none other than Wu Sankai, the Black Hand Butcher. In Wu Sankai's eyes, eliminating Qin Shaofeng seemed a trivial matter. Even with the Qin family's hidden guards, he believed it would merely require a bit more effort. However, the unexpected appearance of Qin caught him off guard. The realization that Qin, the most trusted aide of Qin Laozu, had come personally to protect Qin Shaofeng left Wu Sankai feeling a sense of failure. A sigh escaped him, quickly morphing into an eerie laugh. Old Qin, do you truly believe that with Qin by your side, your precious grandson is safe? How naive. I, the Black Hand Butcher, am not one to be trifled with. Prepare to regret your underestimation. With that sinister laughter, his pale face revealed eyes as venomous as a serpent, sending a chill down the spines of his subordinates, who instinctively recoiled further from him. System notification, congratulations. Player's experience has reached the upgrade requirement. Player Qin Shaofeng has leveled up to the 4th level of innate cultivation. Haha, I've leveled up again. Qin Shaofeng erupted in joyous laughter, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. It was still afternoon, with hours remaining until nightfall. To achieve a level up within a single day exceeded his expectations, all thanks to the extraordinary skill of the Little Leaf Flying Dagger. While the skill required a minimum of 100 energy points to activate, when facing intermediate level 4 beasts and utilizing his keen eyesight to identify their weaknesses, Qin Shaofeng was nearly capable of instantaneously dispatching them. Moreover, a crucial factor in his success was the serendipitous discovery of a particular herb, the low-level Qi Yuan grass. This common 1-star herb could be used to concoct energy-restoring pills, or consumed directly to restore 10 energy points. Qin Shaofeng had stumbled upon it while pursuing an intermediate level 4 beast, and upon learning of its properties, he felt elated. Previously, he relied solely on the capabilities of the Jing to recover 1 energy point per minute, and when his energy was excessively depleted, he would meditate to regain some. However, this process consumed a considerable amount of time and limited his freedom during battles. This was also why he could defeat Zhang Lingtian, who was at the 4th level of innate cultivation, despite being at the 1st level himself, yet felt compelled to avoid confronting beasts of higher levels in the Black Corner Mountains. In the arena, facing a single opponent like Zhang Lingtian, Qin Shaofeng had immense confidence. However, in the perilous environment of the Black Corner Mountains, surrounded by countless beasts, he could not afford to recklessly expend his energy. Whenever his energy dipped below 300 points, he would exercise caution. This led to a hesitance in confronting beasts, limiting his performance. Yet, with the Qi Yuan grass in hand, his circumstances had drastically changed. A low-grade Qi Yuan grass can restore 10 points of inner energy. After gathering a substantial amount of this grass, Qin Shaofeng gained confidence and began to unleash his full potential. Previously, he hesitated to use the Little Leaf Flying Daggers until absolutely necessary. However, with an ample supply of low-grade Qi Yuan grass, he became less cautious and switched to a mode of swiftly eliminating mid-level 4-fold demon beasts. Consequently, the speed at which Qin Shaofeng dispatched these beasts significantly increased. Fortunately, the grass had a pleasant taste, refreshing with a hint of sweetness, making it easy to consume. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed by its consumption. At the level of postnatal 4-fold, Qin Shaofeng's inner energy value exceeded 1,000 points. Due to his extensive intake of Qi Yuan grass, he often found his inner energy depleted entirely, which also brought his proficiency in the Jing closer to 100 points. This could be considered a method for him to upgrade the Jing. Under these circumstances, even after accomplishing his goals for the day, Qin Shaofeng remained spirited, intending to slay more demon beasts. Upon checking his supplies of Qi Yuan grass, he found he had plenty left and decided against resting. He pulled out a map and set off towards the territory of mid-level 5-fold demon beasts. After another round of combat, Qin Shaofeng finally paused at dusk, still craving more action, and sought a place to rest. That night, while Qin Shaofeng was recuperating, Qin and Wu Sankai finally clashed directly. After several exchanges, both sides sustained injuries. The night passed in silence, and at dawn, Qin Shaofeng arose early once more. Mid-level 5-fold demon beasts posed little challenge for him now. Even mid-level 6-fold demon beasts could be managed, provided they were not in overwhelming numbers. After reaching postnatal 4-fold the previous day and slaying numerous demon beasts, Qin Shaofeng had accumulated considerable experience. Shortly after noon, having just slain a mid-level 6-fold demon beast, the long-awaited notification from the system finally echoed in his ears. System notification: congratulations, player experience has reached the requirements for leveling up. Player Qin Shaofeng has advanced to postnatal 5-fold. Finally, he had reached postnatal 5-fold. Qin Shaofeng's face lit up with joy, exclaiming internally, "Task completed." Ding, accompanied by his exhilaration. The system chimed again. Congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng has completed the upgrade task. Due to reaching postnatal 5-fold within 3 days, the system rates the completion as 3 stars, granting the highest reward for this task. Following this notification, a series of chimes rang out. Congratulations. Player Qin Shaofeng has completed the upgrade task and received a reward of 2,000 experience points and 200 points. Congratulations. Player Qin Shaofeng has obtained an additional special lottery opportunity. Congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng has reached postnatal 5-fold, and the system shop is now open. It's finally open. Hearing this system notification, Qin Shaofeng felt a surge of excitement. Eagerly, he accessed his attribute interface to explore the system shop. However, upon inspection, he noticed that it differed somewhat from his expectations. System shop, beginner system shop, offering countless mortal grade and human grade items for sale, including skills, techniques, elixirs, and equipment, all purchasable with points. Conditions to upgrade to the intermediate system shop. 1. Player Qin Shaofeng must reach level 31. 2. The total points spent in the system shop must exceed 10,000 points. Seeing that it was merely a beginner system shop, Qin Shaofeng felt a pang of disappointment. However, upon gazing at the myriad dazzling items available, he was utterly astonished. Indeed, it had everything. Within the system shop, there were categories for skills, techniques, elixirs, and more. Upon clicking one, he encountered classifications such as mortal grade, human grade, earth grade, heaven grade, and saint grade. However, at present, he could only access the mortal grade and human grade options, while the others remained grayed out. Curious, Qin Shaofeng clicked on the mortal grade option, revealing an even more extensive array of classifications. For instance, in the category of mortal grade elixirs, there were dozens of complex types for replenishing, detoxifying, upgrading, and solidifying, which left him somewhat bewildered. Temporarily exiting this interface, he returned to the main screen, where he noticed a small note at the bottom of the system shop. Kind reminder: if points are insufficient, you may recharge. First-time recharges come with special point packages. Recharge 10 yuan for a special small package. Recharge 100 yuan for recharge. Initially, Qin Shaofeng thought it was a useful reminder, only to find it was yet another solicitation. He felt a wave of frustration. Although he would like to recharge, the question remained, could he? With a gentle sigh, Qin Shaofeng decided not to dwell on it any longer and began searching for skills and techniques in the system shop. Currently, his skills included Fire Eye and Jing, along with little leaf-flying daggers. While these skills were exceptional, he felt his offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. Now that the system shop had opened, he intended to select several skills and techniques. Having been an avid martial arts enthusiast in his past life on Earth, Qin Shaofeng had read numerous martial arts novels, particularly those by Jin Yong and Gu Long, which had fascinated him. Now, with the emergence of a divine-level cultivation system and a shop that promised to contain everything, he believed there must be other martial arts techniques available besides the Jing. With a mindset of exploration, Qin Shaofeng began to search. To his delight, he discovered an array of martial arts techniques. Wudong Long Fist, Mortal Grade 1 Star, one of the martial arts of the Wudong sect. It is an entry-level skill divided into 2 paths, which can be practiced separately or combined. The movements are grand, with numerous horizontal strikes and direct cuts, beneficial for fitness and strength. Intercepting stances, evasive maneuvers, and swift footwork are all essential for effective execution. Wudong Cloud Leaping, Human Grade 3 Stars, the ultimate lightness skill of Wudong. Regarded as the pinnacle of agility, it emphasizes light and nimble movements rather than confusing opponents through intricate footwork. Shaolin Arhit Fist, Human Grade 1 Star Huashan Basic Sword Techniques, Mortal Grade 3 Stars indeed, it had everything. Qin Shaofeng was exceedingly excited as he perused the names of the martial arts. However, when he saw the point requirements for each purchase, he felt utterly bewildered. Even the Mortal Grade 1 Star Wudong Long Fist required at least 10 points, while the Human Grade 3 Star Wudong Cloud Leaping demanded a staggering 150 points. With only 330 points available to him, Qin Shaofeng had initially thought this was a substantial amount. Yet now, It seemed woefully insufficient. After much contemplation, Qin Shaofeng ultimately resolved to purchase a few martial arts techniques. After much contemplation, Qin Shaofeng chose the Wudong's Cloud Ladder skill, along with the Wudong Long Fist and the basic sword techniques from Huashan, thus acquiring these 3 martial skills. The mastery of body movement was essential, and close combat skills were equally vital. During this period, Qin Shaofeng realized that despite wielding a fine sword, his techniques were disorganized and rather pitiable, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Consequently, he opted for the basic sword techniques from Huashan. Although he selected only 3 skills, this decision cost him a total of 190 points. As a result, his initial 330 points dwindled to a mere 140. Having finalized his skills, Qin Shaofeng proceeded to the alchemical section, intending to purchase some medicinal pills. At this juncture, he finally encountered the Qi recovery pills made from Qi Yuan grass. The Qi recovery pills are classified as common-grade elixirs, available in 1 to 3 stars. The 1-star Qi recovery pill instantly restores 20 points of inner energy and costs 5 points. The 2-star variant restores 50 points for 10 points, while the 3-star pill restores 100 points at the expense of 20 points. The attributes of these recovery pills made Qin Shaofeng's mouth water. If he could acquire a substantial quantity of these pills, he could challenge mid-level 9 and 10-tier demonic beasts with the prowess of the Little Leaf Flying Dagger without any reservations. Regrettably, upon glancing at the price of the Qi recovery pills, Qin Shaofeng sighed softly, lamenting his insufficient points. Oh, points. My points are far too few. Oh, system, please provide me with some tasks. Yet, regardless of Qin Shaofeng's pleas, the system remained unresponsive. In desperation, Qin Shaofeng reluctantly spent 40 points to purchase 2 common-grade 3-star Qi recovery pills. He decided to conserve the remaining 100 points for unforeseen circumstances. Even with the acquisition of 2 3-star pills, he intended to reserve them for critical moments, opting to rely on grass for sustenance in ordinary situations. Having familiarized himself with the system shop, he felt it was time to engage in the lottery. After purchasing the elixirs, a gleam sparked in Qin Shaofeng's eyes. Opportunities for a lottery were rare. He had previously drawn the extraordinary Little Leaf Flying Dagger and was eager to discover what he might obtain this time. Just as he prepared to summon the lottery system, he suddenly perceived a blur before him, and another figure appeared. Before he could react, a large hand reached out and seized him, lifting him into the air. What is happening? Qin Shaofeng was utterly taken aback. Young master, be cautious. I must accelerate. A somewhat familiar voice broke through his bewilderment. Looking up, he recognized the person who was sprinting while holding him was Qinan, who had always been by his grandfather's side. Unclean, Qin Shaofeng exclaimed, hastily inquiring, what are you doing? Before Qinan could respond, a booming laugh echoed from behind them. Ha! I never anticipated that the illustrious leader of the Qin family shadow guard, Qinan, would prove so inadequate. Truly disappointing. Startled, Qin Shaofeng turned to see a figure in black robes rapidly pursuing them. The overwhelming aura emanating from this figure far surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. Without a doubt, this black-robed individual was an innate martial master, just like Qinan. At that moment, Qin Shaofeng felt utterly dazed. Just then, a system prompt resonated in his mind. System notification. Congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng has triggered the system task. Eliminate the black-handed butcher, Wu Sankai. What? A task has appeared at this moment? Qin Shaofeng was taken aback and quickly glanced at his attribute interface. Eliminate the black-handed butcher, Wu Sankai. 3-star task. Please eliminate the innate martial master Wu Sankai within 1 hour, using any means necessary. Successful completion grants 500 points and 10,000 experience points. Failure will result in an inability to accept any system tasks for 7 days. 500 points? 10,000 experience points? Upon seeing the task rewards, Qin Shaofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This 3-star task offered far more generous rewards than the previous 3-star upgrade task. No wonder, as the target was an innate martial master. Innate martial master? Qin Shaofeng's mind raced as he turned to glance behind him, where he spotted the black-robed Wu Sankai. It dawned on him that the system had issued this task precisely because he was in a perilous situation. Player Qin Shaofeng, do you accept the 3-star task to eliminate the black-handed butcher, Wu Sankai? Just as he comprehended this, another prompt sounded. To accept or not to accept? I accept. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Shaofeng resolved to take on the task. How could he possibly refuse? That was 500 points and 10,000 experience. It was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Moreover, even if he failed, the worst consequence would merely be an inability to accept other tasks for 7 days. With a silent affirmation in his heart, the system delivered another notification. System notification. Player Qin Shaofeng has accepted the 3-star task to eliminate the black-handed butcher, Wu Sankai. The task duration is 1 hour. The countdown begins now. 1 hour? A frown creased Qin Shaofeng's brow as he faced a dilemma. Suddenly, he recalled the moniker, Black-Handed Butcher. His target was none other than Wu Sankai. Qinin, cease your struggles. You have fallen victim to my unique poison. Without my specially concocted antidote, your demise is inevitable. Wu Sansai's voice boomed once more. Qinin, if you hand over that little beast beside you, I shall grant you the antidote. Otherwise, within half an hour, you shall succumb to the poison. Succumb to the poison? Qin Shaofeng's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at Qinin, who appeared even more pallid than before. His face contorted in pain as he valiantly fought against the effects of the toxin. Uncle Lin, Qin Shaofeng began, only to be interrupted by Qin and young master. Do not worry. As long as I, Qinin, am here, even the black-handed butcher Wu Sankai cannot harm you. Qinin's tone was resolute, exuding a willingness to sacrifice his own life. His determination seemed to bolster his speed. Yet, Qin Shaofeng's mind raced with concern. Although Uncle Lin was a formidable innate martial master, should he engage Wu Sankai directly, the odds were not in his favor given that he had been poisoned. If not for this, he would not have been fleeing with Qin Shaofeng. Qin Shaofeng's thoughts were accurate. Qinin had indeed been poisoned by Wu Sankai, whose deadly concoction was as sinister as the man himself. Qinin had not let his guard down. He simply never anticipated that Wu Sankai would devise a method to unleash the poison through his own subordinates, triggering their self-destruction to release toxic gas during their confrontation. Had it not been for Qinin's innate mastery of martial arts, he would have perished from the poison long ago. This is evident from the fates of the other shadow guards. As it stands, all of the guards sent to covertly protect Qin Shaofeng have been poisoned to death by Wu Sankai. Consequently, Wu Sansai's organization has been entirely dismantled, leaving him a solitary figure. However, this loss bears little consequence for Wu Sankai. As long as he fulfills his mission and acquires substantial wealth from Zhang Chongshan, he can easily recruit new followers elsewhere. Noticing that Qinin's speed had once again increased, Wu Sankai furrowed his brow in disbelief, muttering to himself, impossible. Qinin has already succumbed to my poison, and over half an hour has passed. Even with his innate energy, he should have no strength left to accelerate. He scoffed. So what if he has hastened his pace? With my poison coursing through him, he cannot escape my grasp. With another disdainful snort, Wu Sankai quickened his own pace to maintain the distance from Qinin. In truth, had he truly desired to catch up to Qinin, he could have done so effortlessly. However, he was wary of forcing Qinin into a desperate situation that might lead to mutual destruction. It was far more prudent to wait until the poison took full effect before delivering the final blow. As for Qin Shaofeng, he was hardly regarded by Wu Sankai. A mere second or third-tier practitioner of acquired martial arts could hardly pose a threat. A martial artist is a martial artist, regardless of the circumstances. An acquired martial artist could never rival an innate master. This is common knowledge. At this moment, Qin Shaofeng, being fervently propelled forward by Qinin, pondered for a while. Suddenly, as Qinin let out a low, muffled groan and his complexion paled, a thought flashed through Qin Shaofeng's mind. Eureka! With a sudden burst of inspiration, he summoned his attribute interface and entered the system shop. After a flurry of clicks, he found what he needed. Low-level detoxification pill, capable of resolving general low-level toxins and restoring energy consumed during poisoning. Even when faced with more potent toxins that cannot be dispelled, it can prolong the onset of poisoning. Requires 100 points. This is it. When he previously purchased a chi-restoring pill, Qin Shaofeng had perused several other elixirs, including this detoxification pill. Although it was a low-grade antidote, he believed it would alleviate Qinin's current condition, even if it could not entirely neutralize Wu Sansai's poison. Without hesitation, Qin Shaofeng promptly purchased a low-level detoxification pill. With a whoosh, his points were instantly depleted, and he held a pale white pill in his hand. Uncle Lin, this is a detoxification pill. Please try it and see if it can counteract the poison in your system. Soon, Qin Shaofeng handed the detoxification pill to Qinin. Initially taken aback, Qinin did not hesitate and swallowed the pill whole. Nevertheless, he held little hope. Wu Sankai, the infamous butcher, was not someone whose poison could easily be countered. However, as soon as the detoxification pill was consumed, Qinin sensed something amiss. The pill dissolved instantly, and its effects surged forth astonishingly fast. He felt a refreshing coolness in his abdomen, and the excruciating pain from the poisoning subsided significantly. What kind of detoxification pill is this? How can it take effect so quickly? Qinin was taken aback, astonished. Although the poison had not been completely neutralized, he was no longer suffering as intensely as before. This single detoxification pill had at least alleviated half of the poison in his body, and the remaining toxins had been temporarily suppressed. Young master, how on earth did you acquire this pill? The poison within me is the meticulously crafted secret toxin of Wu Sankai. Even with the expertise of Dr. Wu, it would take at least 10 to 15 days to resolve. Yet your pill has counteracted more than half of the poison in an instant. It is truly miraculous. In his astonishment, Qin could not help but inquire of Qin Shaofeng. Huff. Upon hearing Qin's words, Qin Shaofeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he soon realized with a jolt that the poison had only been partially resolved. He had not anticipated Wu Sankai's prowess. He truly lived up to his moniker, the Butcher. The detoxification pill produced by the system could only alleviate half of the toxins. To completely eradicate them, a mid-level detoxification pill would be necessary. Unfortunately, the mid-level antidote required 500 points, which Qin Shaofeng did not possess. Yet, as his thoughts raced, Qin Shaofeng quickly asked Qin, "Uncle, how much strength can you muster now? Can you defeat Wu Sankai?" After a moment of hesitation, Qin shook his head gently, replying, "No. Although Wu Sankai is famed for his deadly black hands and has earned the title of Butcher, he is still an innate martial artist of the first level. Just like me." After glancing back to see Wu Sankai still trailing behind, Qin continued, "If I were in peak condition, he would certainly be no match for me. However, even with half the poison resolved, I can only exert about 60 to 70% of my strength. In this state, I cannot hope to defeat him." At this point, Qin paused briefly before resolutely stating to Qin Shaofeng, "Young master, rest assured that even if I cannot defeat Wu Sankai, I can still hold him off. When the time comes, I will distract him, and you must escape immediately." Escape? How could that be possible? Having been inexplicably pursued and having expended a full 100 points, Qin Shaofeng could not simply let Wu Sankai go. Moreover, could he truly allow his beloved uncle, who had cared for him since childhood, to perish at Wu Sankai's hands? However, Qin Shaofeng chose not to argue further with Qin, as he had formulated his own plan. He understood that if his uncle were to learn of his intentions, he would undoubtedly disapprove. Thus, it was best to remain silent for the time being. Qin did not notice Qin Shaofeng's silence. After successfully suppressing the toxins within him, he spoke up. "Young master, prepare yourself. When I engage Wu Sankai, you must run without stopping, heading straight back to Blue River City. I will do my utmost to delay him." With that, Qin exerted his strength and hurled Qin Shaofeng away. Qin Shaofeng leveraged the force to leap onto a distant tree and swiftly vanished into the dense foliage. "Take care, young master." As he watched Qin Shaofeng disappear from sight, Qin silently wished him well, then turned to face the rapidly approaching Wu Sankai with a determined glint in his eyes. Finally stopped running? A cold chuckle echoed as Wu Sankai, enveloped in a black robe, came to a halt before Qin glancing at the place where Qin Shaofeng had vanished. Wu Sankai scoffed. "Qin, you have been poisoned for quite some time now. Although your innate energy has allowed you to endure until now, you are not far from death. Did you truly believe that letting that little wretch escape would enable you to flee as well? Given your current condition, do you think you can impede me?" Unmoved, Qin maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded Wu Sankai, stating coolly, "We shall see if I can." Arrogant, Wu Sankai was incensed by Qin's indifference. With a low growl, he lunged at Qin. As he moved, a foul odor emanated from him, and the toxic assault was already upon them. Humph. It appeared that Qin had long anticipated Wu Sankai's subtle maneuvers. With a cold snort, he swung his hand vigorously, unleashing a surge of innate energy that swept away the foul stench surrounding him. He had already made considerable efforts to suppress the toxins within his body. Should he inhale more of Wu Sankai's poisonous gas, it would spell disaster. Just as he completed these actions, a shadow flashed before him, and Wu Sankai had already closed the distance, raising his hands to reveal his purplish-black palms cloaked in layers of dark energy, which he unleashed upon Qin with great force. Yet, Qin was not sluggish in response. As the black palms approached, he rotated the innate energy within him, his hands glowing with a faint white aura as he raised them to counterattack. Bang! Bang! Though the clash was between palms, the sound resonated with a thunderous echo. In an instant, the confrontation between the two sent black toxic gas swirling throughout the air. The shockwaves from their exchange, due to their innate martial prowess, even caused the surrounding trees to tremble violently. Rustle! Countless leaves were shaken loose from the trees, swirling wildly in the aftermath of the reverberations. Haha! Although Wu Sankai's two palm strikes had been thwarted by Qin, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. He realized that the strength with which Qin had blocked his attacks was far from the peak of his former glory. This was evidently the effect of the secret toxin. Qin's current capabilities had diminished to less than half of what they once were during his prime. Qin, you truly disappoint me," Wu Sankai remarked disdainfully, shaking his head lightly. However, Qin, upon hearing these words, could only suppress a cold sneer within. His previous strikes had been intentionally weakened, thus giving Wu Santai the false impression that his strength was less than half of its former capacity. Though the toxins within him had not been entirely neutralized, should he unleash his full power, he could still exhibit around 70% of his peak strength. Yet, Qin understood that even at 70%, he would still fall short against Wu Santai. It was better to feign weakness and distract him, buying some time for Qin Shaofeng to escape. Wu Santai, naturally unaware of Qin's true intentions, interpreted the silence as a confession to his accurate deduction. No words left to say, huh? Wu Santai sneered coldly, then declared, "You shall perish." With that, he lunged at Qin once more, his purplish-black hand striking fiercely, unleashing a barrage of potent attacks imbued with innate energy. Qin, maintaining a fa of struggle, countered with his own series of palm strikes, skillfully deflecting Wu Santai's onslaught while occasionally retreating or allowing a trickle of blood to mar his lips. In this manner, Wu Santai grew increasingly excited, especially upon noticing the blood at the corner of Qin's mouth, which only fueled his fervor. The Qin family's dark guards, the Zhang family's assassins, the Wang family's merchants. These were the hallmarks of the three prominent families in Blue River City, and within the Qin family's dark guards, Qin stood as a symbol. The thought of defeating the embodiment of the Qin family's elite guards thrilled Wu Santai immensely. As his excitement surged, so did the ferocity of his attacks. Yet, regardless of his relentless assault, each strike was met with Qin's deft defenses or evasive maneuvers. At worst, Qin would occasionally allow a drop of blood to escape his lips, but little else transpired. Initially, Wu Santai remained oblivious, but gradually he sensed something amiss. Finally, after a quarter of an hour of relentless assault, he seemed to grasp the truth, bellowing furiously at Qin, "You dare to toy with me?" Wu Santai was not foolish. After the initial thrill faded, he recognized that Qin was deliberately toying with him. "So what?" Qin replied coldly, a hint of disdain gracing his features. "You only just realized? I must say, you truly are a fool, Wu Santai." Though he spoke with bravado, Qin was not without discomfort. After all, he had been poisoned, and his strength was severely compromised, requiring considerable innate energy to suppress the toxins within. Given Wu Santai's incessant attacks, it was indeed remarkable that he had managed to hold on thus far. Infuriating. At this moment, Wu Santai was on the verge of losing his composure. The previous exhilaration had vanished entirely. The mere thought of Qin treating him like a mere plaything ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. "Qin, you shall die." In a fit of rage, Wu Santai abandoned all restraint, summoning his purplish-black hands, from which wisps of black mist began to emanate. Clad in black robes, surrounded by dark vapors, and bearing a terrifying countenance, he embodied the very essence of a butcher. Yet, in the face of this formidable Wu Santai, Qin's expression turned grave. A quarter of an hour had passed. The young master should have distanced himself by now. Suddenly struck by a thought, Qin felt a surge of relief. His face hardened with determination as he resolved to act without further hesitation. Abruptly, he ceased suppressing the toxins within and channeled all his innate energy to confront the advancing Wu Santai, who was enveloped in an eerie black mist. With a long laugh, Qin declared, "Ha ha ha, Wu Santai, if you wish to kill me, I shall not allow you to escape unscathed." With that, Qin sprang into action. The Phantom Fist. As the most trusted aide of the elder Qin had earned the elder's utmost confidence. He had even been entrusted with the Qin family's ultimate technique, the Phantom Fist. With a mighty shout, Qin clenched his fists, a glimmer of pale white light flickering across his knuckles, charged with a spirit of defiance, and hurled himself at Wu Santai. Unlike Qin Shaofeng, Qin's execution of the Phantom Fist was not a mere display. It was a genuine manifestation of the technique. Moreover, driven by a disregard for his own life, the power of his Phantom Fist surged dramatically. In the air, a howling wind arose as 10 streaks of white light shot forth, piercing the atmosphere with resonant bursts. The air around them thickened under the weight of the unleashed energy. "This is bad." The overwhelming aura emanating from Qin's Phantom Fist caused Wu Santai's heart to skip a beat. Yet, even if he wished to evade, it was too late. Wu Santai, being a man of resolve, recognized the futility of escape. Instead, he steeled himself, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, and roared, "5 poisonous palm." In an instant, a faint purple-black glow emanated from his hands, the toxic energy surging forth to meet Qin's Phantom Fist. Bang! Bang! The clash of fists against palms. The collision of poisonous energy against the Phantom Fist's radiance. The air erupted with a series of deafening booms, as the immense innate energy unleashed from their confrontation sent trees flying and earth scattering. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the sounds of their encounter echoed, Both figures were propelled backward. One crashed into the ground, creating a crater, while the other was hurled into the air, colliding with several trees before finally coming to rest against the trunk of a large tree. At the epicenter of the explosion, a torrent of powerful energy swept through, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Even towering trees were uprooted in the chaos. In an instant, the area around the center was stripped bare. Moreover, some nearby trees seemed to have absorbed the toxins from Wu Santai's 5 poisonous palm, beginning to wither and decay. Truly, the Black Hand Butcher's 5 poisonous palm was a fearsome force to behold. Chapter 31. Mission accomplished. Ascending 2 levels, this inevitably leads one to ponder the outcome of this confrontation, who emerged victorious. Crack. Suddenly, a branch snapped from a towering tree, and upon the large trunk where a figure had been hurled, a shadowy form appeared. It was none other than Wu Sankai. At that moment, Wu Sansai's complexion was notably pale, his aura highly unstable, yet his expression was one of unbridled excitement. Particularly, as he gazed down at the pit in the ground, he erupted into joyous laughter. Ha ha ha, Qinin, you have finally succumbed to my prowess. A series of weak coughs emanated from the pit, where a figure struggled, yet remained unable to rise. However, this struggle revealed the identity of the individual. It was Qinin. Though he was not dead, his condition was perilous. His strength had been severely compromised, having been grievously wounded by Wu Sankai during their clash. Moreover, he had previously expended all his innate energy, which was meant to suppress the lethal poison within him, to execute the Shadow Fist, creating 10 afterimages. Consequently, the poison within him had flared up once more, evident from the ashen hue of his face. Nonetheless, he had not returned empty-handed. At the very least, he had inflicted significant damage upon Wu Sankai. Wu Sankai, now brimming with exhilaration despite his own injuries, momentarily forgot his own pain as he beheld Qinin's woeful state. He laughed heartily. Ha ha, Qinin, you are finished this time. Wu Sansai's words were not exaggerated. Given Qinin's current condition, even if Wu Sankai refrained from attacking, Qinin's time was limited. Yet, recalling the humiliation he had suffered at Qinin's hands, a glimmer of rage ignited in Wu Sansai's eyes. Humph, even if you die, Qinin, it shall be by my hand. With a cold snort, Wu Sankai intended to descend from the tree and deliver the final blow to Qinin. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beneath the tree where Wu Sankai stood. It was unclear what kind of movement technique this figure employed, but in an instant, they stood before Wu Sankai. In an astonishing turn of events, the figure's right hand trembled slightly, and a flash of silver light sliced through the air. This is bad. Wu Sankai sensed imminent danger. As the silver flash appeared, his hair stood on end, and a chilling wave of death swept over him. A sensation he had only experienced when confronting a powerful third-tier beast. Years of experience compelled him to react instantly. Unable to evade the attack, he prepared to defend himself. With a flicker of black light, he readied his most formidable weapon, his dual poisonous hands, to block the incoming silver strike. He was confident that his 30 years of training in the black poison hands would allow him to withstand this attack. Regrettably, his confidence was misplaced. Whoosh! The silver light flashed, accompanied by a sharp sound that pierced the air. Moments later, 2 dull thuds resonated as the silver blade effortlessly penetrated Wu Sansai's prideful black hands, continuing on to pierce through his abdomen and exit into the depths of the forest behind him. Cough! A mouthful of black blood erupted from Wu Sankai, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be possible? He trembled as he raised his hands, staring at the 2 gaping wounds. Incredulity etched across his face. His once revered black poison hands had been so easily vanquished? Moreover, the silver blade had shattered his dantian, causing the innate poisonous energy he had cultivated over the years to dissipate into nothingness. Without the innate poisonous energy to counteract the toxins within him, Wu Sankai was doomed. His cultivation required the consumption of vast amounts of poison to transform his body into a vessel of toxicity. To outsiders, the Black Hand Butcher was not merely a man with poisonous hands. His entire being was infused with venom. The only reason he had not succumbed to his own poison was due to the special innate energy he had cultivated. As long as he possessed that innate poisonous energy, no matter how toxic his body became, he could not harm himself. But now, with his dantian destroyed, all of his innate energy had vanished. Consequently, the toxins within him surged uncontrollably, leading to an explosive crisis. He was now inundated with lethal poison and undoubtedly on the brink of death. This was evident from the increasingly dark hue of his skin. Feeling death approaching, Wu Sankai was engulfed by despair. He had never imagined such a grim fate awaited him. He lifted his gaze to see the individual responsible for his tragic downfall. Upon recognizing the figure on the tree, his pupils dilated, his expression filled with disbelief. It was him. How could this be? He was merely a practitioner of the first layer of postnatal cultivation. How could he unleash such a devastating attack? Upon realizing who had delivered the final blow, Wu Sankai burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The Black Hand Butcher, after decades in the fray. Never thought I would meet my end not at the hands of a formidable foe, nor by the revenge of my enemies, but rather at the hands of a mere child in his teens. How utterly unsatisfying. His laughter echoed as the dark hue spread rapidly across his skin, consuming him entirely. With a final exclamation, his body convulsed violently before erupting into a puddle of black liquid. The once mighty Black Hand Butcher had succumbed to his own poison, a truly ironic twist of fate, perhaps even poetic justice. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to player Qin Shaofeng for successfully slaying a postnatal martial artist. As this marks Qin Shaofeng's first kill of a postnatal warrior and an achievement of overcoming a higher tier, the system grants a special reward of 100 points and 5,000 experience points. Indeed, the figure who had suddenly appeared to deliver the final blow to the gravely wounded Wu Sankai was none other than Qin Shaofeng. As for how Qin Shaofeng found himself in this position, it was the result of meticulous planning and a stealthy attack. After parting ways with Qin, he had deliberately distanced himself from Wu Sankai's line of sight to execute his ambush. He had stealthily returned to observe the battle between Qin and Wu Sankai. During this time, there were numerous instances when Qin found himself in peril, and Qin Shaofeng nearly intervened. However, considering that the adversary was Wu Sankai, he realized that even with his assistance, they would not prevail. To successfully eliminate Wu Sankai, he had to wait for the perfect opportunity. At long last, the moment he had anticipated arrived. With Qin unleashing his full power, Wu Sankai was finally injured. Observing Qin's dire condition caused Wu Sankai to let his guard down completely. Seizing this moment of vulnerability, Qin Shaofeng suddenly appeared, utilizing the skill he had recently mastered, the Wudong Cloud Ladder, to leap before Wu Sankai and release the prepared Flying Dagger. This time, the Flying Dagger Qin Shaofeng unleashed was unlike any before. To ensure absolute certainty of success, he had decisively expended all 200 points of his innate energy to execute the Flying Dagger. In his determination to maintain his energy reserves, he even consumed the only 2 3-star energy replenishing pills he possessed. It could be said that this was Qin Shaofeng's most powerful attack to date. Under such overwhelming force, Wu Sankai ultimately met his bitter end. Of course, this was also thanks to the significant injuries he had sustained at Qin's hands. During the zenith of Wu Sankai's power, even if he stood still, with Qin Shaofeng's current strength, not even a full-force strike from the legendary Little Li Flying Dagger could breach Wu Sankai's dark and venomous hands. After all, the defensive capabilities of an innate martial artist are not to be compared with those of a postnatal martial artist who relies solely on acquired inner energy. There exists a monumental distinction between innate and acquired inner energy. At last, it is done. As Qin Shaofeng gazed at the pool of black liquid cascading from beneath the tree, corroding its very essence, he finally exhaled a breath of relief. Although his ambush appeared effortlessly executed, the perilous nature of the endeavor was known only to him. Even though Wu Sankai was gravely injured, his innate martial artist status meant that should he confront Qin Shaofeng, it would take but a few strikes for the latter to meet his end. However, fortunate for him, everything concluded just as Qin Shaofeng had anticipated. To his surprise, slaying Wu Sankai granted him an additional reward from the system, 100 points and 5,000 experience. This situation was not lost on Qin Shaofeng, especially since the system indicated that this was not merely a typical level-up kill, but rather an extraordinary one. And given that it was his first, the rewards were indeed bountiful. 5,000 experience? This realization sparked a glimmer in Qin Shaofeng's eyes, for it meant he was on the brink of leveling up once more. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he heard the delightful chime of the system notification. System notification. Congratulations, player experience has met the leveling requirement. Player Qin Shaofeng's level has increased to the 5th stage of postnatal martial artist. Indeed, he had leveled up. Upon hearing the system's announcement and feeling his inner energy swiftly restored, Qin Shaofeng was filled with joy. Yet, the celebration was not over. Having eliminated Wu Sankai, he had also completed his mission. Congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng, on completing the 3-star mission. Slay the Black Hand Butcher, Wu Sankai. You have received a task reward of 10,000 experience and 500 points. System notification. Congratulations, player experience has met the leveling requirement. Player Qin Shaofeng's level has increased to the 7th stage of postnatal martial artist. With 10,000 experience, Qin Shaofeng ascended to the 7th stage of postnatal martial arts. Player Qin Shaofeng level, 7th stage of postnatal martial artist experience. 6,000 7,000 inner energy, 1,500 1,500, 7th stage grants 500 inner energy. With Jing tripling the effect, talent root, thunder body skills, fiery eyes, Jing. Little leaf-flying dagger battle beast, 100 spirit demon fox equipment, none tasks, none points, 600 title, Lord of Blue River City. Splendid. Not only had he ascended to the 7th stage, but he was also a mere 1,000 experience points away from the 8th stage. This bounty was indeed substantial. His inner energy replenished. Qin Shaofeng, previously fatigued from intense concentration, felt rejuvenated. Observing his attributes brought a smile to his face, for the rapid ascension of 2 levels had undoubtedly brightened his spirits. Chapter 32, Return Young Master. Just as Qin Shaofeng wore a broad smile, a weak yet astonished voice emanated from a nearby pit in the ground. Oh no, I forgot about Uncle. The joy of leveling up abruptly faded as Qin Shaofeng snapped back to reality, hurriedly leaping down to Uncle Lin's side. Are you all right, Uncle Lin? As he helped Qin rise from the pit, a pang of dread struck Qin Shaofeng upon witnessing his uncle's ashen complexion. A clear indication that the poison within him had fully manifested. Having sustained injuries during the battle with Wu Sankai, Qin's condition was dire. Despite his own plight, Qin appeared unfazed, gazing at Qin Shaofeng with incredulity. Young master, why have you returned? Did you not flee? And what was that earlier? How did you manage to slay Wu Sankai? Stunned, the sheer disbelief was overwhelming. Had he not witnessed the unfolding events with his own eyes? Qin would never have believed that Qin Shaofeng could defeat Wu Sankai. Even in his weakened state, Wu Sankai was a formidable opponent. A black-handed butcher with innate martial artist prowess. Uncle Lin, you don't truly think I would abandon you, do you? Ignoring Qin's astonishment, Qin Shaofeng offered him a reassuring smile. At these words, Qin paused momentarily before returning a faint smile, murmuring, Indeed, you are his son. How could you be timid or cowardly? Yet, as his voice grew softer, his complexion darkened, and he ultimately fainted. This is not good. Uncle N's condition is critical. Panic surged within Qin Shaofeng. The merging of his soul with the one from Earth had rendered him inseparable from this world. Thus, he genuinely regarded Qin as his uncle and a family member in this realm. Faced with the imminent loss of someone dear, how could he remain calm? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wu Sankai? Yes, he must possess an antidote. With a leap, Qin Shaofeng arrived at the now-formed pool of black liquid that had been Wu Sankai. He searched diligently and, as fate would have it, discovered several vials. His heart soared with joy as he carefully extracted them, activating his fiery eyes to examine the contents. Soon, a smile graced his face. Just as he suspected, while many of the vials contained poisons, an ample supply of antidotes was also present. With the antidotes in hand, Qin Shaofeng rushed back to Qin's side. Although he was unfamiliar with the specific poison afflicting Qin, the insights gleaned from his fiery eyes enabled him to ascertain the proper remedies for his uncle's condition. Moreover, through the system shop, Qin Shaofeng spent 300 points to purchase a vitality-restoring pill. Though he lamented the points spent, witnessing Qin's complexion gradually normalize brought him solace. Points could be earned again, but a life lost was irrevocable. Having completed these tasks, Qin's appearance improved slightly, prompting a sigh of relief from Qin Shaofeng. Yet he was acutely aware that this alone would not suffice. Even if the poison were neutralized, Uncle Lin had suffered severe injuries that required timely medical attention to ensure his survival. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Shaofeng made a decision, hoisting Qin onto his back and leaping away into the forest. The following day, after a day and night of travel, Qin Shaofeng had returned to Blue River City with Qin from the Black Corner Mountains. Thanks to his enhanced level and inner energy reaching 1,500 points, he had traversed the journey with the agility of the Wudong's cloud ladder, barely pausing for rest. Under such conditions, his speed was naturally remarkable. However, this came as a significant burden for Qin Shaofeng. Even with an abundance of inner energy, the relentless journey proved taxing for Qin Shaofeng's body. Thus, the moment he stepped into the Qin residence, he collapsed to the ground, not due to injury, but rather from sheer exhaustion, falling into a deep slumber. This alarming state startled the servants of the Qin house, eventually drawing the attention of the venerable old master Qin. Upon witnessing Qin Shaofeng alongside Qin, the old master's expression shifted. His discerning eye quickly recognized that Qin Shaofeng was simply fatigued, yet Qin's condition raised immediate concerns. Although Qin appeared unscathed, the turbulence of his inner energy was evident, suggesting he had sustained severe injuries yet clung to life precariously. The old master had long regarded Qin as a son. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted him with the management of the Qin family's most crucial and formidable force, the secret guards. Without hesitation, the old master instructed that both Qin Shaofeng and Qin be properly attended to, and he summoned the esteemed physician Wu for assistance. After considerable commotion, Qin's life was ultimately secured. Even though Qin Shaofeng had neutralized the poison afflicting Qin, The dual assaults of poisoning and grave injury had left Qin in a dire state. Had it not been for Qin Shaofeng's prudent purchase of a restorative elixir using his accumulated points, Qin might not have survived. It was precisely this elixir that sustained Qin's life until physician Wu could intervene, pulling him back from the brink of death. During this tumultuous period, Qin briefly regained consciousness. He had long resigned himself to his fate, but upon seeing the old master and physician Wu, a glimmer of understanding seemed to dawn upon him. Though he yearned to uncover the truth of what had befallen his grandson and Qin, the old master refrained from pressing further, prioritizing Qin's recovery. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that something grave had transpired. Notably, the absence of the 10 secret guards who had accompanied Qin raised suspicions, leading the old master to infer that the Zhang family was undoubtedly involved. The mention of the merciless butcher Wu Sankai further solidified his suspicions, reminding him of previous encounters with Wu Ada and Wu Heir, thereby reinforcing his belief that the Zhang family had orchestrated this treachery. In a daze, Qin Shaofeng sensed a furry presence nuzzling against his face. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by an all-too-familiar sight, his own room. Ah, yes, I have returned. Just as he began to regain his senses, a flash of white swept across his vision. A fluffy, snow-white tail appeared before him. It was by Shui, his battle beast, the spirit fox, a name bestowed by Xiao Yuer, who remarked on its snow-white fur resembling fresh snow. The spirit fox seemed quite pleased with its name, and Qin Shaofeng, following Xiao Yuer's sentiment, accepted the name. With its soft, silky white fur and irresistibly adorable appearance, Bai Shui captured Xiao Yuer's heart. And the fox appeared equally fond of her. The two had become inseparable companions, leading Qin Shaofeng to occasionally wonder whether his first battle beast might be harboring thoughts of allegiance elsewhere. However, witnessing the joy and laughter Bai Shui brought to Xiao Yuer dispelled any lingering doubts. Turning slightly, Qin Shaofeng soon noticed a petite figure curled up beside his bed. It was Xiao Yuer. Exhausted, she had fallen into a deep sleep. Yet she chose to remain by Qin Shaofeng's side instead of returning to her own room. This act stirred a gentle warmth within Qin Shaofeng, prompting him to reach out and affectionately ruffle her hair. Seemingly sensing his touch, the little girl let out a soft hum of contentment before abruptly awakening, her eyes wide with surprise. Young master, you're awake. The moment she saw Qin Shaofeng conscious, her sleepiness vanished, replaced with uncontainable joy, her beautiful crescent-shaped smile reappearing on her face. Yes, Qin Shaofeng replied with a gentle nod. Instantly, Xiao Yuer sprang to her feet, excitedly chattering away. Through their conversation, Qin Shaofeng learned he had been in a deep slumber for an entire day and night. This revelation startled him. However, reflecting on his frenzied journey, it seemed a reasonable outcome given his disregard for his body's limits. Concerning Qin's condition, Qin Shaofeng gleaned from Xiao Yuer that Qin had safely emerged from danger and was now on the path to recovery. Though the severe injuries had left some lingering effects, the poison and trauma had compromised Qin's foundational strength, likely restricting him to the first level of innate cultivation for the rest of his life. A pang of guilt struck Qin Shaofeng upon realizing this. Yet when he visited Qin to discuss the matter, he was met with a reassuring smile. Cultivation is not what truly matters. What is important is that we both survived. Indeed, surviving was the most significant aspect. What more could one desire? Chapter 33, A Special Lottery Alchemy? After meeting with Qin Shaofeng was summoned by the old master. Upon learning from Qin about Wu Sansai's demise at Qin Shaofeng's hands, the old master was profoundly shocked. Although he had grasped the general circumstances from Qin, he sought to hear the details directly from Qin Shaofeng. However, when the old master discovered that Qin Shaofeng had attained the 7th level of innate cultivation, he was once again taken aback. How many days has it been? This boy has reached the 7th level already? Such an astonishing feat was beyond even the capabilities of his once proud son, Qin Shaofeng's father. Yet, this extraordinary progress led the old master to refrain from further inquiries. As he expressed, regardless of what has transpired, you, Qin Shaofeng, are my grandson. Nothing can alter that fact. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shaofeng briefly wondered if the old master had discerned the merging of his soul. However, through their conversation, he realized that the old master likely believed he had encountered a fortuitous event or found a powerful mentor, rather than knowing the truth of his soul's fusion. Qin Shaofeng chose not to elaborate further, as this assumption relieved him of any psychological burdens regarding his grandfather. After concluding his discussion with the old master, Qin Shaofeng finally returned to his room. The exhausting journey had not been in vain. Beyond the fatigue, he had gained a significant advantage. His Jing had finally advanced to a new level. Jing, a level 2 passive skill with a value of 151,000. Although it does not reach the divine level, this technique is rather unique, incorporating the principles of another of Bodhidharma's creations, the Shisui Jing, thus endowing it with formidable capabilities for the purification of internal energy. Currently at level 2, it allows players to enhance their internal energy points to 5 times their original amount. At level 2, Yijinjing restores 5 internal energy points per minute. The transformation at level 2 is significant. Not only has the multiplier for internal energy points increased from 3 to 5, but the restoration rate has also risen from 1 point to 5 points per minute. This marks a considerable change. With this enhancement, Qin Shaofeng, now at the postnatal 7th realm, experiences a dramatic surge in his internal energy, reaching a total of 2,500 points, a substantial increase of 1,000 points. This development is indeed a boon for Qin Shaofeng, as a greater reservoir of internal energy allows for the greater potential of his little leaf flying dagger technique. Despite only possessing the strength of the postnatal 7th realm, Qin Shaofeng now feels confident enough to confront a mid-level pinnacle beast of the postnatal 10th realm, capable of dispatching it with a single strike. Of course, this assumes the opportunity arises. As his realm advances, Qin Shaofeng's internal energy will continue to grow, further augmenting his strength, which heightens his anticipation for the next upgrade of Yijinjing. After contemplating the changes in Yijinjing, Qin Shaofeng's gaze finally fell upon the reward for completing a 3-star mission, an opportunity for a draw. However, he soon discovered that this draw was of a special nature. His first draw had been an ordinary one. He noticed that the system offered both ordinary and special draw options. This distinction does not imply that ordinary draws are inferior. Otherwise, he would not have obtained the remarkable little leaf flying dagger skill. The separation exists because the special draw contains exclusive skills and items. Skills and items acquired from the ordinary draw may not be immediately usable. Qin Shaofeng had been fortunate to draw a skill without restrictions. But had he drawn one requiring specific innate conditions or a divine grade pill? Could he even utilize it? He had observed that some powerful skills necessitate certain prerequisites, such as possessing a specific constitution or achieving a particular level before they can be learned. Divine grade pills, for instance, would be utterly detrimental for someone of his current realm. In contrast, the skills and items obtained from the special draw are immediately usable, regardless of their might. Additionally, the special draw eliminates the possibility of receiving inconsequential items, such as lighters or phones, which are unlikely to appear. Instead, every item in a special draw is beneficial to the player, ensuring satisfaction. Thus, upon receiving this exceptional draw opportunity, Qin Shaofeng felt a surge of excitement. He pondered what extraordinary reward he might receive, whether a special skill or a unique item. With a soft murmur, he issued a draw command to the system. The interface for the special draw bore similarities to that of the ordinary draw, resembling a fruit machine with 100 small slots. However, unlike the ordinary draw, these slots emitted a steady, soft glow without any labels, indicating that the rewards were limitless and sparking greater anticipation than the ordinary draw's specified prizes. System prompt. Would player Qin Shaofeng like to use his draw opportunity for a special draw? Quickly, a notification chimed. Yes. With a silent affirmation, the familiar music of the fruit machine resonated as the 100 slots illuminated sequentially. Eventually, the lights settled on one slot, which flickered momentarily. Then, a beam of white light shot forth, piercing through the system's attribute interface and entering Qin Shaofeng's mind. At that moment, the system chimed again. System prompt, congratulations. Player Qin Shaofeng, for acquiring the special skill Alchemy. Would you like to learn this skill? Alchemy? Upon hearing the prompt, Qin Shaofeng was initially taken aback, followed by overwhelming joy. As the name suggests, this skill pertains to the crafting of elixirs, a truly valuable asset. The thought of being able to concoct potions, combined with the dazzling array of elixirs he had seen in the system shop, ignited a thrill within him. Without restraint, he exclaimed, "Yes, I will learn alchemy." Buzz. The moment he uttered his affirmation, he felt a gentle tremor in his mind, and the system's notification resounded again. System prompt. Congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng, for obtaining the special skill Alchemy. Alchemy, level 10100, a special skill that allows the crafting of elixirs. The success rate is determined by the level of the alchemy skill and the type of elixir being crafted. Higher levels yield greater success rates and allow for the crafting of higher tier elixirs. Currently at level 1, players can produce common level elixirs. Note: each activation of alchemy consumes a certain amount of internal energy. Crafting a 1-star common elixir consumes 10 internal energy points. Crafting a 2-star common elixir consumes 20 points. Crafting a 3-star common elixir consumes 30 points. Haha, it truly is alchemy. With a hearty laugh, Qin Shaofeng's face radiated joy. As he gazed at the attributes of alchemy, he felt as though countless elixirs were beckoning to him. With this skill, even without points, he would never be lacking in potions. Excitedly, he spoke, reflecting on the potential. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly dashed to a corner of his room, rummaging through his belongings. After a few moments, he finally found what he was searching for, several Qiyuan herbs. These herbs were the last remnants from his expedition in the Blackhorn Mountain Range, specifically meant for crafting qi-replenishing elixirs. Having acquired the alchemy skill, Qin Shaofeng was eager to try his hand at creating a qi-replenishing elixir. However, upon locating the herbs, he realized he lacked a crucial tool, the alchemical cauldron required for elixir crafting. Realizing this, Qin Shaofeng rushed out of his room in a flurry. Determined to find an alchemical cauldron, he was intent on experiencing the joy of elixir crafting as soon as possible, moving swiftly enough that he did not notice Xiaoya, who was playing outside his room with Bai Shui, leaving the young girl momentarily puzzled. Half an hour later, Qin Shaofeng returned with a dejected expression. After searching for quite some time, he failed to find any alchemical cauldrons within the Qin estate. Although there were plenty of incense burners for worship, he doubted their suitability for elixir crafting. Nonetheless, Qin Shaofeng did not return empty-handed. In the end, driven by desperation, Qin Shaofeng made a decision that left all alchemists utterly astounded. Unable to locate any alchemical cauldrons, he dashed to the kitchen and requested a large pot from Qin Debao. Indeed, it was a large pot. In the absence of an alchemical furnace, Qin Shaofeng's first thought was to substitute it with the cooking pot in the kitchen. To him, the disparity between the cooking pot and an alchemical furnace seemed minimal. Yet, among alchemists, even a moderately competent novice would never entertain the notion of using a cooking pot as a replacement for an alchemical furnace, for such an idea was deemed absurd and chaotic. However, Qin Shaofeng not only contemplated this unconventional approach, but he also proceeded to act upon it. Upon witnessing Qin Shaofeng return with a large pot, Xiaoya was taken aback. Her curiosity piqued, compelling her to follow him to uncover his intentions. Qin Shaofeng, oblivious to her astonishment, subconsciously wished to impress her. After successfully concocting a qi-replenishing pill, he would proclaim, "Your young master is also an alchemist now." Chapter 34. Alchemy, or Cooking Herbs. Under Xiaoya's inquisitive gaze, Qin Shaofeng embarked on his inaugural attempt at alchemy. While he had observed various alchemists at work, those he had encountered were merely apprentices. In Blue River City, the individuals commonly referred to as alchemists were, in truth, not genuine alchemists, they were merely apprentices. The only true alchemist in the entire Blue River City was a junior alchemist hired at great expense by the Wang family, a family engaged in commerce. The arrival of this junior alchemist was a moment of great joy for the Wang family. When the junior alchemist joined the Wang family, he orchestrated an alchemical conference, publicly demonstrating his craft before a multitude. Qin Shaofeng vividly recalled how the alchemist conjured a nearly 3-meter-tall cauldron, surrounded by a dozen apprentices who fed wood into the cauldron to stoke the flames. This memory filled Qin Shaofeng with trepidation. Surely, with the system's alchemical technique, there was no need for wood to fuel a fire during the refining process, was there? Although he pondered this, uncertainty lingered, prompting his choice of the cooking pot. After all, using a pot would undoubtedly simplify the heating process. Before proceeding, he decided to test whether he could produce a pill by merely activating his skills. With the pot in position, he began to add vitality herbs. Typically, a single herb could yield one qi-replenishing pill. Therefore, Qin Shaofeng did not overindulge and tossed just one herb into the pot. However, to Xiaoya's eyes, this action appeared peculiar. Herb? As she observed Qin Shaofeng toss something into the pot, her curiosity piqued when she discerned it was merely a blade of grass. Her eyes widened in disbelief, resembling full moons, filled with suspicion. Is the young master attempting to boil grass? But why is he not lighting a fire? Had Qin Shaofeng been privy to Xiaoya's thoughts at that moment, he might have been incensed enough to give her a playful reprimand. I am refining a pill, not boiling grass. Nevertheless, Qin Shaofeng was too consumed by his anxieties to notice her bewildered expression, thus sparing her from any reprimand. Unperturbed by Xiaoya's strange demeanor, he covered the pot and, pressing his hand upon it, inwardly invoked the alchemical technique. The instant he mentally chanted the incantation, he felt a subtle stirring in his dantian, followed by a trickle of inner energy flowing from his right hand into the pot. What transpired next astounded Qin Shaofeng. The inner energy seemed to grant him insight, allowing him to perceive everything occurring within the pot as if he were witnessing the scene firsthand. As soon as the energy entered the pot, it trembled slightly, but then, to his dismay, nothing further occurred. The anticipated pill failed to materialize. Just as he observed the contents, the vitality herb burst into flames, reducing it to a pile of charred ashes. At that moment, Qin Shaofeng lost the connection with the inner energy and could no longer see into the pot. What is this? Qin Shaofeng blinked in surprise before lifting the pot's lid. Indeed, As he had anticipated, the pot now contained nothing but a small heap of blackened ashes. Was this a failure? Gaze fixed upon the charred remnants of the vitality herb. A flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Shaofeng's eyes. Yet, he quickly rallied his spirits. After all, it was his first attempt. Failure was to be expected. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. I cannot give up. Seemingly comforted by his own words, Qin Shaofeng promptly swept the ashes from the pot and placed another vitality herb within. However, the outcome remained unchanged the moment he activated the alchemical technique. The vibrant herb transformed into charred remnants once more. Another failure? Staring at the ashes within the pot, Qin Shaofeng felt exasperated. Damn it. I refuse to believe that I cannot produce a mere one-star chi-replenishing pill. He muttered softly before tossing in yet another vitality herb. Yet again, the results mirrored those of the previous attempts. Failure. Failure. Yet more failure. After several consecutive failures, Qin Shaofeng found himself utterly bewildered. This was only a basic vitality herb, and he was merely attempting to create a one-star chi-replenishing pill. How could he have failed so many times? With a sense of confusion, he glanced at the attributes of his alchemical technique. Indeed, the success rate of the technique was determined by its level and the nature of the pill being refined. A level 1 alchemical skill should not lead to repeated failures when crafting a simple one-star pill. Should it? Could it be the pot's fault? Quickly, Qin Shaofeng seemed to identify the issue, his gaze fixated on the large pot. Ah, a cooking pot is just that, a cooking pot. It is not an alchemical furnace. Thus, failure is to be expected. This predicament surely does not stem from my abilities, but rather from this pot. It appears I must seek out a genuine alchemical furnace. With a soft sigh, Qin Shaofeng pondered whether he sought solace or simply an excuse, ultimately attributing his failures to the pot. At that moment, Xiaoyer, observing Qin Shaofeng's silence, glanced at the pot and then at the scant ashes on the ground. She found herself perplexed. The young master had not ignited a fire. Yet how had the herbs been charred? Perplexed, Xiaoyer pondered for a moment before hesitantly suggesting to Qin Shaofeng, "Young master, if you wish to boil herbs, you should add some water. That way, they won't burn." As Qin Shaofeng contemplated where to acquire a proper alchemical furnace, he nearly stumbled upon hearing Xiaoyer's innocent suggestion. Boil herbs? This girl actually believes that I, the young master, have been boiling grass all this time? At this moment, Qin Shaofeng could no longer contain himself. Little girl, you simply do not understand. I am refining elixirs, not boiling grass. Where on earth did you come up with such an absurd notion? In an effort to defend his dignity, Qin Shaofeng issued a series of warnings to the young girl. Who would have thought of such a peculiar idea? The little girl felt a sudden pang of grievance and murmured softly, "Isn't it just because I saw you doing this that I thought so?" Oh. Qin Shaofeng was left speechless. However, the little girl quickly regained her composure and gazed at Qin Shaofeng with sudden admiration, saying, "Refining elixirs? I didn't know you could concoct potions, young master. Are you an alchemist?" Oh. Qin Shaofeng remained at a loss for words. An alchemist? He possessed the skill of alchemy. So perhaps it could be said he was indeed an alchemist, even if he had yet to successfully create a single elixir. But the little girl was unbothered by such distinctions and continued to chatter excitedly. Little Yuer has heard it said that alchemists are formidable figures. In our Blue River City, there is only one alchemist from the Wang family, and he is just an old man with a white beard. Young master, you are much younger than him. But I also heard that alchemists use large cauldrons for refining elixirs. Why are you using a big pot? A series of bright, crystal-clear tones erupted from the little girl as she began to unleash her stream of thoughts. At first, it was fine. Hearing the little girl's adoring tone regarding alchemists made Qin Shaofeng feel a swell of pride. Yet, as her words progressed, something felt off, particularly with her last remark, which left Qin Shaofeng feeling somewhat embarrassed. If it were anyone else, Qin Shaofeng would certainly have taken it as mockery. But looking at the little girl's face filled with admiration and her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with delight, he understood that she was not laughing at him at all. Nevertheless, despite this understanding, Qin Shaofeng's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit bashful. It was not that I, the young master, intentionally used this big pot. The issue is that I simply couldn't find an alchemical cauldron. Yet, the more the little girl expressed her excitement, the more Qin Shaofeng felt compelled to successfully create a chi-boosting elixir. Witnessing her enthusiastic admiration motivated him. A big pot is just a big pot. I refuse to believe that I cannot produce a chi-boosting elixir. Once more, he retrieved a stalk of chi-yuan grass and tossed it into the pot. Then covered it with the lid and silently began to activate his alchemical technique. Alchemical technique. As he mentally recited the incantation, Qin Shaofeng's internal energy diminished by 10 points. And the familiar scene unfolded once again before him. However, this time, a thought flickered in his mind. Previously, he had merely watched as his internal energy acted naturally. What if he were to control that small flow of internal energy himself? Although Qin Shaofeng was uncertain about the underlying principles of the alchemical process, he surmised that it involved melting the medicinal materials to obtain a liquid, which then solidified into an elixir. With this thought, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in his eyes. He gently initiated the control of the small flow of internal energy entering the pot. To his surprise, this attempt succeeded. Could it really be possible? Qin Shaofeng's heart leaped with joy, but he remained cautious. Recalling the previous instances where the Qi Yuan grass had been instantly reduced to ashes, he carefully maneuvered the flow of internal energy closer to the stalk of Qi Yuan grass. To his amazement, as the internal energy approached, the grass not only avoided being incinerated but began to melt slowly. Indeed, it was as he had suspected. Witnessing this, Qin Shaofeng finally understood. It wasn't a flaw in his technique or the pot itself. His earlier failures stemmed from a lack of control over his internal energy, which had caused the Qi Yuan grass to ignite in an instant. However, Qin Shaofeng remained unaware that this was also due to the limitations of the pot. Typically, alchemists use proper alchemical cauldrons, which possess the ability to temper the internal energy released by the alchemist. Thus, an alchemical cauldron is an indispensable tool for any alchemist. Chapter 35, The Golden Feathered Sculpture. The Youth. At this moment, Qin Shaofeng was oblivious to the true purpose of the cauldron. As he controlled the internal energy to melt the Qi Yuan grass, he mistakenly believed he had discovered the genuine method of alchemy. If others were to learn that Qin Shaofeng could control his internal energy to refine elixirs, they would undoubtedly be left speechless in shock. An alchemist can control the output of energy during the refining process, but that requires a level of mastery beyond that of an ordinary alchemist. The energy output at that stage is not merely acquired internal energy, but a higher form of spiritual energy. To reach such a level, an alchemist must at least possess the strength of a spiritual vein and be a high-ranking alchemist. Before this, virtually all alchemical practices relied on the use of cauldrons to control the output of energy. Yet now, Qin Shaofeng was capable of doing so, under his control. As the Qi Yuan grass was enveloped by that small flow of internal energy, it was immediately refined. In just a few breaths, it began to dissolve completely. A few moments later, the grass transformed into a pool of medicinal liquid. Following this, under the influence of the small flow of internal energy, the liquid began to coalesce, swiftly forming into a spherical globule of medicinal liquid. Before long, the liquid appeared to solidify. At this point, Qin Shaofeng finally experienced a moment of clarity. Refining elixirs. So this is what it truly entails. However, if other alchemists were to discover Qin Shaofeng's current approach, they would likely erupt in indignation. What is this method of alchemy? This is clearly a haphazard attempt. Refining elixirs in a simple cooking pot, such an act would likely be unparalleled among alchemists. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that if word of Qin Shaofeng's action spread, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar within the realm of alchemy, despite his chaotic approach. It also demonstrated his extraordinary innate talent for alchemy. Regrettably, the mastermind behind it all remained blissfully unaware. System notification: congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng has successfully refined an elixir, obtaining a common grade 1-star Qi boosting pill. Upon witnessing the complete formation of the elixir within the pot, Qin Shaofeng quickly heard the system's notification. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded. The system's announcement prompted Qin Shaofeng to burst into hearty laughter. He eagerly lifted the lid of the pot and retrieved the pale green pill from within. Common grade 1-star Qi boosting pill, a standard common grade elixir, refined from low-level Qi Yuan grass, capable of instantly restoring 20 points of internal energy. Gazing at the attributes of the Qi boosting pill in his hand, which matched those in the system shop, Qin Shaofeng's eyes sparkled with delight. Meanwhile, little Yuer stood nearby, her mouth agape, staring in awe at the elixir in Qin Shaofeng's hand. Initially startled by his sudden laughter, she was now completely astonished to see him produce a genuine elixir. He succeeded. The young master truly refined an elixir. The little girl gasped in amazement, then immediately spoke to Qin Shaofeng in an incredibly admiring tone. Young master, you are so impressive. You really made an elixir. The first half of her statement filled Qin Shaofeng with joy, finally alleviating the earlier awkwardness. As Qin Shaofeng experienced such feelings, the latter half of the little girl's words instantaneously cast a flicker of awkwardness across his face once more. What does it mean that I truly concocted it? Hearing this, it felt as though the little girl did not entirely believe that her young master could indeed refine elixirs. However, upon gazing into her innocent starry eyes, Qin Shaofeng recognized that she harbored no such doubts. She was genuinely delighted for him. Ah, she is truly just a little girl. Observing her demeanor, Qin Shaofeng's heart softened with a smile, and he felt a sudden warmth envelop him. Well, seeing you so obedient, I shall gift you my very first elixir. Suddenly, Qin Shaofeng extended the Qi restoration pill in his hand towards Stalia, although he had wished to keep this first elixir as a memento. The sight of the little girl's pure joy compelled him to present it to her. After all, she was a witness to his success in refining the first elixir. "Are you really giving it to me?" the little girl exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, a mixture of astonishment and cuteness radiating from her. "Indeed, it is true," Qin Shaofeng replied with a gentle smile, placing the elixir in her delicate white hand. Unable to resist, he pinched her adorable cheek and laughed. "Our little Xiaoya is so lovely. If I do not give it to you, whom shall I bestow it upon?" "Oh, how wonderful. You are so kind, young master." The little girl, seemingly reassured, tightly clutched the Qi restoration pill, joyfully exclaiming as she leaped toward Qin Shaofeng, planting a firm kiss on his cheek. Of course, the kiss was merely on his face. Nonetheless, in this lifetime and the last, it was the first time Qin Shaofeng had been treated this way by a girl. His face involuntarily flushed slightly, and he felt a bit awkward, his demeanor stiffening. Meanwhile, the little girl seemed unfazed. After kissing Qin Shaofeng, she gleefully regarded the elixir in her hand. After receiving the Qi restoration pill, the little girl departed as if she had acquired a treasured gem, thrilled to seek out a fine jade vial to safeguard her precious elixir. To her, this was no mere first-tier Qi restoration pill, but a remarkable and invaluable treasure. Qin Shaofeng merely smiled lightly, saying nothing further as he resumed his alchemical pursuits. With the success of his initial endeavor, he felt a newfound confidence. Subsequently, aside from 2 minor failures due to momentary lapses, Qin Shaofeng successfully refined the remaining Qi restoration herbs into elixirs. In the end, he possessed 8 first-tier Qi restoration pills, and with the one in the little girl's possession, that made 9. 17 herbs yielded 9 elixirs. In truth, Qin Shaofeng had gained considerable confidence. He believed he could achieve a 100% success rate in refining these elixirs. The numerous attempts had acclimated him to the alchemical process, dispelling the ignorance he had initially harbored. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he remained quite unknowledgeable in the art of alchemy. This realization would dawn on him not long after. Reflecting on his actions today, even Qin Shaofeng would feel a tinge of embarrassment. However, a dozen attempts at alchemy did not satisfy him, prompting him to seek out his grandfather. When Qin Shaofeng presented the 8 Qi restoration pills to the old man, he was met with astonishment. The elder had never anticipated that shortly after learning of his grandson's meteoric rise in cultivation, he would be greeted with yet another surprise. An alchemist? His grandson had become an alchemist? Despite his disbelief, even upon witnessing the 8 Qi restoration pills in Qin Shaofeng's hands, a flicker of uncertainty lingered in his heart. Could such a feat truly be accomplished by his grandson? Nevertheless, once he arranged for some herbs to be brought forth for Qin Shaofeng to refine before his very eyes, doubt turned into belief. Seeing the large cauldron before him, the old man's beard twitched. What was the situation of using such a large pot for alchemy? Despite his confusion, he granted Qin Shaofeng's request, allowing the Qin residents to begin gathering some common-grade herbs. To the old man, this was indeed a favorable development. Not only did it signify that Qin Shaofeng could become an alchemist, but it also implied that his grandson would remain in Blue River City during this period of alchemical practice. Thus, incidents like the Black Hand Butcher, Wu Sankai, would be less likely to occur, while outside might pose dangers should anyone dare to assassinate Qin Shaofeng. The nominal lord of Blue River City and an evaluator from the Yin Academy, neither the Yin Nation nor the Academy would remain indifferent. Even Zhang Chongshan would likely refrain from any underhanded tactics. Therefore, at this juncture, Qin Shaofeng's presence in Blue River City was undoubtedly the safest option. As time passed, Qin Shaofeng immersed himself in the art of alchemy, occasionally visiting the Blue River City beast fighting arena to procure some injured demonic beasts. Soon, the day for the Yin Academy's official enrollment assessment approached rapidly. With only 3 days remaining until the Yin Academy's enrollment assessment, a figure suddenly soared through the high skies not far from Blue River City. Rather than a mere figure, it could be likened to a majestic golden-feathered eagle. Its entire body adorned in golden plumage, its expansive wingspan reached an impressive 10 meters. The golden feather eagle. This was a high-tier demonic beast, albeit a juvenile. The aura it exuded suggested that it could easily overpower typical innate 3rd or 4th layer experts. Yet, what was even more astonishing was that upon the back of this formidable creature lay a young man. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, exuding an air of languor, devoid of any motivation. Atop the back of the golden feather eagle, he half closed his eyes, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Suddenly, with a soft cry from the golden feather eagle, the young man's eyes fluttered open. "Have we arrived?" he murmured, sitting up and glancing ahead to spot Blue River City in the distance. Sighing, he lamented, "I merely came to fetch my junior sister." Yet why was I assigned to escort others as well? After a brief sigh, the young man rose gracefully, leaping from the golden feather eagle to make his way toward Blue River City. Little Jean, you amuse yourself here. I shall return shortly. While Blue River City was one of his tasks, the young man was acutely aware that this modest city held little significance within the Yin nation, with its strongest residents barely reaching the innate third layer. Bringing along a high-tier demonic beast like Little Jean might attract unnecessary trouble. It was well known that he, Lianyao, was averse to complications. Chapter 36. A visitor at the Qin residence today, a guest arrived at the Qin family. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The salient point was that this guest was personally received by the venerable Qin patriarch. This stirred considerable curiosity among the inhabitants of Blue River City regarding the identity of this unexpected visitor to the Qin residence. Soon, in a brief moment, the guest departed, accompanied by the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Shaofeng. The onlookers at the Qin residence soon grasped the situation. This young man was a student from Lianyao Academy, visiting Blue River City to escort Qin Shaofeng for an assessment at the academy. The news of Lianyao Academy's upcoming admissions evaluation had already spread, and Qin Shaofeng was among those eligible to participate. The people of Blue River City were filled with anticipation, hoping their city lord would join Lianyao Academy and become one of its students. Even in a modest town like Blue River City, the esteemed reputation of Lianyao Academy shone brightly, and being accepted into its ranks was regarded as an immense honor. With their lord presented with such an opportunity, it was only natural for them to be excited. Meanwhile, Qin Shaofeng, following the young man, felt a tempest of emotions within him. Finally departing, casting a glance back at Blue River City, he was struck by a wave of nostalgia. The image of a little girl weeping like a flower added to his bittersweet sentiment. A soft whimper escaped as a small, snow-white head peeked out from his embrace. It was Bai Shui, his battle beast, the spirit fox. As Qin Shaofeng's battle companion with considerable potential, he was determined to nurture Bai Shui closely. The little girl understood this well, having been the one to suggest that Bai Shui accompany Qin Shaofeng. Initially, he intended for Bai Shui to stay with her, but unbeknownst to him, the seemingly dazed girl had shown remarkable thoughtfulness. Reflecting on this, a smile crept onto Qin Shaofeng's face. Seeing him smile seemed to reassure Bai Shui, who tucked her head back into his arms and fell into a deep slumber. Ah, this little creature possesses quite the spirit. The young man observed all of Bai Shui's actions with keen interest, and he was, in fact, quite astonished. He recognized at a glance that Bai Shui was merely an intermediate beast, yet she exhibited a level of intelligence typical only of spirit beasts at the pulse stage. This was akin to his own battle beast, the golden feather eagle, Shao Jing. However, the distinction lay in his eagle's lineage, which included a trace of ancient sacred beast blood, granting it unique intelligence and the ability to communicate briefly with him at the advanced beast level. Could this spirit fox also possess some powerful lineage? The young man pondered, only to dismiss the thought. Such powerful bloodlines among lower-tier beasts were exceedingly rare. It was inconceivable that one could appear in a small place like Blue River City. Surely, he was overthinking. Intelligence? Qin Shaofeng paused, then chuckled. I wouldn't say that. I only know this little one has quite the appetite for delicacies. Upon hearing this, the young man chuckled softly, realizing he had perhaps been overly imaginative, and opened his mouth to speak again. Yet, he was interrupted by a sharp cry overhead. Chirp! A joyful call resonated in the air above Qin Shaofeng and the young man, followed by a gust of wind, as a massive shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Startled, Qin Shaofeng glanced up to see a gigantic golden eagle, his heart racing. Do not be alarmed. This is my battle beast, Shao Jing, the young man reassured him, recognizing Qin Shaofeng's unease. Battle beast? Intrigued, Qin Shaofeng's eyes brightened, activating his keen vision. Golden feather eagle, advanced tier 3 beast, master, Yanqinghao. This was all the information he could gather. An advanced tier 3 beast corresponded to the innate third stage of human cultivation. Although Qin Shaofeng had visited the beast arena in Blue River City numerous times and acquired several intermediate beasts, he himself had only just reached the innate 8th stage. Player, Qin Shaofeng level, innate 8th stage internal energy value, 27, 502, 750. Innate 7th stage possesses 550 points of internal energy, with a 5-fold enhancement from the Jing, talent root, thunder body skills, keen vision, Jing, Shaoli flying dagger. Alchemy battle beast, Bai Shui equipment, none tasks, none points, 300 title, none. This was Qin Shaofeng's current status. As for the title, after handing over the city lord seal to Qin, he no longer held the title of city lord. This was a decision made after discussions with the elder Qin. With his innate 8th stage cultivation, employing his keen vision could at most allow him to discern information about the innate 1st stage. Discovering the name and realm of the Golden Eagle before him was already a stroke of luck. He had previously used his keen vision on the young man named Lianyao, but had only encountered a series of question marks, with the name being disclosed by the individual himself. Thus, he held a genuine admiration for this senior from Lianyao Academy. From his appearance, this senior, Lianyao, seemed to be no older than 23, only 7 or 8 years his senior. Yet, this youth's cultivation level was inscrutable. Qin Shaofeng had even learned from his grandfather that even the elder could not discern Lianyanghao's true strength, only knowing that he was vastly superior. Such a figure was not one to emerge from Blue River City. This was the essence of true genius. Nevertheless, Qin Shaofeng remained undeterred, feeling a sense of excitement. This was the caliber of Lianyao Academy's students. Blue River City was undeniably limited. He realized that to witness the wonders of the world, he must venture forth. Thus, at the moment of departure, he resolved to successfully pass the assessment and become a formal student of Lianyao Academy. This would also benefit Blue River City and the Qin family significantly. After all, Lianyao Academy would undoubtedly offer some care for the families of its students, which in turn would attract attention from Lianyao Kingdom. This was one of the reasons the people of Blue River City eagerly anticipated Qin Shaofeng's admission into Lianyao Academy. The arrival of Xiao Jing signaled the official departure of Lianyao and Qin Shaofeng. The distance from Lianyao Academy to Blue River City was vast. Relying on ordinary transportation methods, such as horse-drawn carriages, it could take 2 to 3 months to arrive. Recognizing this, Lianyao Academy typically had its students escort those with recommendation slots. Of course, this was solely one way. Once candidates successfully passed the assessment, they would become part of Lianyao Academy and would not leave anytime soon. If they failed, they would not be considered students, and Lianyao Academy would have no obligation to escort them back. With Xiaojin's speed, they could reach Lianyao Academy in half a day. However, before that, Lianyao had to pick up 2 others. Unlike typical students, Lianyao was an exceptionally outstanding student at Lianyao Academy and did not require escorts for candidates. Yet this time, he had a specific purpose. One of the reasons was that a junior from his master's family, now 15 years old, was permitted to venture out for training and, due to his master's influence, had chosen Lianyao Academy. Another reason lies in the fact that his senior brother, during a mission years ago, was besieged by a multitude of demonic beasts. Although he barely managed to escape, he was severely injured. Fortunately, fate spared him. He was rescued by a lord who had ventured out for hunting nearby. To repay this life-saving grace, his senior brother pledged to fulfill 3 reasonable requests from the lord. The first request was accomplished years ago, and now it was time for the second, to allow the lord's son to enter the Lianyao Academy. The true mission of Lianyao was not merely to aid Qin Shaofeng, but rather to assist the son of his senior brother's benefactor, who was a junior member of his master's family. As for Qin Shaofeng, he was merely an incidental companion, brought along due to the proximity of Blue River City to his master's family's domain. In truth, Lianyao had little regard for someone hailing from such a remote town. He believed Qin Shaofeng had no real chance of passing the entrance examination of Lianyao Academy. His presence was merely a formality dictated by the Academy's regulations. However, what took him by surprise was discovering that Qin Shaofeng possessed the cultivation of the 8th layer of the acquired realm. Such a level, while unimpressive within the Academy, was considered a rare talent in a secluded place like Blue River City. A glance at Qin Shaofeng seated behind him brought a faint smile to Lianyanghao's lips. The 8th layer of the acquired realm? He mused that even this young lad might pale in comparison to his junior sister, rendering him insignificant. Nevertheless, with his current abilities, becoming a star-level student would not pose a challenge. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely be assigned to a decent small city in 20 years. A far superior fate compared to inheriting Blue River City. Truly, a fortunate young man. After a moment of introspection, Lianyao ceased to ponder further. It was unnecessary. Overthinking would not alter their destinies, as this mere encounter would likely be their last. At this moment, Qin Shaofeng, perched upon the back of the golden feathered eagle, remained oblivious to the image he had created in Lianyanghao's mind within such a short span of time. His cultivation level was seen through, and it seemed even his future achievements had been calculated. For an ordinary individual, Lianyanghao's predictions might well become reality. But was Qin Shaofeng truly an ordinary person? Had he been privy to Lianyanghao's earlier thoughts, he would have merely smiled in amusement, dismissing them entirely. With his system, even he was unaware of the heights he could reach. How could others discern his potential? Chapter 37. The Maiden in White with silence enveloping them. Lianyao refrained from conversing with Qin Shaofeng after they boarded the Golden Eagle, instead settling into a meditative position. Qin Shaofeng, finding no interest in idle chatter, sat quietly behind him, maintaining his own silence. However, despite his seemingly tranquil posture, he had succumbed to slumber. Although the golden eagle flew swiftly, Lian Qinghao had deliberately created a barrier, shielding them from the fierce winds generated by their rapid ascent. Moreover, the eagle's flight was remarkably smooth. Thus, in the absence of stimulation, Qin Shaofeng found himself drifting into sleep. An indeterminate time later, a sudden jolt from the golden eagle jolted Qin Shaofeng awake. His eyes snapping open. Before him lay a verdant forest, devoid of any signs of civilization. Where was this? Confusion stirred within him, but Lian Qinghao stood up, gazing into the distance as if awaiting something. Could it be other candidates? He recalled Lian Qinghao mentioning that besides himself, there were 2 others to be picked up. Yet, the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Given the desolate surroundings, Qin Shaofeng began to doubt whether anyone could possibly reside in such a remote area. It felt as if they had stumbled into a secluded valley. Could anyone truly warrant the Academy's attention in such a place? Just then, a piercing cry shattered the silence, echoing through the skies, and a colossal shadow surged toward them. Upon closer inspection, Qin Shaofeng's heart raced. What was this imposing figure? It was unmistakably a gigantic eagle. Its outstretched wings spanned at least 100 meters, and the overwhelming aura it exuded left Qin Shaofeng trembling with trepidation. This was a creature of terrifying strength. Such was his initial impression of the great eagle. He even sensed the golden eagle beneath him quivering slightly, instinctively wary of the massive bird. This was a manifestation of the eagle's non-hostile demeanor. Had it approached with malice, the high-tier golden eagle would have likely fled in fear. Yet, perhaps in such a scenario, escape would be futile. It might have already collapsed in terror. This was not mere imagination on Qin Shaofeng's part, but a genuine sentiment inspired by the eagle's formidable presence. Although his keen eye could not discern the eagle's precise attributes, the heightened sensitivity bestowed by his ability suggested that this creature was the most powerful entity he had ever encountered. Its might far surpassed even that of Lian Qinghao, who held an air of mystery. This was merely an instinctive feeling, yet Qin Shaofeng trusted it wholeheartedly. Junior Lian Qinghao, sent by my master to escort the young lady to Lianyao Academy. Lian Qinghao bowed respectfully as the eagle halted before them. In that moment, Qin Shaofeng realized the eagle had an owner. If the eagle was so fearsome, its master must be even more formidable. Lian Qinghao's deference indicated the presence of an extraordinarily powerful individual. Ah, it's you, little Hao. It's been years, you've grown. Yet your cultivation remains rather unimpressive, somewhat unworthy of your master's reputation. A calm voice emanated from the eagle, revealing a familiarity between its owner and Lian Qinghao. The latter's face flushed with embarrassment, but upon hearing the voice, he visibly relaxed. So it was the esteemed Qingyi. Lian Qinghao seemed well acquainted with the voice's owner. Their rapport apparent as he spoke with a blend of ease and respect typical of a junior addressing a senior. Very well, I shall not linger. I leave the young lady in your care. I must take my leave. The eagle's owner appeared disinclined to linger, exchanging a few words with Lian Qinghao before preparing to depart. However, as she was about to leave, she added, I hope that when next we meet, you possess at least half the talent of Shaokuan. These words left Lian Qinghao's expression pained. Half the talent of his senior brother? Was that not a death sentence? With a resonant thrum, the eagle's wings beat powerfully, and in an instant, it vanished from sight. Throughout the encounter, Qin Shaofeng had been oblivious to the eagle's arrival and departure, as if it had appeared and vanished like a specter. However, although the great eagle had vanished, a trace of white remained in the place where it once resided. Upon closer inspection, Qin Shaofeng discovered that it was a crane, resembling an ethereal bird. While the crane was only half the size of Xiao Jing, the aura it exuded imparted to Qin Shaofeng a sense of power that rivaled that of Lian Qinghao. Yet, what captivated Qin Shaofeng even more was the maiden seated upon the crane's back. The girl appeared to be around the same age as Qin Shaofeng, approximately 14 or 15 years old, donned in white attire, with her long azure hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders. Though still youthful, her exquisitely delicate features bore a hint of innocence, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. Qin Shaofeng was instantly entranced. In his eyes, the girl Xiaoyu, with her remarkable beauty among her peers, paled in comparison to this maiden. It was not merely a matter of looks, but rather the enchanting aura she radiated. This girl, of similar age, evoked in Qin Shaofeng the impression of a celestial fairy who had descended into the mortal realm, an enchanting vision that inspired yearning yet commanded reverence. How beautiful! Though a multitude of praises swirled in his mind, Qin Shaofeng ultimately found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe her beauty, leaving him with nothing but the thought of her exquisite allure. Lian Qinghao, however, remained oblivious to Qin Shaofeng's expression. Upon seeing the girl, He smiled slightly and greeted her. "Little junior sister, I trust you are well." "Yes, senior brother," the maiden replied softly, nodding, her expression otherwise neutral. Lianyao appeared unfazed, his demeanor habitual, and then, with a touch of nostalgia, remarked, "It has been 3 years since we last met. I had no idea that your cultivation has surpassed my own as your senior brother. No wonder Aunt Qing reprimanded me earlier. It seems I have indeed grown complacent." This time, the girl did not respond, instead guiding the crane to the side of Xiao Jing. Throughout, she had only cast a brief glance at Qin Shaofeng before turning her attention elsewhere. From Lianyang's attitude, it seemed he had no intention of introducing the girl to Qin Shaofeng. Yet Qin Shaofeng was not concerned with this. His focus was on Lianyang's statement regarding the girl's cultivation surpassing his own. Surpassing Lianyang's cultivation? Qin Shaofeng dared not contemplate further. He believed Lianyang's prowess to be at least at the 5th level of the innate realm, if not higher. To think that someone of similar age could be stronger than him left Qin Shaofeng feeling bewildered. He had already considered Lianyao to be a true genius of this world. Yet the appearance of the girl in white made him realize that there were always greater heights to reach, and beyond those heights lay realms yet unimagined. He had underestimated the world all along. Qin Shaofeng fell into silence. Xiao Jing resumed its rapid pace, and the white-clad maiden's crane effortlessly kept up, moving at a steady pace beside them. After a prolonged silence, a glimmer of determination flickered in Qin Shaofeng's eyes, and he roused himself. Perhaps he was not destined to be a genius, not in the same league as those hailed as prodigies. Yet, with the assistance of the system, Qin Shaofeng refused to believe that he was truly inferior to those so-called exceptional beings. Though he had faced the harsh reality of a vast chasm between himself and the talents of the world, he quickly regained his composure. The current disparity did not dictate the future. What did he have to fear? It seemed that the little creature nestled in his arms sensed the fluctuations of his emotions. The slumbering little one, Bai Shui, peeked out, letting out a soft whimper, as if cheering him on. "This little fellow." Qin Shaofeng smiled gently and reached out to pat its small head. It had been sleeping soundly, undisturbed by the earlier commotion, truly a lazy little one. Sensing her owners speaking ill of her, the little creature protested with a few soft cries, emerging from Qin Shaofeng's embrace with an expression of displeasure. "Oh." As the little creature wriggled out, the white-clad maiden suddenly gasped softly, her gaze shifting to Bai Shui, her eyes momentarily flashing with surprise, followed by a hint of curiosity. Just as Qin Shaofeng was about to say something to Bai Shui, he felt a gentle tremor in the space to his right, and a white figure appeared. Turning to look, he realized that the white-clad maiden had somehow guided her crane to the right side of Xiao Jing and was now gazing at Qin Shaofeng. More precisely, she was staring at the little creature Bai Shui. "What is her name?" This was the first time the maiden had spoken to Qin Shaofeng since her arrival, and it was clearly prompted by her interest in Bai Shui. Qin Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, responding with a smile. "Oh, this little one? Her name is Bai Shui." "Bai Shui?" The white-clad maiden repeated softly, and then, unexpectedly, she smiled. It was a melodious laugh that captivated Qin Shaofeng, leaving him momentarily spellbound. How could someone so young possess such charm? If she were to grow even more, would she not become even more formidable? At that point, the expressions like a fish sinking or a flower hiding would hardly suffice to describe her beauty. Lost in admiration, Qin Shaofeng failed to notice that the white-clad maiden had referred to Bai Shui as her on 2 occasions, rather than it. However, the maiden's next words jolted him back to reality. "Could you perhaps let her come with me?" Chapter 38. The incomprehensible youth. "Could you perhaps let her come with me?" The white-clad maiden's unexpected request instantly darkened Qin Shaofeng's expression. Initially, he had believed that she was merely drawn to Bai Shui's cuteness, prompting her to engage in conversation. But it became clear that she desired to possess Bai Shui. Was that even a possibility? Setting aside the fact that the battle beasts confirmed by the system could not be discarded, Qin Shaofeng would never part with Bai Shui. The little creature was not only adored by Xiaoyu, but Qin Shaofeng himself held an immense fondness for her. Giving Bai Shui away was absolutely out of the question. The maiden's words significantly tarnished her image in Qin Shaofeng's mind, even invoking a hint of disdain within him. Did she truly believe that beauty could grant her anything she desired? Noticing Qin Shaofeng's silence, the white-clad maiden spoke again. "Rest assured, I would not take her without compensation. I can promise you one request. As long as it is within my power, I will not refuse." "What?" Lianyao, who had been attentively listening to their conversation, was taken aback by his little junior sister's words. He understood her background well. As the only daughter of the family head in her clan, she was akin to royalty. Given her status and identity, such a promise would be highly coveted, even by the ruler of the Yin Empire. Though he was her senior brother, there was a notable disparity in their statuses. This young man was truly fortunate. Why didn't I have such a captivating fox spirit? For a moment, Lian Qinghao felt a twinge of envy toward Qin Shaofeng. However, what Lian Qinghao never anticipated was that upon hearing his little junior sister's words, Qin Shaofeng would reject her without a second thought. I'm sorry, but I cannot part with Bai Shui. As he spoke, a hint of coldness crept into Qin Shaofeng's tone, and his growing disdain for the seemingly ethereal girl in white deepened. Qin Shaofeng resolutely declined, causing a flicker of disappointment in the girl's eyes. Observing this, Lian Qinghao felt a pang in his heart and hurriedly explained, Qin Shaofeng, please don't be so quick to refuse. You have no idea about my little junior sister's esteemed background. Before Lian Qinghao could finish, Qin Shaofeng interrupted him. I know what you're trying to say. You're merely attempting to convey how noble her status is and how precious her promise would be. I could sense that from the earlier encounter with the giant eagle and its master. However, shifting his gaze firmly to Lian Qinghao, Qin Shaofeng declared, though Bai Shui is merely a fox spirit, she holds a familial place in my heart. I could never betray my family. While I may not be a remarkable person, if I desire something, I shall earn it through my own efforts. Taking the easy route is not my style. Of course, if you choose to forcefully take her, I would have no words, for it is my weakness that allows it. Qin Shaofeng's words astonished Lian Qinghao. With his experience and insight, he could discern the truth. Yet, it was precisely this clarity that surprised him. He had not expected a mere youth from a remote town to articulate such profound thoughts. To dismiss him as ignorant would be unjust, for his reasoning was astute and clearly articulated. Ha ha, Qin Shaofeng, you were quite impressive. Lian Qinghao suddenly burst into laughter. His gaze towards Qin Shaofeng, now laced with admiration. Setting aside other considerations, Qin Shaofeng's determination was enough to earn him Lian Qinghao's respect. However, Lian Qinghao was left speechless by Qin Shaofeng's final remark. Rest assured, there will be no forceful taking. With my little sister's status, she would not resort to such measures. Smiling gently, Lian Qinghao glanced at the girl in white, sighing internally, little sister, I cannot assist you further. This lad is simply too headstrong. My apologies. At that moment, the girl in white suddenly interjected, her tone filled with regret as she addressed Qin Shaofeng. I did not mean to give you that impression. I have no intention of forcibly taking Bai Shui. I simply wish to befriend her. Since you disapprove, I shall not press the matter further. May I still befriend her? The girl's unexpected change of heart left Qin Shaofeng bewildered. What was happening? Though he found it perplexing, he ultimately nodded out of courtesy, considering his current predicament. Well, that is acceptable, as long as Bai Shui does not object. While Qin Shaofeng appeared to agree, he was being quite cunning. Bai Shui had already shown her displeasure towards the girl when she first made her request, growling fiercely. It was clear that the little creature was upset. In such a context, expecting her to consent was improbable. Yet, just as this thought crossed Qin Shaofeng's mind, the girl in white smiled gently and said, Thank you. Without any apparent action, her lips moved, and then the astonishing occurred. As if she had understood the girl's words, Bai Shui ceased her aggressive display, tilting her adorable head in curiosity towards the girl, seemingly pondering her intentions. Finally, Bai Shui leapt gracefully into the girl's embrace. This turn of events left Qin Shaofeng utterly confounded. Lian Qinghao chuckled softly, a hint of pride in his voice. How perplexed you must be. Allow me to clarify. My little junior sister possesses a natural affinity for communicating with spirit beasts. No matter how lowly the beast, she can converse with them. What? Such a talent exists? Qin Shaofeng was taken aback, but soon enough, realization dawned upon him. Casting a sidelong glance at the girl in white, he smirked coldly. So, this was her strategy, to use her ability to befriend Bai Shui and lure her away from him? Unbeknownst to him, a negative impression of the girl in white began to form in his heart. He believed she was merely feigning friendship with Bai Shui, aiming to win the creature's affection and ultimately betray him, her true master. After all, even if a contract was established, if the spirit beast was still young, it could easily be swayed and turn against its master. However, Qin Shaofeng was not concerned. No amount of manipulation could sway the system he possessed. From the initial spark of intrigue to this current situation, Qin Shaofeng's perception of the girl in white had undergone a dramatic shift. Nevertheless, he chose not to reveal his thoughts. During their journey, he refrained from any further conversation with Lian Qinghao, opting instead to feign meditation. 3 hours later, Jing came to a halt once more. This time, their resting place was not a forest or desolate wilderness, but rather a bustling city, 5 to 6 times larger than Lanjing City. They did not linger long, however, as in just a quarter of an hour, Jing took flight again. This time, a brawny man also joined them on Jing's back. Is this another candidate? Qin Shaofeng pondered, eyeing the towering figure before him. Observing his size, It was evident that the man was not young. Did he still meet the admission criteria of Lianyao Academy? Was it not said that anyone over 18 years of age who lacked innate cultivation would not be accepted? The more Qin Shaofeng scrutinized, the more questions arose in his mind. Unable to contain his curiosity, he finally inquired, "Brother, are you also a student of Lianyao Academy?" Given his appearance, Qin Shaofeng deduced that this individual was likely a student rather than a candidate. As soon as Qin Shaofeng posed his question, Lian Xinghao erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, brother." It seemed he had recalled something particularly amusing, laughing heartily. Even the girl in white, who had been engrossed in play with by Shui, turned to observe them. The brawny man suddenly flushed, looking at the laughing Lian Xinghao, and hurriedly explained to Qin Shaofeng, "I am not yet a student of Lianyao Academy. I am also a candidate. And please, do not call me brother. I just turned 14 a month ago." 14 years old? Qin Shaofeng was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the towering figure before him, whose muscular physique suggested immense strength. It was astonishing that such a robust individual was only 14, a year younger than Qin Shaofeng. What kind of upbringing had he experienced? Could there be a lineage of giants in this world? A flurry of thoughts raced through Qin Shaofeng's mind, his keen perception coming into play. Character, Dumeng level, early stage of acquired realm, 10th layer vitality, 1800 innate talent root, Earth early stage of acquired realm, 10th layer. The information relayed by the all-seeing eye startled Qin Shaofeng. He had not anticipated that the 14-year-old youth before him was, in fact, a nascent expert at the initial stage of the 10th level of acquired cultivation. Moreover, his internal energy was significantly greater than that of the average person. Typically, an individual at the 10th level of acquired cultivation possesses around 650 points of internal energy, yet this individual boasted an astonishing 1,800 points, nearly triple that of an ordinary person. This clearly indicated that the cultivation technique he practiced was far from ordinary. However, upon seeing the youth's name, Qin Shaofeng found himself at a loss for words. Dumeng? More like Dumeng. Such a robust physique was truly astonishing. This remarkably developed young man made Qin Shaofeng acutely aware that he was no longer on Earth. Yet, contrary to Qin Shaofeng's assumptions, Dumeng did not possess any giant bloodline. Unlike the girl in white, Dumeng was quite amiable and engaging in conversation with Qin Shaofeng. Through their dialogue, Qin Shaofeng learned that Dumeng was essentially a recognized disciple of Master Lian Xinghao, having practiced a formidable body refinement technique since childhood, which had cultivated his impressive physique. His purpose in coming to Lianyao Academy was to enroll and become a 5-star student before turning 15. For only then could he formally apprentice under Master Lian Xinghao. Chapter 39. Arrival at Lianyao Academy during his conversation with Dumeng. Qin Shaofeng also discovered that the students at Lianyao Academy were not all equal. Those who passed the academy's admission assessment would become preparatory students, not formal students. According to Dumeng, gaining entry as a preparatory student was relatively easy, as long as one was under 15 years of age, had reached at least the level of an acquired warrior, and could pass the admission assessment, they would face little difficulty. While becoming a preparatory student at Lianyao Academy was not overly challenging, the criteria for becoming a formal student were quite stringent. The sole requirement to become a formal student was possessing the potential to break through to the innate warrior realm. Once admitted as a preparatory student, there would be a 3-month evaluation period, during which the academy's instructors would assess the student's progress and performance to determine their eligibility for formal enrollment. Those who failed would naturally be expelled. However, there were exceptional cases, such as Dumeng, who, at just 14, had already reached the 10th level of acquired cultivation, making him fully qualified to challenge the innate realm. Thus, as long as Dumeng succeeded in the admission assessment, he would automatically become a formal student of Lianyao Academy. In fact, any individual under 15 with a cultivation level at the 10th level of acquired would achieve formal student status upon passing the assessment. As for the 5-star students Dumeng mentioned, they were a tier above the formal students. In Lianyao Academy, star students were those who had reached the innate warrior realm, categorized into 10 levels. A 5-star student corresponded to the 5th level of innate cultivation. Yet Dumeng stated that he needed to reach the 5th level of innate cultivation to qualify for apprenticeship under Master Lian Xinghao. This revelation shocked Qin Shaofeng. However, contemplating his inability to discern Master Lian Xinghao's realm, he realized that his master must be even more formidable, particularly when he had previously encountered the girl in white. The Great Eagle's guardian had alluded to something, from which Qin Shaofeng gleaned that Master Lian Xinghao was likely far less powerful than his own master. Reflecting on the guardian, Qin Shaofeng glanced at the girl in white, silently pondering her potential as a star student. Surely she would surpass Master Lian Xinghao, ranking no less than 6 or 7 stars. Qin Shaofeng mused in his heart, Yet he soon realized how ludicrous this speculation was. As their conversation continued, Qin Shaofeng grew more familiar with Du Ming. Despite Du Ming's somewhat exaggerated physique, he possessed a rather introverted nature and did not look down upon Qin Shaofeng due to his superior cultivation. This endearment led Qin Shaofeng to regard him favorably, and after their exchange, Du Ming began to affectionately refer to him as Brother Feng. In return, Qin Shaofeng nicknamed Du Ming Mingzi, a moniker fitting his robust stature. After several hours, a magnificent city emerged before Qin Shaofeng, the Grand Lianyao City, which, while not the capital of Lianyao Nation, bore its name. This city was, in fact, the very location of Lianyao Academy. Upon realizing this, Qin Shaofeng was taken aback, for the entire Lianyao City could accommodate millions of inhabitants. However, due to the presence of the academy, aside from the students and instructors, the city was populated by merely a few ancillary workers, totaling only 20 to 30,000. The immense size of Lianyao City was attributed to the various training facilities constructed at great expense by the Lianyao Nation, aimed at nurturing exceptional talents to serve the nation. Consequently, joining Lianyao Academy was the most coveted aspiration among the youth of Lianyao Nation. For those who excelled in the academy, not only would they be highly valued by the nation, but they could also receive recommendations to enter powerful empires across the continent for even more advanced training. With this knowledge, Qin Shaofeng resolved to utilize Lianyao Academy as a springboard to enter the true arena of powerful beings on the continent. Compared to the academy, while commendable, there were many kingdoms akin to Lianyao Nation throughout the continent. It was a world brimming with boundless excitement. Upon reaching Lianyao Academy, Lian Qinghao directed a student to accompany Qin Shaofeng before departing with Du Ming and the girl in white. Qin Shaofeng was not surprised by this, as both Du Ming and the girl were essentially part of the privileged elite. Yet, they were true geniuses. Even without their connections, they would have garnered the academy's attention. As Du Ming took his leave, he informed Qin Shaofeng that he was going to meet his future master and would return shortly. In his words, he merely intended to pay a visit and greet his soon-to-be mentor. Following the standard protocol, he would participate in the admission assessment and strive to become a 5-star student through his own efforts, subsequently formalizing his apprenticeship. Furthermore, this served as the first test for Master Lian Qinghao's elder brother. Prior to accepting Du Ming as a disciple, he would provide no assistance, and all matters at Lianyao Academy would be solely reliant on Du Ming's capabilities. As for the girl in white, Qin Shaofeng speculated that she would likely bypass the admission assessment altogether, gaining immediate entry into Lianyao Academy and receiving significant attention. However, such matters were no longer Qin Shaofeng's concern. Due to Bai Shue's influence, he harbored an undeniable aversion toward the girl in white, especially as she departed. Qin Shaofeng sensed her disappointment when he called upon Bai Shue. Did she truly believe that by engaging with Bai Shue, she could sway her loyalty? With a cold laugh resonating in his heart, Qin Shaofeng's disdain for the girl in white only deepened. Although the other party was exceedingly beautiful, Qin Shaofeng considered himself not a lecherous man who would be rendered speechless in the presence of a lovely woman. Therefore, when the girl in white departed, he felt neither regret nor disappointment. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief and experienced a small surge of happiness. It was best if they never crossed paths again, to avoid drawing attention to his beloved Bai Shue. With this thought in mind, Qin Shaofeng expressed his gratitude to Lian Qinghao a few times before swiftly departing with his student. He seemed anxious, as if fearing that if he tarried even slightly, the girl in white might change her mind and insist on keeping Bai Shue. As for the departure, apart from Du Ming, who seemed to care a bit, both Lian Qinghao and the girl in white exhibited no noticeable change in emotion. The girl's disappointment stemmed from Bai Shue's exit, while Lian Qinghao remained indifferent, turning to lead the girl in white and Du Ming away. However, Lian Qinghao was unaware that when he next encountered Qin Shaofeng, he would be presented with an unforeseen transformation. Under the guidance of the student Lian Qinghao had instructed, Qin Shaofeng was soon escorted to the accommodations prepared specifically for the exam takers at Lianyao Academy. Perhaps due to Lian Qinghao's influence, the student treated Qin Shaofeng with considerable courtesy, even arranging for him a private room. In gratitude, Qin Shaofeng discreetly slipped some gold notes into the student's hand upon their departure. Despite being at Lianyao Academy, a hub for gifted cultivators, wealth remained immensely significant. Besides the monthly cultivation resources allocated according to student rank, those desiring additional resources had to rely on their own means. Thus, gold notes held an irreplaceable value here. Indeed, Qin Shaofeng's decision proved wise. After he presented 1,000 taels of gold notes, the student's previously businesslike demeanor transformed into a warm smile, and he engaged Qin Shaofeng in further conversation, ultimately handing him a small notebook. This interaction revealed to Qin Shaofeng the undeniable truth that money served as the most direct means of communication between individuals. In his room, Qin Shaofeng gazed at the small notebook he acquired for 1,000 taels of gold. Although he felt he had squandered a substantial amount, after perusing its contents, he deemed the expenditure worthwhile. The notebook contained little information, mainly some basic details about Lianyao Academy that Du Ming had previously shared. However, it also outlined the content of the upcoming admissions examination. The examination's content was not particularly secretive and resembled previous years. The first criterion was age. Those over 18 were generally deemed hopeless, unless they were innate martial artists, as Lianyao Academy would not accept them otherwise. Moreover, even innate martial artists over 20 years of age faced considerable difficulty in gaining admission. In fact, innate martial artists who exceeded 18 were already of little interest to Lianyao Academy. Here, the recommendation quotas from various towns in Lianyao country played a significant role. Possessing a recommendation meant that, provided one passed the examination, even individuals over 20 who were not innate martial artists could enter Lianyao Academy. However, their study would be limited to a maximum of 3 months. After 3 months, those who did not exhibit remarkable performance would typically be dismissed from the academy. This illustrates the stringent admission standards of Lianyao Academy. Nevertheless, the opportunity to study at Lianyao Academy for 3 months was enough to ignite desire, making recommendation quotas exceedingly valuable. The second criterion was the assessment of cultivation level. The younger and more accomplished one was, the more they were valued by Lianyao Academy. Some exceptional talents even broke through to the innate martial artist realm by the age of 15. Such prodigies not only bypassed the admissions examination but entered directly as star-level students, eclipsing regular students. Naturally, such talents were rare. When they did appear, they often attracted the attention of numerous instructors at Lianyao Academy, who sought to take them on as disciples. Additionally, individuals with remarkable potential could also be accepted as disciples by some of the Academy's powerful figures, even if they had not yet reached the innate martial artist realm. Consequently, during each admissions examination, several strong individuals from the Academy would be present to observe. The third criterion, and perhaps the most crucial, was the battle assessment. Some prodigies might lack sufficient cultivation, but possess fighting capabilities that far surpassed ordinary individuals. This often indicated they had unique physiques or extraordinary abilities. Such talents, however, were even scarcer. Lianyao Academy did not place great emphasis on this aspect. For the third assessment, they merely required candidates to demonstrate strength commensurate with their current realm. Understanding these 3 evaluative criteria was essential, and the small notebook provided a detailed account, complete with several important notes, which justified Qin Shaofeng's expenditure of 1,000 taels of gold. However, what truly captured Qin Shaofeng's attention was the final rankings of the examination. Achieving a position within the top 100 during the admissions assessment yielded various rewards. Particularly enticing were the prizes for the top 10, which included potent elixirs and, most notably, contribution points. As for contribution points, Qin Shaofeng was initially unaware of their significance. Even the notebook mentioned little about them. Yet, based on the respect afforded to his 1,000 taels of gold, the senior student guiding him discreetly informed him that contribution points served as a currency to exchange for all manner of cultivation resources within the academy. This revelation drew parallels to Qin Shaofeng's own system shop and points system. Thus, contribution points were, in essence, the currency of Lianyao Academy. Because of this understanding, Qin Shaofeng became increasingly invested in acquiring contribution points. The senior student also conveyed that certain items within Lianyao Academy could not be purchased solely with gold, but with adequate contribution points. One could even request guidance from legendary experts. With this knowledge, Qin Shaofeng's eyes sparkled with ambition. The number of participants in the upcoming assessment was uncertain, but he estimated it would not fall below 100,000. While this may seem exaggerated, it encompassed all the talents from across Lianyao country converging for the examination. The challenge of securing a position among the top 100 from such a vast pool of competitors was formidable. Had he not encountered the girl in white and Du Ming, Qin Shaofeng might have felt more self-assured. Yet now, he held no such confidence. Regardless, Qin Shaofeng resolved to strive earnestly for a commendable result. Just as he was consumed by determination, the system suddenly emitted a chime, signaling the triggering of a random task. System notification. Random task activated for examination. Task. Random special task. No level requirement. Rewards based on the player's final performance. Beginner. Achieve a position within the top 100 in the Lianyao Academy admissions examination. Completion rewards. 1,000 experience points, 100 points. Intermediate. Achieve a position within the top 10 in the Lianyao Academy admissions examination. Completion rewards: 3,000 experience points, 300 points. Advanced. Achieve a position within the top 3 in the Lianyao Academy admissions examination. Completion rewards: 5,000 experience points, 500 points. Perfect. Achieve first place in the Lianyao Academy admissions examination. Upon completion, the system rewards the player with a level increase of 1, a score of 1,000 points, and 1 opportunity for a regular lottery draw. What is this? Upon seeing the task that suddenly popped up, Qin Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback. However, when he discerned the details of the task, especially the rewards, his eyes instantly glimmered with excitement. Ah, another opportunity for a lottery draw. Qin Shaofeng's heart leaped with joy. Yet soon he found himself in a quandary. To achieve perfection, he needed to secure first place. This lottery opportunity was indeed elusive. Though he lamented verbally, a spark ignited in his eyes. Though the challenge was formidable, it was precisely the pressure that fueled motivation. First place, you say? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Qin Shaofeng made a resolute decision. What a first place! This time he would go all out. With 2 days remaining before the assessment, Qin Shaofeng resolved to further enhance his abilities during this period. Having set his sights on first place, he certainly would not slacken his efforts. Qin Shaofeng had just broken through to the 8th level of the acquired realm, but he was still over 7,000 experience points away from the 9th level. Clearly, leveling up was no longer a feasible option. Thus, he had to seek alternative methods to bolster his strength. These alternatives were not lacking, the most apparent being to find a suitable skill to augment his power. In Qin Shaofeng's view, although the little flying dagger was incredibly sharp and powerful, its true strength lay in its ability to unleash all internal energy in one strike, thus maximizing its might. A few hundred points of internal energy would render the little flying dagger significantly weakened. Therefore, this formidable skill could only serve as a trump card. What Qin Shaofeng needed to do now was to discover a skill that suited him. Summoning the system's attribute interface, he directly opened the system shop and began to search through the skill section. Of course, his search was not aimless. He had not forgotten that he possessed the thunder body, so he opted for lightning-based skills. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Technique, an ancient thunder god cultivation method that, once mastered, allows one to summon the divine thunder of the 9 heavens, bestowing the power of the thunder god. Purchase cost: 300 billion points. At first glance, Qin Shaofeng was astounded by this remarkable technique. My goodness, the cultivation method of the ancient thunder god. If only I could practice it. But just as this thought crossed his mind, he caught sight of the final line of text. What? 300 billion points? System, are you trying to kill me? Gazing at the golden digits, Qin Shaofeng was utterly dumbfounded. 300 billion? Not to mention 300 billion. Even without the billion, he did not have enough. Presently, he possessed only 300 points. The more he looked, the more disheartened he became. The Primordial 5 Thunder Technique. Purchase cost: 350 billion points. The Chaotic Thunder Cultivation Method. Purchase cost: 500 billion points. The Ninefold Divine Thunder Transformation. Purchase cost: 230 billion points. As he continued to browse, Qin Shaofeng felt numb. Simultaneously, a wave of frustration washed over him. Good grief, is this a joke? Why must the costs be in the billions? It was clear they were mocking his lack of points. Ultimately, Qin Shaofeng could no longer endure the sight of the exorbitantly priced skills and opted for one he could afford. Thunderball Technique, Human Level 1-star Skill. One of the basic lightning skills. Purchase cost: 100 points. Lightning Strike Technique, Human Level 2-star Skill. One of the basic lightning skills. Purchase cost: 200 points. Well, the Thunderball Technique and Lightning Strike Technique were somewhat reasonable, skills he could actually purchase. As he reviewed the attributes of these skills, Qin Shaofeng finally let out a sigh of relief, nodding to himself. This is the skill I desire. Those high-level techniques are just a way to make things difficult for me. Low-level skills are indeed preferable. Whether it was self-reassurance or envy towards those powerful skills, Qin Shaofeng muttered a few words before his expression finally returned to normal. While he could afford the Thunderball Technique and Lightning Strike Technique, it was evident they did not fully satisfy him, compelling Qin Shaofeng to continue his search. After some time, his gaze suddenly fell upon a small option, representing a series of lightning skills. Lightning Release. Upon seeing these 2 words, Qin Shaofeng felt a stirring within, as if he had recalled something, and he eagerly clicked on it. Whoosh! The system shop's attribute interface trembled, and the subsequent display left Qin Shaofeng breathless, his face lighting up with excitement. Ha ha ha! To his astonishment, it aligned perfectly with his conjectures. The lightning release option was indeed the lightning ninjutsu from Naruto. Indeed, What appeared before Qin Shaofeng's eyes was the lightning ninjutsu known as lightning release from the immensely popular anime Naruto. Qin Shaofeng was no stranger to Naruto, as it had accompanied him throughout elementary, middle, high school, and even college. He had even learned quite a bit about the hand signs from the internet. Thus, encountering the lightning release ninjutsu, especially with the prospect of soon acquiring it, how could he not be thrilled? Lightning release, Kirin, the ultimate secret of lightning ninjutsu. The first lightning ninjutsu to appear made Qin Shaofeng's heart race. Lightning release, Kirin. This was indeed one of Sasuke's most formidable techniques. Qin Shaofeng vividly remembered how Sasuke used this technique against Itachi in the anime. First, he unleashed the great fireball technique into the sky, rapidly heating the atmosphere to generate updrafts and create thunderclouds, utilizing not his chakra, but the immense energy from the atmosphere, guiding lightning to strike his opponent amidst torrential rain, achieving a 100 hit rate. Its power and range were so vast that it could cause landslides, and with lightning striking in only 1,000th of a second, it was impossible to evade. In Qin Shaofeng's eyes, this was the most dazzling ninjutsu in the entire Naruto series. Although this technique was ultimately countered by Itachi's trump card, Susanoo, in Qin Shaofeng's heart, lightning release, Kirin remained an exceptionally powerful ninjutsu. Just a glance filled Qin Shaofeng with longing. Regrettably, upon seeing the required purchase cost of 100,000 points, he felt utterly deflated. 100,000 points. Letting out a painful groan, Qin Shaofeng's face reflected his helplessness. However, he was determined. Once he accrued 100,000 points, he would certainly learn this Kirin technique. Imagining summoning a gigantic Kirin composed of lightning with a single strike, Qin Shaofeng envisioned countless monsters and formidable beings reduced to ashes before him. One must eat rice grain by grain. Haste makes waste. Ahem. Well, given his current insufficient points, Qin Shaofeng reluctantly shifted his attention away from lightning release, Kirin, and began to select other ninjutsu. Ultimately, Qin Shaofeng found a ninjutsu that satisfied him. Lightning release, lightning armor, a human-level 3-star skill that summons lightning to envelop the body, forming a lightning armor that enhances the player's defense and withstands enemy attacks. Purchase cost, 300 points. Qin Shaofeng did not select this lightning armor casually. While he possessed the literally flying dagger for offense, he lacked a defensive skill. This lightning armor perfectly filled that gap. With the literally flying dagger and the lightning armor, he would have both offense and defense, significantly enhancing his overall strength. Chapter 41. The assessment begins. Possessing the body of thunder, Qin Shaofeng encountered no difficulties in mastering the thunder armor, a technique of lightning escape. At this moment, he realized that acquiring skills from the learning system indeed requires innate conditions. Were it not for his thunderous physique, he would likely be incapable of learning this technique. Furthermore, should Qin Shaofeng wish to study other ninjutsu, he would need to possess different physical attributes. However, it is not necessary to have extraordinary bodies such as those of fire or water. A mere affinity for fire is sufficient to learn other ninjutsu, without the necessity for exceedingly powerful physiques. The Thunder Escapes Thunder Armor, Level 1, Human Level 3-star skill, summons lightning to envelop the body, forming a protective armor that enhances the player's defense and withstands enemy attacks. Currently at Level 1, it can summon low-level lightning to create a basic thunder armor, which lasts for 1 minute and consumes 100 points of internal energy. After mastering the thunder armor, Qin Shaofeng did not venture outside, even if he had wanted to. As a participant in the assessment, he was not permitted to leave the designated area for candidates. Therefore, during the subsequent 2 days, he secluded himself in his room, fervently practicing the thunder armor. Through relentless training to enhance his proficiency, Qin Shaofeng managed to elevate the thunder armor to level 2 in a mere 2 days. This achievement was largely thanks to the second level of the Jing, which afforded him 750 points of internal energy and a recovery rate of 5 points per minute. Without such advantages, it would have been improbable for him to advance the thunder armor to level 2 in such a short period. The level 2 thunder armor, while not drastically different from level 1, offered a significant boost in defense. If the level 1 thunder armor allowed Qin Shaofeng to disregard attacks from opponents of the same realm and even those one realm higher, the level 2 armor granted him the ability to ignore the majority of attacks from martial artists below the innate realm. Notably, the consumption of internal energy per minute remained unchanged at 100 points. With the level 2 thunder armor acquired, Qin Shaofeng's confidence in securing the top position in the assessment grew immensely. Just as Qin Shaofeng achieved level 2 in the thunder armor, Du Ming approached him. However, upon seeing Du Ming again, Qin Shaofeng was taken aback. Du Ming was no longer in the initial stage of the postnatal 10th realm. He had advanced to the mid-stage. His internal energy had also increased to a total of 2,000 points. Qin Shaofeng was well aware that Du Ming had broken through to the postnatal 10th realm less than half a month prior, and now, in such a short span, he had made a significant leap. This was quite astonishing, especially considering Du Ming did not possess a system to enhance his levels. The mere fact of advancing a small realm in half a month was bound to cause quite a stir if word got out. Curious, Qin Shaofeng inquired whether Du Ming had received special training from his future master. This thought stirred a sense of envy within Qin Shaofeng, as it seemed advantageous to have someone influential backing him. However, Du Ming's response left Qin Shaofeng both amused and perplexed. His master had not granted him any special privileges, but had instead given him a thorough beating. It was then that Qin Shaofeng learned that Du Ming practiced a unique body-refining technique, whereby enduring punishment concurrently enhanced his strength. This revelation dispelled Qin Shaofeng's envy. He would never resort to such self-destructive methods, regardless of their efficacy. Despite Du Ming's nonchalant attitude towards the rigorous training, he expressed excitement, believing that with his current abilities, securing a place in the top 20 of the assessment was a certainty. Furthermore, if he performed exceptionally well, a spot in the top 10 was within reach. Upon hearing this, Qin Shaofeng felt a surge of motivation and proposed a sparring match with Du Ming. Initially, Du Ming vehemently shook his head, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, let us not. I fear I might injure you." Were it not for Qin Shaofeng's understanding of Du Ming's character, he might have misinterpreted this as a slight. However, knowing Du Ming's nature, Qin Shaofeng realized this was a sincere expression, devoid of any condescension. "Rest assured, my friend, I am not so fragile," Qin Shaofeng replied with a slight smile. Yet, upon hearing this, Du Ming scrutinized him seriously and hesitated, saying, "Brother Feng, your physique does seem rather fragile." In exasperation, Qin Shaofeng thought, "How can you judge my physique by your own? Your build is far from ordinary." Ultimately, after much insistence from Qin Shaofeng, Du Ming reluctantly agreed to engage in a duel, albeit with the intention of holding back his full strength. However, he soon realized his mistake. The events of that night and the outcome of their match remain a mystery to all but the participants. Yet, Du Ming would later reminisce, from that night onward, Brother Feng became an extraordinary figure in my eyes. The following morning, Qin Shaofeng and Du Ming stepped outside. In truth, neither had slept the previous night. The duel had concluded swiftly, with a clear victor emerging shortly after it began. Qin Shaofeng had to concede that Du Ming's formidable physique was no mere fade. It was indeed robust and resilient. Initially, believing Qin Shaofeng to be an easy target, Du Ming stood still, allowing Qin Shaofeng to strike. To Qin Shaofeng's bewilderment, he found himself unable to inflict any damage on Du Ming, whose astonishing defense rendered his attacks ineffective. After a series of futile attempts with his Wudong long fist and Huashan basic sword techniques, Qin Shaofeng realized that attacks from those below the postnatal 10th realm were simply incapable of harming Du Ming. Ultimately, he resorted to using the thunder armor. During his training over the previous days, he discovered that activating the thunder armor triggered his thunderous physique, imbuing his strikes with the power of lightning. This proved to be a game-changer. With the enhancement of lightning power, his Wudong long fist finally breached Du Ming's defenses, while Du Ming remained largely unscathed. The electric force accompanying each of Qin Shaofeng's punches caused him to shudder as if jolted by electricity, prompting him to retaliate. However, Du Ming soon found himself in a predicament. The phenomenon he had observed with Qin Shaofeng was now occurring to him. Though he attempted to strike, his attacks were thwarted by Qin Shaofeng's defenses, and each time his fists made contact, they were repelled by a jolt of electricity. To the untrained eye, Qin Shaofeng's thunder armor was imperceptible, manifesting only a flicker of electricity when he absorbed an attack. At the outset, Dumont's attacks were cautious, as he feared injuring Qin Shaofeng. However, as his strength grew, it became evident that when Dumont unleashed his full power, he realized one crucial fact. He could not match Qin Shaofeng's defensive capabilities. This revelation left Dumont utterly astonished. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Shaofeng was also struggling. Although the thunder armor could withstand Dumont's assaults, preventing him from sustaining any significant harm, the internal energy consumption surged exponentially during the onslaught. Qin Shaofeng discerned that while maintaining the thunder armor consumed 100 points of internal energy per minute, the expenditure dramatically escalated upon receiving attacks. Despite its advantages, the armor's consumption was indeed excessive. The ineffective attacks, which resulted in his own electric shocks, bewildered and frustrated Dumont. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that while enduring the shocks, his body experienced slight enhancements. It seemed that the electricity from Qin Shaofeng, when striking Dumont's body, interacted with his unique self-torturous cultivation technique, leading to an improvement through the pain inflicted by the electric shocks. It felt as if he was being tempered by lightning. This discovery further confirmed Qin Shaofeng's belief that Dumont's training was a form of foolish self-mortification. Nevertheless, since his thunder armor was aiding Dumont's strength enhancement, Qin Shaofeng showed no signs of relenting, allowing the contest to transform into Dumont's training session. It was not until the dawn began to break that the two finally paused, opting to consume elixirs for recovery. Despite the brief duration, Dumont's strength had significantly increased, instilling him with confidence to enter the top 10. The elixirs, provided by Dumont, were of the ordinary 3-star variety, capable of restoring internal energy. In just a short hour, Qin Shaofeng fully regained his depleted internal energy and restored his mental vigor. Upon exiting, Qin Shaofeng and Dumont hurried to their designated location, for today marked the day of the recruitment assessment at Lianyao Academy. Having remained in his room for the past 2 days, Qin Shaofeng was unaware of the number of participants in this assessment. As for Dumont, his character made it unlikely for him to pay attention to such matters. However, upon witnessing the throngs of people, Qin Shaofeng finally comprehended that the number of candidates far exceeded 100,000. Lianyao Academy's city was divided into 4 gates: east, west, south, and north, with the assessments commencing simultaneously at each gate. Qin Shaofeng and Dumont found themselves at the eastern gate, while he was uncertain of the numbers at the other 3 gates. The eastern gate alone had hundreds of candidates. Despite arriving early, Qin Shaofeng and Dumont still found themselves at the end of a long line. There was no formal ceremony. As the time arrived, the evaluation commenced at the front of the queue. The initial assessments of age and cultivation level were relatively straightforward. From a small notebook, Qin Shaofeng learned that Lianyao Academy possessed specialized tools for measuring age and cultivation that required minimal time. However, the final assessment of strength was expected to take longer. It was said that the ultimate strength evaluation involved battling against puppets in a separate room. Although Qin Shaofeng was unclear on the specifics of the combat, he understood that defeating more puppets would indicate a better performance. Chapter 42. Turmoil. The lengthy queue ahead of Qin Shaofeng and Dumont contained only 300 to 500 individuals. However, the assessment progressed swiftly. Within half an hour, Qin Shaofeng spotted the testing apparatus. At the end of the line stood a massive door, distinct from typical entrances, as it was merely a standalone structure flanked by circular rings. Each time a candidate passed through the door, the rings on either side illuminated. Qin Shaofeng recognized the door's purpose. There were 10 rings on each side, which would light up during the assessment. The left rings signified age, illuminating white for those under 10 years, with each ring representing 1 year. Surpassing 10 years would change the white light to silver. However, since observing the door, Qin Shaofeng had yet to see any white lights on the left side. Nearly all were silver, indicating that most participants were over 10 years old. Candidates under 10 were conspicuously absent. The right rings represented the assessment of cultivation realms, featuring 3 colors: light gold, gold, and purple gold. The light gold was the lowest, indicating the first level of a postnatal warrior. Candidates lacking this level of cultivation were not even considered for testing, as Lianyao Academy would not accept anyone who wasn't a prodigy if they were still in their infancy. Light gold indicated postnatal status, gold indicated innate status, and the final purple gold represented the spiritual pulse realm. However, it was rare to encounter purple gold candidates at Lianyao Academy's recruitment assessments in previous years. This was not due to a lack of such prodigies, but because they had already entered Lianyao Academy or were under the tutelage of powerful mentors. Hence, from the beginning of the assessments, no innate warriors had been observed. Occasionally, a few prodigies with 10 light gold rings would spark discussions among the crowd. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the spectators. Heavens, what do I see? Is that gold light? Indeed, it's the gold light representing innate warriors. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Shaofeng's heart raced. Finally, an innate warrior had appeared. Following the throng, he peered ahead. At that moment, one of the rings on the right side of the door illuminated, and it was indeed gold. Gold. It was unmistakably the realm of an innate warrior. Qin Shaofeng nodded inwardly, yet in the next instant, upon catching sight of the figure emerging from the door, his pupils constricted, and a storm of emotion surged within him. Before him was a diminutive figure, barely 1 meter tall. Upon seeing the small stature, Qin Shaofeng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately glanced at the left side of the door. White light, 9 rings, an innate warrior under 10 years old. Qin Shaofeng was astounded, followed by a bitter smile. To become an innate warrior at the age of 9 was truly remarkable. Such talent was unimaginable back in Lianyao City. Soon, several powerful figures appeared at the door, and after a brief exchange, the 9-year-old boy was swiftly escorted away. A 9-year-old innate warrior no longer needed to participate in the recruitment assessment. This spectacle drew envious gazes from countless onlookers, seemingly igniting a trend. more innate warriors began to surface. However, the subsequent innate warriors were mostly over 18, predominantly hovering around 20 years of age. Such candidates did not capture the attention of the Academy's powerful mentors. Some innate warriors were even over 20. For these individuals, Lianyao Academy had no qualms about dismissing them outright. Nonetheless, despite this, several impressive prodigies emerged. Age 16, cultivation at the initial stage of innate 1. Hearing the voice of the individual responsible for recording scores, Qin Yuanxin breathed a sigh of relief. Great. It seems that aside from that extraordinary talent, I am currently the most outstanding candidate. A surge of excitement coursed through him, and a hint of exhilaration graced Qin Yuanxin's face. Although the first and second assessments of cultivation do not confer additional points, excelling in them may capture the attention of formidable individuals from various academies. This ensures that the considerable resources expended by Qin Yuanxin's father to help him break through to the innate realm were not in vain. Alas, he lamented the fact that he had not been selected as a disciple by any of the Academy's strong practitioners. As he descended the grand entrance, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Unfortunately, it was an unavoidable circumstance. After all, he had relied on medicinal pills to achieve his innate status, and being over the age of 15 rendered him less appealing to certain powerful figures. However, Qin Yuanxin remained undeterred, for he was confident that if he could distinguish himself in the third assessment, perhaps a strong practitioner would take notice and accept him as a disciple. As for his performance in the upcoming evaluation, he was not particularly concerned. His father had once been a student at Lianyao Academy and possessed an in-depth understanding of its admission criteria. In pursuit of his success, his father had gone to great lengths to procure a precious artifact. With this treasure, securing a place among the top 3 in the assessment would be a mere formality, and even claiming the first position would not be a significant challenge. Just as he envisioned himself achieving first place, Qin Yuanxin was abruptly startled by a commotion behind him. Turning around, he couldn't help but smile upon seeing an exceptionally robust individual. At such an age, was he truly attempting to participate in the admissions assessment of Lianyao Academy? Was he yet another dreamer hoping to have an extraordinary experience during his 3-month stay at the academy? Shaking his head lightly, Qin Yuanxin's eyes widened in disbelief the next moment. What did he see? For auras of silver light? The muscular man, who appeared to be at least 19 or 20, was actually only 14 years old. How could this be possible? Furthermore, the boy was at the 10th level of the acquired realm. Soon, a shadow of gloom crossed Qin Yuanxin's countenance. Given such a physique, it was evident that the boy had trained in a body refinement technique. And being at the 10th level of the acquired realm was no small feat unlike others. Qin Yuanxin had a profound understanding of the nature of the third assessment. Thus, upon encountering a 14-year-old boy with such an exaggerated physique, he suddenly felt a sense of threat, specifically, a threat to his ambition of securing first place. In an unseen corner, a group of powerful individuals was engaged in discussion, their attention drawn to the extraordinary figure of Du Ming. The 14-year-old boy, with a physique comparable to that of a fully matured adult and possessing the 10th level of the acquired realm, was none other than Du Ming. This remarkable talent naturally attracted the interest of these strong practitioners. Do not dare to compete with me for this boy. His physique is perfectly suited for my cultivation methods, boomed a towering figure, glaring at the others. Instantly, dissent arose among the crowd. What do you mean it is suited for your cultivation methods? This boy should belong to me. Nonsense. He is clearly best suited for my training. I am confident that within 5 years, I can transform this lad into an elite member of Lianyao Academy. 5 years. Old Xiao, I need only 3 years. Therefore, this young man should rightfully belong to me. Mine. No, he is mine. In an instant, the once tranquil atmosphere erupted into a cacophony. Should the students of Lianyao Academy witness this spectacle, they would surely be astonished by the uncharacteristic fervor displayed by their esteemed instructors. It was no wonder, for upon observing Du Ming's impressive physique, anyone could discern that he possessed a unique constitution. After all, how could a 14-year-old boy exhibit such growth without some extraordinary heritage? Amidst the uproar, a voice of astonishment rang out. Wait, this young man resembles the boy brought here by Lian Qinghao 3 days ago. As this surprise echoed, the scene fell abruptly silent. The 2 individuals brought by Lian Qinghao had indeed garnered significant attention, particularly with the arrival of the white-clad maiden, whose presence had stirred the upper echelons of Lianyao Academy. The princess of the Ming family, she was the niece of the Academy's vice-principal's wife. Each of her identities was enough to create considerable waves. Especially notable was her extraordinary talent, having reached an exceptional realm at the tender age of 15. Truly, she embodied the illustrious bloodline of the Ming family. Although Du Ming's presence seemed diminished in comparison, The mere recollection of his identity sent shivers down the spines of these powerful figures. After all, Du Ming was a designated disciple of a certain esteemed individual. The thought of that person's temperament deflated their spirits. Competing with his chosen disciple? That would be courting disaster. Alas, I can't believe I overlooked this matter. Indeed, what a pity. A chorus of regretful sighs filled the air as the strong practitioners cast glances at Du Ming, their expressions tinged with profound disappointment. While he was undoubtedly a talent of remarkable potential, the fact remained that he was already earmarked for another. All that transpired in this realm was unbeknownst to the average participant in the assessment, including Du Ming himself. At 14 years of age, possessing the 10th level of the acquired realm, under the scrutinizing gaze of the adjudicators, who were both perplexed and uncertain, Du Ming stepped through the grand entrance, flashing a grin at Qin Shaofeng. Little did he know, not far away, a pair of unfriendly eyes had been scrutinizing him repeatedly. Qin Shaofeng had long anticipated the peculiar impressions that Du Ming would evoke. After all, the boy's stature was indeed remarkable. Wasting no time, Qin Shaofeng positioned himself right behind Du Ming. Once his own assessment was complete, he quickly made his way towards the entrance. As Qin Shaofeng stepped through the portal, a slight tremor coursed through the great door, and the circular emblem on the left side blazed to life. Silver light. 5 auras. 15 years old. There were no issues reported. Qin Shaofeng cast a fleeting glance, then shifted his gaze to the right side. Just then, the circular emblem on the right side illuminated fiercely. A soft golden light blossomed from the bottom upwards. 1, 2, 3. Ultimately, the right emblem shone with 8 distinct auras. In response, the crowd remained unperturbed. As compared to the other prodigies, Qin Shaofeng's status as a 15-year-old at the 8th level of the acquired realm appeared somewhat ordinary. However, only Du Ming recognized the true prowess of his friend. The 8th level of the acquired realm, Du Ming felt a twinge of disdain. He was no match for Qin Shaofeng, and what significance did the 8th level hold? Soon, they would all be astonished. Chapter 43. The True Assessment at 15 years of age, possessing the 8th level of the acquired realm. Upon hearing the adjudicator announce the results, Qin Shaofeng smiled faintly and silently approached Du Ming. The initial assessments had yet to conclude, and the final strength evaluation would require some time to unfold. Yet, Qin Shaofeng noted that, under the current circumstances, the number of participants in the third assessment was quite substantial. However, upon further inquiry, Qin Shaofeng soon realized that entry into the final third assessment was not granted to just anyone. The first stipulation was that individuals over the age of 18 were ineligible to participate, as they were no longer needed. By 18, even those with modest talent would have already attained the innate realm, qualifying them for formal enrollment at Lianyao Academy. When the 3-month term concluded, they could even be promoted to star-level students directly. The second stipulation was that individuals below the 5th level of the acquired realm were also excluded from the third assessment unless they were under the age of 15. The third assessment evaluates candidates that the Lianyao Academy truly requires. Those who are too young or possess insufficient cultivation will be eliminated without exception. While some individuals may still pass this evaluation, they can only attain the status of preparatory students at Lianyao Academy, and after a mere 3 months, they will inevitably be dismissed. Aware of this, Qin Shaofeng found himself increasingly eager for the third assessment. Time gradually passed, from early morning to afternoon, until all participants had been evaluated. During this interval, Qin Shaofeng overheard numerous discussions regarding a certain assessment location by the city gate, where remarkable talents had emerged. Nevertheless, the most exceptional among them was still the 9-year-old innate martial master he had seen earlier that day. Additionally, there were many innate martial masters under the age of 18. Qin Shaofeng keenly realized that, in comparison to the entire Lianyao Kingdom, Blue River City was merely a remote corner, lacking prominence. After all, the enrollment of Lianyao Academy is a grand event in the kingdom, gathering countless prodigies from various regions. Yet, even among all the talents of Lianyao Kingdom, those who can ultimately enter Lianyao Academy as students are quite few. This enrollment assessment attracted over 150,000 participants, but less than 30,000 would qualify for the rigorous third assessment. Furthermore, it remains uncertain how many among these 30,000 will pass the evaluation. The third assessment involves a strength test, where participants enter a special arena to defeat Lianyao Academy's puppets across 10 stages. Only by conquering the first 3 stages can one be considered to have passed the evaluation. Should a candidate fail to clear 3 consecutive stages, they must regretfully depart, as their capabilities do not even qualify them to be preparatory students for the 3-month tenure at the academy. Should one succeed in overcoming 7 stages, they would earn the status of a formal member of Lianyao Academy. However, passing the 7th stage is no small feat historically. Only the top 200 to 300 candidates managed to clear the first 6 stages, and reaching the 7th stage with a mere 100 successful candidates is already commendable. The 8th stage is typically reserved for the top 20 or 30 prodigies. Beyond that, the completion of the 9th stage is exceedingly rare in any given year. Only 3 to 5 individuals may achieve this. This is largely due to the fact that prior to the assessment, many true prodigies are already recruited by the Academy's formidable experts. In their eyes, the talents they select need not undergo the strength test. Consequently, since the establishment of Lianyao Academy, fewer than 100 individuals have ever passed the 10th stage of the assessment. It has been over a millennium since the Academy's founding, and fewer than 100 candidates have accomplished this feat, underscoring the extraordinary difficulty of the 10th stage. Upon grasping these realities, both Qin Shaofeng and Du Ming were taken aback. Qin Shaofeng even found himself secretly pondering how far he could advance. Ultimately, he realized that if he truly aspired to secure the first place, he would need to surpass at least the 8th stage, if not venture into the 9th. All for the sake of the first-tier reward, 1,000 points, and a chance at a lottery. He was determined to give it his all. Beyond the Academy's mentors, some students also took the enrollment assessment seriously. Where there are people, there are rivalries, and Lianyao Academy is no exception. Numerous factions exist among its students, each embroiled in their own conflicts. The mentors of the Academy do not intervene in this strife. On the contrary, they seem to welcome it, as progress stems from competition. As long as no fatalities occur and the Academy's rules are not violated, the mentors remain indifferent. The enrollment assessment represents the introduction of new students into Lianyao Academy, and thus, each faction sends representatives to observe, aiming to recruit promising individuals to strengthen their ranks. At this moment, in a secluded area, numerous students clad in Lianyao Academy attire were keenly watching the participants of the third assessment. The Academy's uniform is standardized, differing only in color. White signifies preparatory students. Blue denotes formal students, while blue-clad students at the innate martial master level are designated as star students. Those wearing garments above blue are no longer considered students but rather elite scholars, their golden robes indicating a status comparable to that of regular mentors. Indeed, many mentors at Lianyao Academy are elite students adorned in golden robes. Naturally, such esteemed individuals would not be present to witness the enrollment assessment. Among the gathered students, most wore blue robes, with only 7 or 8 adorned in blue star student attire. Among these, 3 stood out, their blue uniforms embellished with 5 gleaming golden stars, signifying their status as 5-star students or innate martial masters of the 5th level. These 3 individuals, 2 males and 1 female, belong to Lianyao Academy's 3 major factions, the Heavenly King's Party, the Lone Wolf Gang, and the 9 Phoenix Garden. Observing the candidates beginning their strength evaluations, the 5-star student from the Heavenly King's Party furrowed his brow in discontent, stating, Weak. This batch of newcomers is truly disappointing. It's been a quarter of an hour, and not a single person has cleared the 5th stage. Hey Lin, why the rush? It's just begun, and you're already impatient? If you can't wait, feel free to leave, retorted the 5-star student from the Lone Wolf Gang, whose stature was modest at merely 5 feet tall. However, the brilliance in his eyes revealed that he was anything but ordinary. If one were to judge based solely on appearance, they would undoubtedly underestimate him. Lin, the 5-star student from the Heavenly King's Party, recognized this and shot a fierce glare at his counterpart, snorting disdainfully, yet he did not voice his thoughts. Leave? What a joke. He had worked hard to earn this opportunity, hoping to recruit some capable newcomers and gain recognition from the higher-ups of the Heavenly King's Party. There was no way he would depart easily. Frustration welled up within him toward the Lone Wolf Gang student, but he could do little given the latter's status. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the only woman among the 3 suddenly smiled and said, Gentlemen, why the hostility? We all understand that the truly gifted newcomers have already been recruited. This strength assessment is merely a formality, and whether any genuine talents will emerge remains uncertain. This woman was an external affairs supervisor from the 9 Phoenix Garden, a faction primarily composed of women. Despite being all female, the 9 Phoenix Garden is undeniably formidable, especially with several leaders bearing the title of Phoenix, who are among the elite of Lianyao Academy. Even the proud and domineering Heavenly King's Party and Lone Wolf Gang dare not underestimate the 9 Phoenix Garden. Upon her speaking, the 5-star students from both the Heavenly King's Party and the Lone Wolf Gang fell silent. The true assessment has commenced. As candidates began to enter the puppet evaluation arena, Qin Shaofeng attentively observed. However, to his astonishment, the first participant to enter their assessment venue exited after merely 1 minute. As Qin Shaofeng observed, the individual before him bore a crimson stain upon his chest, indicating a grievous injury. although he was unaware of the circumstances within the testing grounds. He was certain that this person had not even managed to pass the first hurdle. The entrance to the testing arena was adorned with 10 circular emblems. Should one succeed in the corresponding challenges, these emblems would illuminate accordingly. The initial contender had indeed faced a dismal fate, failing to clear even the first stage, thereby severing any chance of joining the Lianyao Academy. The second contender fared slightly better, managing to pass the first stage but faltering at the second. It was not until the arrival of the 15th individual that someone succeeded in overcoming the third challenge. By this point, a quarter of an hour had elapsed since the commencement of the trials. It took a full hour for a participant to achieve success in the 5th stage. Of course, this was merely the situation within Qin Shaofeng's testing venue. He remained oblivious to the happenings elsewhere, though he surmised the differences would be marginal. This realization prompted a silent contemplation within him. Truly, joining Lianyao Academy is no small feat, as these thoughts swirled in his mind. A youth, no older than 15 or 16, was summoned to enter the testing grounds. It caused Qin Shaofeng to furrow his brow when the boy cast a glance in his direction, revealing a hint of provocation in his gaze. Initially, Qin Shaofeng assumed the boy's ire was directed at him, only to quickly deduce that the challenge was aimed at his companion, Duming. Unfortunately, Duming, with his indifferent demeanor, appeared utterly oblivious to the boy's taunts. After sitting in silence for over an hour, Duming had succumbed to drowsiness, uninterested in the glances of others. While Duming remained unconcerned, Qin Shaofeng found himself increasingly intrigued. He understood Duming's nature well enough to know he would not instigate trouble. Thus, the provocation must have originated from the other party. But what could be the reason? A fleeting memory struck Qin Shaofeng. This boy was none other than Xunhuan, the individual who had previously participated in the assessment alongside him and Duming. In the age and cultivation assessment, aside from the 9-year-old prodigy, Duming was the standout figure. At the age of 14, he had achieved the formidable 10th level of the acquired realm, a feat that underscored his exceptional talent. His impressive physique further contributed to the attention he garnered at the testing site, despite his apparent reluctance to bask in it. Conversely, the boy now entering the arena had stirred a commotion prior to Duming's arrival, boasting the innate martial artist rank. Regrettably for him, his moment in the spotlight was short-lived, eclipsed by Duming's emergence. Qin Shaofeng recalled the boy's name, Xunhuan. Could it be that Xunhuan felt overshadowed by Duming's brilliance, hence the challenge in his gaze? Seeking to reclaim his lost glory? This line of thought seemed plausible to Qin Shaofeng, leaving him somewhat speechless. Indeed, at that moment, Xunhuan stepped into the testing grounds, his heart brimming with jealousy as he observed Duming, the center of attention. In his eyes, the admiration directed at Duming should rightfully belong to him. Hence, he resolved to secure an impressive performance in this strength assessment. Xunhuan felt confident. With his abilities, passing the 7th challenge should pose no difficulty. Following his father's guidance, he even contemplated conquering the 8th challenge, deeming it a possibility. With a confident demeanor, he entered the testing area, clutching something within his robes. Mere moments later, the first emblem on the entrance illuminated, eliciting no surprise from the spectators, for it was expected of a martial artist of his caliber. Shortly after, the second emblem lit up, confirming his passage through the 2nd stage. The 3rd and 4th emblems followed suit, and after a quarter of an hour, the 5th emblem shone brightly. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, impressed by Xunhuan's swift progress. He has indeed passed the 5th challenge. In just a quarter of an hour, they exclaimed, speculating on how far he might go. I wager he can manage the 7th challenge. But reaching the 8th seems like a stretch. As discussions continued, the 6th emblem illuminated, marking his success in that stage as well. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Xunhuan was the first to conquer the 6th challenge in this testing venue. After a prolonged wait of 2/4 of an hour, the 7th emblem finally lit up, signaling his triumph over that hurdle. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and even the overseer at the testing grounds wore a more serious expression. Those who could surpass the 7th stage were regarded as notable talents, and at just 16 years of age, Xunhuan exhibited potential for reaching the spiritual vein realm, a true mastery of martial arts. Naturally, the examiners were keen to document such promising individuals. However, they believed the 7th challenge might represent Xunhuan's limit, considering the 2/4 of an hour he had expended to achieve it. This sentiment resonated among the spectators. But to their surprise, time passed, and Xunhuan had yet to emerge from the testing grounds. An unsettling thought began to surface. Was he attempting to tackle the 8th challenge? As time dragged on, it became increasingly evident that Xunhuan was indeed engaged in the 8th challenge. The onlookers patiently awaited his return, speculating that given his previous performance, he would likely take even longer this time. Yet, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. In merely a quarter of an hour, the 8th emblem flickered to life, signaling his successful passage through the 8th challenge. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, disbelief etched across their faces. Meanwhile, at a distance, the members of the Tianwang party, the Lone Wolf Gang, and the Jiufeng Garden, all elite students, took notice of Qin Yuanxin's achievement. Someone has cleared the 8th challenge? Lin, a member of the Tianwang party, remarked, his eyes sparkling with interest. The other two, from the Lone Wolf Gang and Jiufeng Garden, shared in his intrigue. However, upon learning that Qin Yuanxin was male, the girl from Jiufeng Garden displayed a flicker of disappointment and redirected her attention towards her companions. Lin, this one belongs to the Lone Wolf Gang, correct? The next will be yours. One of the members from the Lone Wolf Gang proposed. Belong to your gang? Those who surpass the 8th challenge are undoubtedly talented individuals with great potential. After a little guidance from our Tianwang party, they could easily reach the spiritual vein realm. I would not simply relinquish such talent to your gang, Lin retorted, his expression darkening. Just as he prepared to voice his refusal, his gaze was drawn to the entrance of the testing grounds, where Qin Yuanxin, having conquered the 8th challenge, emerged. Initially, he paid little attention. But upon sensing the aura emanating from that individual, he burst into laughter. Since Brother Wu Lang has spoken, I, Lin Jihao, shall not covet what belongs to others and will proceed as you suggest. Wu Lang of the Lone Wolf Gang was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Lin Jihao. When did Lin Jihao become so agreeable? However, he soon understood the reason behind Lin Jihao's demeanor. At that moment, he also spotted Qin Yuanxin, but upon seeing him, Wu Lang's expression darkened significantly. How could that person have breached the 8th barrier using a pill? Outside the examination venue, Qin Yuanxin felt a bit pale, recalling the earlier scene, his heart racing with anxiety. He had already exerted all his strength to barely pass the 7th barrier. As for the 8th, he had resorted to a precious pill prepared by his father, which temporarily enhanced his abilities. Thanks to the pill, Qin Yuanxin attained the strength of the 2nd stage of innate mastery for a brief period. This explained why he took a quarter of an hour to pass the 7th barrier, yet only a mere 15 minutes for the 8th. After overcoming the 8th barrier, Qin Yuanxin remained undeterred, intent on attempting the 9th. Yet, upon entering the 9th barrier, he could only endure for 3 breaths before being forced to retreat. Had he not withdrawn swiftly, he might have sustained severe injuries. Qin Yuanxin finally realized how few individuals had succeeded at the 9th barrier. Such a trial was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have passed the 8th barrier, confident in his performance. He believed he was certainly among the top 10. After all, he had only taken a quarter of an hour to succeed at the 8th barrier. Coupled with the 3 breaths he managed to endure at the 9th, Qin Yuanxin felt exceedingly pleased with his achievement. In his father's era, such a performance would have secured him a place among the 7th or 8th ranks. Thus, he cast a disdainful glance at Du Meng, unbeknownst to Qin Yuanxin. After he emerged, the examiner recording the results furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Qin Yuanxin for a moment before shaking his head gently and striking his name from the record. In contrast, Wu Lang from the Lone Wolf Gang was far from calm. Although the examination did not prohibit the use of pills, any genius capable of reaching the 7th and 8th barriers would be proud and would never consider relying on a pill to succeed. Such accomplishments were merely superficial, and in reality, they would invite contempt. At that moment, Wu Lang felt that Qin Yuanxin had squandered an opportunity to compete for a newcomer with Lin Jihao. As for Qin Yuanxin himself, he had no intention of joining the Lone Wolf Gang. After all, the Lone Wolf Gang was one of the foremost factions in the Yin Academy, and while Qin Yuanxin was indeed talented, such deceitful tactics were unwelcome. However, while the Lone Wolf Gang and the Heavenly King Gang were disinterested, other factions were somewhat intrigued by Qin Yuanxin. Despite the dishonesty, Qin Yuanxin had still managed to pass the 7th barrier through his own strength, making him a notable talent. Qin Shaofeng also sensed something unusual about Qin Yuanxin. Due to the provocation directed at Du Meng, Qin Shaofeng remained vigilant. Before entering the examination venue, he activated his keen eyesight to probe Qin Yuanxin's attributes. Upon Qin Yuanxin's return, Qin Shaofeng quickly recognized that something was amiss. Utilizing his keen eyesight once more, he soon discerned the reason behind it. Character: Qin Yuanxin level, initial stage of innate 1st level, temporary 2nd level, inner chi value, innate 100 and 1200, 2200. There was little change in Qin Yuanxin's attributes, however. The realm and inner chi value both had an additional bracketed attribute. Qin Shaofeng was familiar with such bracketed attributes, as they indicated a temporary enhancement. He understood that Qin Yuanxin must have consumed some sort of pill to pass the 8th barrier. Initially, after observing Qin Yuanxin's attributes, He thought Qin Yuanxin was merely slightly stronger than the average individual. The inner chi value for ordinary innate first-level practitioners is 1,000 points. Now, seeing Qin Yuanxin's current state, Qin Shaofeng regarded him with even less concern. Such a person, even if they shared the same innate first-level realm, could likely contend with him in a spar without losing ground. There was no need for him to be overly cautious. Therefore, Qin Shaofeng did not intend to warn Du Meng. Unfortunately, he forgot one crucial fact. Some individuals always seek trouble. While one may not actively seek conflict, trouble often finds them. Oblivious to the provocation directed at him, Du Meng charged excitedly into the examination venue when it was his turn. Meanwhile, not only the crowd present, but also certain individuals from various locales cast keen glances in his direction. Du Meng was indeed remarkable. His personality and physique were exceptional. Compared to Qin Yuanxin, Du Meng's performance was fierce. Qin Yuanxin took approximately 5 breaths to pass the first barrier, while Du Meng did so in just 3. He completed the second barrier in under 10 breaths. Upon entering, the circular entrance of the examination venue glowed brilliantly. In less than 15 minutes, Du Meng reached the 7th barrier. In the same time frame, Qin Yuanxin had barely arrived at the 6th barrier. The disparity was stark. Even Wu Lang, who had been observing Du Meng, could not help but sigh. This is the difference between deceit and genuine strength. Chapter 45. Qin Shaofeng's challenge. Du Meng's performance caused Qin Yuanxin's expression to darken instantly, akin to having swallowed a fly. Especially as the crowd's attention was once again captured by Du Meng, Qin Yuanxin felt a deep-seated resentment. Yet, no matter how he felt, after a quarter of an hour, the 7th barrier illuminated brilliantly. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the 8th barrier lit up as well. Both took the same amount of time. Yet while Qin Yuanxin's success was built on deceit, Du Meng's was the result of true effort. Du Meng had yet to emerge, but at that moment, Qin Yuanxin was sneering. Did he truly believe he could conquer the 9th barrier? Although every participant faced a puppet at their current realm, Qin Yuanxin had no faith that Du Meng could surpass the 9th barrier. After entering the 9th barrier, a dozen breaths passed, and Qin Yuanxin thought Du Meng should be on the verge of being forced out. Yet after a quarter of an hour passed, Du Meng remained inside. Qin Yuanxin was beginning to lose his composure. Another half an hour went by, and the examination venue trembled slightly as the 9th barrier illuminated. Upon the 9th barrier lighting up, the instructors in attendance sighed in unison. What a shame. Such a promising talent could not be taken as a disciple. It was truly frustrating. How could this be possible? Upon witnessing the 9th barrier light up, Qin Yuanxin's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring to himself, impossible. How could he have passed the 9th barrier? Even with my strength enhanced by a pill, I could barely withstand a single strike from one of the puppets. How could that kid possibly succeed at the 9th barrier? While Qin Yuanxin mumbled in disbelief, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Someone had actually passed the 9th barrier. This was utterly incredible. This individual was likely the first to ever succeed at the 9th barrier. What a remarkable achievement. Even if I cannot enter Lianyao Academy, merely witnessing someone pass the 9th challenge is worth it. Amidst the cacophony of discussions, the examiner responsible for this assessment site excitedly took out a jade plaque to inform the higher-ups of the academy. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Brother Will. In the observation area for this assessment, Lin Jihao suddenly burst into loud laughter. However, the expression on Wu Lang's face turned somewhat grim. Given his previous remarks, he refrained from saying much. After all, he represented the Lone Wolf gang this time. If he went back on his word, it would tarnish the gang's reputation, even though it had never been particularly stellar. Especially since Lin Jihao was a member of the Heavenly King's faction, it was unlikely he would retract his words. Yet Wu Lang did not give up. Despite his earlier statements, if that young man were to voluntarily join the Lone Wolf gang now, Lin Jihao would have nothing to say. With a flicker of inspiration, Wu Lang signaled to someone behind him, who discreetly departed. In his excitement, Lin Jihao remained oblivious to this detail, while a woman from Jiufeng Garden noticed but chose not to alert him. She felt a twinge of regret that the one who passed the 9th challenge was not a woman. However, she dismissed it, as Jiufeng Garden had already welcomed an extraordinary young talent ahead of time. In the words of several garden masters from Jiufeng, that girl possessed the potential to surpass the Heavenly Kings, a future super genius with limitless possibilities. Had it not been for their second garden master being the girl's elder sister, the girl might not have joined Jiufeng Garden at all. With such a prodigy on board, Jiufeng Garden viewed this recruitment assessment with much less concern. PS out. Du Meng has emerged. Ultimately, a gasp echoed as Du Meng stepped out of the assessment venue. However, at this moment, Du Meng appeared somewhat disheveled, his clothes nearly tattered, and even Qin Shaofeng sensed that Du Meng had sustained some minor injuries. Activating his keen insight, Qin Shaofeng discovered that Du Ming's internal energy was entirely depleted. After passing the 9th challenge, Du Ming had entered the 10th, but ultimately, he only held out for 10 breaths before retreating. This led Qin Shaofeng to wonder if Du Ming's condition was a result of the 9th challenge or the 10th. He leaned towards the latter. Nevertheless, Qin Shaofeng quickly ceased his speculations. The truth would be revealed through personal experience. With a decisive step, he approached the assessment venue. As it was now his turn, crossing the threshold, Qin Shaofeng entered a spacious room capable of accommodating over 100 individuals. Just as he glanced at the entrance, a section of the room suddenly split open, revealing a figure, the assessment puppet. Defeating the puppet meant passing, if he could not withstand it. He could call for a halt at any time. Suddenly, a voice, ancient and resonant, startled Qin Shaofeng. However, upon careful inspection, he found no sign of a figure. Aside from the puppet before him, even with his keen insight activated, he could not discern the source of that aged voice, though he did uncover the puppet's attributes. Assessment puppet level, early stage of acquired realm, 8th layer, strength restricted. Although the puppet's level was merely at the early stage of the acquired realm, Qin Shaofeng sensed that its true strength was certainly more formidable than it appeared. In a flash, the puppet charged at him. Qin Shaofeng smirked slightly, thinking, 8th layer of the acquired realm? Huh. Without a hint of hesitation, he threw a punch directly at the oncoming puppet. Boom. With a simple strike. The puppet was sent flying. It crashed to the ground with a thud, motionless. At that moment, the ancient voice resounded once more. Passed. Will you proceed to the second challenge? This is it. Qin Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat helpless, yet he still replied, yes. With that affirmation, the fallen puppet surprisingly stood back up. Seeing this, Qin Shaofeng felt a flicker of intrigue, activating his keen insight again. Assessment puppet level, mid-stage of acquired realm. 8th layer, strength restricted. It changed. The level of the puppet had risen, although it had only progressed from early to mid-stage of the acquired realm. Qin Shaofeng distinctly felt that its aura was now equivalent to a typical individual at the late stage of the acquired realm. Nonetheless, this was still far too weak for him. Boom. Another punch sent the puppet crashing down once more. Simultaneously, the ancient voice echoed again. Passed. Will you proceed to the third challenge? Qin Shaofeng's lips twitched as he responded, yes. With that, the puppet rose again, reminding him of the phrase respawn. Before long, the ancient voice droned on, passed. Will you proceed to the fourth challenge? Yes. Qin Shaofeng felt somewhat drained, yet this time, something different occurred. The walls of the room cracked open again, and another puppet emerged. Huh, another assessment puppet. Seeing the scene, Qin Shaofeng felt surprised. Upon activating his keen insight, he was even more astonished, for the attributes of this newly appeared puppet were identical to the previous one. Moreover, in comparison to the third challenge, both puppets were at the late stage of the acquired realm. This time, the level did not increase. Instead, the quantity did. Qin Shaofeng understood what was happening, but maintained a relaxed expression. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough to challenge me. With a flash, Qin Shaofeng moved. And soon the sound of 2 impacts echoed. Passed. Will you proceed to the fifth challenge? Yes. With that, another puppet joined the fray. Yet the result remained unchanged. Passed. Will you proceed to the sixth challenge? Yes. For assessment puppets now. But Qin Shaofeng still felt no pressure whatsoever. However, what he did not realize was that outside, discussions about him were buzzing. Wow, this person is quite formidable. Only at the 8th layer of the acquired realm, and he has swiftly reached the 6th challenge? TSK. This speed surpasses that of the previous powerhouse. He might be the best performer among 8th layer warriors. How far do you think he can go? What further challenge? His realm is right there. Being at the 8th layer of the acquired realm, it's already a blessing if he can pass the 6th challenge. Indeed, the realm is too low. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Du Ming couldn't help but smirk. These ignorant fools actually believe that Brother Feng can only pass the 6th challenge? Although the puppets after the 7th challenge will indeed grow stronger, with Brother Feng's extraordinary defensive abilities and his remarkably deep internal energy, I passed the 9th challenge. So how could Brother Feng not? In truth, Du Ming had another thought he kept to himself. In his eyes, Brother Feng certainly possessed the capability to challenge the 10th challenge and could at least endure for several breaths. This indeed constitutes Du Ming's greatest conjecture. For the final challenge is nothing to be trifled with. However, Du Ming remains oblivious to the fact that he has underestimated Qin Shaofeng. He has begun to grasp the astonishing defensive capabilities of Qin Shaofeng's thunder armor and realizes that Qin Shaofeng, at the 8th level of the acquired realm, possesses internal energy far deeper than his own. Yet, he has yet to experience Qin Shaofeng's most formidable attack, having passed the 6th challenge. An exclamation suddenly rang out as the sixth ring on the door of the assessment venue illuminated. Inside the chamber, gazing at the 5 assessment puppets before him, Qin Shaofeng finally felt a flicker of interest. In the 7th challenge, the number of assessment puppets increased to 5, as per the usual protocol. Moreover, after remaining unchanged since the 3rd challenge, the grade of the assessment puppets finally exhibited a change. Assessment puppet level, early stage of the 9th level of acquired realm, strength restricted, chapter 46. All 10 challenges surpassed 5 assessment puppets at the early stage of the 9th level of the acquired realm somewhat alleviated Qin Shaofeng's boredom. Indeed, it was a slight reprieve, yet it still posed no significant pressure. Swish. The 5 assessment puppets struck first. Qin Shaofeng raised an eyebrow. Although he regarded these 5 puppets with disdain, he did not let his guard down. Smack. As one puppet lunged toward him, Qin Shaofeng countered with a punch. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. Through this engagement, he discerned that the strength of the 9th level assessment puppets was several times that of the late 8th level. Had he not maintained his vigilance, he might have suffered a minor setback. No time to continue attacking that puppet, as another one charged at him. Humph. A glint flashed in his eyes as he pivoted and delivered a powerful Wudong long fist. Boom. In an instant, Qin Shaofeng's internal energy diminished by 50 points. But the exchange resulted in the puppet being sent flying. Smack. Upon landing, that puppet lay motionless, defeated. Witnessing this, Qin Shaofeng hesitated no longer and unleashed a flurry of punches against the remaining 4 assessment puppets, consuming a total of 200 points of internal energy in the process. Simultaneously, outside in the assessment venue, the door trembled slightly as the 7th ring illuminated. 7th challenge cleared. This success in the 7th challenge signified that he could officially become a member of Lianyao Academy. To achieve this with only the 8th level of the acquired realm naturally stirred a wave of envy among the onlookers. With the 7th challenge behind him, Qin Shaofeng prepared to confront the 8th challenge. However, he was taken aback. Although the number of assessment puppets did not increase, the level of the puppets was startling. Assessment puppet level, early stage of the 10th level of acquired realm, strength restricted. What the heck, a 10th level puppet? And this is only the 8th challenge. Upon witnessing the level of the assessment puppets, Qin Shaofeng nearly erupted in expletives. Yet, the 5 puppets wasted no time, swiftly advancing toward him with fierce determination. Was it truly necessary to be this ruthless? With a startled exclamation, realizing he was encircled by the 5 assessment puppets and could not evade, Qin Shaofeng reluctantly activated his thunder armor. Bang! Bang! The moment Qin Shaofeng activated the thunder armor, he was met with 5 simultaneous attacks. Fortunately, compared to Du Ming, the strength of these 5 puppets remained somewhat inferior, unable to breach the defenses of the thunder armor, thereby inflicting no harm upon Qin Shaofeng. Nonetheless, time was of the essence. The thunder armor consumed 100 points of internal energy per minute, and each attack would further deplete that energy. Indeed, just 5 strikes from the puppets cost him 200 points of internal energy. Given this trajectory, even with 2,750 points of internal energy, he would not withstand many more blows. Swish. In a flash, Qin Shaofeng positioned himself before one of the assessment puppets and unleashed a Wudong long fist. Since acquiring this skill, he had practiced extensively, and it had now reached level 3. The 3rd level of Wudong long fist featured 3 tiers of internal energy expenditure, 10 points, 50 points, and 100 points. Faced with the early stage of the 10th level puppet, Qin Shaofeng instinctively unleashed a punch, consuming the maximum 100 points. To his astonishment, this punch sent the puppet flying. However, what made Qin Shaofeng wince was that despite being struck, the puppet did not succumb. It wobbled back to its feet and charged at him once more, albeit somewhat unsteadily. One punch was insufficient, then I shall deliver 2. Qin Shaofeng resolved to expend his internal energy without reservation, repeatedly unleashing the 100-point Wudong long fist, sending the 5 assessment puppets flying in succession. Finally, after 3 punches, the puppets no longer rose to their feet. A sigh of relief escaped Qin Shaofeng. However, the thought of having squandered 1,500 points of internal energy left him feeling quite pained. Damn it, and this is only the 8th challenge. Had it not been for the enticing rewards of advancing 1 level, earning 100 points, and the opportunity for a regular lottery draw, he would have long contemplated giving up. Fortunately, he had a considerable supply of energy replenishing pills on hand. Proceeding to challenge the 9th round? An aged voice echoed once more. But this time Qin Shaofeng did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a vial from his pocket and downed several energy-replenishing pills with fervor. What Qin Shaofeng was unaware of was that the crowd outside had already erupted into a frenzy. Despite his consecutive strikes with the Wudong long fist, he had only spent a mere quarter of an hour in the 8th challenge. Surpassing the 8th challenge in such a brief span not only marked the best performance in this assessment venue, but also ranked among the top results across all venues. Du Ming found this quite normal. After all, he was well aware of Qin Shaofeng's lightning attribute attack capabilities and acknowledged that he could not match Qin Shaofeng's prowess in terms of offensive power. However, Qin Yuanqin was utterly flabbergasted. One thing was understandable with Du Ming, given that he was also a genius at the 10th level of the acquired realm. But what on earth was happening here? An 8th level individual had breezed through the 8th challenge in less than a quarter of an hour? While it was true that the assessment puppets would be weaker when challenged by someone at the 8th level, Qin Yuanqin knew full well that regardless of the realm, the difficulty posed by the assessment puppets remained consistent. After all, these puppets were crafted by a legendary figure from Lianyao Academy and would present no discrepancies. Could it be that the puppets appearing this time were not the handiwork of the renowned creator? Ultimately, Qin Yuanqin could only speculate thusly, yet deep down, he understood that such a possibility seemed rather slim. The 9th challenge commenced in the assessment venue. Before consenting to the 9th challenge, Qin Shaofeng had an inkling and directly activated his thunder armor. He even unsheathed the long sword that had been hanging at his waist. This sword was merely a backup, yet under the current circumstances, he felt compelled to wield it. And as it turned out, his caution was exceedingly well-founded. Assessment of the puppet level. Peak of the postnatal 10th layer, strength restricted. Ah, how infuriating. Upon observing the attributes of the assessment puppet, Qin Shaofeng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and the thought of cursing vanished entirely. This was utterly outrageous. The peak of the postnatal 10th layer. Why not just bring 5 and 8 first layer puppets instead? Qin Shaofeng felt a wave of dissatisfaction. Yet the 5 assessment puppets showed no regard for his feelings and lunged at him fiercely. Humph, what of the peak of the postnatal 10th layer? I shall cleave you 5 pieces of scrap metal. With a swift motion, Qin Shaofeng raised his sword and, with a few decisive strokes, unleashed his prowess. This was no mere flailing. After a period of training, he had thoroughly mastered the basic sword techniques of Mount Hua. With a single slash, he executed the move. White clouds emerged from the gorge, striking one of the assessment puppets. Clang! The long sword met the puppet, sending sparks flying. Not only that, but the puppet was also knocked back by the force of his technique. Qin Shaofeng did not revel in the moment. He had merely repelled one, and there were still 4 remaining. With a swift draw of his sword, he turned to the right and executed another strike. Phoenix descends with grace. Clang! Sparks erupted again, and another puppet was sent stumbling backwards. However, the remaining 3 puppets charged forward in unison. Qin Shaofeng remained unfazed, calmly raising his sword and performing a series of elegant flourishes before suddenly calling out, 3 peaks of Tai Wei. Whoosh! Whoosh! At his command, the long sword moved like lightning, delivering 3 rapid slashes. Boom! Boom! 3 shadowy figures were sent careening backwards, retreating several meters. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Shaofeng turned and dashed towards the 2 puppets he had previously sent flying. White rainbow passing the sun. Majestic pine welcomes guests. With 2 distinct calls, he wielded his sword once more. Yet this time, as he swung, he felt a significant drop of 400 points in his internal energy. The 2 basic sword techniques had consumed a hefty amount of energy, indicating their formidable power. Boom! Boom! The 2 assessment puppets were once again sent flying, but this time, they fell to the ground and lay motionless. Success! Qin Shaofeng exhaled in relief, yet he knew this was not the time for celebration. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he pointed his sword at the 3 remaining puppets and prepared for action again. Boundless falling leaves. Unmatched and peerless. Abundance of gold and jade. With 3 powerful utterances, the last 3 puppets fell before him. Proceeding to the 10th challenge, the aged voice resounded once more. And Qin Shaofeng understood he had successfully passed the 9th stage. However, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a few energy restoration pills he had prepared in advance and consumed them. Once his internal energy was fully replenished, he nodded and confirmed. Yes. Crack. Crack. To Qin Shaofeng's surprise, as he agreed to challenge the 10th stage, the 5 fallen assessment puppets rose. Remarkably, 4 of them returned to the wall, whereupon a crack appeared, and they vanished within. What is this? Qin Shaofeng was perplexed, but soon sensed something was amiss. Crack. The last puppet suddenly trembled violently, its aura surging dramatically. When Qin Shaofeng sensed this energy, he felt a wave of disbelief. Indeed, as he had suspected, the final challenge was against a puppet of innate level. Assessment puppet level, late stage of innate first layer, strength restricted. Oh, how shocking. The assessment puppet was at the late stage of the innate first layer. Upon seeing its attributes, Qin Shaofeng felt a surge of frustration. This assessment was clearly designed to torment him. Facing an innate first layer with his postnatal 8th layer was a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, Qin Shaofeng resolved to give it his all. Whoosh! The innate first-layer puppet was incredibly swift, moving with such speed that Qin Shaofeng could hardly track it. Bang! The puppet's fist struck Qin Shaofeng, a flash of electricity crackling. But soon the electric discharge dissipated, and an unfortunate event unfolded. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed as his thunder armor was compromised. As he had anticipated, the innate energy overwhelmed his armor's defenses. Yet, in that moment, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Qin Shaofeng's eyes. Although the armor had been breached, the puppet hesitated slightly due to the impact. This was the moment Qin Shaofeng had been waiting for. He seized the opportunity. His left hand, poised and ready, flicked gently. Whoosh! A silver blade of light flashed forth, slicing through the air. Bang! The silver blade shot towards the puppet's chest. Having engaged in numerous battles, Qin Shaofeng had discerned the puppet's weakness, a specific point on their chests, the source of their power. He was correct in his assumption. The silver blade struck true, creating a gaping hole in the puppet's chest, and something within appeared to shatter. The puppet toppled in response, and moments later, the aged voice resonated once more. Passed. All 10 stages completed. Assessment concluded. Chapter 47. Tremors. Outside the assessment arena, as Qin Shaofeng cleared the 8th stage, the crowd erupted in commotion. He was the 3rd individual to pass the 8th stage in this arena, and notably, he was merely a postnatal 8th-layer martial artist. This was perhaps the lowest cultivation level among all who had succeeded thus far. Yet that was not all. When the 9th circular ring on the entrance illuminated, the crowd erupted into chaos. A postnatal 8th-layer martial artist had actually breached the 9th stage? Astonishing. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? Few would have believed such a feat possible. After the 9th stage, Qin Shaofeng still had not emerged, and the crowd began to speculate whether he could conquer the final challenge. He had not yet exited. Could he be attempting the 10th stage? Huh, my friend, you jest. To have passed the 9th stage is already an extraordinary feat. The 10th stage presents insurmountable difficulty. Indeed, while he was at the postnatal 8th level, I surmise the assessment puppet he encounters will possess innate level prowess. To withstand 3 breaths against an innate first-layer foe would be commendable. I concur. Though I believe he might endure for 10 breaths. Boom. Just as the crowd debated, the entrance to the assessment arena suddenly trembled violently, as if struck by a colossal force, producing a resounding echo. Boom. Following the thunderous sound, the 10th circular ring at the top of the entrance shone brightly, radiating golden light. At that moment, the previous 9 rings glowed more intensely. In an instant, all 10 rings erupted in a dazzling display of golden light, resembling golden pillars shooting skyward. At that moment, the entirety of the Lianyao Academy trembled. What is happening? In the vicinity of the esteemed mentors. Upon the appearance of the golden pillar, all were left in awe. One elder, with wide eyes, trembled as he exclaimed, "It is indeed the innate golden pillar." The innate golden pillar, the most enigmatic test phenomenon within Lianyao Academy, was personally orchestrated by the Academy's founder and the sovereign of the Lianyao Kingdom, Emperor Lianyao himself. Consequently, awakening this innate golden pillar is far from a simple endeavor. It is not merely a matter of surpassing the 10th trial within the examination grounds. Despite its name, the innate golden pillar bears no direct relation to the innate realm. To evoke this pillar, one must be a martial artist below the innate realm. Once one's cultivation reaches the innate stage, even if they conquer the 10th trial, they will still be unable to awaken it. This is merely the preliminary selection for activating the innate golden pillar. Additional conditions exist, such as defeating the examination puppet within the span of a single incense stick, 10 minutes. Should the time exceed this limit, even if one ultimately vanquishes the puppet, the innate golden pillar will remain dormant. Moreover, the manifestation of the innate golden pillar varies according to the time taken to defeat the puppet and the examiner's own cultivation level, most notably in dimensions of size and height. The lower the cultivation level and the shorter the time taken, the larger the innate golden pillar will appear. The current manifestation before him is a towering 3 meters in diameter and over 100 meters tall, visible to the entirety of Lianyao Academy. This colossal golden pillar left the aged mentor momentarily speechless with excitement. This mentor is no ordinary figure. He has encountered the innate golden pillar before, yet the one before him now is unparalleled in the history of Lianyao Academy, rivaled only by perhaps 3 others. Historical records suggest that even the current dean of Lianyao Academy did not evoke a pillar of such magnitude in his time. If this venerable mentor were to learn that Qin Shaofeng's cultivation is merely at the 8th level of the acquired realm, and that he defeated the examination puppet with a single strike, he might begin to comprehend the extraordinary circumstances. Indeed, One could say Qin Shaofeng has capitalized on a fortunate opportunity. He first discerned the puppet's weaknesses and then wielded the formidable Shaoli flying dagger, a skill of divine caliber. These factors coalesce to produce the current spectacle. In a direct confrontation devoid of the Shaoli flying dagger, Qin Shaofeng would likely have had to rely solely on his profound inner energy against the innate first-level puppet, resulting in a taxing battle. Even then, the outcome would have likely been a toss-up. Unaware of these nuances, Qin Shaofeng stood there, momentarily stunned. After defeating the examination puppet with the Shaoli flying dagger and receiving the ancient voice's confirmation of his passage through the 10th trial, the voice resonated once more within his mind. Awakening the innate golden pillar, cultivation at the 8th level of the acquired realm, meets the conditions for inheritance. You may enter the Hall of Inheritance to undergo trials. The sudden announcement reverberating in his consciousness startled Qin Shaofeng profoundly. The innate golden pillar? The Hall of Inheritance? Confusion washed over him, but the final phrase left him utterly bewildered. Undergo trials? Was the examination not yet concluded? Surprised and disheartened, Qin Shaofeng felt a wave of dread. His previous use of the Shaoli flying dagger had completely drained his inner energy, and he had only a few energy-restoring pills left. If the examination were ongoing, he would have no choice but to concede. Damn it, I merely sought the first place for a chance at a lottery. Does Lianyao Academy truly need to play me like this? Cursing inwardly, he prepared to voice his withdrawal from further challenges. There was no choice, his inner energy was depleted, and to continue would only invite further suffering. Even if he were fully replenished, he recognized the sheer luck involved in defeating the innate first-level puppet. Continuing would only bring him misfortune. Just as Qin Shaofeng readied to speak, the grand doors of the examination venue swung open automatically. What is this? Pondering briefly, he considered that the opening of the doors might signify a success. After all, he had not been informed of any further challenges following the 10th trial. With this thought, he stepped forward without hesitation. However, upon emerging from the doors, he was taken aback by the sight before him. What was this golden light pillar? Staring at the towering golden column reaching 100 meters, his mind was a flurry of questions. Before he could take in the scene, a massive figure enveloped him in an embrace. Ha, brother phone, you truly are impressive. You really passed the 10th trial. A familiar voice rang out, sending a chill down Qin Shaofeng's spine. Get off me, you idiot. I'm not into that. He yanked himself free from Du Meng's grasp, his expression filled with indignation. How dare you tarnish my illustrious reputation? Yet, Du Meng remained oblivious to Qin Shaofeng's anger, gazing at him with confusion and asking, Brother Feng, what does not into that mean? Qin Shaofeng paused, nearly choking on his words. Just then, the examiner approached, a warm smile gracing his face as he addressed Qin Shaofeng. You are Qin Shaofeng, correct? As the one who has awakened the innate golden pillar, I need to gather some information about you. This examiner was also a mentor at Lianyao Academy. Being assigned to this role implied a certain level of understanding regarding the innate golden pillar. He recognized that individuals capable of awakening such a pillar were of unique significance to Lianyao Academy, and as the one documenting Qin Shaofeng's achievements, he aimed to learn more about his background. It was only then that Qin Shaofeng gained a fundamental understanding of the innate golden pillar. Upon his exit, the group of mentors in the distance did not rush to claim him as a disciple. Those who could awaken the innate golden pillar were regarded as exceptional individuals within Lianyao Academy, and they were not qualified to take such a person as a disciple. However, this very fact elicited a chorus of regretful sighs from the mentors. Alas, another promising talent we cannot take under our wing. What a pity. Meanwhile, Lin Jihao and his companions were equally astonished. A newcomer capable of awakening the innate golden pillar? Their expression shifted to one of grave concern. As representatives of the three major factions, they understood the implications of this occurrence. The emergence of the innate golden pillar suggested that certain individuals might lose their standing within the factions. The interests of various parties would inevitably be affected. Yet, if they could recruit this individual into their own faction, it would secure their position and ensure their interests were safeguarded. If successful, their contributions would be monumental. In a flash, Lin Jihao and Wu Lang exchanged glances before simultaneously departing. Given the magnitude of the event, their first course of action was to inform the prominent figures within their respective factions. Meanwhile, the woman from the Nine Phoenix Garden bore a solemn expression. Although the individual in question was not female, their awakening of the innate golden pillar could potentially disrupt the interests of their faction, especially considering that the master of their garden's junior sister also sought a spot in that particular location. The number of slots in that place was already scarce, and now with the addition of two qualified individuals, things had become rather complicated, creating a significant impact. After all, entry to that location was not merely dependent on one's status. I must promptly inform the garden owners. if we do not prepare in advance. It could prove detrimental for our Jiofeng garden. The woman murmured softly before preparing to turn away. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Bang! Another tremor resonated from the direction of the southern gate of Lianyao Academy. A flash of golden light heralded the emergence of yet another golden pillar. How could this be? Someone had actually triggered an innate golden pillar again? The woman exclaimed in disbelief, her face a mask of incredulity. On the same day, within a mere span of less than 15 minutes, another individual had activated an innate golden pillar. What on earth was going on? It was only after a considerable time that the woman regained her composure, her expression shifting as she swiftly departed. One more had emerged. Now, that was 3 slots taken. And the situation had escalated. Chapter 48. The first prize secured. What on earth was happening? Observing the distant golden pillar, Qin Shaofeng found himself perplexed. Just moments ago, the examiner had informed him that individuals capable of activating an innate golden pillar were exceedingly rare. It was already remarkable for Lianyao Academy to recruit even one such individual in a century. Yet, as soon as those words left his mouth, another innate golden pillar appeared amidst a resounding shockwave. This left Qin Shaofeng uncertainly gazing at the examiner, suspicion filling his eyes. Did you truly not mean to deceive this innocent youth? Do you think me so naive due to my youth? However, the examiner was entirely unfazed by Qin Shaofeng's questioning gaze, fixated on the distant golden pillar, muttering in disbelief. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Well, I am even more baffled than before. Resigned to the situation, Qin Shaofeng ultimately refrained from further inquiries and moved to stand beside Du Ming, awaiting the conclusion of the assessments. The second innate golden pillar lasted for a quarter of an hour before vanishing. Yet, the entire Lianyao Academy was stirred by this event. Unbeknownst to Qin Shaofeng, he had unwittingly attracted considerable trouble by activating the innate golden pillar. At this moment, he gazed blankly at the sky, pondering whether another of those innate golden pillars might materialize. Alas, disappointment was inevitable for him. Until all candidates completed the assessments, a third innate golden pillar did not appear. There was, however, one individual at the first innate level who managed to pass the 10th trial. Had it not been for the emergence of Qin Shaofeng and the other individual who activated the innate golden pillar, this person would have undoubtedly garnered countless gazes. Unfortunately, overshadowed by the brilliance of 2 innate golden pillars, he faded into obscurity. The final results were in. Among the 30,000 participants in the strength assessment, only a little over 2,000 managed to pass 5 trials, less than 1/10 of the total. Upon learning this, Qin Shaofeng felt bewildered. It was merely the 5th trial. Such a simple assessment, and yet so few had succeeded? He distinctly recalled delivering a punch in the 5th trial. Oh wait, it was 2 punches. There were 2 assessment puppets in the 5th trial. Thankfully, Qin Shaofeng did not voice his confusion, or he would surely have faced severe reprimands. The assessment puppets in the 5th trial typically matched the candidates' levels in the late stages and transcendent realms, and it was rare for ordinary individuals to contend with them. For over 2,000 to pass was already quite commendable. While more than 2,000 succeeded in the 5th trial, the 6th saw a drastic reduction, with barely 1,000 making it through. As for the 7th trial, the number of successful candidates dwindled even further, with only a little over 100, most of whom were of the innate realm. Compared to those of the acquired realm, those at the innate level found the 7th trial somewhat easier. However, the 8th trial was a different matter altogether. Regardless of whether one was innate or acquired, the difficulty of the 8th trial increased several-fold, resulting in only 12 successful candidates. This group included Qin Shaofeng, Du Ming, and Chen Yuanxin, who had relied on elixirs to falsely navigate through the 8th trial. In the 9th trial, merely 4 individuals emerged victorious: Qin Shaofeng, Du Ming, the other innate golden pillar activator, and the sole innate martial master who passed the 10th trial. Thus, the rankings were established. Naturally, the first place belonged to Qin Shaofeng. The second place was taken by the other innate golden pillar activator, while the innate martial master who passed the 10th trial claimed third. The fourth was undoubtedly Du Ming. As for Chen Yuanxin, due to his deceitful use of elixirs to pass, he fell out of the top 10, landing in 12th place. This outcome struck a considerable blow to Chen Yuanxin. In his quest to excel in this admission assessment at Lianyao Academy, he had made extensive preparations. His father even expended great resources to procure a rare elixir that could temporarily boost his strength. Yet, in the end, he failed to secure a place in the top 10. Was this not a crushing defeat? However, instead of engaging in self-reflection, Chen Yuanxin directed his anger towards Qin Shaofeng and Du Ming, attributing his dismal performance entirely to them. In his view, had it not been for their appearances, he would have easily claimed at least the 10th position. How infuriating it was. These two insignificant individuals had caused him to fall from the top 10. He vowed he would not let this go unpunished. What a peculiar mindset. Blaming others for one's own mistakes. Qin Shaofeng remained blissfully unaware that he and Du Ming had unwittingly acquired a new adversary. Had he known, he would surely cry out in protest. What have I done to deserve this? Even if I am handsome, heaven should not harbor such jealousy. System notification. Congratulations to player Qin Shaofeng for completing the assessment task and securing first place with a perfect evaluation. System notification. Congratulations to player Qin Shaofeng for leveling up. Now at the 9th level of the acquired realm. System notification. Congratulations to player Qin Shaofeng for earning 1,000 points, bringing his total to 1,000 points. System notification. Congratulations to player Qin Shaofeng for receiving 1 entry to the ordinary lottery, currently holding 1 chance. As the announcement of his first place victory echoed, Qin Shaofeng was met with a series of 4 system notifications. This brought a smile to his lips, a spark of joy igniting within him. Why had he exerted such effort in the trials, even consuming a significant amount of restorative elixirs to ensure his passage through the 9th and perhaps the 10th trials? Was it not to secure first place, fulfill the system's task, and reap substantial rewards? After all he had invested, he finally saw the fruits of his labor. Naturally, Qin Shaofeng was elated. At the same time, Lin Jihao of the Tianwang party arrived at a certain location within Lianyao Academy. At this moment, Lin Jihao was brimming with excitement. He had not anticipated that reporting the activation of an innate golden pillar would draw the attention of such a prominent figure. Just the thought of this person's identity left him nearly speechless with anticipation. Under the guidance of a senior member of the Tianwang party, Lin Jihao approached a small room. The door was firmly shut, showing no signs of opening even upon his arrival. Naturally, Lin Jihao dared not voice any objections, standing respectfully before the door, awaiting his summons. Not long after, perhaps merely a quarter of an hour, a voice resonated within the small room. Has someone awakened the innate golden pillar? The speaker wasted no time, addressing the matter directly. Yes, my lord, and remarkably, there are 2. Lin Jihao responded with utmost respect. As he spoke, a tumult of emotion surged within him. The emergence of even one individual capable of awakening the innate golden pillar was extraordinary, yet the occurrence of 2 was simply beyond belief. The master of the room was momentarily taken aback, as if equally astonished. 2. If we include that girl from the Meng family, it amounts to 3. This could spell trouble. It seemed he was speaking to himself, murmuring softly, and his tone suggested a hint of concern, for his brow had likely furrowed with worry. This revelation left Lin Jihao utterly astonished. He was well aware of the identity of the room's master, and the fact that this esteemed individual expressed concern indicated that the situation was far more serious than he had initially imagined. After a brief silence, a question emerged from within the room. In response to your lordship, both individuals are 15 years old. One possesses a cultivation level of the 8th stage of the postnatal realm, while the other has reached the 10th stage. At this juncture, Lin Jihao hesitated slightly before continuing. My lord, the identity of one of them is clear. They hail from a remote town within our Lianyao Kingdom. However, the other is somewhat ambiguous. According to the Academy's records, they seem to originate from a tribe within the Blackhorn Mountain region of our Lianyao Kingdom. Blackhorn Mountains? The master of the room whispered, his tone heavy, as though deep in contemplation. Lin Jihao dared not interrupt, respectfully bowing his head. After a considerable time, the master suddenly remembered Lin Jihao's presence. All right, you may leave now. Go to the contributions department and collect 1,000 contribution points. The master's words brought joy to Lin Jihao's heart. To gain such a reward merely for gathering some basic information was indeed fortuitous. Thank you, my lord, he exclaimed respectfully before departing in high spirits. Once Lin Jihao had exited, the master's voice resonated again within the small room. 2 individuals, this does present a predicament. However, fortunately, they are merely at the postnatal realm. Even if they qualify for entry into that place, it will only be after they reach the spirit vein realm. There remains time. Yet, the individual from the Blackhorn Mountains raises concerns. If they belong to that particular tribe, it could lead to significant troubles. I must inform my royal brother to avert any potential disasters. With that, the door of the small room swung open, and a young man, appearing no older than 21 or 22, stepped out. Despite his youth, his aura was exceptionally powerful, rivaling that of Lian Qinghao, if not surpassing it. This suggested that his status within the Heavenly King party was likely quite elevated. With a swift movement, the young man's figure vanished entirely. Such speed, if witnessed by Qin Shaofeng, would undoubtedly leave him speechless in astonishment. What level of cultivation did this young man possess? Simultaneously, similar events unfolded within the ranks of the Lone Wolf Gang. Moreover, various factions within the Lianyao Academy experienced their own disturbances. What was it about individuals who could awaken the innate golden pillar that was so extraordinary? From the reactions of high-ranking officials across these factions, it appeared that awakening the innate golden pillar conferred eligibility to enter a certain place. But what was this place, and what connection did it have with Lianyao Academy? Countless questions loomed in the air. Yet, Qin Shaofeng remained oblivious, having unwittingly stepped into the intricate struggles of Lianyao Academy upon his arrival. Sometimes, troubles indeed come knocking uninvited. Chapter 49, Lottery and Equipment System. In a room designated for the preparatory students of Lianyao Academy, Qin Shaofeng was engrossed in a small booklet. The booklet detailed basic information about Lianyao Academy, primarily outlining its various regulations. After perusing the contents, Qin Shaofeng discovered that even though he had achieved the first rank in the assessments and surpassed the 10th challenge, he was still not a formal member of Lianyao Academy, remaining merely a preparatory student. To attain the status of a formal disciple, one must successfully navigate the 7th challenge. However, prior to that, it was imperative to complete a promotion task assigned to preparatory students. Only upon fulfilling this task could a student elevate their standing within Lianyao Academy. The higher a student's rank, the more rights and benefits they would obtain. Within Lianyao Academy, a student's rank served as a symbol of status, with preparatory students akin to mere menial workers. In contrast, as students advanced in rank, their status would undergo a dramatic transformation. Some star-level students even enjoyed a standing that surpassed that of certain city lords within the Lianyao Kingdom, possessing the authority to command military forces. However, this very reason made the promotion tasks increasingly challenging as one progressed. Yet, after understanding these particulars, Qin Shaofeng found himself even more eager. According to the booklet, to become a formal student, he needed to visit the task hall of Lianyao Academy and accept a low-level promotion task. Once accomplished, he could ascend to the rank of a formal student. The tasks issued by the task hall were categorized into several tiers: low-level, mid-level, and high-level, with star-level tasks exceeding the latter. Star-level tasks were classified from 1 to 10 stars, but this classification did not correspond directly to the 10 ranks of star-level students. Even the simplest 1-star task required at least a cultivation level of the first stage of the innate realm to undertake. While this seemed consistent with the star-level students, a 3-star task would necessitate a 5th stage of the innate realm, as no one would dare accept it otherwise. Indeed, the Academy would not permit it. 3-star tasks were deemed relatively perilous. Without sufficient strength, one would be courting disaster. Nevertheless, these matters bore little relevance to Qin Shaofeng, as he only needed to complete a low-level task to become a formal student. And low-level tasks were indeed quite simple, posing no danger whatsoever. Even someone at the 5th stage of the postnatal realm could accomplish them. With this realization, Qin Shaofeng dismissed any concerns, and after finishing the booklet, he began to organize the gains of the day. Summoning his attribute interface, he observed his current level and attributes. Player, Qin Shaofeng level, 9th stage of the postnatal realm. 150, 9000 inner chi, 3000, 9th stage of the postnatal realm, possesses 600 points of inner chi. With a 5-fold enhancement from the Jing, talent root, thunder body skills, fire eye, Jing, Shaoli flying dagger, thunder escape technique, Wudong long fist, Wudong cloud ladder, Huashan basic sword techniques, alchemy battle beast, 100 spirit demon fox equipment, none tasks, none points, 1000 title, none with a total of 3000 points of inner chi. If converted to innate inner chi, this substantial reserve would be comparable to that of an individual at the 3rd stage of the innate realm. Moreover, this was merely the result of the 2nd level of the Jing. Should he elevate to the 3rd level, his inner chi would likely surge several-fold. At such a level, a single strike from the Shaoli flying dagger would undoubtedly feel like a decisive strike against a foe of greater rank. Merely contemplating this sent a surge of exhilaration through Qin Shaofeng. After reviewing his attributes, his gaze fell upon the points section. 1000 points. How shall I spend them? Gazing at the 1000 points of credit, Qin Shaofeng murmured to himself. However, upon further contemplation, he ultimately decided to refrain from using these points for the time being. Having just mastered the lightning armor technique of thunder escape, Qin Shaofeng also possessed the foundational sword techniques of Mount Hua, the long fist of Wudong, and the formidable flying dagger of Shaoli. His current agility, courtesy of the Wudong cloud ladder, was already satisfactory. After all, Qin Shaofeng had yet to reach the innate realm. These skills were perfectly suited to him, negating the need for more advanced techniques. It would be wiser to save the points for future necessities. After careful consideration, Qin Shaofeng's gaze shifted from the points to the lottery draws. Ah, the lottery. This is the segment I yearn for the most. With a raised brow, Qin Shaofeng excitedly muttered to himself before accessing the lottery interface and selecting the ordinary draw. To his dismay, he was met once again with lighters, tissues, and the words "Apple phone" filling the 100 small squares. Qin Shaofeng couldn't help but curse softly. Why must the system persist in presenting such trivial items? Despite his complaints, Qin Shaofeng resignedly proceeded with the draw. The familiar sound of a fruit machine resonated in the air as he began to pray fervently to the deities above. Please, grant me a reward that does not disappoint. It must be something valuable. It seemed the deities of Earth were quite responsive, for his prayers bore fruit this time. System notification. Congratulations to player Qin Shaofeng for winning a small storage ring in the lottery. A storage ring? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qin Shaofeng momentarily froze before erupting into joyous laughter. A storage ring. Those familiar with novels know that this is indeed a prized possession. With a triumphant smile, Qin Shaofeng eagerly began to examine the attributes of the storage ring. Small storage ring. A compact spatial ring with 1 cubic meter of space. Capable of storing items no larger than 1 cubic meter. To utilize, simply concentrate on the item mentally. Note: storing items requires the consumption of internal energy, with each use costing 1 point of internal energy. Indeed, a storage space ring. Qin Shaofeng laughed heartily upon reading its attributes. He had longed for a storage ring. But regrettably, the system store demanded a staggering 100,000 points for even the cheapest small storage ring. 100,000 points. An astronomical figure for Qin Shaofeng at this stage. Winning it through the lottery was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. The stipulation regarding the consumption of 1 point of internal energy was quickly brushed aside by Qin Shaofeng. After all, to him, it was a trivial matter. System notification. Player Qin Shaofeng has acquired his first piece of equipment, activating the equipment system. Would player Qin Shaofeng like to open the equipment panel? An equipment panel? Just as Qin Shaofeng was reveling in his good fortune, the system presented him with this prompt. Could it be? His heart raced, and he promptly agreed. Yes. System notification. Congratulations to player Qin Shaofeng for activating the equipment system. You may now freely equip items. With that, the attribute interface transformed into a character model. Much like any conventional game, the character's left and right sides displayed the equipment slots available for wearables. There were a total of 10 slots: gloves, shoes, weapon, helmet, clothing, mask, necklace, belt, ring, and backpack. However, Qin Shaofeng noticed a peculiar discrepancy. Aside from the ring slot, all other equipment slots contained only 1 space, while the ring slot boasted 4. Qin Shaofeng understood this meant he could wear 4 rings. What surprised him, however, was the realization that he had assumed he only needed to hold a weapon to equip it. To his astonishment, the equipment section of his attributes had not been activated at all. System notification. Would player Qin Shaofeng like to equip the small storage ring? As he fiddled with the ring, the system quickly prompted him again. Without hesitation, Qin Shaofeng selected yes. Whoosh! The storage ring vanished from his hand, and as expected, 1 slot in his equipment attributes now displayed the small storage ring. At this, Qin Shaofeng felt a surge of excitement as a blue ring materialized on his left index finger, the small storage ring. With another thought, the ring vanished once more. Just as I surmised. After conducting a brief experiment, Qin Shaofeng felt a flicker of joy. The small storage ring he had equipped could indeed become invisible at will, which proved to be exceedingly convenient. In fact, he even placed his readily available long sword into the weapon slot, discovering he could summon it at will. This revelation brought a sly smile to Qin Shaofeng's face as a cunning idea took root in his mind. If he were to summon the sword unexpectedly during battle, catching his adversary off guard would be quite exhilarating. After playing for a while longer, Qin Shaofeng's attention returned to the storage ring. He began to stow away his gold notes and various elixirs within the ring. Once he finished organizing, Qin Shaofeng stretched lazily and stood up, heading towards the door. Though he was merely a preparatory student, he still had a private room, albeit not an extravagant one. Having gleaned a basic understanding of Lianyao Academy, Qin Shaofeng resolved to take action. At the very least, he aimed to become an official student of Lianyao Academy. With determination in mind, Qin Shaofeng intended to summon Du Meng to undertake the task of advancing to a formal student. However, before he could reach the door, a series of frantic knocks suddenly reverberated through the air. To be precise, it should be described as banging. Bang, bang. The forceful knocks shook the door of Qin Shaofeng's room so violently that he feared it might break. Furrowing his brow, he felt a flicker of irritation. Who on earth is in such a hurry, eager to cross over to the afterlife? Cursing inwardly, he was soon met with a booming voice that shifted his irritation to resignation. Brother Foam, open the door quickly. Someone's causing trouble. The familiar voice belonged to Du Meng. Qin Shaofeng had suspected it would be him. Only he would dare to knock so recklessly on his door. With a resigned sigh, Qin Shaofeng was quickly captivated by Du Meng's words. Trouble? A glimmer of understanding sparked in his eyes, for he was not surprised. It is said that fame brings misfortune. Having earned the top score in the assessment, it was only natural that trouble would come knocking. If it weren't for the system tasks, Qin Shaofeng would have preferred to keep a low profile. However, what was done was done. There was no point in lamenting now. Moreover, Qin Shaofeng was merely averse to trouble, not fearful of it. Humph, I shall see who dares to seek trouble with me. With a cold snort, Qin Shaofeng opened the door and stepped outside. Chapter 50. A challenge knocks at the door. It was him. Upon opening the door, before Du Meng could say much more, Qin Shaofeng recognized the individual standing not far from his door, Qin Yuanxin. If Qin Shaofeng's memory served him correctly, that was indeed the name of the one seeking trouble with him. Qin Shaofeng held no fondness for Qin Yuanxin. It was one thing for him to provoke Du Meng without cause, but now he dared to trouble him as well? Just because he was a congenital martial artist. Did he think Qin Shaofeng would cower? His eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of anger igniting within them. He was indeed incensed. Upon seeing Qin Shaofeng's arrival, a cold smirk curled upon Qin Yuanxin's lips. For the sake of Qin Shaofeng, Qin Yuanxin had deliberately postponed his advancement to a formal student. Unlike postnatal martial artists, congenital martial artists entering Lianyao Academy under the age of 18 enjoyed the privilege of not having to complete the promotion tasks to become formal students. Yet, Qin Yuanxin relinquished such a privilege for a simple reason. Once he became a formal student, challenging Qin Shaofeng would become exceedingly difficult. Within Lianyao Academy, there were strict regulations against private duels. Any combat required consent from both parties and typically took place in formal arenas. If Qin Yuanxin became a formal student, he could not challenge the preparatory student Qin Shaofeng. Even if Qin Shaofeng transitioned to a formal student, should he decline the challenge, Qin Yuanxin would be left powerless. However, if both were preparatory students, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Preparatory students were afforded the lowest status within Lianyao Academy, akin to mere chores. Thus, the institution hardly cared about them. Conflicts between preparatory students were rarely addressed unless they resulted in fatalities. Essentially, preparatory students were not considered part of Lianyao Academy, which naturally led to the administration's indifference toward them. As for Qin Yuanxin's motivations, they revealed a glimpse into his cunning mindset. In his eyes, those capable of unleashing the innate golden pillar were undoubtedly superior to postnatal martial artists, and he had only just broken through to the first stage of the congenital realm, not truly engaging in bullying the weak. Therefore, if he were to vanquish the top-ranking Qin Shaofeng, it would undoubtedly signify that he, Qin Yuanxin, was the true first among this assessment. Such a feat would surely create a stir, heralding the dawn of his rise. Thus, without delay, upon learning of Qin Shaofeng's whereabouts, he hastened to confront him. Qin Shaofeng, unaware of these underlying motives, sensed that Qin Yuanxin approached with ill intent. Otherwise, Du Meng would not have mentioned he was seeking trouble. "What brings you here?" he inquired, despite knowing the adversarial nature of the encounter. Qin Yuanxin scoffed disdainfully, casting a dismissive glance at Qin Shaofeng before languidly responding. "So, you are Qin Shaofeng?" His tone suggested a feigned ignorance of Qin Shaofeng's identity. Yet, Qin Shaofeng merely smiled. "If you truly did not know I am Qin Shaofeng, how could you have sought me out?" he retorted with a cold chuckle, growing impatient. "Enough with the pleasantries. Speak your mind and be done with it." At this juncture, numerous onlookers had begun to take notice of the unfolding situation. Qin Yuanxin remained relatively unknown, but Qin Shaofeng was a different story. He was the congenital golden pillar, the top scorer of the assessment. Each of these titles commanded significant attention. Thus, when Qin Shaofeng responded as he did, it elicited laughter from the crowd. Truly, the first place speaks with such audacity. Qin Yuanxin's countenance darkened, his anger evident. How could he not recognize Qin Shaofeng? His previous comments were mere attempts to showcase superiority. Yet, Qin Shaofeng's lack of deference incited his irritation. Nevertheless, Qin Yuanxin did not lose sight of his objective. Taking a deep breath, he fixed a cold gaze on Qin Shaofeng and stated, "It's nothing. I simply find your first place standing unsatisfactory and intend to teach you a lesson." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Teach a lesson? The onlookers were not foolish. Even if they did not recognize Qin Yuanxin, they could see he was a congenital martial artist, while Qin Shaofeng was merely a postnatal one. How audacious it was for a congenital martial artist to speak of teaching a postnatal one a lesson. Such shamelessness was remarkable. Yet, Qin Yuanxin cared little for their judgment. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Qin Shaofeng. Noticing Qin Shaofeng's silence, he continued, "Rest assured, I will not take advantage of you. I will suppress my strength to the postnatal level." Unbeknownst to Qin Yuanxin, his words only deepened the audience's disdain. Suppressing one's innate energy to match that of a postnatal martial artist? Ridiculous. The distinction between postnatal and congenital energy was well understood. The former paled in comparison to the latter. To even suggest such a thing was disgraceful. At that moment, even Qin Shaofeng, aware of Qin Yuanqing's intent to provoke, found amusement in the absurdity of the situation. Duming, meanwhile, had grown weary of the encounter. Initially, he sought out Qin Shaofeng to accompany him in tasks required for formal student advancement. However, upon arriving, he encountered Qin Yuanqing, who not only recognized him but also explicitly sought to challenge Qin Shaofeng. From the onset, Duming had taken an immediate disliking to him, and after hearing Qin Yuanqing's words, his brows furrowed in anger as he glared at him. "Whoever you are, if you wish to trouble my brother Feng, you must first contend with me." "Whoever?" Qin Yuanqing seethed internally, realizing Duming still did not recognize him. "How bold," he scoffed, his eyes narrowing threateningly at Duming. "Since you are so arrogant, I shall reluctantly teach you a lesson to make you aware of your place." "Humph. Teach me a lesson? We shall see if you possess the capability." Duming shot back defiantly, adding in a murmur, "As for my weight, I need not your concern. I am well aware." Boom. The first part of his statement was acceptable, but the latter drew laughter from the crowd. They assumed Duming had intentionally insulted Qin Yuanqing, causing his expression to darken. Only Qin Shaofeng understood that Duming's remark was entirely innocent, interpreting Qin Yuanqing's words as a query about his weight. Nevertheless, Qin Shaofeng intervened, not out of a lack of confidence in Duming, but because he realized that in a direct confrontation between Duming and Qin Yuanqing, the outcome was uncertain. Although Qin Yuanqing was a congenital martial artist, his energy levels, at only 1,200 points, paled in comparison to Duming's 2,000, revealing the disparity of his prowess. Were it not for the innate energy possessed by congenital martial artists, Qin Shaofeng was confident that Qin Yuanqing would not withstand a single blow from Duming. That said, this did not imply that Qin Yuanqing was without merit. He was indeed superior to the average individual. The blame lay with Duming, who was no ordinary person. "Brother Feng, what is your intent?" Duming queried, perplexed by Qin Shaofeng's intervention. With a slight smile, Qin Shaofeng replied, "Since he has specifically sought me out, allow me to handle this." The words may be spoken, yet in reality, had it not been for the sudden alert from the system, Qin Shaofeng would not have intervened to allow Duming to face Qin Yuanqing. The temporary mission, to defeat the innate martial artist Qin Yuanqing. Upon completion, the system rewards 3,000 experience points and 100 points. Qin Shaofeng, troubled by the slow accumulation of points, could hardly refuse such an unexpected task from the system. Suddenly, in his eyes, Qin Yuanqing appeared less objectionable. "Fine, I shall yield this person to you." Duming chuckled, stepping back to make room for Qin Shaofeng. His tone resembled that of one addressing an inconsequential figure, rather than a martial artist who had achieved the first level of innate mastery. Qin Yuanqing's expression darkened further. Yet he refrained from commenting, though the murderous gleam in his eyes intensified. "These two insolent young men shall surely regret provoking me." Qin Yuanqing's fury was palpable to Qin Shaofeng, yet he remained unfazed, merely glancing at Qin Yuanqing before smiling gently. "All right, we may begin, as long as both parties agree. Students can engage in sparring at any time and place." With Qin Shaofeng's words, Qin Yuanqing could no longer contain himself. "Do not delude yourself. You are merely a postnatal warrior daring to act so brazenly. Today, I shall show you that even a suppressed innate warrior can overwhelm you." With that, Qin Yuanqing charged at Qin Shaofeng, his right hand raised, delivering a straightforward punch aimed directly at Qin Shaofeng's face. He believed a single blow would suffice to defeat the postnatal 8th-level warrior. Unperturbed, Qin Shaofeng raised his hand and reached forward, gently grasping Qin Yuanqing's fist. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yuanqing could not suppress a cold snicker. "Overconfident fool, you think to stop my punch with your palm? Release me." Qin Yuanqing's countenance turned icy as he bellowed. An unusual aura emanated from his fist, and an immense force erupted instantaneously. Though this power was at the postnatal 8th level, its momentum far exceeded that of a typical practitioner, even surpassing that of an ordinary postnatal 10th-level warrior. This was the advantage of innate internal energy. Qin Yuanqing intended to use this power and aura to shake off Qin Shaofeng's grip and deliver a final blow. But would events unfold as he wished? The answer was a resounding no. "Release? You must be mistaken." Qin Shaofeng smiled faintly, his expression firming slightly. Chapter 51. Do you submit? Do you acknowledge defeat? Boom. A profound surge of postnatal internal energy erupted from within Qin Shaofeng. Following this, a wild force burst forth from his palm, ferocious and formidable. In that moment, Qin Yuanqing felt as though he was no longer confronting a mere postnatal 8th-level warrior. The sheer intensity of this violent energy was overwhelming, far beyond what any ordinary postnatal warrior could muster. Qin Yuanxin's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that the force he faced had not only neutralized his attack, but surged back along his arm, threatening to overwhelm him. With a heavy thud, Qin Yuanxin was violently jolted back, stumbling 2 or 3 steps. How could this be? He thought, waves of disbelief crashing through his mind. The strength emanating from Qin Shaofeng seemed even greater, forcing him to retreat. What a stark contrast. The innate first-level warrior Qin Yuanxin was actually being repelled by Qin Shaofeng, a mere postnatal 8th-level martial artist. Although Qin Yuanxin had suppressed his power to the 8th level, he was still an adept of the innate realm, possessing innate internal energy. The astonished gazes of the onlookers caused Qin Yuanxin's face to flush with a mix of embarrassment and fury. Ultimately, he became enraged, discarding all notions of bullying the weak. With a fierce tremor, the aura of an innate warrior radiated from him, igniting a stir among the crowd and even eliciting boos from some. How shameless! Qin Yuanxin claimed to suppress his realm, yet now he goes back on his word. In that instant, Qin Yuanxin's already tarnished image was completely obliterated. However, he was beyond caring at this point. Having been pushed back by Qin Shaofeng, his rage clouded his judgment, and he yearned to teach Qin Shaofeng a harsh lesson. Qin Shaofeng, you shall perish. In his rage, Qin Yuanxin held nothing back, unleashing a full-force punch, intending to crush Qin Shaofeng with his innate mastery. The onlookers were filled with trepidation. To most, the unleashed power of Qin Yuanxin was simply too much for Qin Shaofeng to withstand. Yet, a few perceptive individuals speculated that since Qin Shaofeng had emerged as the first in the 10th level assessment, even Qin Yuanxin would find it challenging to subdue him. However, regardless of their opinions, the next scene rendered them speechless. As Qin Yuanxin's punch came forth, Qin Shaofeng extended his right hand once more, grasping it firmly. Again, the crowd was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Qin Shaofeng's audacity. This time, Qin Yuanxin had not suppressed his power. Was Qin Shaofeng truly so arrogant? Yet, just as this thought crossed their minds, a sharp crack echoed. Looking up, the spectators were astonished to see that once more, Qin Yuanxin's punch had been securely caught by Qin Shaofeng. Caught again. This is simply incredible. Shockwaves rippled through the crowd, and a few astute observers noticed that as Qin Shaofeng gripped Qin Yuanxin's right hand, sparks resembling purple stars flickered around them. When Qin Yuanxin felt his fist ensnared again, he was momentarily stunned. Yet before he could ponder the reason, a wave of paralysis and excruciating pain surged through his arm as if struck by lightning, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. This is bad. Realizing he was subject to an inexplicable electric attack, Qin Yuanxin's expression shifted dramatically, and he attempted to withdraw his fist. He understood now that Qin Shaofeng was a formidable opponent, not to be trifled with. Yet, wishing to retreat required Qin Shaofeng's consent. Now you wish to back down? Qin Shaofeng's smile turned frosty, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. As Qin Yuanxin attempted to retract his punch, Qin Shaofeng tightened his grip, preventing him from withdrawing. Panicking, Qin Yuanxin exerted more force. Unfortunately for him, Qin Shaofeng practiced the easing muscle scripture, enhanced by the legendary Daimo's other technique, the cleansing marrow sutra, granting him extraordinary strength. Thus, despite being at a lower realm than Qin Yuanxin, Qin Shaofeng's enhanced physique allowed him to surpass Qin Yuanxin's strength. Upon realizing Qin Yuanxin was increasing his effort, Qin Shaofeng scoffed disdainfully, channeling his strength to grip Qin Yuanxin's right hand fiercely. Crack! The crisp sound echoed from Qin Yuanxin's fist, and he felt as though his hand was being crushed, with his bones creaking ominously, as if they might shatter at any moment. The excruciating pain radiating from his fist drained the color from his face, leaving it pallid. Despite being a first-tier martial artist, Qin Yuanxin had been raised in a sheltered environment, akin to a delicate flower, and had never endured such torment. A cry of anguish escaped his lips as he shouted, "It hurts terribly. Let go, please." His pitiful wail rendered the surrounding crowd momentarily speechless. Was this truly a first-tier martial artist? It resembled the lamentations of a child who had lost a fight. Even Qin Shaofeng, the instigator of this predicament, found himself caught between laughter and exasperation, inwardly musing, Qin Yuanxin is remarkably spineless. At that moment, Qin Shaofeng felt a tinge of boredom, yet he was unwilling to let Qin Yuanxin off the hook, particularly considering the potential reward of 3,000 experience points and 100 points for himself. Have you conceded? Qin Shaofeng inquired with a smile, tightening his grip once more. Ouch. Yes, I concede. Just let go. Qin Yuanxin screamed, his complexion paling further. So you admit defeat? Qin Shaofeng persisted, still holding on tightly. The pain intensified in Qin Yuanxin's right hand, nearly bringing him to tears as he felt utterly defeated. I admit defeat. Please let go, he cried out. abandoning all sense of dignity. A system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations to player Qin Shaofeng for defeating first-tier martial artist Qin Yuanxin, completing the temporary system task, and earning a reward of 3,000 experience points and 100 points, bringing the current total to 100 points. As soon as Qin Yuanxin acknowledged his defeat, Qin Shaofeng received the system's alert. With the task completed and rewards secured, he released Qin Yuanxin's hand with a slight smile. As soon as Qin Shaofeng loosened his grip, Qin Yuanxin sprang back, cradling his right hand and scrutinizing it closely. Upon discovering a dark bruise in the shape of a handprint on his palm, a look of sheer indignation crossed his face. This was the first time in his life he had endured such suffering. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. Raising his gaze, he noticed the crowd around him pointing and whispering, their expressions a mixture of derision and disdain. Recalling his earlier display, Qin Yuanxin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, momentarily disregarding the pain in his hand. His face flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation as he realized how pitifully he had behaved. This was a significant blow to his pride, deepening his animosity towards Qin Shaofeng. Yet, he understood that he was no match for him. Nevertheless, another thought crossed Qin Yuanxin's mind. He was convinced that Qin Shaofeng possessed some extraordinary treasure. He had not lost to Qin Shaofeng himself, but rather to that treasure. Despite this realization, Qin Yuanxin felt he could no longer remain in the vicinity, as the scornful gazes from the crowd were unbearable. Casting a final, resentful glance at Qin Shaofeng, he turned to leave. Just you wait, Qin Shaofeng. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have that treasure. There are plenty of people in Lianyao Academy who can deal with you. With renewed determination, Qin Yuanxin quickened his pace and departed. Although the Qin family was not considered a prominent clan in the entirety of Lianyao, it was still regarded as a significant family in certain regions. Within Lianyao Academy, the Qin family was not represented solely by Qin Yuanxin. After his departure, Qin Shaofeng quickly dismissed the encounter from his mind. In his eyes, a first-tier martial artist like Qin Yuanxin posed no real threat. Bro Feng, you are indeed impressive. Once Qin Yuanxin was gone, Du Ming approached Qin Shaofeng with a hearty laugh. In truth, Du Ming had never held Qin Yuanxin in high regard. He understood that some individuals who reached the first-tier martial artist status did so through external aids rather than their own prowess, which often rendered them inferior to those who achieved the first tier through self-discipline. Qin Yuanxin belonged to this latter category of individuals. Generally, those who relied on external aids to ascend to the first tier lacked the strength of those who had attained it through their own efforts. After all, the transition from postnatal to innate energy was a process that, if aided by external means, resulted in an innate energy that was, at best, only marginally superior to postnatal energy. In Lianyao Academy, only those who had not utilized external aids to reach the first tier were eligible to become star-level students. If someone had relied on external assistance, they needed to attain at least the third tier to qualify as a star-level student. Du Ming had learned this from his future master, who had imposed stringent requirements on him to avoid the use of external aids in reaching the first tier and encouraged him to cultivate a deeper postnatal energy instead. This would prove advantageous once he entered the first tier. Thus, upon realizing Qin Yuanxin's background, Du Ming dismissed him entirely, even feeling confident enough to challenge him. Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, Du Ming was quite astute when faced with challenges. Chapter 52. Pulling Weeds? Not paying heed to Du Ming's flattery, Qin Shaofeng shot him a bemused glance and inquired, "Why have you come to find me?" Noting that Qin Shaofeng had not mentioned Qin Yuanxin, Du Ming refrained from continuing that line of conversation. Instead, he sheepishly scratched the back of his head and said, "Bro Feng, isn't there a task we need to complete to advance to formal students? I thought we might go together for mutual support." Qin Shaofeng had merely asked out of curiosity, with no ulterior motive. Moreover, he genuinely entertained the idea of undertaking the advancement task alongside Du Ming. Thus, amidst the gazes of onlookers, Qin Shaofeng exchanged a few words with Du Ming before heading toward the task hall of Lianyao Academy. Within Lianyao Academy, there are 3 types of task halls. After glancing through a pamphlet, Qin Shaofeng gained some understanding. The first was the beginner task hall, which was where preliminary students and formal students could undertake minor tasks, the highest of which were advanced tasks. Above the beginner level was the intermediate task hall, where star-level tasks were issued. As for the advanced task hall, the pamphlet provided little detail, merely stating that entry required the completion of 3 10-star tasks. 3 10-star tasks? Upon reading this, Qin Shaofeng shook his head lightly, choosing not to dwell on the advanced task hall. Not to mention 10-star tasks, he couldn't even manage a 1-star task at the moment. It stood to reason that the tasks within the advanced task hall would be far more daunting. Knowing that his current strength was insufficient, he pondered the pointlessness of worrying about it. The city of Lianyao, home to the Lianyao Academy, is divided into 3 distinct areas. The Hall of Basic Tasks is situated in the outermost ring of the academy, which, despite comprising only 1/10 of the entire institution, accommodates half of its population. This is due to the second area being reserved for star-level students and certain mentors, making it inaccessible to those who have not yet reached the innate realm. Consequently, the first area boasts the largest number of inhabitants. Following the map in the brochure, Qin Shaofeng guided Dooming to the fabled Hall of Basic Tasks, where he was taken aback. In Qin Shaofeng's eyes, the Colosseum of Blue River City was already a grand structure, yet in comparison to the Hall of Basic Tasks, he realized that the Colosseum was merely half its size. The immense circular edifice was so vast that its entirety was beyond the scope of a single glance. Unlike Qin Shaofeng, Dooming appeared unfazed, prompting Qin Shaofeng to recall that Dooming's father's city also featured buildings of similar magnitude. It seemed that Blue River City was indeed a rather modest locale. With a faint smile, Qin Shaofeng said nothing further and entered the Hall of Basic Tasks alongside Dooming. Within the hall, there are designated areas for processing student advancement tasks. After a brief search, Qin Shaofeng and Dooming found their way to the appropriate location. Upon entering, they identified themselves to the staff and expressed their desire to undertake an advancement task. There was no need for Qin Shaofeng to elaborate. Dooming's imposing physique alone made their identities apparent. Dooming's exaggerated stature would undoubtedly draw attention, and once his name was known, it would be hard to forget. As for Qin Shaofeng, having ranked first in the assessment, the task personnel would certainly recognize him. Upon understanding their intent, the staff member assigned them a task without hesitation. The task of advancing to formal students was, in fact, among the most basic, requiring no elaborate arrangements. The staff member casually issued a task to Qin Shaofeng and Dooming. However, considering their ranking in the assessment, he decided to assign them the same task, which was relatively easy. Yet, as Qin Shaofeng glanced at the task token in his hand, he couldn't help but smile wryly. The task was to collect spirit grass. This was the task for Qin Shaofeng and Dooming's advancement. They were to gather 10 pounds of spirit grass from the medicinal garden outside Lianyao Academy within 3 days. It seemed simple enough, but Qin Shaofeng was at a loss. Just thinking of the slender spirit grass that measured only 2 fingers long made him wonder how many plants would be required to reach 10 pounds. Wasn't the task of advancing to formal students supposed to be easy and straightforward? Something felt amiss. Was this a form of difficulty imposed by the task personnel upon him and Dooming? However, if that person were to learn of this, he would surely protest. The task of collecting spirit grass was indeed straightforward. Although they needed to gather 10 pounds, the task did not state that they had to complete it independently. From the staff member's perspective, given Qin Shaofeng and Dooming's qualifications, a mere 100 or 200 taels of gold would surely entice a number of preparatory students to take on the task. They could probably finish it in just 3 hours. Unfortunately, although Qin Shaofeng had perused the brochure, it had not mentioned these particulars. Therefore, he was completely unaware of this alternative. As for Dooming, it was best not to rely on him, for it was likely that he had not even glanced at the brochure in his own room, with no choice but to comply. Qin Shaofeng and Dooming set off for the medicinal garden of Lianyao Academy. While Lianyao Academy was located within Lianyao City, the surrounding areas also fell under the Academy's jurisdiction. These regions housed not only medicinal gardens but also ferocious beasts specifically raised to provide practical training for students. It was evident that Lianyao Academy had invested considerable effort into nurturing its students. Upon arriving at the medicinal garden, they presented their task token and were led to a designated area. As they reached their destination, Qin Shaofeng was taken aback. Before him lay a sprawling expanse of lush spirit grass. Moreover, he discovered that the spirit grass here was of a superior grade, exceeding 10 centimeters in height. Unlike the inferior specimens he had previously encountered, if these spirit grasses were used to concoct replenishing elixirs, they could yield advanced 3-star elixirs of the mundane rank. Truly, Lianyao Academy only cultivated high-quality materials. Murmuring to himself, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Shaofeng's eyes. If he could obtain some of this superior spirit grass to craft advanced replenishing elixirs, it would greatly benefit him. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he felt a pang of disappointment. Alas, this was the medicinal garden of Lianyao Academy. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he instinctively glanced back to see the guardian of the garden. To his surprise, he noticed that the guardian was nowhere to be found. Not present. A spark of realization ignited in Qin Shaofeng's mind. He recalled that upon entering, he had observed that the medicinal garden only had one exit, and the guardian seemed to be stationed there, not monitoring the interior of the garden. It made sense. By guarding the exit, the guardian could simply check the gatherers as they exited, rendering continuous surveillance unnecessary. Furthermore, The spirit grass was merely the lowest grade among the Academy's many medicinal materials, not warranting such scrutiny. Even if someone managed to smuggle out a few plants, it would have little impact on the overall garden. However, this reasoning applied only to ordinary individuals. Given such advantageous circumstances, Qin Shaofeng would not let the opportunity slip away. While others could only conceal a handful of spirit grasses on their person, he possessed a storage ring with a capacity of 1 cubic meter. The thought sent waves of excitement through him. Although he maintained a calm facade, his heart was already roaring with exhilaration. This was a windfall. How many spirit grasses could fit into 1 cubic meter? Just imagining it filled him with immense joy. Once he had amassed a sufficient quantity of spirit grass and concocted numerous replenishing elixirs, he could finally embark on his plan for advancement. With an ample supply of replenishing elixirs, his foremost goal would be to elevate himself to the realm of innate martial masters. As he whispered his thoughts, excitement radiated from his eyes. Just then, Duming, who had been silent beside him, suddenly spoke up. "Brother Feng, how do we pull this grass?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shaofeng turned to look, only to feel a pang of frustration. Duming was tugging at a piece of spirit grass that had no roots, clearly yanking it out with brute force. Qin Shaofeng felt a twinge of pain. Such a fine specimen of advanced spirit grass had been ruined. And now it could only yield a low-grade 1-star replenishing elixir. This reckless fellow was truly a spendthrift. Although he cursed Duming internally, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Upon casting a glance at the robust physique of Duming, Qin Shaofeng genuinely felt that uprooting the grass was merely a technical endeavor for this fellow. However, Qin Shaofeng was not entirely devoid of options. After pondering for a moment, he cast a mischievous glance at the woefully troubled Duming and said, "My friend, pulling this grass is actually quite easy. Do pay attention." With that, Qin Shaofeng slightly crouched, extending his right hand toward the ground's vitality grass. Hearing his words, Duming widened his eyes, fixated on Qin Shaofeng's right hand, and suddenly, he realized something. Was that inner energy? Observant as ever, Duming quickly noticed that Qin Shaofeng's right hand seemed to exhale a forceful breath before he gently slapped the ground. With a resounding clap, it appeared as though Qin Shaofeng's hand never made contact with the earth, yet the ground cracked open with a sudden force. Duming understood that Qin Shaofeng had secretly unleashed a surge of inner energy to cause the earth to tremble. However, he was puzzled about how this phenomenon related to uprooting grass. But soon enough, Duming grasped Qin Shaofeng's intention. He observed as Qin Shaofeng picked up the soil that had been dislodged, gently brushing it aside to reveal the vitality grass in its entirety, now laid bare before Duming's eyes. "See, simple, isn't it?" Qin Shaofeng said, handing the vitality grass to Duming with a smile. Yet, at that moment, a trace of an inscrutable smile flickered in Qin Shaofeng's eyes. Chapter 53, Mission Accomplished, Abundant Rewards. Though this method of uprooting grass by shaking the soil seemed effortless, it was fraught with significant challenges. To begin with, each attempt cost Qin Shaofeng 10 points of inner energy, and uprooting 10 pounds of vitality grass would undoubtedly leave him utterly exhausted. Moreover, the control of inner energy was crucial, if one was not careful. It was entirely possible to damage the vitality grass even before dislodging the soil. The mission explicitly required 10 pounds of intact vitality grass. Any damage was unacceptable. Qin Shaofeng was indeed setting a trap for Duming. Although Duming possessed considerable inner energy, employing such a method would surely leave him exhausted. Nonetheless, Qin Shaofeng was not merely toying with Duming. If Duming adhered to this technique, by the time he had uprooted 10 pounds of vitality grass, not only would his control over inner energy improve, but his inner energy points might also see some increase. It was a win-win scenario. He could cultivate while completing the task. What could be more delightful? After elucidating his intentions to Duming, Qin Shaofeng smiled and asked, "So, are you certain you want to proceed with my method? It will surely leave you utterly fatigued. Alternatively, you could retrieve a small shovel from the Guardian, making the task far easier and more convenient." However, before he could finish, Duming vehemently shook his head and declared, "No, I will follow your advice, Brother Feng. I know you have my best interests at heart and devised this method for me. Rest assured, I will complete the task." With that, Duming immediately squatted down, raised both hands, and began uprooting the grass with a couple of sharp motions. "Ah, well done," recognizing the benefits of this approach. Seeing Duming genuinely opting for his method, Qin Shaofeng smiled faintly and nodded in approval. But the next moment, he smacked his forehead, his expression reflecting utter dismay. The reason was simple. Duming's initial attempts had completely shattered both the soil and the vitality grass. It seemed this boisterous fellow had a lamentable lack of control over his strength. With no other choice, Qin Shaofeng began to guide Duming on the control of inner energy output. After half an hour, Ming finally reached a level where he would no longer shatter the vitality grass, allowing Qin Shaofeng to commence his own plans. What plans, you may ask? Naturally, it was the ambition to to cram his 1 cubic meter of storage ring with vitality grass. How could Qin Shaofeng possibly let such an opportunity slip away? However, before embarking on this endeavor, he needed to find a slightly more secluded spot. At this moment, the vast medicinal garden was not solely occupied by him and Ming. There were indeed numerous others seeking to gather vitality grass. Understanding that his scheme might be somewhat audacious and not meant for public eyes, Qin Shaofeng intentionally avoided crowded areas. After exchanging a few words with Ming, he set out to find a suitable location. Before long, he discovered a secluded corner abundant with vitality grass and devoid of any other individuals, allowing him to proceed with his plans confidently. Unlike Ming, who relied on inner energy to shake the soil, Qin Shaofeng had far superior methods at his disposal. Just as he had devised a technique for Ming to cultivate, he could certainly conjure a more advantageous approach for himself. With a graceful flick of his right hand, a gleaming sword appeared in his grasp, his finely crafted iron longsword equipped in his arsenal. As soon as the sword was drawn, Qin Shaofeng executed a swift motion towards the ground, employing the Huashan sword technique, Jing Yuman Tang. With a whoosh, the ground was instantly struck, creating several small depressions, each accompanied by a few black soil clumps springing forth, revealing a vitality grass rooted in each one. Qin Shaofeng did not immediately collect the vitality grass. Instead, he continued to wield his sword with finesse. Feng Huang Lai, Song Song In Ku, Jin Yin Hong Kong. One after another, he unleashed the Huashan sword techniques, rapidly producing a plethora of black soil clumps across the landscape. It was not until a quarter of an hour had passed that Qin Shaofeng halted. His complexion slightly pale from the exertion. His inner energy had been entirely depleted. This marked his first occasion employing the foundational techniques of the Huashan sword style from start to finish. Though it had been somewhat taxing, witnessing the abundance of soil clumps brought a smile to his face. This method not only allowed for the swift gathering of vitality grass, but also facilitated the refinement of his Huashan sword skills, a dual benefit for his training objectives. Moreover, there was a crucial advantage. Depleting his inner energy would significantly aid in enhancing his proficiency in the I Ching Jing. This was precisely why Qin Shaofeng opted for such a method to gather vitality grass. As for the slow recovery of inner energy after depletion, presently, there were plenty of high-grade vitality grass at hand. Though consuming vitality grass did not restore inner energy as effortlessly as taking energy-restoring pills, the abundance of vitality grass around alleviated Qin Shaofeng's concerns. Thus, he commenced gathering vitality grass, alternating between swinging his sword and nibbling on the grass. Of course, Qin Shaofeng was not foolish. He would not remain in one location for too long. Doing so would undoubtedly draw attention due to the empty patches left behind from his gathering. Therefore, he changed his position periodically and, to be cautious, he even slightly covered the holes he had created with his sword. However, Qin Shaofeng was unaware that his caution was entirely unwarranted. The vitality grass had not been taken seriously by the Yin Academy. It was merely cultivated for the benefit of some alchemy apprentices to practice. In fact, once one advanced to the innate martial master level, the energy-restoring pills made from vitality grass became virtually useless. Yet, Qin Shaofeng was oblivious to this, fearing exposure of his plan, and remained exceedingly vigilant. 3 days later, at the entrance of the vitality grass medicinal garden, Qin Shaofeng emerged alongside Ming. Upon exiting, the two were nearly identical to when they had entered, empty-handed. As for the 10 pounds of vitality grass required for their advancement task, they simply handed it over to the guardian, who returned their task tokens to them. At this moment, the task token belonging to Qin Shaofeng and Ming indicated that their mission had been completed. Upon returning to the task hall to submit their assignment, they would officially become members of Lianyao Academy. However, the guardian had failed to notice that, unlike when they first entered, Qin Shaofeng now possessed several additional items, a stack of gold notes, some silver coins, and various small trinkets. The reason for this accumulation was that Qin Shaofeng had completely cleared the space in his storage ring to accommodate the vitality herb. For 3 entire days, Qin Shaofeng and Ming had not stepped out of the medicinal garden, even having their meals delivered. They would only venture out briefly for necessities, spending the remainder of their time amidst the herbs. This relentless dedication resulted in Qin Shaofeng's storage ring becoming so full that it could no longer contain even a single vitality herb. The bounty they had gathered was truly remarkable. Each time he felt the absence of his storage ring on his right hand, a foolish grin would inevitably spread across Qin Shaofeng's face. Similarly, Ming wore a silly smile as well. Having reaped significant rewards by following Qin Shaofeng's method of herb gathering, Not only had his control over his power improved significantly, but his internal energy had also increased from 2,000 points 3 days prior to 2,200 points today, an impressive rise of 200 points, a tenth of his total. Such an enhancement in just 3 days without the aid of any elixirs was something Du Ming had never dared to dream of before. His admiration for Qin Shaofeng grew immensely. Truly, Brother Feng was remarkable for devising such a training method. Upon exiting the task hall, both Qin Shaofeng and Du Ming received a white jade token, an emblem of their status as official students of Lianyao Academy. Only those who became formal members were entitled to possess this token, which served as a vital credential within the academy. Many procedures and transactions hinged upon this token, including contribution points, which were awarded to the top 100 candidates during the admissions assessment. As the first place winner, Qin Shaofeng was granted a substantial 1,000 contribution points, an impressive sum, considering that even for high-level tasks, the reward typically ranged from 1 to 2 points. Realizing the value of the contribution points, Qin Shaofeng began to appreciate the significance of his 1,000 points, which was one reason he hurriedly urged Du Ming to complete their tasks for becoming official members. Only with the student token could they truly claim their contribution points. The top 100 candidates earned 100 contribution points, the top 10 received 200 points, and the top 5 garnered 300 points, with the second and third places earning 400 and 500 points, respectively. Thus, Du Ming, who ranked 4th, ended up with only 300 contribution points, 700 points less than Qin Shaofeng. Nevertheless, Qin Shaofeng understood that even 300 points were considerable for a newly inducted student of Lianyao Academy. Having secured their status as formal students, Qin Shaofeng and Du Ming chose not to return to their previous accommodations as preparatory students. At the Academy's residence management office, they received the keys to their new quarters and a set of white student uniforms. Within Lianyao Academy, all students were required to wear the Academy's attire. However, as Du Ming mentioned, his future mentor, the older brother of Lian Qinghao, although still a student, rarely donned the student uniform. This revelation led Qin Shaofeng to surmise that Lian Qinghao's mentor must be an extraordinarily formidable figure. Not wishing to dwell on distant thoughts, they proceeded to their new accommodations. Although situated in the outermost circle of Lianyao City, Qin Shaofeng had heard that the living conditions for formal students were greatly improved compared to those of preparatory students. Yet, before they could locate their rooms, trouble presented itself. Chapter 54. Wang Wenhao. Upon seeing the 3 individuals before him, Qin Shaofeng furrowed his brow slightly. Although all 3 were clad in white student uniforms, he was acutely aware that they were not newcomers who had participated in the recent admissions assessment. They were veterans. And the malicious expressions on their faces left him puzzled. He could not recall having wronged them in any way. As Qin Shaofeng and Du Ming exchanged bewildered glances, the trio opposite them laughed. Who would have thought that the first place in this assessment would be claimed by a mere kid at the 8th level of the acquired realm? What luck I have. Wang Wenhao chuckled inwardly, his eyes gleaming with pride, while his companions, He Changsan and Wu Yong, wore expressions of greedy delight. Wang Wenhao and his companions had been in Lianyao Academy for a considerable time, yet they had not entered through the standard examination route. Besides the admissions assessment, various avenues existed for entering the academy. The most prominent among them was the opportunity for star-level students to recommend an external candidate for admission. However, such recommendations were limited and typically only allowed individuals to become preparatory students. Whether they could remain depended on their capabilities. Wang Wenhao and his companions had taken this route. Wang Wenhao himself was not particularly talented. Since joining Lianyao Academy at the age of 14, nearly 3 years had passed, yet he remained merely a formal student, unable to advance beyond the late stage of the acquired realm. However, he did have a powerful older brother, who was a star-level student with commendable talent, and had connections to a prominent family within Lianyao Academy. This lineage afforded Wang Wenhao a certain level of respect and made him a figure not easily trifled with among formal students. Consequently, Wang Wenhao had developed a domineering demeanor. He was astute enough to know whom to avoid provoking, adopting a submissive attitude toward those he deemed formidable. This strategy allowed him to maintain his position without facing significant consequences. The admissions assessment was an eagerly awaited event for Wang Wenhao, for it presented opportunities to target newcomers, particularly those ranked within the top 100. Each of these newcomers represented potential contribution points, each earning at least 100 points, equivalent to completing 100 high-level tasks. Wang Wenhao had previously capitalized on such opportunities, successfully acquiring numerous contribution points from newcomers. This discovery allowed one to earn contribution points without undertaking tasks, which filled Wang Wenhao with excitement. He had long anticipated this year's admission assessment, especially after the rankings were revealed. He learned that the top candidate was someone without any background, and remarkably, at the 8th level of the acquired realm, which was 2 levels lower than his own. Wasn't this a clear invitation for him to earn contribution points? The mere thought of acquiring 1,000 contribution points made Wang Wenhao tremble with exhilaration. And he regarded Qin Shaofeng with newfound kindness and goodwill. This must be Qin Shaofeng. What a good person he is. Of course, despite Wang Wenhao's notorious arrogance, he would not dare to brazenly rob others of their contribution points, as such actions were strictly prohibited by the academy. Allowing random theft of contribution points would surely lead to chaos within the institution. However, this did not present a challenge for Wang Wenhao. With a subtle smile, he suddenly addressed Qin Shaofeng. You are Qin Shaofeng, correct? This phrase seemed oddly familiar. Qin Shaofeng furrowed his brow, recalling that 3 days ago, Qin Yuanqin had greeted him with the same question. Before Qin Shaofeng could respond, Wang Wenhao quickly continued, I heard you were the first in this assessment. Since that is the case, let us spar a bit. Spar? Wasn't he that just a euphemism for a fight? Qin Shaofeng's eyes brightened at the thought. Suddenly recalling Qin Yuanqin's challenge had triggered a temporary task from the system. Could another opportunity for earning experience and points be upon him? Unfortunately, this time, the system remained utterly silent after Wang Wenhao's proposition. A thought crossed Qin Shaofeng's mind as he activated his keen perception to scrutinize Wang Wenhao. Character, Wang Wenhao level. Late stage of the acquired 10th realm internal energy. 808 root. None upon observing Wang Wenhao's attributes, Qin Shaofeng began to understand. Was it possible that challenges among acquired martial artists did not yield temporary tasks from the system? What a pity. He gently shook his head and, without casting a glance at Wang Wenhao, stated, I'm afraid I'm not interested, since he could not receive a system task. Why would Qin Shaofeng engage in a spar with Wang Wenhao? Such a futile endeavor was not worth his time. Having said that, Qin Shaofeng intended to leave with Du Ming, but as he turned to depart, Wang Wenhao's expression darkened. His companions, He Chun-san and Wu Yong, stepped forward to block Qin Shaofeng and Du Ming's path. The onlookers, having already witnessed Wang Wenhao approach the duo, shook their heads in sympathy, realizing the dire situation the newcomers were in. Alas, these two novices had caught the eye of the notorious bully Wang Wenhao. Their fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. Indeed, they had just acquired their student tokens and contribution points, only to face imminent loss. How unfortunate. Wang, the bully, audaciously used sparring as a guise to usurp others' contribution points, which was utterly despicable. Shoo, lower your voice. Are you not afraid that Wang the bully might challenge you as well? Afraid? What do I have to fear? I possess only a handful of contribution points. Even if they are stolen, it won't hurt. Despite this bravado, the speaker's tone had noticeably softened, revealing the fear instilled by Wang Wenhao's reputation. However, Qin Shaofeng overheard everything clearly. Although the crowd spoke in hushed tones, his enhanced hearing, a result of his training, allowed him to catch every word. Sparring? Robbing contribution points? Qin Shaofeng began to piece together the situation. Indeed, Wang Wenhao employed this very tactic to seize others' contribution points. By gambling on the outcome of sparring matches, he circumvented the academy's regulations. Those chosen by Wang for a challenge would either comply or face his wrath. With his brother's influence, Wang had numerous sycophants. Those who refused would find their tasks disturbed or face harassment during their training. In more severe cases, if one ventured outside the academy for tasks or a family visit, they might encounter unsavory characters along the way. Surviving such encounters would be a fortunate outcome. Of course, if someone dared to best Wang Wenhao in a spar, the consequences would be even graver. This was Wang Wenhao's method for accumulating contribution points. What do you think you are doing? Du Ming, unaware of Wang Wenhao's intentions, glared as he and Qin Shaofeng were blocked. Wang Wenhao, however, was even more enraged. Not interested? Being dismissed by a newcomer felt like a blow to his pride, tarnishing his reputation as a bully. He Chun-san and Wu Yong realized Wang's anger and seized the moment to speak up. Block you? One is offering you a chance to spar, and you dare to refuse. Do you wish to remain in this place? Wu Yong chimed in. Indeed. Do you not know who Wang is? Sparring with him is a tremendous opportunity, and you refuse? You must truly be unaware of your good fortune. The flattery from He Chun-san and Wu Yong eased some of Wang Wenhao's anger, but just as he began to calm down, Du Ming's dismissive remark struck a nerve. Guidance? You? Du Ming turned to Wang Wenhao, scrutinizing him before shaking his head. Not a chance. Wang Wenhao, being merely at the late stage of the acquired 10th realm, was only slightly above Du Ming, who did not believe he could offer any valuable insights. After all, individuals like his brother Feng were rare to come by. Du Ming's words were sincere, devoid of mockery, but others interpreted them as a direct insult to Wang Wenhao. Rage surged within Wang Wenhao. How dare they speak to him that way? It was utterly outrageous. If he did not teach these two a lesson, how could he maintain his standing? Anger flashed in his eyes as he coldly smiled. You have provoked me. Initially, I intended to spare some of your contribution points, but now I will claim them all. Stepping forward, he glanced condescendingly at Du Ming, sneering, whether you agree to spar or not, I will have your contribution points. If you refuse, I will ensure that you find it impossible to function within Lianyao Academy. Wang Wenhao was resolute. Should Qin Shaofeng and Du Ming decline to spar and relinquish their contribution points, he would make their lives miserable, disrupting their training and obstructing their tasks. This was not his first time employing such tactics, and regardless of how it began, he always achieved his desired outcome in the end. Chapter 55. A single palm strike. What took Wang Wenhao by surprise was that, immediately after he spoke, Qin Shaofeng responded directly, agreeing to the challenge. Very well. We accept this sparring. Qin Shaofeng's sudden acquiescence startled Wang Wenhao. He had assumed that Qin Shaofeng and his companion would not easily agree to a duel with him. However, after a moment of contemplation, Wang Wenhao concluded that the other party was intimidated by him. With this realization, a faint smile crept across his face. Indeed, this young man is quite perceptive, Wang Wenhao thought to himself, yet he still intended to seize every contribution point from Qin Shaofeng and his companion. Though Qin Shaofeng seemed to understand the situation, it was too late. Offending Wang Wenhao came with a price. Was Qin Shaofeng truly afraid? Certainly not. It struck him suddenly that although Wang Wenhao had not triggered a system task, even defeating him would yield no experience or contribution points. However, Qin Shaofeng recalled a crucial detail: contribution points. In Lianyao Academy, contribution points were essential. Since Wang Wenhao was voluntarily offering them, how could he refuse? Nevertheless, Qin Shaofeng did not plan to take action himself. He would leave Wang Wenhao to Du Ming. Just defeat him, and all the contribution points we gain will belong to you. Qin Shaofeng gestured towards Du Ming. Qin Shaofeng had gathered some understanding of the sparring matches among formal students. Such duels must be approved by the academy, and both parties must agree to the same conditions. Good, you are quite astute. Wang Wenhao, unaware of Qin Shaofeng's true intentions, nodded in satisfaction. Follow me. With that, he led his companions, He Qingsan and Wu Yong, directly to the designated sparring arena. Du Ming, though initially perplexed, brightened with excitement after a few whispered words from Qin Shaofeng and eagerly followed Wang Wenhao and the others. Witnesses nearby cast pitying glances at Qin Shaofeng and Du Ming, but ultimately, they dared not voice their opinions given Wang Wenhao's notorious reputation as a bully. In fact, some even relished the impending misfortune of the duo, regardless of others' opinions. Qin Shaofeng remained unfazed. He was secretly calculating that together, he and Du Ming would possess 300 contribution points. This meant Wang Wenhao would be contributing 300 points to him. Consequently, he and Du Ming would amass a total of 600 contribution points. What a significant sum. Qin Shaofeng had already resolved that once the matter concluded, he would procure an excellent alchemy furnace. After all, he had a qi grass in his possession, waiting to be refined. Lianyao Academy boasted numerous sparring arenas, primarily for practice, though there existed a life-and-death arena. Naturally, Wang Wenhao would not opt for the latter. The stakes of life and death were too daunting, even for a bully like him. Besides, they were merely sparring, with no need for such extremities. Typically, the sparring arenas were overseen by star-level students who also served as judges. This was part of their duties, and according to the Academy's regulations, judges represented the Academy's authority and thus had to maintain absolute impartiality. Wang Wenhao was well aware of this, but intended to exploit a loophole should his opponent concede. The judges would have no recourse. Should he find himself outmatched, he could threaten to concede, relinquishing his contribution points. Consequently, Wang Wenhao was quite courteous to the judging students, having navigated the Academy's loopholes. While it was not a grave matter, if the judges were to pursue it seriously, it could become troublesome. To avoid such complications, Wang Wenhao had already established familiarity with the judges overseeing this particular sparring arena. His frequent participation in duels led to opponents conceding, which naturally wore on the judges' patience. However, considering the 200 or 300 contribution points Wang Wenhao graciously offered each month, the judges were reluctant to voice any objections. In fact, they silently hoped for more of Wang Wenhao's duels, as his frequent participation meant more contribution points for them as well. It must be acknowledged that Wang Wenhao is quite adept in his dealings. At that moment, as Wang Wenhao approached the sparring arena with a cheerful demeanor and flanked by 2 unfamiliar individuals, the judging student recognized that Wang Wenhao had found another target. Register, collect the contribution points, and open the arena. The judging student, thoroughly accustomed to the process, completed the necessary formalities in mere moments. Once Qin Shaofeng and Du Ming transferred all their contribution points from their student tokens to the temporary contribution point token held by the judge, Wang Wenhao promptly deducted 300 contribution points from his own student token. To the arena, Wang Wenhao cast a cold smirk at Duming, his eyes gleaming with malice. Unlike before, when he would allow his opponents to forfeit without a fight, this time, Wang Wenhao was determined to teach the burly newcomer a severe lesson. Duming's previous attitude had incited Wang Wenhao's wrath. If he did not chastise Duming, how could he save face? Wang Wenhao dismissed Duming's mid-stage strength in the postnatal 10th realm. He himself was in the late stage of the same realm and had been for several months, on the verge of reaching the pinnacle. A mere mid-stage postnatal 10th realm boy, despite his size, posed no threat to Wang Wenhao. Confident of his imminent victory, Wang Wenhao feigned generosity, addressing Duming. Hey, big guy over there, don't say I'm taking advantage of you. How about this? I'll let you have 3 strikes. As he spoke, Wang Wenhao raised an eyebrow, a smug expression evident on his face. 3 strikes? Duming, standing on the arena, found Wang Wenhao's behavior perplexing. Was he truly so foolish as to offer such a concession? And 3 strikes at that? Though Duming sensed that his opponent was in the late stage of the postnatal 10th realm. He also noted that the internal energy emanating from Wang Wenhao was not particularly formidable, far inferior to his own. Fortunately, Duming was not Qin Shaofeng. Otherwise, upon seeing Wang Wenhao's attributes, he would likely have been rendered speechless. With only 800 points of internal energy, Duming boasted a remarkable 200 points. This disparity alone highlighted the gap between Wang Wenhao and Duming. Despite being of the same realm, and with Wang Wenhao holding a minor advantage, his internal energy was significantly less profound than Duming's. While such internal energy levels were typical for someone in a normal state, it was worth noting that Wang Wenhao practiced a superior cultivation method compared to the average individual. Yet, even with this advantage, his current internal energy was alarmingly low, underscoring his subpar aptitude. It was little wonder he had languished in the late stage of the postnatal 10th realm for months. This exemplified the chasm between genius and the average practitioner. Moreover, it appeared Wang Wenhao had not even attained the standard of an average individual. Duming, however, remained blissfully unaware of these discrepancies. Had it not been for Qin Shaofeng informing him that contribution points could be used to purchase pills to enhance one's cultivation or other training resources, Duming would never have considered battling Wang Wenhao. Nevertheless, Duming's inherently good-natured character prevailed. At this moment, upon hearing Wang Wenhao's boastful remark, Duming felt a sense of superiority in his own abilities and, unwilling to take advantage of his opponent, repeatedly waved his hands, saying, No, no, no. If you allow me 3 moves, you'll fall before you even make a move. Such words from Duming instantly darkened Wang Wenhao's previously proud expression. The crowd below the arena erupted in light laughter, many noticing that this exaggeratedly built young man had a rather straightforward personality and a rather amusing way of speaking. Yet, to Wang Wenhao, this was perceived differently. At that moment, he felt that Duming was belittling and mocking him. Very well, you have guts, and you are exceedingly arrogant. Anger surged within him, erasing his earlier pride, and a sinister smile crept across Wang Wenhao's face as he coldly declared, Originally, I intended to spare you some suffering due to your 1,300 contribution points. But now, seeing your utter lack of propriety, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, Wang Wenhao extended his arms, launching a powerful attack towards Duming, his hands transforming into lethal claws aimed directly at Duming's face. He held nothing back in this strike, pouring all his strength into it, his expression fierce as if he intended to blind Duming with his claws. However, he had clearly overestimated his own strength and underestimated Duming's capabilities. As Wang Wenhao's fierce claw approached, Duming remained utterly unfazed. He merely took 2 indifferent steps back. With a slashing sound, Wang Wenhao's attack met Duming's chest, and although he was momentarily taken aback by Duming's quick reflexes, a bloodthirsty smile soon spread across his face as he imagined the blood that would surely follow. However, when he instinctively looked down, he was met with a sight that left him utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, he had felt something tear, but Duming's chest bore no signs of injury. Wang Wenhao realized that his claws had merely ripped Duming's clothing. How could this be? The sight of Duming's unscathed chest made Wang Wenhao's eyes widen in disbelief. He had infused his hands with internal energy. With such an attack, not even a stone should have remained intact. Yet, Duming remained unaffected, disregarding Wang Wenhao's shock and awe. He raised his hand and struck towards Wang Wenhao. With a resounding slap, the unsuspecting Wang Wenhao was hit squarely on the shoulder, feeling an overwhelming force propel him backward uncontrollably. Thud! The dull sound of impact echoed as Wang Wenhao was sent flying off the stage by Duming's strike. The crowd, which had been eagerly watching the spectacle, was instantly rendered speechless. Just a moment ago, some had closed their eyes, not wishing to witness Dooming being utterly defeated by Wang Wenhao. Yet, upon opening their eyes, they were met with such an astonishing turn of events. Young Master Wang! Young Master Wang! Two sharp cries rang out, belonging to He Chengsan and Wu Yong, who had finally snapped out of their daze. As Wang Wenhao's most loyal followers, they rushed towards him, their expressions resembling that of a son rushing to aid a father who had been struck. Young Master, are you all right? Are you injured? Without a moment's hesitation, they helped Wang Wenhao to his feet, concern etched on their faces. However, their inquiries only deepened the scowl on Wang Wenhao's face, which darkened to the hue of a pot's bottom, his entire body trembling uncontrollably from fury. Wang Wenhao could scarcely fathom that he had been sent flying by a single strike. He had boasted of allowing his opponent 3 moves, but what was this? It was merely a single slap, which should barely count as a half move. Yet, because of this, how could he not be enraged? He had been defeated in an instant by a newcomer, someone of a lower realm than himself in the duel. He could feel the weight of countless mocking gazes upon him. Sneers, derision, and disdain were all too evident. It was as if his notorious reputation as a bully had been reduced to nothing more than a farcical joke. Damn it, he growled softly, shaking off He Chengsan and Wu Yong, resembling an enraged beast as he glared intently at Dooming on the stage. This doesn't count. You tricked me. We must do this again. Wang Wenhao was unwilling to accept that he was inferior to Dooming, insisting that his earlier loss was merely due to carelessness or perhaps some trickery on Dooming's part. Regardless, he firmly refused to believe he was inferior. As he prepared to leap back onto the stage, the referee trainee, who had been stunned by the sight of Wang Wenhao being struck off the stage, finally regained his composure. However, upon hearing Wang Wenhao's words, he furrowed his brow, feeling displeased. Although he had a favorable view of Wang Wenhao, who regularly contributed to his earnings, this was a matter separate from his duties. Serving as a referee at the arena was a task both easy and without peril, accompanied by generous rewards. He had gone through considerable effort to secure this 6-month appointment. Thus, he could not afford to be negligent. Wang Wenhao typically exploited minor loopholes without consequence, as he never violated any rules of the duel. However, this was different. Being knocked off the stage constituted a loss. Regardless of any tactics employed, losing was losing, and that was a rule of the Academy. Wang Wenhao's insistence that it didn't T-count was a blatant disregard for the Academy's regulations. If word of this spread, it would not be Wang Wenhao who faced the consequences, but rather the referee trainee himself. After all, his role was to uphold the integrity of the duel. And Wang Wenhao's behavior clearly contradicted that responsibility. With a swift step, the referee trainee positioned himself in front of Wang Wenhao, preventing him from ascending the stage while he still could. Stop. Don't act recklessly. If you disrupt the rules of the arena, not even your brother can save you. After restraining Wang Wenhao, the referee trainee spoke sternly. Thankfully, it was Wang Wenhao. Had it been anyone else, he would have slapped them already. Violating the arena's rules was no trivial matter. Yet, Wang Wenhao had generously rewarded him with contribution points, and considering his brother's influence, he felt compelled to show some leniency. Upon the referee trainee's warning, Wang Wenhao finally remembered where he was, a cold sweat breaking out across his body. Disrupting the arena's rules? That was tantamount to violating the very regulations of Lianyao Academy. Wang Wenhao distinctly recalled his brother's stern warning prior to his entry into the Academy, no matter the circumstances. Under no condition should one violate the Academy's rules, for the consequences could be dire. With this thought, Wang Wenhao regained his composure. As he raised his gaze towards Dooming on the arena, Wang Wenhao felt a surge of anger. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled his resolve and called out to Dooming, who was preparing to leave the stage, with a voice laced with hatred. That fellow Dooming, if you have the guts, let us compete once more. Dooming, who had initially intended to exit, turned back with a look of confusion, then glanced at Qin Shaofeng below the arena, his eyes revealing a hint of inquiry. Wang Wenhao discerned that the hulking Dooming was clearly influenced by Qin Shaofeng's words, so he addressed Qin directly. What do you say? Qin Shaofeng, are you daring enough to let Dooming face me in another match? Fearing that Qin Shaofeng might decline, Wang Wenhao retrieved an object from his pocket and, with a smug smile, presented it to Qin Shaofeng. This is a common grade, 3-star inner essence pill. If Dooming wins, it shall belong to you. However, should he lose, not only must you surrender all your contribution points, but Dooming will also have to kneel and apologize to me. By the end of his proclamation, a sinister expression had spread across Wang Wenhao's face. His words sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd below. An inner essence pill? A common grade, 3-star pill? Incredible. Who would have thought that Wang Wenhao possessed such a valuable item? This pill was worth 3,000 contribution points, and was typically unattainable. Clearly, Wang Wenhao was genuinely enraged to stake such a prize. Qin Shaofeng's eyes flickered with curiosity. It was the first time he had heard of such a pill. However, after overhearing the crowd's chatter, he understood that the inner essence pill must indeed be precious. Noticing Wang Wenhao was within the range of his fire eye, Qin Shaofeng activated it discreetly. Inner essence pill. Common grade. 3-star. Consuming it will increase inner energy by 500 points. Note: a person may only consume one inner essence pill of the same grade. Multiple consumptions are ineffective. Upon seeing the properties of the inner essence pill in Wang Wenhao's hand, Qin Shaofeng's eyes brightened slightly. A pill that could enhance inner energy. If Mengzi were to consume it, he could potentially reach the late stage of the postnatal 10th level. It was astonishing that Wang Wenhao possessed such a treasure. A hint of surprise coursed through Qin Shaofeng's mind as he made his decision. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Wenhao had gone to great lengths to acquire this common grade 3-star inner essence pill. Moreover, Wang Wenhao had initially intended to consume it himself once he reached the pinnacle of the postnatal 10th level, hoping it would facilitate his breakthrough to the innate realm. Wang Wenhao had resigned himself to the fact that, given his own aptitude, he could not hope to ascend to the innate martial master realm without external assistance. Thus, the consumption of pills no longer mattered as long as he could attain the innate martial master stage, which was of utmost importance to him. Wang Wenhao had not wished to use the inner essence pill as a wager, but his contribution points had drastically diminished due to a certain incident. After previously offering 300 contribution points, he now had fewer than 500 remaining. Fearing that Qin Shaofeng would not permit Duming to compete against him again, Wang Wenhao resorted to enticing him with the inner essence pill. In Wang Wenhao's view, if they were to compete once more, he could surely defeat Duming with careful strategy, employing his hidden trump cards. Despite his previous defeat, Wang Wenhao believed that Duming was merely stronger in brute force and durability. He was confident he could overcome him. Wang Wenhao was not foolish. He had observed that Duming's earlier strike had sent him flying, yet he had only experienced a momentary discomfort. This indicated that Duming's strength was undoubtedly inferior to his own. What Wang Wenhao did not realize was that Duming had held back due to Qin Shaofeng's instructions. Had it not been for that, no postnatal 10th level warrior could withstand a direct blow from Duming unscathed. The power Duming possessed was beyond even Qin Shaofeng, who had 800 more points of inner energy. What was Wang Wenhao in comparison? This was something the referee student had also noticed. However, seeing Wang Wenhao's demeanor, he understood that nothing he said would sway him. Ultimately, he merely sighed softly, refraining from further comments. Wang Wenhao, oblivious to the referee's expression, was fixated on Qin Shaofeng. Noticing Qin's silence but the glimmer of interest in his eyes, Wang Wenhao smiled. So, what do you say, Qin Shaofeng? Fool. I've never seen someone so foolish. Qin Shaofeng thought to himself as he observed Wang Wenhao's smugness. Nevertheless, he nodded and replied, very well. After nodding, Qin Shaofeng turned to Duming on the arena and said with a smile, Mengzi, since someone is generously offering us gifts, let us not be too polite. Understood, brother Feng. Duming, unfazed by the prospect of another match, was indifferent, thinking it would merely involve a few exchanges. Sensing Duming's nonchalance, Wang Wenhao handed the inner essence pill directly to the referee student and leaped back onto the arena. Duming, this time I shall not underestimate you. Your defeat is assured. As he spoke, Wang Wenhao swiftly drew a pair of silver gloves from his waist, and with a swift motion, 2 glimmering blades appeared. These were no ordinary gloves. They were crafted from a network of silver chains, each embedded with glimmering, razor-sharp blades, reminiscent of tiny daggers. Moreover, where the fingers of the gloves resided, silver iron hooks resembling eagle talons protruded, their sharpness surpassing even that of the tiny blades. The moment these gloves appeared, Wang Wenhao's demeanor shifted, radiating an aura of cold menace, not born of himself, but emanating from the gloves themselves. Such gloves were undeniably lethal weapons, forged with the express purpose of killing. Qin Shaofeng could even sense a trace of bloodlust emanating from them. These gloves had tasted blood, no ordinary blood, but the blood of those slain. Upon witnessing Wang Wenhao don these gloves, the referee student's pupils constricted in shock, and he gasped internally. He actually possesses cold stars. Has Wang Wenhao used his contribution points to acquire such a treasure? However, he ultimately shook his head slightly, murmuring to himself, though cold stars wield great power, this person is still lacking. Chapter 57. Duming's strength. What kind of weapon is this? It feels utterly unsettling. Such gloves exist, indicating that Wang Wenhao is not merely a reckless individual. Terrifying. Those gloves give off an aura that frightens me. I cannot even fathom facing them directly. Listening to the discussion surrounding him, Qin Shaofeng narrowed his eyes. Just moments ago, he activated his fire eye once more, but to his surprise, it revealed nothing this time. Those gloves are no ordinary item. With a flash of insight, Qin Shaofeng called out loudly to Du Ming on the arena, Mingzi, be cautious. Do not underestimate him. In truth, Du Ming had already been on high alert. Since observing Wang Wenhao don the gloves, he sensed a significant change in him. However, Du Ming realized it was not Wang Wenhao who had transformed, but rather the gloves that imparted a sense of danger. This realization compelled Du Ming to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. Du Ming's vigilance brought a smile to Wang Wenhao's lips. Haha, Du Ming, cease your struggles. Though this cold star is my first experience, I possess the confidence to contend even with a martial artist at the first level of innate mastery. You are doomed. With that, Wang Wenhao laughed heartily, his hands beckoning forth a flash of silver light as he charged at Du Ming. Unperturbed by Wang Wenhao's current exuberance, Du Ming's expression turned grave. Confronted by Wang Wenhao's advance, he thrust both fists forward, opting for a direct collision. However, Du Ming was not entirely unprepared. A faint yellow aura enveloped his fists. This internal energy, typically harnessed at the fourth level of acquired mastery, transformed his fists into what appeared to be translucent yellow gloves. In response, Wang Wenhao merely laughed, a gleeful and disdainful sound. How audacious to challenge me head-on. This hulking figure truly believes that his acquired internal energy can withstand the edge of the cold star? Such ignorance. Does he not realize that cold star is specifically designed to shatter innate internal energy? Yet, this suits me perfectly. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as Wang Wenhao's internal energy surged, causing the silver light upon his hands to intensify. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the tiny blades adorning his glove shimmered with a sharp brilliance. Alarmed, although Du Ming was oblivious to the anomaly of Wang Wenhao's gloves, Qin Shaofeng, whose keen eyesight could pierce through illusions, recognized the danger. Quickly dodge, he urged, understanding the peril posed by the glimmering blades. He knew that Du Ming's internal energy would undoubtedly falter. Yet, to Qin Shaofeng's frustration, Du Ming did not evade. Instead, he gritted his teeth, his expression twisting into a menacing glare, as his internal energy surged violently towards his fists. With a hum, Du Ming's hands trembled lightly, the once faint yellow aura solidifying, transforming his fists into something akin to armored gauntlets. Wang Wenhao, however, maintained his air of contempt, his hands rapidly descending to collide with Du Ming's fists. Ha ha ha. Watch as I shatter your hands, he thought gleefully, feeling his hands effortlessly pierce through Du Ming's internal energy, delight swelling within him. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Wenhao's expression shifted dramatically, and without a second thought, he attempted to retreat. But it was too late. With a fierce roar, Du Ming halted Wang Wenhao's descent. Astonishingly, his cold star gloves had been obstructed. Nonetheless, Du Ming was not unscathed. Though he had blocked Wang Wenhao's attack, the gloves were too treacherous and sharp. Blood oozed from his fists, droplets cascading to the ground. Yet, Du Ming remained oblivious to his injuries, roaring once more and propelling Wang Wenhao backward. Alas, observing this scene, Qin Shaofeng shook his head gently, having momentarily forgotten that Du Ming was a reckless brute. Once roused, he disregarded all consequences. Similarly, the referee, a fellow student, also shook his head, though this was directed at Wang Wenhao. Indeed, it seems that Wang Wenhao is not an innate martial artist. His internal energy is merely average, failing to fully utilize the cold star's power. Moreover, he likely cannot sustain this for long. What a pity. How could this be? After being forcefully propelled by Du Ming, Wang Wenhao barely steadied himself, his face a mask of disbelief. Could he truly have blocked it? Merely through physical strength. He managed to withstand the edge of the cold star? Did not my brother say that once the cold star's brilliance is unleashed, no one below the innate level can withstand it? Unbeknownst to Wang Wenhao, while the cold star's edge is indeed formidable against those beneath the innate level, Du Ming was no ordinary opponent. Setting aside Du Ming's unique physique, his cultivated techniques were exceptionally sophisticated. Although Du Ming's master would not accept him as a disciple until he reached the third level of innate mastery at 15. Du Ming was unaware that his techniques mirrored those of his master, an art revered throughout the Lianyao Academy and the entire Lianyao nation. Moreover, Du Ming's physique was ideally suited for this practice. With all these factors combined, how could Du Ming be compared to an ordinary person? Yet, Du Ming's cultivation remained unrefined. Were it not for this, even at the level of an acquired martial artist, the cold star's edge could not harm him. Wang Wenhao was ignorant of this, his heart a tempest of shock and fury, particularly upon realizing he had been pushed to the edge of the arena, his expression darkening. However, Du Ming paid no heed to these matters. He did not even glance at his injured hands before charging at Wang Wenhao once more. How dare you underestimate me? Wang Wenhao seethed, thoroughly enraged by Du Ming's audacity. He cast aside his doubts and ignored his brother's earlier warnings. With his current capabilities, he could only unleash the Cold Star's brilliance thrice. Perish! He roared, entirely losing his composure as he charged at Du Ming. Convinced that Du Ming's fists could not withstand the Cold Star's assault. Moreover, had Du Ming not been injured? If he pressed harder, it was merely a matter of time before Du Ming's hands were rendered useless. With this mindset, Wang Wenhao's hands, alight with silver brilliance, once again met Du Ming's. Yet, he was oblivious to the referee's disapproving shake of the head at his reckless actions. Boom! The clash of fists echoed. Silver light flashing as a cascade of blood droplets filled the air. Du Ming's injuries worsened, his fists becoming a gruesome sight. Yet, he appeared unfazed, glaring with fervor as he continued to swing his fists. In contrast, Wang Wenhao, witnessing Du Ming's worsening condition, bore a glimmer of excitement on his countenance. Amidst his exhilaration, he failed to notice the pallor creeping into his own face, a consequence of excessive internal energy expenditure. The Cold Star was a weapon meant for innate martial artists, and only those at least at the third level of innate mastery could wield it freely. The reason was simple. Using the Cold Star required vast amounts of innate internal energy. What level was Wang Wenhao at? In his fervor upon seeing Du Ming injured, he had become reckless. Facing Du Ming's renewed assault, he unleashed the Cold Star's brilliance once more. Yet, this time, Wang Wenhao's expression shifted instantly. He realized that the Cold Star was voraciously consuming his internal energy, and soon he felt his internal reserves completely depleted. The Cold Star's edge had been unleashed. Yet Wang Wenhao, having exhausted his internal energy, wavered unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground. As the brilliance of the Cold Star dissipated, Du Ming, with his straightforward and somewhat naive nature, had been influenced by Qin Shaofeng's insidious teachings. Previously, upon witnessing Wang Wenhao's pallor and instability, Du Ming would have halted, urging his opponent to concede. But now, he charged forward once more, remembering Qin Shaofeng's words. When fighting, if you can win, fight. If not, flee. And should an opportunity arise, do not hesitate. Remember, take advantage of their weakness to claim victory. This is the true path of combat. The preceding words were not entirely embraced by Dumont, yet the latter phrase, seize the opportunity to strike a fatal blow, was firmly etched in his mind. Thus, upon perceiving Wang Wenhao's precarious situation, Dumont's heart stirred. He not only launched another punch, but also summoned all his strength to strike Wang Wenhao fiercely. Alarmed, the referee trainee beneath the arena noted Dumont's unrestrained assault and felt a sudden jolt in his chest, his expression changing instantaneously. Although Dumont's blow would not claim Wang Wenhao's life, severe injury was inevitable. Recalling how Wang Wenhao had often shown him kindness through contributions, the referee trainee was compelled to act. With a swift motion, he vanished from his position and appeared before Dumont on the stage, effortlessly repelling him with a wave of his hand. That's enough. You have won this time, the referee trainee stated coolly. Qin Shaofeng, watching from below the stage, narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of amusement flickering within them. Although the referee had the authority to declare victories under certain circumstances, it was evident that this situation did not fall within those parameters. The referee's intervention was merely to prevent Dumont from inflicting serious harm upon Wang Wenhao. Incensed by being abruptly halted, Dumont's fury intensified. His resentment towards Wang Wenhao had already reached a boiling point, as this was the first time he had been so cornered by someone of the same realm since his training began. Well, Feng Guo is one of us. This doesn't count. He had anticipated teaching his opponent a lesson, only to be thwarted. Naturally, this discontent stirred a fiercer resolve within him. Gritting his teeth, he drew upon his internal energy, ready to retaliate against the referee trainee. Fortunately, Qin Shaofeng reacted swiftly, employing his martial arts to swiftly position himself in front of Dumont, preventing him from acting. Enough, Mengzi, we've already secured victory, Qin Shaofeng cheerfully remarked to Dumont, though unbeknownst to anyone. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he spoke. In truth, Qin Shaofeng understood Dumont's temperament well. He knew that Dumont, once obstructed, would feel disgruntled and would likely need an outlet for his frustration. While this was not particularly troublesome, when the referee trainee announced Dumont's victory, Qin Shaofeng noticed a peculiar glint in the referee's gaze as he fixed his eyes on Dumont. Qin Shaofeng realized that the referee might have intentions to strike at Dumont. Should Dumont indeed retaliate, the referee would have justification for his actions, especially given his connection to Wang Wenhao. Thus, Qin Shaofeng hastened to intercept Dumont. Indeed, the referee trainee harbored such intentions. He aimed to demonstrate to Wang Wenhao that his loyalty was not misplaced. Unfortunately for him, Qin Shaofeng saw through the scheme. The speed with which Qin Shaofeng had intervened had also surprised the referee trainee. Stealing a glance at Qin Shaofeng, The referee trainee pondered silently. Truly, the top scorer in this assessment was no simple opponent. Despite being merely a late-stage innate martial artist, his speed was remarkable. However, he did not regard Qin Shaofeng as a threat, for he believed himself to be far superior. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Qin Shaofeng, with a genial smile, addressed him, "Referee, I presume the spoils of victory belong to me now?" With that, he eagerly presented his student token. The referee trainee paused momentarily, recalling the stakes of the contest between Wang Wenhao and Dumont. Subconsciously, he glanced back at Wang Wenhao. After all, the stakes included a common grade 3-star inner essence pill and 2,600 contribution points, a considerable wager that stirred his interest. Yet, even if tempted, he lacked the audacity to embezzle it. For he was merely a 4-star trainee and could not afford to violate the academy's regulations. In that moment, Wang Wenhao, who had been standing behind him, drained of energy and too weak to speak, suddenly turned a shade paler, trembling slightly before he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. This time, Wang Wenhao had faced complete defeat. Not only had he lost 1,300 contribution points, but he had also forfeited the inner essence pill he had intended to use to break through to the innate martial artist level. The blow was significant. Coupled with the after effects of his depleted energy and the injuries sustained during the fight with Dumont, he could not withstand the onslaught and fainted. It was likely that this incident would tarnish Wang Wenhao's notorious reputation as a bully. In fact, following this event, Wang Wenhao refrained from venturing outside for several days after regaining consciousness, fearing ridicule. Meanwhile, his hatred towards Dumont and Qin Shaofeng only intensified. Having secured the spoils of victory, Qin Shaofeng did not even glance at the unconscious Wang Wenhao as he left with Dumont, leaving a flurry of speculation in their wake. The tale of Wang Wenhao's consecutive defeats by Dumont spread throughout the official student area like wildfire. As new students completed their advancement tasks and entered this realm, the news of Qin Shaofeng's battle with Qin Yuanxin also circulated. In no time, both Qin Shaofeng and Dumont garnered considerable attention within the official student area. However, this was no concern of Qin Shaofeng's. After a brief search, he and Dumont finally located their quarters. True to their status as official students, their accommodations were significantly superior to those of the preparatory students. Although preparatory students had their own rooms, those chambers were quite cramped, containing only a bed and a small set of furniture. In contrast, the rooms for official students were 2 to 3 times larger, providing a much more comfortable environment. Nevertheless, Qin Shaofeng paid little heed to this, as he assumed he would not reside there for long. Upon settling in, he received news of an upcoming event. In 3 months, there would be a tournament among the official students. All official students, except those who had already attained the innate martial artist level, would be eligible to participate. Moreover, for every opponent defeated in the tournament, participants would earn 1 contribution point. If a contestant achieved 5 victories, the reward for each subsequent win would increase to 5 points. And after 10 victories, it would rise to 10 points. In essence, the more victories one secured, the greater the accumulation of contribution points. Of course, should a participant lose 3 consecutive matches, they would face a deduction of contribution points. A streak of 10 defeats would lead to complete elimination from the competition. The tournament would take place across 6 martial arts arenas in the official student area, with only those who had amassed over 50 victories advancing to the next round. Those who secured a place within the top 10 would be awarded a special privilege, a chance to enter the Spirit Garden. The Spirit Garden was the most formidable realm of the academy, a sanctuary for cultivation. Only those who had attained the Spirit Vein realm could absorb the abundant spiritual energy within it. Although spiritual energy held no value for late-stage martial artists, the top 10 official students who emerged from the tournament each year typically advanced to the innate martial artist level thereafter. Some individuals have even directly attained the innate dual or even triple realms of martial arts. Moreover, once an innate martial artist advances to the innate realm within the Spirit Garden, they are exempt from undertaking any tasks and can directly become a star disciple. However, Qin Shaofeng does not particularly care for the Spirit Garden. If he so desired, he could easily break through to the innate realm in less than 3 months. Achieving the innate triple realm would pose no significant challenge either. Nevertheless, the allure of earning contribution points from the arena competition has piqued Qin Shaofeng's interest. Therefore, in pursuit of these contribution points, he has resolved to postpone his breakthrough into the innate realm until he has accumulated enough points. Yet, Qin Shaofeng is acutely aware that with his current cultivation at the 9th level of the acquired realm, it would be somewhat challenging to amass substantial contribution points in the arena. At the very least, he would need to reach the 10th level of the acquired realm. Fortunately, achieving this is not particularly difficult for him. so he is not in a hurry to seek a place to advance. His foremost task at present is to refine all the vitality herbs stored in his spatial ring into vitality elixirs. To accomplish this, the first step is to acquire the coveted alchemical furnace he has long desired. At this juncture, Qin Shaofeng finally comprehends the significance of an alchemical furnace to an alchemist. Unlike his previous attempts in Blue River City, where he used a large pot and had to manually control his internal energy to refine the herbs and eventually condense the elixirs, an endeavor fraught with potential failure. Possessing an alchemical furnace would streamline the process significantly. The intricate steps of controlling internal energy for herb refinement and elixir condensation can be entirely bypassed. An alchemical furnace can handle these tasks, except for high-grade elixirs, which require the alchemist's mental guidance. For elixirs of ordinary and human grades, a slightly superior furnace suffices, and mental control merely enhances the likelihood of success and mitigates minor mishaps. Having grasped this, Qin Shaofeng recalls his past clumsiness in front of that large pot, and even he, with his thick skin, feels a flush of embarrassment at the memory. Fortunately, during his alchemical endeavors, he was mostly observed only by the little girl, Xunhuan, who would not gossip about it, ensuring that his mortification would remain private. With this experience in mind, Qin Shaofeng is determined to bolster his knowledge of alchemy, as well as other subjects, to avoid future embarrassments. As for how to procure an alchemical furnace, Qin Shaofeng has long since made a decision: the contribution hall. This hall can be likened to the merchant's shop of the Lianyao Academy, where one can find a vast array of items, highlighting the importance of contribution points to the academy students. While Qin Shaofeng has considered purchasing a furnace with gold notes, his total assets barely exceed 100,000 taels. However, Du Ming has a considerable amount of contribution points. Regrettably, after browsing the stalls in the formal student area, Qin Shaofeng could not find a suitable alchemical furnace. Most offerings were of merely ordinary quality. He surmises that these were crafted by students of the weaponry discipline, who would naturally disdain such mediocre furnaces. As for the system's shop, it boasts a plethora of alchemical furnaces of varying grades, such as the 9-Dragon Furnace, the Chaotic Furnace, and the 9-Turnzinyang Furnace. Alas, even the most basic furnace requires thousands of contribution points, which Qin Shaofeng lacks. Even if he did possess such points, he would never squander them on something so frivolous when other furnaces are available for acquisition. Thus, Qin Shaofeng arrives at the contribution hall, hoping to procure a decent alchemical furnace for 600 contribution points. To secure this furnace, he has even transferred some of Du Ming's contribution points to his own student token. Du Ming, unfazed by this, merely stared at Qin Shaofeng in disbelief after he claimed he could concoct elixirs, eventually exclaiming, "Brother Foam, whatever happens to you in the future, I won't be surprised. Even if you resurrect the dead." This jest, however, would soon take on an unexpected reality. This time, Qin Shaofeng ventures to the contribution hall alone, while Du Ming is likely recuperating in his room. Despite the bravado he displayed during their earlier encounter, Qin Shaofeng later discovered that Du Ming had sustained bone injuries. Fortunately, Du Ming's unique skeletal structure is quite resilient, requiring only a period of rest for full recovery. This revelation astonishes Qin Shaofeng, especially when he witnesses Du Ming's rapid healing within just an hour. His injuries not only ceased bleeding, but also began to mend. Qin Shaofeng exclaims in awe at Du Ming's astonishing constitution. Chapter 59. The young girl Zhao Yuner. The contribution hall resembles the task hall in its layout and structure. However, this time, Qin Shaofeng is greeted by a young girl of around 16 or 17 years. With her rosy lips, pearly teeth, and exquisite features, her fair complexion is complemented by large, expressive eyes, invoking memories of the little girl, Heir. Yet, Qin Shaofeng remains focused on his purpose for being there. After a brief appraisal, he articulates his intent. "An alchemical furnace? Are you an alchemist?" The girl gazes at him in surprise upon hearing his request. Qin Shaofeng's heart races, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he stammers, "Wouldn't I need to be an alchemist to purchase a furnace?" This concern is entirely genuine. If such restrictions exist, complications would surely ensue. Fortunately, his worries prove unwarranted. "A broken furnace?" The girl rolls her eyes at him, exasperated. "There are no strict requirements for purchasing an alchemical furnace, but I must say, it's the first time I've heard someone refer to one as broken. I'd advise you to tread carefully. If a real alchemist hears you, you might find yourself in a predicament." Indeed, for an alchemist, a furnace is their most vital companion. One could say that losing a spouse is less grievous than losing their furnace. The girl, aware of this sentiment, finds it hard to believe that Qin Shaofeng could be an alchemist. Would an alchemist ever refer to their furnace in such a derogatory manner? She would never accept such a notion, even under duress. However, Recognizing the earnestness in Qin Shaofeng's demeanor, she inquires, "What type of alchemical furnace do you intend to purchase? I must inform you that while the furnaces in the contribution hall are of high quality, they are also quite costly. Do you possess enough contribution points?" She scrutinizes him closely, noting that he appears younger and is at the early stage of the 9th level of the acquired realm. Could someone of his caliber truly afford an alchemical furnace? Qin Shaofeng can only smile wryly. He, too, is uncertain of what kind of furnace he could acquire with 600 contribution points. However, the girl's question clarifies for him that the price of an alchemical furnace is indeed steep. However, Qin Shaofeng still decided to give it a try. After contemplating for a moment, he handed over his student token with a smile and said, "Sister, could you take a look at what sort of alchemy furnace my modest contribution points can buy?" The young girl effortlessly received Qin Shaofeng's student token, glancing at it with suspicion, silently thinking to herself, "He seems to have around 200 to 300 contribution points at most, but that amount is hardly sufficient." Nevertheless, at that moment, the girl felt a surge of happiness, not for any other reason, but for Qin Shaofeng addressing her as sister. Throughout her life, as her parents' treasured daughter, she had always been showered with affection. However, all the disciples of her father and mother were older than her, making them her seniors. This made the girl long to be addressed as a sister by someone. Thus, she often visited the contribution hall or the task hall for formal students, taking on the role of a temporary staff member, just to hear those formal students' juniors call her sister. A few days ago, she finally realized her wish when her cousin visited, giving her a genuine junior disciple. She was no longer the youngest. Unfortunately, her cousin was whisked away by her mother for training as soon as she arrived at the academy, leaving the girl's desire to be called sister unfulfilled. Thus, she ventured again into the area for formal students. Just as she arrived, Qin Shaofeng appeared, so being called sister so quickly made her heart flutter with excitement. "Well, since you show such promise, as long as you have 500 contribution points, I will make an exception and grant you an alchemy furnace." Just for that one word, sister, the girl had already decided to offer Qin Shaofeng a favor. Unbeknownst to him, a mere casual address could yield such a benefit. But the next moment, the girl's mouth dropped open in shock, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, making her look incredibly adorable, catching even Qin Shaofeng off guard. "Is this your student token?" she asked, staring at the 2,600 contribution points displayed on it. Qin Shaofeng felt speechless. Was it not his token? Could it possibly belong to someone else? Was that even conceivable? Fortunately, her astonishment brought him back to reality. Recalling his earlier indiscretion, Qin Shaofeng cleared his throat, masking a hint of embarrassment on his face, and nodded to the girl, saying, "Sister, this is indeed my student token. You must know that if a student token is more than 3 meters away from its owner without permission, it cannot be examined by others, correct?" Of course, the girl was well aware of this fact, but her previous surprise had caused her to speak out of turn. Now composed, she glanced at Qin Shaofeng with a strange look before inspecting the student token once more. To her astonishment, she exclaimed again, "You are Qin Shaofeng?" Upon seeing the name on the student token, the girl lost her composure again. She was not unfamiliar with this name. Not because of Qin Shaofeng's first-place ranking in the assessment, but rather because she had heard it from her 5th senior brother. Even her little junior had mentioned Qin Shaofeng once. Moreover, her little junior seemed to hold Qin Shaofeng in high regard, speaking of him with a hint of admiration. At that moment, the girl was quite astonished. As the disciple of her eldest brother, who was also her only recognized mentor, she felt she knew her little junior quite well. Although he appeared straightforward, he was quite arrogant, and someone who could earn his admiration must possess some extraordinary qualities. Thus, she felt compelled to meet Qin Shaofeng, and considering the time, she believed her little junior would soon become a formal student as well, prompting her to come out for a stroll. Little did she expect that the person standing before her was indeed Qin Shaofeng. Qin Shaofeng, unaware of the girl's thoughts, assumed she recognized him due to his first-place ranking in the assessment. He simply nodded and smiled in response. After spotting the student token, the girl confirmed that this person was indeed Qin Shaofeng, and as he nodded, she began to scrutinize him from head to toe. However, after a brief moment, her delicate brows furrowed, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "Where is your little white fox?" "Little white fox?" This time, it was Qin Shaofeng's turn to frown. The little white fox the girl mentioned could only refer to Bai Shui. But how did this girl know of Bai Shui's existence? Since entering the academy, Qin Shaofeng had kept Bai Shui in the independent battle beast space of the system, having taken precautions after the encounter with the white-clad girl. The battle beast space was not only discreet, but also beneficial for Bai Shui's cultivation. Therefore, he usually summoned Bai Shui only in private, while she remained in the battle beast space at other times. The girl's mention of Bai Shui's existence left Qin Shaofeng puzzled. Activating his keen perception, he began to examine the girl before him. Yet, the next moment, his sharp insight revealed her attributes, shocking him profoundly. Character: Zhao Yuner level. Peak postnatal internal energy, 150. 000 talent root. Stellar power, possessing a unique physique known as stellar body, awakening not yet achieved. Skills: Qin Shaofeng did not delve further into her attributes, for he was already astounded by the astonishing figure of 150,000 internal energy. Generally, a practitioner at the peak of the postnatal stage would possess at most 600 or 700 points of internal energy. Even reaching the pinnacle of the postnatal stage would yield around 1,000 points. Even the most talented individuals, practicing formidable techniques, might only achieve 3 to 5 times that amount. Reaching 3,000 to 5,000 points was already remarkable. Although Qin Shaofeng currently possessed 3,000 points, he knew that such a situation was exceedingly rare. Was Du Ming a genius? Did he possess a formidable physique? Was he cultivating a powerful technique? Yet, even that remarkable individual had only 2,200 points of internal energy. Thus, Qin Shaofeng believed that while extraordinary talents existed, they were not abundant or outrageous. But what was the situation with this girl before him? What could possibly account for her 150,000 points of internal energy? That was equivalent to 150 times that of an ordinary practitioner at the peak of the postnatal stage. A whole 150 times. Was there anything more outrageous than this? Even possessing a sacred-level technique like the Jing, upon witnessing such internal energy, Qin Shaofeng felt his heart race, overwhelmed by a tumultuous wave of emotions. The Jing was indeed impressive, capable of increasing Qin Shaofeng's internal energy 5-fold. However, compared to the girl before him, that seemed trifling. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Shaofeng regarded her with a degree of wariness. At that moment, he contemplated reclaiming his student token and simply walking away. Although this girl was quite attractive, she seemed far from ordinary. It would be wise to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Leaving was undoubtedly the best course of action. The girl, oblivious to the complex thoughts swirling in Qin Shaofeng's mind during that fleeting moment, was also unaware that her situation had been nearly discerned by him. However, she did detect the caution in Qin Shaofeng's eyes. Upon reflecting on the perspective of his junior sister regarding Qin Shaofeng, the young girl seemed to grasp something profound, and with a gentle smile, she remarked, "Rest assured, I have no intention of coveting your treasure, Bai Shue. After all, you are a dear friend of my esteemed nephew. How could I, as an elder, act against you?" However, it appeared that her last statement was somewhat amiss, a fact not unnoticed by Qin Shaofeng, who was momentarily caught off guard by her reference to nephew. A friend of her nephew? A flicker of realization crossed Qin Shaofeng's mind. He came to understand the formidable inner energy possessed by Bai Shue, indicative of an exceptional cultivation technique, one that was rare even within the expansive Lianyao Academy. It seemed Mengzi had mentioned that his master had a daughter, Zhao Yuner. The surname appeared to fit perfectly. Chapter 60. The astonishment of Zhao Yuner. With this thought in mind, Qin Shaofeng could not help but inquire, "May I ask, esteemed sister, what is your relationship with senior brother Lianyao?" Zhao Yuner shot him a glance, exclaiming, "Why are you being so cautious? I want tea bite." Realizing her words might have been inappropriate, a hint of awkwardness crossed her face, though she quickly regained her composure and replied calmly, "Lianyao is my 5th senior brother." "You guessed correctly, I am indeed the esteemed aunt of Xiaomingzi." When Zhao Yuner proclaimed this, she did so with considerable pride. This pride, however, stemmed not from mere vanity but from her status as the aunt of Du Ming, the only daughter of Lianyang's master. Upon grasping this fact, Qin Shaofeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had heard Du Ming mention Zhao Yuner on several occasions, but each time, Du Ming's demeanor suggested discontent, as if recalling some grievances. After all, having finally acquired a nephew, Zhao Yuner felt compelled to fulfill her role as an aunt. Thus, she had exerted considerable effort to assist her senior brother in elevating Du Ming's cultivation level. During the initial 3 days of Du Ming's arrival at Lianyao Academy, aside from the rigorous training imposed by his future master to enhance his physical strength, Zhao Yuner had been the most exuberant, frequently playfully reprimanding Du Ming. Due to his robust physique and resilient skin, Du Ming, despite his attempts to resist, ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming inner energy of Zhao Yuner, who unleashed techniques beyond the realm of postnatal martial artists upon him, instilling a sense of fear that rendered him compliant. Du Ming had once shared with Qin Shaofeng that his little aunt possessed inner energy even deeper than his own. Qin Shaofeng had never doubted this claim. After all, from Du Ming's descriptions and Lianyang's prowess, it was evident that Du Ming's master held a prestigious position within Lianyao Academy. Thus, It was only natural that Zhao Yun'er's inner energy surpassed his own. After all, his Jing merely augmented his energy fivefold, and it was not impossible for someone to exceed him. However, Qin Shaofeng soon realized he had been gravely mistaken. Her inner energy did not merely surpass his. It was leagues ahead. Ah, so it is you, Sister Zhao. I've long admired your reputation. Qin Shaofeng clasped his hands and expressed his sincere admiration. The reality of Zhao Yun'er's capabilities truly left him in awe. Yet, Zhao Yun'er began to wonder, given her playful interactions with Du Ming, what insights could he possibly share with Qin Shaofeng? This thought rendered her somewhat uncomfortable, causing her to momentarily forget Bai Shui as she turned to Qin Shaofeng and said, "Well, let's not dwell on that. Aren't you here to acquire an alchemical furnace?" With this reminder, Qin Shaofeng recalled his purpose for visiting and inquired, "Sister Zhao, with my contribution points, can I purchase a decent alchemical furnace?" This concern weighed on him, but Zhao Yun'er's response eased his mind. Rest assured, although alchemical furnaces can be quite costly, the most basic one requires only 1,000 contribution points. With your 2,600 points, you should be able to acquire a reasonably good furnace. Phew, that was a relief. A smile spread across Qin Shaofeng's face, as he had feared that his 2,600 contribution points would not suffice for even a decent furnace, which would have forced him to resort to a makeshift cauldron for alchemy. Just as he felt a sense of relief, Zhao Yun'er suddenly added, "However, what?" Qin Shaofeng's heart sank, and he urgently asked, "Is there something amiss, Sister Zhao?" Zhao Yun'er did not respond immediately. Instead, she shot him another exasperated look and said, "Why are you so impatient? Let me finish." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qin Shaofeng managed an awkward smile and obediently fell silent. Satisfied with his receptiveness, Zhao Yun'er continued, "With your current contribution points, you can indeed procure a decent furnace. But only just that, a mere decent one." At this juncture, Zhao Yun'er eyed Qin Shaofeng, hesitating before asking, "Is the alchemical furnace you intend to buy for personal use?" Her tone hinted at skepticism, clearly doubting that Qin Shaofeng was an alchemist. Qin Shaofeng felt a sense of helplessness. He recognized her implications, yet, despite his frustration, he nodded and replied, "Yes, it is for my own use. I do have a bit of an interest in alchemy." "A bit of an interest?" Zhao Yun'er exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch, drawing the attention of those around them. Upon recognizing her presence, many among the staff instinctively shrank back, pretending not to notice her. "Oh dear, the little ancestor has returned. We must tread carefully. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in trouble." Some onlookers, sensing Zhao Yun'er's rising agitation, cast sympathetic glances at Qin Shaofeng. Who is this guy? To elicit such a reaction from the little ancestor, he must be doomed. At that moment, Zhao Yun'er was genuinely incensed. How could he merely have a bit of an interest? Hearing Qin Shaofeng's words left her feeling displeased. Initially, his affairs were of no concern to her, and she had no intention of meddling. However, the dynamics had shifted. Due to her association with Du Ming, she subconsciously began to regard Qin Shaofeng as one of her own. Her esteemed status at Lianyao Academy, owing to her father's influence, rendered her quite solitary. With few friends aside from her parents and a handful of senior brothers and sisters, having finally gained a nephew, and consequently a connection to Qin Shaofeng, she naturally began to care for him more. Reflecting on this, Zhao Yun'er earnestly advised, "Qin Shaofeng, you must not lose focus. You are currently at the 9th level of the postnatal realm. Your priority should be breaking through to the innate realm. Alchemy is a technical endeavor that demands considerable effort and could hinder your cultivation progress. Trust your elder sister's advice. It is best to concentrate on your training and set aside alchemy for now." Qin Shaofeng was taken aback. He had long been aware of his aunt's fervent desire to impart wisdom, as relayed by Du Ming. Yet, he had not anticipated that, upon their first meeting, she would commence with her lectures. Unsure of how to respond, Qin Shaofeng recognized that her intentions were well-meaning. Indeed, alchemy could impede one's cultivation. However, that was true for others, not for him. He would not allow alchemy to delay his progress. In fact, engaging in alchemy could even facilitate his cultivation. The most straightforward point is that alchemy requires the consumption of internal energy, and once this energy is significantly depleted or frequently exhausted, the proficiency in the muscle transformation technique will greatly improve. Alchemy is, in essence, the practice of the muscle transformation technique. This is Qin Shaofeng's understanding, and indeed, it holds true. Yet, this is not something that can be openly discussed. Who would believe it if he were to speak out? However, Qin Shaofeng did think of another explanation. Pausing slightly, he smiled at Zhao Yun'er and said, "Sister, it's actually like this. My situation is somewhat unique. I believe you are aware that some individuals possess an innate mental strength that is remarkably powerful. For such individuals, Their cultivation often progresses more rapidly than their actual practice. And I am one of those individuals. Additionally, I have observed that my mental strength tends to enhance quite swiftly while engaging in alchemy, which is why I chose to learn it. Qin Shaofeng's explanation made Zhao Yuner somewhat enlightened. Indeed, there are individuals born with exceptional mental strength, and she, Zhao Yuner, is one of them. Compared to ordinary people, her mental prowess could be regarded as superhuman. It is precisely because of this that she can effectively control the terrifying internal energy within her. Were it someone else, with such a vast amount of internal energy and insufficient mental strength, they could easily lose control and potentially face dire consequences. Therefore, it is not simply a matter of accumulating more internal energy. To cultivate profound internal energy, one must possess the requisite capability. Nonetheless, Zhao Yuner remained somewhat skeptical of Qin Shaofeng's explanation. With a delicate, fair hand, she playfully commanded, "Extend your hand." "Extend my hand?" Qin Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback. His expression filled with confusion. What is she trying to do? Noticing Qin Shaofeng's lack of response, Zhao Yuner insisted, quickly, "Extend your hand." Though perplexed, Qin Shaofeng complied with Zhao Yuner's request, extending his hand. After all, he had learned from Du Ming that this little lady had quite the temper. If he did not heed her wishes, he could end up in a dire situation, as Du Ming had experienced. Just thinking about the other party's internal energy made Qin Shaofeng obedient. There was no way around it. It was not a matter of lacking resolve, but rather that the adversary was too formidable. As the saying goes, a true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Extending a hand is hardly a significant matter. However, as soon as he had this thought, Qin Shaofeng felt a delicate, boneless hand grasping his right hand. The soft touch sent a ripple of sensation through him, prompting him to glance down. So fair, so tender, so soft. At that moment, as he beheld Zhao Yuner's small hand clasping his right hand, a flurry of words surged within Qin Shaofeng's mind, and he felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. What a pair of snow-white, exquisite hands. The sensation was utterly delightful. Just as Qin Shaofeng was lost in enjoyment, he suddenly felt a strange, internal energy surge from that delicate hand into his body. In that instant, he understood Zhao Yuner's actions. She was probing the internal energy within him. Since Qin Shaofeng had stated that his mental strength was unusually robust, it was likely that his internal energy was also deeper than that of ordinary individuals. To ascertain the truth, a probe would reveal all. Qin Shaofeng was unconcerned. After all, he had not spoken untruths, so if she wished to investigate, let her do so. He was indeed unafraid of the fire of scrutiny. However, what Qin Shaofeng did not realize was that, at this moment, Zhao Yuner was experiencing profound shock. It was not her first time probing another person's internal energy. But this time, examining Qin Shaofeng's internal energy was entirely different. Zhao Yuner understood that, with her cultivation method, even her acquired internal energy was not inferior to the innate energy of others, and she could surely suppress him, making his energy submit to hers. This was also true for the internal energy cultivated by Du Ming, which simply lacked the resilience of others. Yet, the situation within Qin Shaofeng defied Zhao Yuner's expectations. She suddenly discovered that her internal energy could not suppress his. Instead, it appeared to be evenly matched. Chapter 61. If you look at me like that, I might get shy. How could this be? As Zhao Yuner felt her internal energy struggling to move within Qin Shaofeng's body, her heart was filled with astonishment. The more she experienced this, the greater her determination grew. I refused to believe it. A mere 9th level of acquired internal energy. And my capabilities as Zhao Yuner cannot subdue him? Buzz. With a gentle tremor within her body. What had started as a mere trickle of internal energy was suddenly amplified several times by Zhao Yuner. Feeling her internal energy enter Qin Shaofeng's body, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Yet, just as she reveled in her triumph, an unexpected turn of events unfolded, causing her expression to change drastically. Initially, Qin Shaofeng had permitted the intrusion of external internal energy. Thus, his internal energy remained undisturbed and showed no extreme reactions. It was merely a visit. Since the host was absent, why should he mind? This was the mindset of the internal energy within Qin Shaofeng. However, the next moment, something was amiss. Upon sensing that Zhao Yuner's internal energy had suddenly surged several-fold and bore the intention to suppress him, Qin Shaofeng's internal energy rebelled. How dare you wreak havoc on my territory? Allowing you to visit was already generous enough. You dare to attempt to subdue me? Do you think I am an easy target? Naturally, the internal energy cultivated through rigorous training does not possess true consciousness, but instinct is inherently present. The internal energy within Qin Shaofeng, cultivated through the muscle transformation technique, was not something to be trifled with. What is the muscle transformation technique? It is a revered, sacred-level skill. Can the internal energy derived from such a technique be compared to that of ordinary practitioners? Though Qin Shaofeng had only advanced the muscle transformation technique to level 2, even so, the internal energy it produced inherently carried an air of superiority. Zhao Yun'er actually intended to suppress it? That was akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Boom. With an explosive force within, Qin Shaofeng soon found himself dumbfounded. In that moment, he felt his internal energy inexplicably boil over, seemingly seething with rage as if it had been wronged. This eruption was utterly wild. In but an instant, it truly was just a fleeting moment. Qin Shaofeng sensed that the internal energy Zhao Yun'er had infused into him was forcefully expelled. But that was not all. After expelling Zhao Yun'er's energy, Qin Shaofeng felt his internal energy uncontrollably circulate within him, as if verifying whether any remnants of Zhao Yun'er's energy remained. More so, Qin Shaofeng felt that his internal energy was demonstrating its prowess, circling as if to declare its dominion, making it clear that outsiders were not welcome. Qin Shaofeng was genuinely astounded. His own internal energy could behave in such a manner? How was he unaware of this? While Qin Shaofeng was enveloped in confusion, Zhao Yun'er was struck by waves of astonishment. As one who knew her own affairs well, she was acutely aware of her internal energy. Her cultivation method was one that her father had stumbled upon, originally recorded only within a jade slip, overlooked by everyone, including her father. To others, that jade slip was merely a record of a terrestrial-level cultivation method. Yet, when Zhao Yun'er was 3 years old, during a moment of play, she inadvertently touched that jade slip, which then burst forth with radiant light, startling her father. It was then that her father realized that hidden within that jade slip, alongside the terrestrial-level cultivation method, lay an unfathomable technique. Zhao Yun'er seemed to have activated it due to her compatibility with its cultivation criteria. However, even so, the cultivation method did not reveal itself to the eyes of outsiders, but manifested directly in Zhao Yun'er's mind. Since that moment, Zhao Yun'er has been cultivating according to the method in her mind, rather than following the teachings of her parents. The reason Zhao Yun'er remains in the acquired realm is due to this cultivation method. Otherwise, with her innate talent, she would surely surpass Cheng Hao's current level, rather than still being in the acquired realm. Thus, Zhao Yun'er understands that the method she practices is undoubtedly extraordinary, far surpassing the techniques of others. At least since she began her cultivation, aside from her little junior sister, she has not encountered anyone whose cultivation method exceeds hers. Not even her parents or the headmaster of Yang Academy can compare. But now, Zhao Yun'er seems to have finally discovered someone whose cultivation surpasses her own method. The 9-star secret technique. She felt it clearly when she attempted to suppress Qin Shaofeng's inner energy. Not only was he not subdued, but he also forcefully expelled his energy in an instant. It was so decisive, so resolute, so domineering, like a mere yawn. Zhao Yun'er even sensed a hint of fear emanating from the energy that was expelled from her. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Even her little junior sister had never made her feel this way. Gazing at Qin Shaofeng with a complex expression, Zhao Yun'er for the first time believed in her little junior cousin Du Ming's words. Brother Feng, I sense he is very formidable. Very formidable? Little did she know how formidable. Not only was his energy powerful, but its depth was also astonishing. Although expelled, Zhao Yun'er still detected that Qin Shaofeng's inner energy was far more profound compared to others of the same realm. In her own practice of the 9-star secret technique, her inner energy in the first 9 levels was not much different from that of an ordinary person, only slightly deeper. The reason for her profound inner energy now was that in the acquired realm, the 9-star secret technique allowed her to cultivate the power of the 9 stars, each star stacking upon the other. Each time she condensed an inner energy star within her body, Zhao Yun'er knew her inner energy became significantly more profound. Once all 9 stars gathered, she would break through to the innate realm. Currently, she had only cultivated to the power of 8 stars, yet even so, for a mere trickle of her energy to be expelled by another was an extraordinary feat. Qin Shaofeng was truly remarkable. After a deep glance at Qin Shaofeng, Zhao Yun'er found herself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Qin Shaofeng felt a tinge of regret. Although unaware of what transpired, he was not overly concerned. What truly caught his attention was the moment Zhao Yun'er's energy was expelled by his own. She seemed startled and abruptly withdrew her delicate hand, causing the soft sensation to vanish. Naturally, Qin Shaofeng felt regretful, as that feeling was genuinely delightful. However, he quickly regained his composure, and upon meeting Zhao Yun'er's gaze, his face flushed, and he stammered, "Sister Zhao, if you keep looking at me like that, I might get shy." Unexpectedly, Qin Shaofeng's sudden remark made Zhao Yun'er, still in shock, giggle, feeling both annoyed and amused as she cast a glance at him. After this laugh, Zhao Yuner finally regained her previous demeanor and lightly rolled her eyes at Qin Shaofeng, saying with irritation, "All right, I have a basic understanding of your situation. If you wish to learn alchemy, then go ahead." Although she remained skeptical of Qin Shaofeng's claim that alchemy could enhance one's mental strength, the thought of his profound inner energy led her to believe him. After all, Qin Shaofeng's circumstances could not be compared to those of ordinary individuals, just like her. With the 9-star secret technique, Zhao Yuner did not need to consciously cultivate her mental strength. Whenever she condensed an inner energy star, her mental strength naturally elevated to the corresponding level, requiring no deliberate effort. This situation was entirely illogical, yet the reality was as such. Considering that Qin Shaofeng's inner energy was stronger than her own, Zhao Yuner could not help but ponder that the method he practiced might indeed be of a higher grade than her 9-star secret technique. Thus, she chose to trust Qin Shaofeng's words. Having made this decision, new thoughts began to form in Zhao Yuner's mind. Her initial favor towards Qin Shaofeng stemmed from Du Ming, but clearly, she was now taken aback by the state of his inner energy. Although Zhao Yuner appeared innocent and charming, as the only daughter of the vice president of Yang Academy, her perspective was distinctly different, leading her to contemplate matters more deeply than most. It was evident that she recognized Qin Shaofeng's potential. Therefore, she felt inclined to foster a friendship with him, especially since Du Ming had spoken highly of his character. Zhao Yuner trusted Du Ming's words because of his unique constitution, which enabled him to perceive people accurately. If he said Qin Shaofeng was a good person, then he surely was. After a moment's reflection, her beautiful eyes sparkled with interest, and she smiled at Qin Shaofeng, saying, "Well, I shall call you Brother Qin from now on. Brother Qin, are you interested in acquiring an excellent alchemy furnace?" To her surprise, upon hearing Zhao Yuner's words, Qin Shaofeng shuddered, and as he caught her gaze, an uneasy feeling crept into his heart. Recalling Du Ming's evaluation of Zhao Yuner, he couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. "Sister Zhao, perhaps you shouldn't look at me like that. It makes me anxious." Upon hearing Qin Shaofeng's words, Zhao Yuner noticed his demeanor, which suggested he viewed her as a potential threat, and she felt somewhat displeased. "Humph, you should at least act like a man. Am I going to eat you?" However, considering her past actions towards Du Ming and reflecting on Qin Shaofeng's current wariness, she began to understand. Her heart swelling with indignation. "You little scoundrel. It's clear that Qin Shaofeng has been influenced by your words, tarnishing my image. Just wait, little scoundrel. I'll show you what happens when you speak ill of me." Achoo. In a certain room, Du Ming, who was recuperating, suddenly sneezed, shaking his entire body as he promptly sat up and glanced around. "Why do I feel a sudden chill? Could it be from the blood loss? No. That little bit of blood couldn't possibly affect my condition." Rubbing the back of his head, Du Ming was utterly perplexed. After pondering for a while without finding an answer, he ultimately decided to dismiss the thought and turned over, falling back into a deep sleep. Chapter 62. The 9-Spirit Mystic Fire Cauldron. Upon exiting the contribution hall, Qin Shaofeng remained in a state of daze. His objectives had been achieved during his visit to the hall. At this moment, he held a cauldron, approximately half a meter tall, in his right hand, precisely what he had sought, an alchemy furnace. However, despite achieving his goal, Qin Shaofeng's contribution points had not diminished, remaining at 2,600 points. The alchemy furnace he now possessed was a gift from Zhao Yuner. Initially, he had hesitated to accept it, claiming he should purchase it with contribution points. However, Zhao Yuner uttered a remark that left him utterly astounded. "Buy," she scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Shaofeng before tossing him her student token, lightly adding, "It's not impossible to buy, but you'll need to multiply the contribution points on your token by 100. 100 times? That amounts to 200,000 contribution points." Qin Shaofeng was taken aback and instinctively activated his keen insight to glance at the alchemical furnace Zhao Yuner had presented. The 9-Spirit Profound Fire Cauldron, classified as a Grade 3 Earth-level alchemical furnace, was indeed astonishing. The information provided by his insight was scant, merely the name and grade of the furnace. Yet, the fact that it was a Grade 3 Earth-level furnace left Qin Shaofeng utterly dumbfounded. A Grade 3 Earth-level furnace. He realized that the 9-Spirit Profound Fire Cauldron was likely among the most esteemed in the entire Lianyao Academy. It was exceedingly precious. Although Qin Shaofeng longed for it, he ultimately declined. However, Zhao Yuner insisted that she had never intended to reclaim what she had given away. Noticing the conflicted expression on Qin Shaofeng's face, she added, "If you feel unworthy of receiving this, that's fine. Just don't refuse if I ask you to refine elixirs in the future." After some contemplation, Qin Shaofeng recognized the allure of the Grade 3 Earth-level alchemical furnace was too great to resist. He nodded solemnly in agreement. Yet, Zhao Yun'er did not regard this as a significant matter. Her gift of the nine-spirit profound fire cauldron was merely a means to cultivate a rapport with Qin Shaofeng. However, not long after, Zhao Yun'er would come to realize the unforeseen benefits of her seemingly casual remark. By that time, the promise made by Qin Shaofeng today would appear inconsequential. Upon returning to his quarters, Qin Shaofeng first glanced into the room of Du Ming. As he approached the door, he was greeted by thunderous snoring. This robust fellow's loud snores surpassed those of the average person. The official student rooms were well insulated, unless someone shouted with internal energy. The noise from outside would not penetrate. Yet, Du Ming's snoring was audible, prompting Qin Shaofeng to ponder whether his friend was employing internal energy even in sleep. Shaking his head gently, seeing Du Ming deep in slumber, Qin Shaofeng chose not to disturb him and retreated into his own room. Once inside, he had no intention of resting. His storage ring was brimming with a cubic meter of vitality grass awaiting refinement, leaving no time for repose. Before commencing his work, however, Qin Shaofeng retrieved a jade slip from his pocket. This slip, gifted to him by Zhao Yun'er, contained a wealth of alchemical knowledge, including numerous recipes for various elixirs. Although Zhao Yun'er had tossed the jade slip to him with indifference, Qin Shaofeng perceived its true value. After all, jade slips were not commonplace. Anything recorded within them was bound to be significant. In simple terms, techniques at the mortal and human levels were typically inscribed on paper, whereas Earth-level techniques required jade slips for documentation, as the information within a jade slip could only be accessed through mental energy. This method of recording and retrieving information surpassed that of conventional paper significantly. Moreover, superior jade slips could even convey insights intentionally left by the original author during the reading process. Therefore, anything recorded in a jade slip was undoubtedly of great worth. Of course, accessing the information within a jade slip necessitated a certain level of mental energy. Although uncertain of his own mental prowess, Qin Shaofeng found no difficulty in reading the jade slip in his hand. Yet, he was astonished to discover that the small slip, merely half a finger wide and long, contained an overwhelming amount of information that he struggled to absorb. 3 whole hours. It was only when the sky had completely darkened that Qin Shaofeng emerged from his state of absorption, blinking awake. With a deep sigh, he exhaled, causing the jade slip in his hand to tremble and disintegrate into fine sand. This was a disposable jade slip, far less valuable than a true one, meant for single use. Yet Qin Shaofeng was unconcerned, for he had fully assimilated the information contained within. It was at this moment that he realized Zhao Yun'er had bestowed upon him a tremendous gift. The jade slip was filled with alchemical knowledge, encompassing not only notes on refining mortal and human-level elixirs but also detailing Earth-level ones. Additionally, it contained an extensive array of recipes, with over 100 pertaining to Earth-level elixirs, far exceeding the few recipes Zhao Yun'er had mentioned. Alas, he felt indebted. With a gentle sigh, the image of Zhao Yun'er's beautiful visage came to mind. Indeed, Zhao Yun'er was extraordinarily lovely, rivaling the ethereal beauty of the white-clad maiden he had encountered previously. Both possessed their unique charms. However, Zhao Yun'er's vivacious personality often overshadowed her beauty, leaving an impression of her quirky and generous nature. Shaking his head lightly to dispel the image of her bright, captivating eyes, Qin Shaofeng resolved to repay this kindness. While he did not subscribe to the notion of a drop of water being repaid with a fountain, he had determined that if Zhao Yun'er were to seek his assistance in the future, he would do his utmost to oblige. For now, however, it was time to commence his alchemical endeavors. This time, though, Qin Shaofeng did not intend to concoct the advanced vitality elixir of mortal grade 3. Having gleaned information from the jade slip, he had acquired a recipe for an elixir. While it remained a vitality elixir, it was not an ordinary one. It was the formula for a superior vitality elixir. Superior vitality elixir, a human-level 1-star elixir, crafted from 10 stalks of high-grade vitality grass. Its efficacy is tenfold that of a mortal grade 3 vitality elixir, capable of instantly restoring 500 points of internal energy with an additional restoration of 500 points within 3 minutes. Note, the 3-minute restoration effect of the superior vitality elixir is stackable, with a maximum of 3 stacks. This superior vitality elixir not only classified as a human-level 1-star elixir, but also boasted effects 10 times greater than that of an advanced vitality elixir. While it could instantly restore 500 points of internal energy, the remaining 500 points would require 3 minutes for recovery. Yet Qin Shaofeng understood that this type of elixir was the epitome of excellence. The reason was simple. The superior vitality elixir's effects were stackable. Although it could only be stacked 3 times, one could envision the impact of consuming 3 of these elixirs simultaneously. Not only could one instantly restore 1,500 points of internal energy, but the subsequent 3 minutes would yield another 1,500 points. In the midst of battle, Such a capability would ensure sustained combat effectiveness. It could be deemed the finest restorative elixir for martial artists at the acquired realm. Qin Shaofeng calculated that if he possessed a substantial supply of superior vitality elixirs, he would have no fear when facing mid-level beasts, even against high-level beasts. As long as their rank did not exceed the 3rd tier, he could manage. In the worst-case scenario, escaping would pose no issue. Indeed, he felt confident in his ability to slay low-tier high-level beasts with relative ease. Regarding the endeavor of refining human-grade elixirs with his current level 1 alchemy skills, Qin Shaofeng held no doubts about his potential for success or the probability of achieving it. The Jiuling Xunhuan in his possession was far from mere decoration. With its earthly grade and 3-star classification, Qin Shaofeng felt confident in his ability to concoct not just the superior chi replenishing pill of human grade 1-star, but even those of 3-star rank, and his success rate was certainly commendable. This was the advantage of possessing a refined alchemical furnace. And the higher the quality of the furnace, the greater the enhancement to the success rate of the alchemical process. Qin Shaofeng was assured that, with the assistance of the Jiuling Xunhuan, the likelihood of successfully crafting a superior chi replenishing pill would be no less than 90%. Even if it were not a perfect 100, this assumption proved to be accurate. After placing 10 high-grade vitality herbs into the Jiuling Xunhuan, he silently invoked the alchemical technique. Merely 5 breaths later, the system announced the successful creation of the elixir. System notification. Congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng. You have successfully refined a human-grade 1-star superior chi replenishing pill. Remarkably swift. It took less than 5 breaths. During this time, Qin Shaofeng did not exert any internal energy to process the vitality herbs. The Jiuling Xunhuan accomplished everything autonomously, while he merely facilitated the release of his internal energy. This method was infinitely more effortless than using a larger cauldron for alchemy. Moreover, Qin Shaofeng finally discerned the true power of his alchemical skills. Typically, even when crafting low-grade elixirs, an alchemist would need to exert at least a modicum of mental energy to guide the process, akin to issuing instructions to the furnace on what and how to refine. However, in contrast to others, Qin Shaofeng's alchemical technique was vastly superior. During the refining process, he did not require any commands. He merely prepared the herbs according to the recipe and quietly invoked the alchemical technique, allowing the process and furnace to work in harmony. Qin Shaofeng surmised that his alchemical technique likely conveyed its commands upon activation, enabling the furnace to execute the process, culminating in the successful creation of the elixirs. How convenient. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Shaofeng promptly opened the Jiuling Xunhuan and retrieved the successfully refined elixir. Activating his keen eyesight revealed that the attributes matched the description in the recipe, and he breathed a sigh of relief. No issues. This indeed confirmed the necessity of an alchemical furnace for successful refining. The success of the first superior chi replenishing pill calmed Qin Shaofeng considerably. He then embarked on a bold plan. From the knowledge acquired from the Jade Slip, he understood that typically, elixirs could only be refined one at a time. However, with sufficient mental energy, it was possible to refine 2, 3, or even more elixirs simultaneously. At this juncture, Qin Shaofeng realized that when using the larger cauldron previously, his perception was not merely due to his internal energy, rather, his mental energy had accompanied it into the cauldron. Thus, it was his mental energy that facilitated the perception of the refining process, not his internal energy. As long as his mental energy was ample, he could potentially produce multiple elixirs, dozens, or even hundreds, at once. The thought of refining dozens or hundreds of superior chi replenishing pills seemed daunting. Yet attempting to create several at once was certainly within reach. Qin Shaofeng was uncertain of the full extent of his mental prowess. But as he prepared to refine these superior chi replenishing pills, he began to see the potential. Typically, a novice alchemist could produce at least 5 superior chi replenishing pills in one attempt, while a more adept novice could exceed 10. Intermediate alchemists might refine anywhere from 30 to 50, and skilled alchemists were known to produce even more. As for advanced alchemists, they had little interest in refining mere 1-star human-grade pills, focusing instead on crafting earth-grade elixirs. Qin Shaofeng recognized that the distance between himself and such advanced alchemists was vast. He did not believe that within a mere month of practicing alchemy, he could aspire to their level. Nevertheless, contemplating his options, he decided to attempt refining 5 superior chi replenishing pills by using 50 high-grade vitality herbs. Surely, that would not pose a problem. Rubbing his bare chin, Qin Shaofeng muttered to himself and commenced the refining process. After all, a cubic meter of vitality herbs was substantial, and 50 high-grade herbs would be a negligible loss should he fail. Indeed, he had now become somewhat affluent. 50 herbs were a mere trifle. With his decision made, Qin Shaofeng began the refining process. The moment was unlike the first, perhaps due to the ambition of crafting 5 superior chi replenishing pills. The consumption of internal energy surged proportionately, reaching a total of 50 points. However, Qin Shaofeng paid little mind to this. From the onset of the process, his mental energy had already entered the alchemical furnace. The Jiuling Xunhuan, a 3-star earthly grade, proved its worth. Upon entering, Qin Shaofeng's perception was immensely clearer compared to his previous experience with the larger cauldron. While he had only caught a vague glimpse before, he could now distinctly observe the colors of the vitality herbs within the Jiuling Xunhuan, even noting when they transformed into a liquid state. Without excessive effort, he utilized his mental energy to maintain 5 separate pools of liquid, preventing them from merging. The rest was straightforward, easily entrusted to the Jiuling Xunhuan. Soon, in less than a minute, he witnessed the 5 pools of liquid coalescing into 5 superior chi replenishing pills. System notification. Congratulations, player Qin Shaofeng. You have successfully refined 5 human-grade 1-star superior chi replenishing pills. As expected, the moment the 5 superior chi replenishing pills took shape, the system promptly confirmed the successful refinement. After extracting the pills, Qin Shaofeng contemplated his next move and decided to utilize a full 100 high-grade vitality herbs this time. Having found the previous attempt effortless, he resolved to double the quantity and refine 10 superior chi replenishing pills. A minute later, Qin Shaofeng effortlessly retrieved 10 superior chi replenishing pills from the Jiuling Xunhuan and immediately reloaded the herbs. This time, he doubled the input again, using 200 herbs. 2 minutes later, he received 20 superior chi replenishing pills, an accomplishment befitting an intermediate alchemist. To be honest, even he was somewhat astonished. Yet, what surprised him even more was the feeling that producing 20 superior chi replenishing pills at once was not his limit. Gritting his teeth, he initiated the refining process again, this time committing 500 high-grade vitality herbs to attempt crafting 50 superior chi replenishing pills. This time, the duration extended, and nearly 5 minutes passed before the system announced the successful refinement. Moreover, this time, Qin Shaofeng's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Controlling 50 vials of medicinal liquid at once posed a considerable challenge for him. During the process, his mental focus momentarily faltered, nearly resulting in the destruction of a batch of 50 exquisite chi replenishing pills. However, this experience illuminated the boundaries of his own capabilities. The level of mental acuity he possessed as an intermediate alchemist, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite a commotion, especially considering he was merely at the 9th level of the acquired realm. It was astonishing that a martial artist of this level could wield the mental prowess of an intermediate alchemist. Upon realizing this, Qin Shaofeng suddenly recalled something significant. Perhaps, the Jing he possessed not only enhanced his physical attributes, but could also substantially elevate his mental capacity. Although this notion was speculative, he believed it held merit. The fusion of 2 souls had indeed endowed Qin Shaofeng with superior mental strength compared to others, but it was not solely due to this. The Jing undoubtedly played a crucial role in this development. This revelation invigorated Qin Shaofeng's resolve to refine the exquisite chi replenishing pills. After all, the process of pill creation also consumed internal energy, and as this energy was expended, the proficiency of the Jing could likewise improve. As the saying goes, joy breeds vitality, and with this vivacity, good fortune often follows. 3 days later, while refining the exquisite chi replenishing pills, Qin Shaofeng inadvertently concocted a new type of pill, which he named the Super Chi Replenishing Pill. On the 3rd day of pill refinement, Du Ming, fully recovered from his injuries, could no longer remain idle and decided to invite Qin Shaofeng for a leisurely outing, essentially seeking a place to expend his abundant energy. Given Du Ming's exuberant nature, he would never knock quietly. Despite countless reminders from Qin Shaofeng, he still thundered upon the door with a series of resounding knocks. As if fearing Qin Shaofeng might not hear him, he even shouted a few times, channeling his internal energy towards the door. At that moment, Qin Shaofeng was engrossed in alchemy. Although he had streamlined his process to refine only 30 exquisite chi replenishing pills at a time, Du Ming's sudden intrusion startled him, causing him to jolt and lose his mental connection with the 9-spirit mystic fire cauldron. Even though it was merely 30 sets of medicinal materials, Qin Shaofeng felt a pang of regret. Without pausing to assess the state of the cauldron, he opened the door and reprimanded Du Ming. After admonishing him, Qin Shaofeng shut the door again, intent on continuing his alchemical endeavors. Yet, at that precise moment, a system notification chimed in, announcing the successful creation of a new pill. System notification. Congratulations to player Qin Shaofeng for successfully refining a pill, resulting in an unknown medicinal item. An unknown pill? The system's alert momentarily took Qin Shaofeng aback. prompting him to swiftly check the contents of the cauldron, where he discovered a dark azure pill. Regardless of whether it was a low-tier chi-replenishing pill of common rank or an exquisite one of human rank, they both shared a faint azure hue, differing only in the potency of their medicinal aura. The dark azure hue was unprecedented to Qin Shaofeng, and upon seeing it, he initially feared he had concocted a toxic pill. However, as he instinctively activated his discerning eye, he was rendered speechless. Unknown pill, a special medicinal item, crafted from an abundance of high-grade vitality herbs. Its efficacy surpasses that of the exquisite chi-replenishing pill, capable of instantly restoring 1,200 points of internal energy. At first glance, this attribute seemed unremarkable, yet Qin Shaofeng fixated on the final statement regarding the pill's properties. Instantly restoring 1,200 points? This effect surpassed that of the exquisite chi-replenishing pill. While the latter could restore 1,000 points of internal energy, the former achieved this restoration instantaneously, whereas the latter required 3 minutes to replenish the remaining 500 points after an initial immediate recovery of 500 points. Though the discrepancy was merely 3 minutes, Qin Shaofeng was acutely aware of the significance of such a difference, especially for himself. With the capability to instantly recover 1,200 points of internal energy, he felt reassured even if he were to unleash his full power in a technique like the literally flying dagger. While the exquisite chi-replenishing pill could only restore 500 points, this was insufficient for his safety when facing formidable beasts at the 9th or even 10th level of the acquired realm, or occasionally, even advanced innate level creatures. In such circumstances, 500 points of internal energy felt woefully inadequate, yielding a sense of insecurity. However, with 1,000 points, he could reluctantly accept the risk. Qin Shaofeng's thoughts drifted further, pondering the implications of this super chi-replenishing pill's success. Although a serendipitous occurrence, he grasped a crucial insight. If his hypothesis was correct, this super chi-replenishing pill was derived from the amalgamation of 30 exquisite chi-replenishing pills. What if he were to refine 50 or even 100? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, prompting him to embark on experiments. Chapter 64. An increase in strength during these experiments. Qin Shaofeng faced numerous failures, incurring substantial losses of high-grade vitality herbs. Nevertheless, he ultimately unraveled the method for crafting the super chi-replenishing pill. By forcibly merging a copious amount of vitality herbal liquid with his mental energy, he could condense it into a pill. However, Qin Shaofeng soon realized that while the super chi-replenishing pill could be synthesized, the cost was considerable. The first super chi-replenishing pill, due to an oversight, had revealed a restoration capacity of 1,200 points of internal energy, but he later understood that this was not arbitrary, it was predetermined. Among the 30 sets of materials used, 10 were equivalent to the exquisite chi-replenishing pill's 1,000 points of internal energy, while the remaining 20 amounted to 200 points. Indeed, while crafting the super chi-replenishing pill could enhance the total restoration capacity, each additional increment of 100 points necessitated an equivalent of 10 sets of exquisite chi-replenishing pill materials. In essence, apart from the initial 100 herbs, each subsequent addition would only yield an increase of 1 point in restoration capacity. Moreover, this process could not be performed indefinitely. The maximum restoration capacity of the super chi-replenishing pill was capped at 5,000 points of internal energy. Beyond this threshold, regardless of how cautiously Qin Shaofeng approached the task, failure was inevitable. He recognized that this was the limit of the super chi-replenishing pill. Even so, Qin Shaofeng was in a state of profound excitement. The prospect of instantaneous recovery. He envisioned himself effortlessly unleashing the literally flying dagger without concern for internal energy. Yet soon, the reality struck him, a stark contrast to his aspirations. The super chi-replenishing pill, capable of instantly restoring 5,000 points of internal energy, indeed existed. But it required a staggering 4,900 high-grade vitality herbs to produce just one. Even with a cubic meter of vitality herbs at his disposal, Qin Shaofeng hesitated to craft the super chi-replenishing pill in bulk. Ultimately, he managed to refine just one super chi-replenishing pill capable of restoring 5,000 points of internal energy. And that was the very one he had created during the course of experimentation. The excessive consumption of vitality grass proved to be unwise, prompting Qin Shaofeng to cease the refinement of such extraordinary energy-restoring pills. After meticulous contemplation, he successfully concocted several super energy-restoring pills, each capable of instantly replenishing 3,000 points of internal energy. In total, Qin Shaofeng crafted 10 of these remarkable pills, reserved for the most critical moments. Furthermore, he produced over 100 super energy-restoring pills that could restore 2,000 points of internal energy. Despite this, nearly half of the cubic meter of vitality grass had been expended. The remainder was entirely transformed into premium energy-restoring pills. Qin Shaofeng completed the refinement of over 100 super energy-restoring pills in just 7 days. Due to the significant use of high-grade vitality grass, he exercised utmost caution to ensure a high success rate, which accounted for the duration. In stark contrast, the remaining half of the high-grade vitality grass took him nearly 20 days to refine into premium energy-restoring pills. Throughout this period, he did not neglect the practice of his skills. However, the relentless process of pill refinement over the course of a month left him feeling quite nauseated. He had not ventured outside for an entire month, grappling with the mystery of just how many vitality grass plants were crammed into that cubic meter. A fact even he could not ascertain. Even with half of it consumed, the quantity remained elusive. Nonetheless, Qin Shaofeng was aware that his alchemy skills had risen to level 2, nearing level 3 proficiency. The alchemy skill level, currently at 2, allowed for the crafting of human-grade pills, with the success rate increasing in accordance with the skill level. At this juncture, he could create human-grade pills without the aid of the 9-spirit mystic flame cauldron, signifying his status as a mid-level alchemist. If Zhao Yun were to discover this, she would undoubtedly be astonished. While his innate talent was commendable, the revelation of such an extraordinary alchemical aptitude would surely leave others in disbelief. However, Qin Shaofeng remained unfazed. Had it not been for the scarcity of vitality grass, he would have aspired to elevate his alchemy skills to level 3, which he believed would enable him to craft earth-grade pills. Thankfully, he understood the virtue of humility and the wisdom of quietly accumulating wealth. Otherwise, even some alchemical masters within the academy would likely swarm to seek him out, eager to take him as an apprentice. Such a prodigious talent in alchemy, if not harnessed, would leave even the masters with lifelong regrets. What truly preoccupied Qin Shaofeng was not the advancement of his alchemy skills, but rather the progression of his Jing technique. Throughout the month of pill refinement, he lost track of how many times his internal energy had been completely depleted. This depletion had, however, led to a rapid increase in the proficiency of the Jing, which finally leveled up. The Jing now stood at level 3, a holy level passive skill. Though it was not a divine level technique, its unique nature, which incorporated the teachings of the great master Bodhidharma S. Shisui Jing, endowed it with formidable capabilities. At level 3, it allowed a player's internal energy to surge to 8 times its original capacity, with a restoration rate of 50 points per minute. Remarkably, the attributes of the level 3 Jing manifested an 8-fold enhancement of internal energy, a fact that did not disappoint Qin Shaofeng. The rate of restoration had escalated from the original 5 points to an impressive 50 points per minute, equating to the efficacy of a mid-level energy-restoring pill. Qin Shaofeng found himself thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. He summoned his attribute interface to assess his current status under the influence of the level 3 Jing. Player, Qin Shaofeng level, postnatal 9-fold, 3150900 internal energy, 48004800, postnatal 9-fold possesses 600 points of internal energy, enhanced 8-fold by Jing, innate talent, thunder body skills, fire eye, Jing, Shali Fei Dao, thunder escape and lightning armor, Wudong long fist, Wudong cloud ladder, Washan basic sword techniques, alchemy battle beast, 100 spirit demon fox equipment, none quests, none points, 1100 title, formal student, a formal student of the Lianyao Academy, recognized by the Lianyao Kingdom, receives triple experience for slaying monsters within the kingdom, a staggering 4,800 points of internal energy. Although it could not compare to Zhao Yun's within the same realm, Qin Shaofeng's internal energy was 8 times that of an average individual, a remarkable advantage. However, he remained cautious, having witnessed Zhao Yun's terrifying internal energy, which tempered his exuberance. Speaking of Zhao Yun, Qin Shaofeng pondered a perplexing matter. Over the past month, under his guidance, Du Ming had consumed the 3-star ordinary energy pill acquired from Wang Wenhao in their gambling match, significantly enhancing his strength. The 3-star ordinary energy pill, which restored 500 points of internal energy, allowed Du Ming to surpass the late stage of postnatal tenfold and reach the pinnacle of that realm. Qin Shaofeng speculated that Du Ming's limit for internal energy at the postnatal stage was 3,000 points, and once he achieved this threshold, he would ascend to the innate martial artist realm. However, this did not particularly concern Qin Shaofeng. Rather, he was intrigued by the disparity in the information revealed by his fire eye between Du Ming and Zhao Yun, both at the pinnacle of postnatal tenfold. Yet the latter was classified as postnatal peak rather than postnatal tenfold pinnacle. After deep contemplation, Qin Shaofeng attributed this anomaly to the uniqueness of Zhao Yun's cultivation technique. His speculation proved accurate. The 9-star secret technique she practiced rendered her internal energy indistinguishable from others until it coalesced into stellar power. Upon reaching the postnatal tenfold pinnacle, her situation dramatically transformed. Typically, one would possess 1,000 points of internal energy at this stage, but Zhao Yun's progress stagnated thereafter. Following this, Zhao Yun began to channel her internal energy into stellar power. The first star required 1,000 points of internal energy, the second 2,000 points, the third 5,000 points, the fourth 10,000 points, the fifth 20,000 points, and the sixth a staggering 50,000 points. Each subsequent star thereafter demanded an additional 50,000 points of internal energy. Presently, Zhao Yun had coalesced her 8th star, bringing her internal energy to a terrifying 150,000 points. Beyond the 9th star, her internal energy could potentially soar past 200,000 points. Such numbers were astonishing. However, given Zhao Yun's circumstances, should she successfully break through to the innate martial artist stage, the transition would likely not be as simple as merely advancing to the first or second innate level. The extent of her ascension remained uncertain, even to Zhao Yun herself. Upon learning of these developments, Qin Shaofeng felt a surge of unrest within him. He began to grasp the true terror that advanced cultivation techniques could wield. It dawned on him that the holy and divine-level skills he possessed had yet to reveal their true power, a realization that filled him with awe. These circumstances are somewhat distant, and Qin Shaofeng remains unaware of them. At this moment, however, he has come to a realization he can finally embark on his upgrade plan. With a substantial supply of exceptional chi replenishing pills as his support, and the ultimate chi replenishing pills as his trump card, Qin Shaofeng feels invigorated and ready to take bold action. As for Du Ming, that fierce lad, he had already ventured forth on his own after reaching the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Du Ming understands that although he has attained this height, he still has a considerable distance to cover before ascending to the innate martial artist realm. Moreover, mere cultivation will not suffice to bridge this gap, unless he intends to rely on external forces, such as consuming pills to break through. However, relying on external forces to reach the innate realm would result in an incomplete transformation of innate internal energy, which would undoubtedly hinder future development. Would Du Ming dig his own grave? Thus, after acquiring a plethora of exceptional chi replenishing pills and a couple of ultimate ones, he set off. His objective is the monster beast forest outside Lianyao Academy, where he plans to break through to the innate realm through practical combat. This is indeed the most prudent method of advancement. Chapter 65. The Monster Beast Forest. The Monster Beast Forest outside Lianyao City is a designated area for students to engage in practical combat, intentionally set aside by Lianyao Academy. Despite its name, the Monster Beast Forest is actually a part of the Blackhorn Mountain Range. However, unlike the section near Longjing City, the Monster Beast Forest of Lianyao Academy is a substantial expanse, truly representative of the Blackhorn Mountain region, due to the Academy's deliberate arrangement. The entire forest has been divided into 3 distinct sections. The first section is designated for intermediate-level monster beasts. The second encompasses advanced-level beasts below the 3rd rank, including those of the 3rd rank, while the 3rd section consists of beasts above the 3rd rank. Of course, this only pertains to the Monster Beast Forest of Lianyao Academy. Should one possess sufficient strength, they may delve deeper. However, at that point, they would be facing the genuine perils of the Blackhorn Mountain Range. Unless one is a powerful being of the Spirit Vein realm, it would be wise to refrain from such pursuits lest they become a snack for formidable monsters of the Spirit Vein realm. Qin Shaofeng is acutely aware of his own capabilities. His target is merely the first section of the Monster Beast Forest. When it comes to slaying monsters for experience, he is astonished to discover that his status as a formal student is, in fact, a title, and it bears a 3-fold enhancement compared to the title of the City Lord of Longjing. Once again, Qin Shaofeng experiences the significance of Longjing City within the confines of Lianyao Nation. This status is exceedingly rare. This realization further solidifies Qin Shaofeng's determination to elevate himself to a higher echelon of students. Should he ascend to the rank of a star student, Lianyao Nation would undoubtedly take notice of Longjing City, ensuring that adverse occurrences would be averted. If Qin Shaofeng were to become an elite disciple, a powerhouse of the Spirit Vein realm, Longjing City would receive focused attention from Lianyao Nation, even prompting the dispatch of innate martial artists for its protection. This is also to instill a greater sense of security among the students. However, reaching such heights is an exceedingly rare feat typically. Out of 10 formal students, only one may attain the status of a star student, while among 100 star students, the emergence of a genius capable of becoming an elite disciple is fraught with difficulty. The higher the realm, the more arduous the ascent becomes. Nevertheless, Qin Shaofeng perceives these challenges as mere trifles. His immediate goal is to advance to the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Achieving this elevation is not beyond Qin Shaofeng's capabilities. After all, his experience has already exceeded 3,000 points, and he needs just under 6,000 points to reach the next level of the acquired realm. Given his current standing, defeating intermediate-level tenfold monsters poses no challenge. Each victory over a monster of one level higher yields 5-fold experience. Combined with the 3-fold enhancement from his formal student title, allowing Qin Shaofeng to garner 15 experience points from slaying a monster of the intermediate tenfold realm. Though this experience may seem meager, Qin Shaofeng, armed with a plethora of exceptional chi replenishing pills, harbors no concerns. He even contemplates seeking out advanced monsters to confront. With the formidable power of his little leaf-flying daggers, delivering a strike worth 3,000 points of internal energy could very well enable him to successfully vanquish a first-tier advanced monster. At present, Qin Shaofeng's internal energy has reached 4,800 points. And with an ample supply of exceptional and ultimate chi replenishing pills, slaying numerous advanced monsters is not a formidable task. In fact, upon entering the monster beast forest, he finds that, as anticipated, defeating intermediate-level tenfold monsters imposes no strain on him. Within the intermediate monster area, after a day of defeating intermediate-level 9-fold and 10-fold monsters, he elevates his experience to 4,000 points before deciding to delve deeper. Just as this thought crosses his mind, he halts, glancing to the side. Although this is merely the intermediate monster area, its expanse is considerable. The formal students of Lianyao Academy are plentiful. And since the Academy intends for the monsters in the forest to serve as a means for students to enhance their practical experience, it naturally prepares a substantial number of monsters. Therefore, even in the lowest tier of intermediate monsters, it is likely that over 100,000 monsters reside within the area. Furthermore, this number rarely diminishes. Although intermediate monsters are occasionally slain by formal students, it is said that whenever their numbers dwindle to a certain threshold, the Academy issues a task to drive the monsters back into the forest. This task entails relocating the monsters from the Blackhorn Mountain Range into the Monster Beast Forest. The sheer number of monsters within the Blackhorn Mountain Range is unfathomable. Driving thousands, or even tens of thousands, poses no impact on the mountains themselves. It is precisely for this reason that the population of monsters within the Monster Beast Forest remains largely unchanged. With such a multitude of monsters and the vast terrain, even with many students entering, encounters among them are relatively rare. However, today is an exception. Qin Shaofeng has already sensed the approach of others, and not just one individual. There are 5 in total, indicating a small team. Qin Shaofeng pays it no mind, intending to finish off the intermediate 8-fold monster he has just slain before departing. Since acquiring his storage ring, he has refrained from wasting the spoils from slain monsters. After all, the teeth and claws of these creatures hold some value. And even the parts from certain special monsters can be exchanged for contribution points at the contribution hall. Naturally, before setting out, Qin Shaofeng had accepted several tasks at the task hall, most of which involved acquiring monster teeth and claws. Regardless of the monsters he defeats, it is all the same to him. If he can fulfill some tasks along the way, that would be even better. The fur of the intermediate 8-fold monster beneath his feet is one of the tasks he accepted, so he has no reason to let it slip away. After deftly removing the fur, Qin Shaofeng intends to depart. However, just as he lifts his foot to take a couple of steps, he is called to a halt. "Hey, brother in front, could you please wait a moment?" With a furrowed brow, Qin Shaofeng turns to see that the voice belongs to one of the 5 individuals from the earlier team. It is only at this moment that he realizes that the members of this small team possess cultivation levels quite similar to his own. Aside from one individual who has reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm, the remaining 4 are all at the acquired 9th tier. And even they are at the later stages or peaks of their realm. This constitutes a rather formidable team. Among the 5 individuals, there was a young girl who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Although she could not be compared to the ethereal white-clad maiden that Qin Shaofeng had previously encountered, nor could she rival Zhao Yuner and her companion. Even Xiaoya seemed somewhat inferior in comparison. Nevertheless, the girl possessed delicate and striking features, and her figure, elegantly draped in azure silk, was surprisingly well developed. Particularly notable was her impressive bosom, which seemed far beyond what one would expect from a girl of her tender age. Even Qin Shaofeng found himself stealing a few glances at her. Sensing his gaze, the girl's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson, and a hint of shyness graced her countenance. Beside her stood a youth clad in green, of similar age, bearing an air of arrogance. He was the only one among the 5 who possessed the formidable strength of a postnatal 10th realm warrior. At that moment, he too noticed Qin Shaofeng's scrutiny. and a flicker of anger crossed his eyes. The way he looked at the girl revealed a glimmer of lasciviousness and greed, indicating that he harbored unsavory thoughts about her. It seemed he regarded the girl as his possession, and thus, his disdain for Qin Shaofeng grew as he cast furtive glances in his direction. However, to maintain his image before the girl, the youth ultimately refrained from displaying his ire outwardly. After sizing up Qin Shaofeng and perceiving his realm, he chose to disregard him altogether, deeming a postnatal 9th realm warrior as no threat. As for the person who had called out to Qin Shaofeng, he elicited a favorable impression from him, not for any other reason than his imposing physique. The man was indeed robust. Although he did not possess the exaggerated build of Du Ming, he was still significantly more formidable than the average individual. A mere glance at him, coupled with the expression in his eyes, led Qin Shaofeng to perceive that he shared a similar straightforward and unpretentious demeanor as Du Ming. He appeared to be of good character, someone worth befriending. With this insight, Qin Shaofeng decided to pause, for had he encountered anyone else, particularly the arrogant youth beside the girl, he would have departed without a second thought. "Hey, brother, are you alone?" the burly man inquired, a smile spreading across his face as he noticed Qin Shaofeng had halted. "Isn't that obvious?" Qin Shaofeng thought to himself, rolling his eyes at the man's question. However, before he could respond, the burly man continued, "Brother, I see you here alone in the beast forest, which isn't safe. We are close to the territory of high-level demon beasts. You should join us." Despite his words, the burly man's eyes subtly flicked to the demon beast carcass beneath Qin Shaofeng's feet. Though skinned, he immediately recognized it as a mid-level 8th realm striped demon tiger. The mid-level 8th realm striped demon tiger possessed strength comparable to that of a typical mid-level 9th realm beast. The burly man was aware of this, and upon seeing that Qin Shaofeng had dispatched the striped demon tiger with a single, precise strike, he understood that Qin Shaofeng's strength was undoubtedly superior to his own. While he could slay a striped demon tiger, it would take him at least 5 strikes to do so, let alone a single blow to the throat. In stark contrast to the burly man's astonishment, Qin Shaofeng found himself in a state of disbelief. "Not safe. I was just about to venture into the territory of high-level demon beasts." He intended to decline the burly man's offer directly. However, an unexpected occurrence interrupted his thoughts. A sudden roar of a tiger echoed through the air, and a colossal tiger burst forth from the nearby thicket. The striped demon tiger. Recognizing the vivid patterns on its fur, Qin Shaofeng immediately understood its identity. The tiger glanced at the carcass at Qin Shaofeng's feet and erupted into a furious roar. Clearly, it had come seeking vengeance. Yet, how could Qin Shaofeng be intimidated by a mere mid-level 8th realm striped demon tiger? Initially, he thought so. However, after the anguished roar of the beast, he reconsidered. The surrounding foliage rustled ominously, and multiple figures began to emerge, one after another. "Oh no, I've stirred up a hornet's nest." Observing the sudden appearance of dozens of striped demon tigers, Qin Shaofeng felt a pang of unease. If it were only a few striped demon tigers, he would have charged in without hesitation. After all, what was there to fear from a few mid-level 8th realm beasts? With his current prowess, dispatching a single one was hardly a challenge. Even if surrounded by several, he could handle them with ease. However, if a number reached into the tens, the situation would drastically change. Even if he could effortlessly eliminate a mid-level 8th realm beast, the sheer numbers would overwhelm him. Thus, upon seeing the multitude of striped demon tigers, Qin Shaofeng's initial reaction was one of alarm, prompting thoughts of retreat. While the enemies may be weak, their advantage in numbers necessitated a strategic withdrawal. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Qin Shaofeng was suddenly engulfed in a rush of black wind. Startled, he initially believed a striped demon tiger had launched an attack against him. However, as the black wind swept past without any intention to harm, he focused his gaze and realized it was none other than the burly man who had spoken to him earlier. Qin Shaofeng had thought he was quick, but witnessing the burly man's agility, he understood that there were always those stronger than oneself. The burly man's movements were swift, akin to a rabbit, defying his imposing stature. Yet, he was not solely concerned with his own escape. As he took off, he shouted, "Run." In truth, the other 4 had already recognized the danger and were fleeing. Even the young girl, though pale, gritted her teeth and sprinted desperately. As she ran, her well-developed figure bounced with each stride, a sight few would appreciate in such dire circumstances. Nevertheless, Qin Shaofeng found himself captivated by the scene. With his strength, evading the pursuit of the striped demon tigers was not an insurmountable task. Yet, reflecting on how the situation had arisen due to his presence, he felt a pang of guilt. Thus, he lingered at the rear to ensure no unforeseen dangers would befall them. Among the group, the girl, being the weakest, found herself trailing behind. Ironically, it was this very circumstance that allowed Qin Shaofeng to witness the remarkable sight of her frantic flight. Though she appeared somewhat disheveled, he felt it was worth it to behold such a moment. However, just as he admired the scene, he noticed one of the striped demon tigers had taken advantage of his distraction and was charging towards the girl. With a swift movement, Qin Shaofeng pivoted, ready to rush to her aid. Yet, before he could act, the tiger let out a shriek as it was sent flying by none other than the burly man who had been by the girl's side all along. Initially, Qin Shaofeng had assumed the burly man lacked the necessary speed. It now appears that the man deliberately lagged behind to protect the young girl. It seems this robust figure has some connection to the girl of the waves. After a few lingering glances, Qin Shaofeng had already given her a nickname. However, to be fair, the girl's figure indeed warrants the title of Waves. But alas, before Qin Shaofeng could further marvel at the girl's physique, he sensed impending danger. It turned out that it was not just a single striped demon tiger charging towards her. This group of tigers had evidently become adept at hunting the weakest prey. As the girl was the least formidable among them, she had drawn their attention. Indeed, besides the initial striped tiger, two more had joined the fray. The robust man only noticed one of the latter two tigers when he had already sent another flying with a powerful blow. Upon turning back, he finally spotted the third striped tiger. Yet, even if he wished to intervene now, it was too late. Instinctively, the man looked towards the most powerful member of his team, the arrogant youth in the green robe, believing that saving the girl would be an effortless task for someone of his strength. However, upon glancing over, he nearly erupted in frustration. The arrogant youth was indeed the strongest in their group, as he was currently sprinting ahead, far removed from the others by a good 5 or 6 meters. It seemed that if he slowed even slightly, he would be overwhelmed by the oncoming tide of striped tigers, as if he were exerting every ounce of strength to escape. Seeing the youth's actions filled the robust man with disappointment and, more so, urgency. With gritted teeth, he disregarded the tiger pack behind him and charged madly towards the girl. He understood that while she could handle a single striped tiger, it would not be a simple task, and even repelling one would prove challenging. Under ordinary circumstances, this would be manageable. However, should the tigers catch up to her, all would be lost. It appeared that two other members of the team had also noticed the girl's peril, their faces reflecting urgency as they moved closer to her. Unfortunately, the man closest to her would likely not make it in time, rendering their efforts moot. The girl seemed to realize her precarious situation, a glimmer of despair in her eyes. Yet, as the man charged towards her, she offered a sweet smile and resignedly closed her eyes. Suddenly, as she shut her eyes, a gust of wind enveloped her, causing her body to tremble violently. Even in acceptance, the thought of meeting her demise at the jaws of a tiger instilled fear within her. However, to her bewilderment, the wind did not carry the stench of a tiger's maw. Instead, she felt herself being enveloped in a warm embrace. Come now, is it just a big cat? Must you resign yourself so easily? A voice, tinged with jest, echoed around her, a voice that was both familiar and foreign. The girl's eyes flew open, and to her astonishment, she found herself cradled in the arms of the very boy who had previously gazed at her chest. Saved? This thought crossed her mind first. But soon she realized she was being held by a boy whose name she did not even know and who appeared to be her junior. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and she instinctively leaned closer to him. The one who had thrown her into his embrace was none other than Qin Shaofeng. Seeing the girl on the brink of being devoured by a tiger and realizing that no one else could reach her in time, he acted swiftly. With a single leap, employing the Wudong cloud ladder technique, he was at her side in an instant, lifting her into his arms and swiftly escaping the tiger's grasp. Qin Shaofeng had become quite adept at using the Wudong cloud ladder technique, discovering that it could be executed not only upwards but also downwards, left, and right, with seamless fluidity. This remarkable agility made him contemplate just how extraordinary the well-known Lingbo Weibo from Earth must be. Unfortunately, while the system shop offered the Lingbo Weibo for purchase, the required points were far beyond his reach. As Qin Shaofeng lamented his inability to learn Lingbo Weibo, the robust man, upon seeing the girl saved, expressed a flicker of gratitude in his eyes, which was shared by the other two brothers who visibly relaxed. Meanwhile, the arrogant youth in the green robe, still sprinting at the front, remained oblivious to the events that had unfolded behind him. Casting a grateful glance at Qin Shaofeng, the robust man's expression turned cold as his gaze fell upon the striped demon tiger that had nearly brought the girl to harm. Without hesitation, he approached the beast, channeling his earlier anxiety into a powerful punch. Boom! With a pained howl, the striped demon tiger collapsed to the ground, creating a crater upon impact, motionless and likely gravely injured. After landing that decisive blow, the man swiftly departed, not allowing his anger to cloud his judgment and forgetting the tiger pack behind him. Unburdened by the girl, he quickly caught up with the others. With a few reminders, they soon entered a forest of towering trees, swiftly navigating upward. Utilizing the tree's advantageous height, after weaving through the branches for a while, they finally managed to evade the group of striped demon tigers. However, to be safe, they continued forward for a short while before finding a secluded spot to rest. Throughout this time, the girl remained nestled in Qin Shaofeng's embrace, a moment he relished. After all, with her impressive figure, he felt the remarkable elasticity and grandeur of her form with every heartbeat. Had he not possessed a strong will, he might have succumbed to embarrassment. Yet even so, he found it exceedingly difficult to maintain composure. Once they finally stopped, the arrogant youth in the green robe finally sensed something amiss. The girl he had regarded as a mere companion was now being cradled by another, and it appeared this had been the case for quite some time. His expression darkened, and an uncontrollable fury began to rise within him. Without uttering a word, he directed a questioning gaze at the robust man. However, the man seemed oblivious to the youth's glare, simply chuckling as he approached Qin Shaofeng. "Brother, thank you." Upon reaching Qin Shaofeng, he clapped him on the shoulder, his face lit with gratitude. "If it weren't for you, my sister might have faced dire consequences. This favor, ye who shall remember." "Sister?" Qin Shaofeng's thoughts crystallized. No wonder this robust man had been so protective of the girl. He had assumed the man harbored romantic feelings. It turned out they were siblings. This misunderstanding was understandable, given that both Yi Hu and the girl bore little resemblance to typical siblings in appearance or stature. The only similarity lay in the girl's impressive figure, which, like Yi Hu's, surpassed that of their peers by a significant margin. Chapter 67. Yi Hu's sister, Yi Xiaoxiao, upon hearing her name, immediately conjured the thought of little one in Qin Shaofeng's mind. He instinctively glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao's chest, internally exclaiming, "Such a notable presence." Even after discovering the truth later, Qin Shaofeng still felt a twinge of awkwardness. As for the two who appeared to be brothers, they were indeed true siblings. Named Fong Tong and Fong Li, Yi Hu and Yi Xiaoxiao, the two siblings, along with Fong Tong and Fong Li, hailed from the same origin, with their relationships intertwined as cousins, forming a familial bond. However, the proud youth in the green robe had no kinship with Yi Hu and the others. His name was Lu Qi, a mere 15 years of age. Despite his youth, he had already attained the formidable cultivation level of the 10th stage of the acquired realm, and was approaching its latter stages. Such a prodigy would be regarded as a genius even within the esteemed Lianyao Academy. Yet, one could not help but wonder why such a talent had joined this small team. Although Yi Hu remained silent, Qin Shaofeng glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao, and an understanding dawned upon him, especially at this moment, as Lu Qi glared furiously at him. Qin Shaofeng realized that Lu Qi's ire stemmed from seeing Yi Xiaoxiao in his embrace. Indeed, Lu Qi was genuinely enraged. The woman he coveted was being held by another. How could he not be incensed? Despite Lu Qi's commendable talent and diligent cultivation, he possessed one flaw, an intense obsession with women. At the tender age of 13, he had already indulged his desires, claiming his personal maid, and since then, he had been unable to restrain himself. In the past couple of years, due to his status, the number of women he had been with before turning 15 far exceeded that of an average man of 50. His family elders, witnessing Lu Qi's indulgence and pleasures, overlooked his behavior as his cultivation had not waned. Despite his young age, he had reached the 10th stage of the acquired realm. Thus, they permitted his pursuits. Yet, the true reason behind Lu Qi's preoccupation with women remained a secret known only to his elder brother. At the age of 12, Lu Qi and his brother, Lu Yun, inadvertently stumbled upon a cave during a hunting expedition. Inside, they discovered a lewd cultivation manual. Although termed lewd, the manual merely contained methods for harnessing the pure Yin energy of virgins to enhance one's cultivation. While Lu Qi's innate talent was commendable, it was insufficient to explain his current prowess. Most of it derived from the manual's teachings. Upon encountering Yi Xiaoxiao, Lu Qi was utterly captivated. Her physique was precisely what the manual described as an exceptionally rare jade maiden's spiritual body. The manual proclaimed that one who possessed such a body could attain the Yuan Dan. Initially, Lu Qi and his brother did not comprehend what Yuan Dan referred to. But after studying the manual, they grasped its significance. Martial artists refine their bodies and cultivate energy to condense the innate, forming spiritual veins, which lead to legendary realms. And beyond that lies Yuan Dan. This revelation made it clear to the brothers what Yuan Dan truly represented, an existence beyond legendary status. It was rumored that even the head of Lianyao Academy was a superlative figure within the legendary realm, yet not one of Yuan Dan. Thus, upon realizing that Yi Xiaoxiao possessed the Jade Maiden's spiritual body, Lu Qi was overwhelmed with excitement. His initial thought was to abduct Yi Xiaoxiao and cultivate her to acquire the pure Yin energy. However, he was aware that the identities of Yi Hu and Yi Xiaoxiao were not to be trifled with. Although the Yi family was not as prominent as the Lu family in Lianyao, they were certainly not insignificant. Particularly, their uncle was an elite member of Lianyao Academy. Lu Qi was certain that seizing Yi Xiaoxiao would lead to considerable trouble. Unfortunately, the pure Yin energy from the Jade Maiden's spiritual body could not instantaneously elevate one to the Yuan Dan realm. Otherwise, even if Yi Xiaoxiao's uncle were a legendary powerhouse, Lu Qi would have taken the risk. Since brute force was not an option, he resolved to pursue Yi Xiaoxiao, believing that success would not only grant him access to her Jade Maiden's spiritual body, but also provide him with the backing of an elite student. A masterful strategy indeed. In Lu Qi's perspective, given his qualifications and current cultivation, pursuing Yi Xiaoxiao would pose no challenge, and in truth, it was just as he believed. Yi Hu, upon Lu Qi's sudden inclusion in their team, understood some of Lu Qi's intentions, neither opposing nor supporting him. Yet, after spending time with Lu Qi, Yi Hu found him to be a decent person. Unfortunately, Yi Hu remained oblivious to Lu Qi's true motives, unaware of Lu Qi's genuine intentions. Yi Hu considered his arrogance acceptable, reasoning that a genius had the right to be somewhat proud. Thus, he entertained the thought of Lu Qi becoming his brother-in-law. However, Yi Xiaoxiao harbored reservations about Lu Qi. Aware of her appearance and the attention it garnered from men, she had grown accustomed to it. Yet, every time Lu Qi looked at her, it felt distinctly different, imbued with an unsettling glimmer. Under his gaze, she felt as if she were being devoured, leaving her quite uncomfortable. Deep within, she harbored an inexplicable aversion towards Lu Qi. Now, following recent events, that aversion had fully manifested. Not only she, but even the Fong brothers and Yi Hu had seen through Lu Qi's true nature. This was why Yi Hu had largely ignored Lu Qi, instead engaging in conversation with Qin Shaofeng. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Qi, overhearing Yi Hu repeatedly express gratitude to Qin Shaofeng, scoffed. Humph, grateful to him? If it weren't for him killing that spotted demon tiger, would we have attracted so many of them? Xiao Zhao's peril is entirely his doing, and we are already being generous by not holding it against him, let alone thanking him. As he spoke, Lu Qi fixed his gaze on Qin Shaofeng, and upon noticing Qin Shaofeng's silence, he became even more convinced of his claims, demanding loudly, "You, boy, are you not intentionally putting Xiao Xiao in danger to play the hero and win her affection? How despicable of you." Qin Shaofeng found himself at a loss for words. His silence stemmed from the realization that Lu Qi's assertions held some truth. The pack of spotted demon tigers indeed pursued them because of him. However, to suggest that he had orchestrated the events for the sake of heroics was entirely unfounded. At that moment, Lu Qi's demeanor had escalated, affirming his beliefs with increasing fervor. Qin Shaofeng wished he could retort, "I bought a watch last year. Your imagination is simply too extravagant." Before Qin Shaofeng could voice his thoughts, the Fong brothers had already interjected. "Hey, whether or not it was intentional, Fong Tong, cannot say, but as for the hero saving the damsel, I would concede that point. After all, it is far better than someone solely concerned about themselves," remarked Fong Tong with a sardonic tone, casting a derisive glance at Lu Qi. At this juncture, Fong Li, the younger brother, also began to speak. "My dear brother, your words are misguided. Young Master Lu is not solely self-interested. After all, at that time, he was unaware of Xiao Xiao's predicament, and his failure to act promptly is quite understandable." Fong Li spoke with an earnest expression, as if he were clarifying to his brother the reasons behind Lu Qi's inaction. However, this statement nearly provoked a laugh from Qin Shaofeng. While Fong Tong spared some dignity for Lu Qi, his brother Fong Li showed no restraint, directly naming him. Did he truly fail to notice Yi Xiaoxiao's situation? Or did he notice yet choose to remain passive? If it were the latter, it would suggest cowardice, an aversion to danger, feigning ignorance to avoid potential peril. But if it were the former, well, the very act of fleeing while neglecting the circumstances behind him speaks volumes. This goes beyond mere cowardice. It reveals Lu Qi's true nature. At this moment, Lu Qi's countenance darkened significantly as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, had he not been so intent on rushing forward, he might have been aware of the troubles lurking behind him. Lu Qi understood that if a real crisis had arisen, there would undoubtedly have been screams of distress. By then, it would not have been too late to check on the situation behind him. Alas, this very flaw had laid bare his character. Nevertheless, Lu Qi was adamant that he bore no fault. The only blame lay with the unexpected emergence of that young man. If it were not for him, none of this turmoil would have transpired. In that moment, Lu Qi's gaze towards Qin Shaofeng was filled with deep-seated resentment. What offense have I committed? Sensing Lu Qi's glare, Qin Shaofeng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. However, he chose not to dwell on it. It was Yi who, observing Lu Qi's ire directed at Qin Shaofeng, who hurriedly interjected, urging, "You too, let us not escalate this." Yi Hu first admonished the Fong brothers before turning to Lu Qi, saying, "Lu Qi, do not hold this brother accountable. We are in the beast forest, and we have come here to hunt magical beasts. It is indeed peculiar. Had I not called out to this brother earlier, he might not have lingered, nor would he have been pursued by the striped magical tiger. This is all my fault." Strangely enough, Yi Hu's words seemed to hold some truth. Had he not stopped Qin Shaofeng, the latter would have long since harvested the striped tiger's hide and departed, thus evading the attention of those magical beasts. However, Qin Shaofeng understood Yi Hu's intention was merely to soften Lu Qi's demeanor. He noticed how Lu Qi's expression had grown increasingly grim, even causing him to tremble slightly. It appeared to be anger. Yet, Qin Shaofeng perceived that Lu Qi might indeed possess some stature. Chapter 68, Yi Hu's comments slightly improved Lu Qi's demeanor. Yet his simmering rage and resentment towards Qin Shaofeng remained unabated. Yi Hu sensed this and sighed inwardly, realizing it was prudent to remind this brother of his status. Suddenly struck by a thought, Yi Hu felt slightly embarrassed. Despite their acquaintance, he had yet to learn Qin Shaofeng's name. A hint of awkwardness flickered in his eyes as he quickly inquired, "By the way, brother, what is your name?" "I have yet to ask." Qin Shaofeng felt a mix of amusement and frustration. It was rather late to be inquiring about his name. Just as he prepared to introduce himself, a thought crossed his mind. After a period of reflection, he had assumed that his notoriety from achieving the top score in the assessment and defeating the innate martial artist Xunhuan would have diminished, drawing less attention. To his dismay, his absence had only amplified his fame beyond his expectations. Now, when Yi Hu asked for his name, he hesitated to respond. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled slightly and replied, "I am Jiang Feng." Qin Shaofeng chose the name Jiang Feng because it was his mother's surname. "Ah, so it is Brother Jiang Feng." Yi Hu smiled and said, "Brother Jiang Feng, it seems we are now acquainted. I suggest you join us in our endeavors. After all, it is perilous to venture alone in this beast forest, as you have witnessed." Yi Hu did not complete his sentence. Yet his gaze was filled with anticipation as he looked at Qin Shaofeng. Even the Fong brothers shared the same hopeful expression, evidently grateful for Qin Shaofeng's earlier rescue of their little cousin. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, though she said nothing, she cast a blushing, expectant glance at Qin Shaofeng. Witnessing this, Lu Qi's resentment towards Qin Shaofeng deepened. How could he not perceive Yi Xiaoxiao's affection for Qin Shaofeng? Regrettably, no one paid him any heed. Qin Shaofeng, though slightly reluctant, felt compelled to acquiesce to their warm invitation. "Very well, I shall join you. Thank you all." He nodded, ultimately agreeing. Yet, he secretly resolved that once Yi Hu and the others completed their mission, he would part ways with them. Qin Shaofeng was already aware that their task involved hunting a type of magical beast known as the intermediate 9th-tier unicorn lizard to obtain its unique horns. Fortunately, the territory of the unicorn lizard was not far from one of his own objectives, so traveling together would be advantageous. Thus, Qin Shaofeng officially joined Yi Hu's team, and they commenced their journey. During this time, Lu Qi cast numerous disdainful glances at Qin Shaofeng, yet the latter remained oblivious, treating them as if he had not noticed. This only fueled Lu Qi's arrogance, leading him to believe that Qin Shaofeng was intimidated by him. In his hubris, he occasionally reminded Qin Shaofeng that Yi Xiaoxiao was his, warning him against harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Qin Shaofeng felt exasperated, genuinely concerned for Lu Qi's intellect. Following the incident with the striped magical tiger, it became evident to all that the members of Yi Hu's team were gradually distancing themselves from Lu Qi. Only Lu Qi remained oblivious, self-satisfied, and completely unaware of Yi Xiaoxiao's disdain for him, persistently trying to ingratiate himself. This situation left Qin Shaofeng utterly bemused. How peculiar Lu Qi was, harboring such an inflated sense of self-worth. Nevertheless, Qin Shaofeng chose not to intervene. After all, this matter did not concern him directly. He had joined the team out of necessity, unable to endure Lu Qi's overwhelming enthusiasm. Ultimately, he intended to remain with them for a short time, so why complicate matters? Moreover, Qin Shaofeng was well aware that despite Yi Hu's amiable demeanor, he possessed keen insight. He could not be oblivious to Lu Qi's true character. Aware yet choosing not to expose it, he would never allow his sister to be placed in harm's way. The beast forest was a treacherous realm, rife with dense thickets and towering trees, where even the grass could reach heights of 1 to 2 meters, making it a paradise for magical beasts. At present, Qin Shaofeng and his companions found themselves in a grassy expanse. Beyond this area lay the territory of the unicorn lizard, their intended target. It had taken them 3 days to reach this location. During these 3 days, Qin Shaofeng had indeed experienced regret. regretting his decision to team up with Yi Hu and the others. Unlike when he was alone, tirelessly seeking out and vanquishing monsters to level up, the approach of Yi Hu and his companions starkly contrasted with his own. They did not actively seek out monsters. Instead, their instinctive reaction upon spotting one was to evade it. This behavior was understandable, given their current location was perilously close to an area inhabited by high-level monsters, where the creatures encountered were predominantly of the intermediate 9th or even 10th rank. Even the occasional appearance of intermediate 8th rank monsters often occurred in swarms. Faced with such formidable foes, it was no wonder that Yi Hu and his group refrained from provoking them. Consequently, over the past 3 days, Qin Shaofeng's experience had only increased by a mere 100 points, indicating that he had only slain a handful of monsters, these being the few he had defeated on the first day, with no further engagements in the subsequent days. However, today, Qin Shaofeng sensed that an opportunity to act was finally at hand. Upon entering a dense patch of grass, he immediately sensed something was amiss. It was eerily silent. In a grassland spanning several miles, with weeds towering over a meter high, such tranquility was utterly inconceivable. He would not have believed that everything was normal, even if pressed. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence, prompting Qin Shaofeng to halt abruptly. The noise was not only heard by him but by everyone else as well, and they all understood that something was amiss. Strangely, the rustling seemed to emanate from all directions, creating an unsettling sensation of being surrounded. Yet, despite this, no signs of an enemy could be discerned, sending waves of tension rippling through the group. With a surge of determination, Qin Shaofeng activated his fiery eye. While nothing was visible to the naked eye, the fiery eye could penetrate the obscurity of the surroundings. Even entities beyond his usual range would be revealed, making everything manifestly clear. Black, venomous, heart-biting python. Level: intermediate 10th rank. Weakness: 7 inches. Upon glimpsing the information relayed by the fiery eye, Qin Shaofeng nearly cried out in alarm. Prior to venturing into this monster-filled forest, he had familiarized himself with its fundamental aspects, including the territories of various monsters and the presence of powerful creatures. He had examined the black venomous heart-biting python in particular detail, for its notorious reputation was well known. The name itself signified its toxic nature, and indeed, the venom of the black venomous heart-biting python was no ordinary toxin. Though classified as an intermediate 10th rank beast, its venom was lethal enough to incapacitate even those at the peak of the acquired realm within a mere 15 minutes. Failure to procure an antidote would inevitably result in death. Even those above the innate 3rd rank would struggle to endure the effects for long, as the python's venom could damage their inner energies, targeting their vital organs. Only those at the spirit vessel realm, endowed with spiritual energy, could withstand such toxicity. Intriguingly, while the venom could directly assail the internal organs of humans or other monsters, it spared the heart from harm. As the black venomous heart-biting python favored human hearts and those of other creatures as its primary prey, it would first incapacitate its victim with its venom and then leisurely consume their heart. Moreover, this creature boasted not only a deadly toxin but also an enormous size, with its body stretching at least 50 meters long, exhibiting strength rivaling that of the most powerful beasts. However, it was not without its weaknesses. The black venomous heart-biting python was notably sluggish in its movements, typically closing in on its prey at a slow pace, ensnaring them with its formidable size before delivering a venomous bite. Though surprised to encounter such a creature here, Qin Shaofeng remained unfazed, convinced that as long as he did not allow the python to ensnare him, defeating it would not pose a significant challenge. Nevertheless, mindful of the fact that he was not alone, he felt compelled to alert Yi Hu and the others. "Be cautious. We are being targeted by a black venomous heart-biting python," he whispered. As soon as he spoke, Yi Hu and the others were taken aback. A black venomous heart-biting python? The most anxious among them, Feng Li, could not suppress an exclamation. Fortunately, he knew Qin Shaofeng was not one to jest. Thus, he quickly subdued his voice, though his expression remained grave. The change in demeanor was mirrored by the others, their faces paling at the revelation. Without hesitation, Yi Hu urged, "We must retreat quickly." However, before he could finish, Qin Shaofeng interjected, a wry smile gracing his lips. "It's too late to evade. That black venomous heart-biting python is at least 60 to 70 meters long and has already surrounded us." What? Panic overtook Yi Hu and the others. Of course, this did not include Lu Qi, who, upon hearing of the python's emergence, felt a flicker of excitement. Unlike Yi Hu and the others, Lu Qi was at the peak of the acquired 10th rank, while the black venomous heart-biting python was merely at the initial stage of the same rank. Moreover, he possessed a human-grade weapon, giving him substantial confidence in his ability to confront the creature. Despite being surrounded, Lu Qi was self-assured that he could escape alone without drawing the python's attention, as the other prey remained nearby. Even if they all fled together, he was aware that the python would not target him. In such a secure position, with a significant advantage, he had no intention of retreating. Rather, he aimed to seize the opportunity to restore his image in Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Qi felt a swell of pride. Recognizing Lu Qi's mindset, Yi Hu also acknowledged his strength, albeit begrudgingly. Lu Qi, we are counting on you, Yi Hu said gravely. With this declaration, the others realized that they had overlooked the fact that Lu Qi was indeed the strongest among them, despite their previous attempts to distance themselves from him. As they contemplated Lu Qi's earlier behavior, the Fong brothers felt a surge of frustration, but ultimately refrained from voicing their grievances. Just as Yi Hu had stated, they were now relying on Lu Qi. Haha, now you all see my worth and strength, don't you? Lu Qi reveled in their expressions, particularly noting how Yi Xiaoxiao, who had been anxious just moments ago, now appeared relieved, which only served to amplify his satisfaction. He cast a glance at Qin Shaofeng, intent on conveying that they were all dependent on him. As Lu Qi observed, he realized that Qin Shaofeng was not even glancing in his direction, instead fixated on the nearby thicket, leisurely watching without a hint of tension on his face. How infuriating. Jiang Feng knew that I could easily handle the black venomous heart-devouring python, yet he remained so relaxed and utterly ungrateful, not even sparing me a glance. This was truly despicable. Suddenly, a cunning plan formed in Lu Qi's mind as he cast a venomous gaze at Qin Shaofeng. Since you, Jiang Feng, are so unappreciative, do not blame me for what comes next. Ah, brother Yi Hu, do not rush, Lu Qi chuckled softly, then cast a sidelong glance at Qin Shaofeng, casually stating, given Jiang Feng's relaxed demeanor, it is evident that he can certainly deal with the black venomous heart-devouring python. Besides, has he even engaged in combat much? It hardly seems fair for him to reap the rewards without putting in the effort. Let him handle the black venomous heart-devouring python. After Qin Shaofeng joined their ranks, Yi Hu had informed him that all rewards would be shared equally. As for the task involving the unicorn lizard, Yi Hu had also mentioned that upon completions, he would grant Qin Shaofeng 2 contribution points. Qin Shaofeng harbored no objections to this. In fact, had Yi Hu been willing to accept, he would have preferred to forego any rewards. With over 2,000 contribution points, the 2 additional points held no significance for him. Throughout the journey, Qin Shaofeng had refrained from fighting, as the beasts they encountered failed to pique his interest, and the more intriguing ones were skillfully avoided by Yi Hu and the others, resulting in Qin Shaofeng's hands remaining largely idle. At this moment, Lu Qi seized upon this detail, handing it over to Jiang Feng. His words left Yi Hu and the others aghast. That was the black venomous heart-devouring python, and Jiang Feng was merely at the 9th level of the acquired realm. Entrusting it to him would be akin to signing his death warrant. Lu Qi, what do you mean by that? The black venomous heart-devouring python is beyond our capabilities to confront, and Jiang Feng, at the 9th level of the acquired realm, stands no chance against it. Do not put him in such a predicament. Yi Hu interjected, frowning deeply. Put him in a predicament? What right does he have to demand that of me? Lu Qi retorted disdainfully. Just then, a rustling sound erupted as a massive serpent's head emerged from the thicket, its cold, indifferent gaze fixed upon the group as it flicked its long tongue. Hiss! It truly is the black venomous heart-devouring python. While their initial apprehension was palpable, seeing the creature in person instilled a deeper sense of dread among them. The sheer size of the python quashed any thoughts of confrontation. Particularly affected was Yi Xiaoxiao, whose pallor intensified at the thought of Jiang Feng, the one who saved her life, now facing such a colossal beast. Lu Qi, you must act quickly. It's far too dangerous. Jiang Feng should not go. Lu Qi felt a surge of satisfaction at the first part of her plea. Ah, so you, Yi Xiaoxiao, have finally come to appreciate my worth. Yet, her subsequent words incited his anger. Too dangerous? So, Jiang Feng is to be spared? What? Am I to be left out of the equation? Although Lu Qi knew that with his own abilities, he could handle the black venomous heart-devouring python with caution, the sight of Yi Xiaoxiao's worried gaze directed at Qin Shaofeng filled him with discomfort. Xiaoxiao, I have told you not to fret. Did you not see that Jiang Feng has not objected? Clearly, he possesses confidence in himself. Does he not, Jiang Feng? Lu Qi's last remark was directed pointedly at Qin Shaofeng, his eyes brimming with mockery. However, Qin Shaofeng could only respond with silence. It was merely a black venomous heart-devouring python. What was Lu Qi so smug about? Furthermore, if he wished to gloat, he should at least wait until he had slain the beast before boasting. Nevertheless, Qin Shaofeng refrained from further comment, as time was of the essence. The black venomous heart-devouring python was now closing in on them. Seeing Qin Shaofeng approach the python, Yi Xiaoxiao grew increasingly frantic. Jiang Feng, stop. You cannot possibly handle the black venomous heart-devouring python. Yet, Qin Shaofeng remained undeterred, which only heightened her anxiety. Unable to contain herself, she turned on Lu Qi, exclaiming, "Lu Qi, you are being unreasonable." With that, she prepared to rush towards Qin Shaofeng. However, Lu Qi, filled with fury, seethed internally. "Unreasonable? You, Yi Xiaoxiao, who are so fickle, just wait. There will come a day when you regret this." With a cold huff, Lu Qi's eyes flashed with anger. Previously, he had considered marrying Yi Xiaoxiao, believing it a fitting reward for her ethereal beauty. After all, she was not only attractive but also of noble lineage, making her a suitable match for him. Yet, after hearing her words, Lu Qi had resolved to pursue a different course. "Yi Xiaoxiao, just wait. Once I obtain your ethereal beauty, I shall mold you into a submissive servant, forcing you to kneel beneath me for all time, to repay the humiliation you have inflicted upon me today." In his wrath, Lu Qi forgot that he had no actual relationship with Yi Xiaoxiao, rendering her perceived fickleness irrelevant. His thoughts of marrying her were merely his own desires, oblivious to whether she would ever consent to such a union. It was a grave miscalculation, rooted in his self-importance, which was not surprising given his upbringing. Yi Xiaoxiao, however, did not advance to intercept Qin Shaofeng. As soon as she moved, Yi Hu restrained her. "Do not add to the chaos, stay here." He then moved to stand beside Qin Shaofeng. "I will assist you." Upon reaching Qin Shaofeng's side, Yi Hu uttered only these words. Following him, the Fong brothers joined as well, declaring in unison, "We will help too." "Humph, utterly delusional." Lu Qi sneered from the back, his disdain growing. Did they truly believe that 4 of them together could stand against the black venomous heart-devouring python? Nonetheless, Lu Qi was resolute. Even if Yi Hu and the others found themselves in peril, he would not intervene. He had suddenly realized this was an excellent opportunity. Should Yi Hu and the others fall victim to the black venomous heart-devouring python, he could simply claim Yi Xiaoxiao for himself. In the wilderness, it would be entirely plausible for Yi Hu to perish at the hands of the python. Even if the academy investigated, they would uncover nothing. In such circumstances, should he forcibly claim Yi Xiaoxiao's ethereal beauty, he could easily distance himself from any implication of responsibility by later presenting her to the python. If an inquiry arose, he could simply assert that he alone had escaped, confident that his level of strength would leave others with no grounds for suspicion. The more he contemplated, the more enticing the plan became, and he grew ever more convinced of its viability. At this moment, Qin Shaofeng remained blissfully unaware of Lu Qi's malevolent intentions. Instead, he felt a warm glow in his heart, touched by the unwavering support from Yi Hu and the others, who, despite knowing the dangers posed by the black venomous heart-devouring python, stepped forward without hesitation. It was clear to him that they genuinely cared for him. However, glancing at the formidable black venomous heart-devouring python, Qin Shaofeng found himself bemused. It was just a black venomous heart-devouring python. There was no need for everyone to confront it together. That was an undue burden, or rather, an undue burden upon the serpent. Rubbing his nose, Qin Shaofeng smiled faintly. "Let me give it a try first. If I cannot manage, then you all can join in." Upon speaking, Yi Hu and the others changed their expressions, about to voice their concerns when Qin Shaofeng hastily interrupted them, saying, "Hold on, don't be too quick to oppose. Brother Yi Hu, you have witnessed my agility. I assure you, with my skills, it would be difficult for the black venom heart-devouring python to harm me. For now, you should stay here." Without giving them a chance to respond, Qin Shaofeng leaped forward, charging towards the black venom heart-devouring python. Yi Hu opened his mouth, but reflecting on Qin Shaofeng's words, he felt a sense of confidence in his agility. After all, it was this capability that had saved his sister. He decided to observe for the time being, and if it came to it, he would join in the fray. Yi Hu would never abandon his comrades. The 2 brothers from the Fong family, seeing Yi Hu's silence, felt a twinge of worry for Qin Shaofeng, but ultimately settled down beside Yi Hu. How reckless of Jiang Feng to charge in alone. As Qin Shaofeng advanced towards the black venom heart-devouring python, Lu Qi's sneer widened. He secretly prepared himself, thinking that once the reckless Jiang Feng perished, Yi Hu and his foolish companions would be ensnared by the python, allowing him to whisk away Yi Xiaoxiao. A glance at Yi Xiaoxiao filled Lu Qi with greed and excitement. His long-held scheme was finally within reach. But would events unfold as he wished? Chapter 70. Too fierce, too violent. Seeing Qin Shaofeng charge alone towards the grotesque black venom heart-devouring python, Yi Xiaoxiao's heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat. Especially when she saw him reach the python's front, and the massive creature suddenly moved, its tail whipping towards Qin Shaofeng. Yi Xiaoxiao envisioned him being struck and sent flying, blood spraying, causing her to instinctively shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight. A loud crash resonated, and Yi Xiaoxiao felt a tremor beneath her feet. her heart quaking in response. However, she soon sensed something was amiss. A pained roar erupted, and a thought flashed in her mind. How could Jiang Feng cry out in such agony? It seemed impossible. Just then, she heard Lu Qi behind her exclaim in astonishment. As if he had discovered something incredible, Yi Xiaoxiao's heart stirred, and she opened her eyes to behold an astonishing sight. There stood Qin Shaofeng on the grass. The surrounding weeds flattened to a height of 1 meter. But what truly astonished Yi Xiaoxiao was the vast area of trampled grass before him, at the end of which lay the fearsome black venom, heart-devouring python. Could it be that Jiang Feng had actually repelled the creature? This was unfathomable. Witnessing this scene, disbelief flooded Yi Xiaoxiao's mind, yet the evidence was undeniable. It turned out Jiang Feng possessed such strength. Gazing at his figure in the distance, Yi Xiaoxiao felt a peculiar sensation well up within her, and her gaze towards Qin Shaofeng took on an inexplicable hue. Had Lu Qi observed Yi Xiaoxiao's reaction, his animosity towards Qin Shaofeng would have intensified. Yet, in that moment, he was utterly taken aback by Qin Shaofeng's actions, oblivious to the shift in Yi Xiaoxiao's demeanor. How could he possess such strength to fend off the black venom heart-devouring python? Lu Qi's heart raced, but soon a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Such power, if allowed to flourish, could pose a significant threat in the upcoming arena competition in 2 months. It would be wiser to seek an opportunity to eliminate Jiang Feng discreetly, unbeknownst to Qin Shaofeng, who continued his assault. Lu Qi had already set his sights on him with malicious intent and was preparing to act. As he watched the black venom heart-devouring python rise once more, Qin Shaofeng muttered, "Goodness, this python is truly resilient. Despite exerting all my strength, it merely lets out a cry, seemingly unscathed." With his current cultivation level and an impressive 4,800 points of internal energy, even a casual punch from Qin Shaofeng could incapacitate an ordinary mid-level 9th-tier beast. Even a mid-level 10th-tier creature would be momentarily dazed by his full-force strike. Yet, the black venom heart-devouring python remained unhurt, proving its formidable toughness. Humph! I refuse to believe that my fist cannot harm this serpent. With a cold snort, Qin Shaofeng engaged the black venom heart-devouring python, launching a series of powerful punches. Bang! 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 Each punch landed with precision, leaving the python disoriented and unable to respond. For a moment, it was utterly bewildered. However, the python's robust physique allowed it to endure Qin Shaofeng's relentless barrage. While Qin Shaofeng reveled in his vigorous assault, Yi Hu and his companions stood in stunned silence. Assist? Join in? Reflecting on their earlier words, Yi Hu and the others exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of bitter amusement. In this scenario, did they truly need to lend a hand? Forget about assisting. Even if they charged in, could they make a difference? No. Realizing this, they shook their heads in unison, quickly dismissing the notion. Though Qin Shaofeng was pummeling the black venom heart-devouring python relentlessly, Yi Hu and his companions understood that this was not due to the python's weakness. Rather, it was Qin Shaofeng's overwhelming strength that dominated the encounter. Earlier, they had not sensed it, but witnessing Qin Shaofeng's prowess made it abundantly clear. Despite sharing the same realm of postnatal 9th-tier cultivation, Qin Shaofeng's internal energy far surpassed theirs by several folds. It was precisely this formidable reservoir of internal energy that allowed him to subdue the black venom heart-devouring python with such ferocity. Had anyone else, even Lu Qi, attempted such a feat, they would have failed. Each punch landed with an intensity that was astonishingly ferocious. Observing Qin Shaofeng's display of power, Yi Hu and his companions could hardly fathom the reality before them. What a monster! After watching for some time, Feng Li finally managed to voice his thoughts. And to his surprise, Yi Hu and his brother nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting genuine admiration. Indeed, a monster it was, to possess such strength at the mere 9th-tier level, capable of contending with the black venom heart-devouring python. Who would believe such a being was not a monster? In the midst of his assault on the python, Qin Shaofeng remained blissfully unaware that Yi Hu and his companions had labeled him a monster in their minds. After striking the python for quite some time, Qin Shaofeng had exhausted a considerable amount of internal energy and unleashed the Wudong Long Fist, which proved to be extraordinary. A standard punch had already left the python dazed, but the Wudong Long Fist rendered it thoroughly incapacitated. Nonetheless, Qin Shaofeng remained cautious, refraining from recklessly targeting the python's vulnerable spot. He was all too aware of the creature's venom. Should he attempt to strike its weak point and fail, he could very well fall victim to its deadly poison. Such circumstances, merely contemplating them, evoke a sense of disillusionment. However, after expending nearly 1,000 points of internal energy, Qin Shaofeng finally confirmed that the black poison-devouring python had been thoroughly incapacitated by his onslaught. Without hesitation, once assured, A glimmer of determination flashed in Qin Shaofeng's eyes as he struck towards the python's vital point. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a sudden silver radiance flared up before his fist, and a swift silver blade of light flashed, slicing through the python's critical area before vanishing entirely. This silver blade was none other than Qin Shaofeng's concealed technique, the little leaf-flying dagger. Although he was confident that the black poison-devouring python was indeed finished, awaiting only his final strike, he nonetheless consumed another 1,000 points of internal energy to execute the little leaf-flying dagger once more. Following the flash of the silver blade, the entire body of the black poison-devouring python shuddered violently and fell silent, lifeless without a sound. At that moment, Qin Shaofeng's fist finally descended, pulverizing the python's vital point to a pulp, completely obliterating any traces left by the little leaf-flying dagger. All observers could conclude that it was Qin Shaofeng's fist that had delivered the fatal blow. System notification: congratulations, player, for slaying the level 20 black poison-devouring python, earning 15 experience points. After the demise of the python, the system's notification finally resonated, albeit belatedly. Yet upon hearing this announcement, Qin Shaofeng let out a soft sigh. Alas, after expending so much effort and utilizing 2,000 points of ancestral internal energy, he had only garnered a meager 15 experience points, hardly worth the toil. Nevertheless, he recognized that among intermediate demon beasts, the black poison-devouring python was indeed one of the most formidable. Even typical high-level demon beasts would likely avoid crossing its path, marking it as a significant figure in the realm of demon beasts. Qin Shaofeng's success in defeating the black poison-devouring python was somewhat fortuitous. The python, accustomed to its dominance, had encountered a few humans and, sensing Qin Shaofeng's relatively weak presence, intended to toy with its prey. Unexpectedly, Qin Shaofeng struck first, landing a powerful punch that left the creature momentarily stunned. Before it could react, Qin Shaofeng unleashed a flurry of punches, leading to its unfortunate fate. Had the black poison-devouring python been aware of Qin Shaofeng's grievances posthumously, it would likely have sought him out for retribution, even at the cost of its own demise. After all, a serpent has its dignity. Upon witnessing the black poison-devouring python's demise, Yi Hu and his companions hurried over, with Yu Xiaoxiao rushing forward, her face alight with excitement. Lu Qi hesitated for a moment, but soon followed suit. Standing before the corpse of the python, Yi Hu and his companions were overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Just moments ago, they had felt threatened by this creature, and now it lay at their feet. What a profound sense of irony. In no time, they began to extol Qin Shaofeng's prowess. Who would have thought, Jiang Feng, that you possess such strength? Exclaimed Feng Li. Though his words were few, they were impactful, and he nodded in approval, saying, Indeed, you are impressive. Meanwhile, the typically composed Yi Xiaoxiao, her youthful exuberance unleashed, gazed at Qin Shaofeng with admiration before showering him with enthusiastic praise, to the point where even Qin Shaofeng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, this only fueled Lu Qi's growing jealousy, compelling him to retort, Humph. It was merely luck and a decent agility. The black poison-devouring python was just sluggish, allowing him to seize an opportunity for a lucky kill. What's so remarkable about that? As soon as Lu Qi finished speaking, Yi Xiaoxiao, already displeased with him, shot back disdainfully, Luck? Fortune? Lu Qi, you speak so lightly of it. If it were you, could you have accomplished the same? Indeed, Yi Xiaoxiao was not only remarkable in stature, but also eloquent in her retorts. Although her response was brief, its impact was substantial, leaving Lu Qi's face pale and rendering him speechless, standing there in stunned silence. Despite his disdain for Qin Shaofeng, convinced that the victory was not due to strength, he could not deny Yi Xiaoxiao's point. If the roles were reversed, could he have achieved the same? Could he? No. Thus, Lu Qi fell silent. But his animosity towards Qin Shaofeng intensified. This Jiang Feng must perish, not merely for the sake of the arena, nor for Yi Xiaoxiao, but simply for having angered him. This transgression was worthy of death. Chapter 71. A Sword of Excellence. Yet the man lacks merit. The black poison-devouring python, though exceedingly venomous, possessed considerable value in its entirety. Its scales were remarkably tough, suitable for use as materials in crafting. In fact, within the task hall of the Yang Academy, there existed a quest to collect the python's scales. Regrettably, due to its formidable reputation, those lacking sufficient strength dared not approach, while those strong enough dismissed the meager contribution points it offered. Individuals like Lu Qi, who could manage the black poison-devouring python, still feared its potent venom and thus refrained from engaging it. Consequently, the quest for the python's scales offered substantial contribution points. Rumor had it that 10 scales could be exchanged for a single contribution point. Thus, Yihu and his companions thoroughly harvested the scales from the black poison-devouring python's body, even retrieving those that had fallen during Qin Shaofeng's battle with it. Fortunately, the python's formidable presence instilled fear in other intermediate demon beasts, ensuring that Yihu and his companions need not worry about further attacks in the immediate vicinity. In truth, as long as no high-level demon beast appeared unexpectedly, this location was quite safe for a respite. After collecting the python's scales, Yihu and his companions began to process the creature's meat. The python's venom originated solely from a poisoned sac in its head. The rest of its body was free from toxicity. Moreover, the flesh of the black poison-devouring python was exceptionally delectable. Although it could not be exchanged for contribution points, Yihu informed Qin Shaofeng that if sold, the meat could fetch as much as 10,000 taels of gold per pound, attracting numerous buyers. Unfortunately, due to their earlier collection of the scales, Yihu and his companions had already discarded a significant amount of their previous loot, rendering them unable to take the snake meat with them, no matter how exquisite it was. It took a full hour for Yihu and his companions to completely process the corpse of the black poison-devouring python. Qin Shaofeng collected 2 items from the python. One was its poison sac, an invaluable asset given the notorious potency of its venom. The other was the python's gallbladder, which served as an antidote. This gallbladder not only neutralized the venom of the black poison-devouring python but was also effective against other less formidable toxins. Thus, the gallbladder held considerable value as well. With the poison sac and gallbladder in hand, Qin Shaofeng had amassed a significant bounty. Therefore, when he declared that he would take no share of the contribution points from the scales, Yihu and his companions expressed their gratitude, acknowledging his generosity. After all, the black venom heart-devouring python was slain solely by Qin Shaofeng. Thus all its spoils rightfully belonged to him alone. It can be said that by defeating the python, Qin Shaofeng also saved their lives. Therefore, even if he chose not to share anything with them, Yihu and his companions would not utter a word of complaint. Moreover, Qin Shaofeng had generously distributed some of the python scales to them. However, not everyone was without grievances. Among them was Lu Qi. At this moment, witnessing Qin Shaofeng stow away the python's venom sac and gallbladder, Lu Qi was filled with regret. He was well aware of the value of the venom sac and gallbladder, and it was precisely this knowledge that filled him with remorse. Had he anticipated such an outcome, he would have rushed in at the very beginning. In that case, both the venom sac and gallbladder would have belonged to him, Lu Qi, affording him a substantial profit. Nevertheless, Lu Qi remained unperturbed, for he believed that no matter how much Qin Shaofeng acquired, it would ultimately end up in his possession. With the python now dead, its treasures would naturally become his. The flesh of the black venom heart-devouring python was indeed exquisite, tasting utterly delightful. An hour later, by a small pond, Qin Shaofeng savored the snake soup made from the python's meat with a look of admiration. After all, it was worth 10,000 taels of gold if it tasted poorly. Who would be foolish enough to indulge? Sitting beside him, Yi Xiaoxiao smiled and commented. Noticing this, Yihu and the others exchanged faint smiles while relishing their bowls of snake soup, their faces alight with enjoyment. At that moment, Lu Qi observed the closeness between Yi Xiaoxiao and Qin Shaofeng, and surprisingly, he felt no pangs of jealousy, only a cold smirk. Zhang Feng. Enjoy your pride while it lasts. You won't be around much longer. As for you, Yi Xiaoxiao, there will come a day when you will know the cost of angering me. After indulging in the delectable snake soup, as twilight descended, Qin Shaofeng realized that they would be spending the night at this location. He stood up and informed Yihu and the others that he would scout the surrounding area. Although the presence of the black venom heart-devouring python lingered, it was prudent to ensure their safety. Naturally, the resting place warranted a thorough inspection. However, Yihu insisted on accompanying him, but Qin Shaofeng refused to stay, as he had his own intentions. After speaking, he departed before Yihu could react. Seeing this, Yihu could only sit back, though his fondness for Qin Shaofeng grew. Coincidentally, at that moment, Yihu noticed his sister's gaze lingering on Qin Shaofeng as he left, sparking a flicker of unusual emotion in his eyes. Yihu's heart stirred slightly. Zhang Feng was indeed a commendable individual, and judging by his talents, he seemed exceptionally gifted. If Xiaoxiao developed feelings for him, there would likely be no opposition from the family. In that case, having Zhang Feng as a brother-in-law would be quite agreeable. Meanwhile, Qin Shaofeng, unaware of being considered as a potential brother-in-law, dashed through the underbrush and discovered that, with the aura of the black venom heart-devouring python present, other beasts dared not venture near this area. Tonight will surely grant me a good night's sleep. Nodding lightly, Qin Shaofeng arrived at a somewhat disheveled patch of grass, the very spot where he had dispatched the python. He had come here specifically for the python's flesh. The earlier snake soup had been so delicious that Qin Shaofeng was struck by inspiration. The black venom heart-devouring python was enormous, yielding a substantial amount of meat. Yi Hu and his companions had only managed to carry back a fraction of the python's flesh, less than 10 pounds. However, Qin Shaofeng was different. He possessed a storage ring. Though it couldn't accommodate the entirety of the python's meat, 100 pounds seemed entirely feasible. After a meticulous selection, Qin Shaofeng harvested approximately 100 pounds of the finest python meat before reluctantly returning to Yi Hu and the others. As dusk fell, the group began to rest. The night passed in silence. The following day, as dawn broke, the group resumed their journey. This time, their progress was smooth, encountering only a few minor beasts along the way. After easily dispatching them, Qin Shaofeng and his companions arrived at their destination for the task, the territory of the one-horned lizard. In truth, with the scales of the black venom heart-devouring python in their possession, the task concerning the one-horned lizard had effectively become redundant. After all, the contribution points acquired from the python's scales far surpassed those from the one-horned lizard's horn. Nevertheless, Yi Hu believed in seeing tasks through to completion. Since they had accepted the mission, it was only right to fulfill it. How could they abandon it midway? This only heightened Qin Shaofeng's respect for Yi Hu. Furthermore, he increasingly recognized a similarity between Yi Hu and that reckless lad, Du Ming. Had it been Du Ming, he would have undoubtedly pressed on without a second thought, demonstrating an unwavering determination to complete the task. With the mission set to continue, they remained vigilant. After a careful observation, they began hunting the one-horned lizards. Although these lizards were social creatures, they typically formed small family units, with no more than 10 living together, and often just a few. Moreover, as an intermediate-level beast of the 8th rank, a small group posed no threat to Qin Shaofeng and his companions, even if they encountered a larger group. As long as they remained cautious, it wouldn't be a significant issue. Soon, Qin Shaofeng discovered a small cluster of 7 one-horned lizards. This time, Yi Hu did not allow Qin Shaofeng to intervene. He and the 2 Fong brothers took the lead. It was Qin Shaofeng's first opportunity to witness the coordination and synergy among Yi Hu and the others. Yi Hu drew the attention of the lizards, while Fong Tong and Fong Li swiftly struck from the sides, dispatching each lizard with just a few moves. Before long, only one-horned lizard remained. At this point, Yi Xiaoxiao engaged the lizard, while Yi Hu and the others kept a close watch. Qin Shaofeng finally understood that the reason for leaving one lizard alive was to allow Yi Xiaoxiao to hone her skills. As for Lu Qi, he seemed to have been completely forgotten by everyone, with no one calling upon him for assistance. Qin Shaofeng suspected that after this, Lu Qi would likely no longer accompany Yi Hu's group on their missions. However, what puzzled Qin Shaofeng was Lu Qi's apparent indifference to Yi Xiaoxiao's involvement. Something felt amiss. Nonetheless, Qin Shaofeng dismissed it, as it was not a significant matter. He could merely find an opportunity to remind Yi Hu to be cautious. However, Qin Shaofeng surmised that Yi Hu likely had already taken precautions against Lu Qi. The mission to hunt one-horned lizards had been completed in just 3 hours, with no one acquiring the required 10 lizard horns. During this time, Lu Qi finally took action. Whether motivated by a desire to expedite the task or to showcase his swordsmanship, Qin Shaofeng noticed that every time Lu Qi struck down a one-horned lizard, he would provocatively glance in Qin Shaofeng's direction, as if to assert that his skills surpassed Qin Shaofeng's. To be honest, his behavior did indeed capture Qin Shaofeng's attention. However, regrettably, what caught Qin Shaofeng's interest was the sword in Lu Qi's hand, rather than Lu Qi himself. Observing the sword, which could slice through a one-horned lizard without a trace of blood, glimmering ominously, Qin Shaofeng couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This sword is quite impressive, but alas. While the sword may be exceptional, the wielder leaves much to be desired." Unbeknownst to Lu Qi, who misinterpreted Qin Shaofeng's gaze as awe at his prowess, he continued to bask in his own perceived superiority. At that moment, he exerted himself even more fervently, disregarding the toll it took on him as he unleashed powerful sword techniques in a bid to instantly slay the unicorn lizards, leading to a pallor that crept onto his face. Chapter 72. A Tragic Roar of the Tiger Lion. Had this lad taken the wrong medicine? Or did he harbor a grudge against the unicorn lizard? Observing Lu Qi's reckless display of formidable sword skills, swiftly vanquishing the unicorn lizards, Qin Shaofeng found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend his actions. Had he known Lu Qi's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have labeled him a fool. Upon witnessing Lu Qi's antics, Yi Hu furrowed his brow but ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. However, after the ordeal concluded, he did suggest that everyone take a moment to rest. Qin Shaofeng realized that Yi Hu's overt suggestion for a break was, in fact, intended for Lu Qi. After all, the burst of energy Lu Qi had previously exhibited had nearly depleted his internal energy, evident from the pallor of his face, which was as white as paper. Yet, it must be noted that Lu Qi had now transformed into a veritable pretty boy, to Yi Yiming's surprise. Not long after, perhaps just a quarter of an hour, Lu Qi astonishingly regained his strength. Qin Shaofeng observed that Lu Qi had consumed several pills, which accounted for his rapid recovery. Although he was unaware of the exact nature of the pills, Qin Shaofeng was certain that they were exceptional in quality. Even if they did not match his own superlative energy restoration elixirs, they were certainly not inferior. Qin Shaofeng had also assessed Lu Qi's attributes and confirmed that the lad was indeed a genuine talent. Boasting a postnatal realm of late-stage 10 with an internal energy value that far exceeded that of the average individual, reaching an impressive 1,500 points. This marked the first time, aside from Du Meng and Zhao Yuner, that he encountered a prodigy with an internal energy value surpassing the typical limit of 1,000 points. Indeed, while he found Lu Qi's character despicable, he could not deny that Lu Qi was a true genius. After a brief respite, as time had nearly elapsed, Yi Hu rose to instruct everyone to return. The task of vanquishing the unicorn lizards had been fulfilled, and they had even acquired the scales of the black venom-devouring python, making their outing a resounding success. The group had long intended to return, and upon Yi Hu's suggestion, there were no objections. However, Lu Qi discreetly cast a glance at Qin Shaofeng, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes, though it went unnoticed by the others. As Yi Hu and the others prepared to depart, Qin Shaofeng finally exhaled in relief, realizing he could continue to level up. Nevertheless, he hesitated on how to approach Yi Hu regarding his desire to remain behind. Qin Shaofeng understood that if he expressed his wish to stay alone, Yi Hu's character would likely compel him to dissuade him from doing so. If persuasion failed, there was a strong possibility Yi Hu would choose to remain as well. Perhaps he should simply reveal his true name. He believed that with the title of first place in the assessment, coupled with his displayed prowess, Yi Hu and the others would trust in his ability to fend for himself here. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Shaofeng resolved to proceed with this plan. Just as he was about to speak, however, his expression shifted dramatically, and he abruptly turned his gaze toward the nearby thicket, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. This change did not escape Yi Hu's notice. "Zhang Feng, what troubles you? What has occurred?" he inquired, perplexed by Qin Shaofeng's stillness and grave demeanor. Following Qin Shaofeng's line of sight, Yi Hu surveyed the thicket before him. Upon inspection, Yi Hu discerned nothing amiss in the lush foliage, but in the next moment, his face paled, revealing a hint of dread. A low growl, reminiscent of both a tiger and a lion, emanated from the distant woods. Yet, within that growl lay a tinge of pain, as if its owner had sustained an injury. Even so, the growl exuded a unique aura, surpassing that of the intermediate beasts. Following the sound, the woods fell into a profound silence, indicating the distinct nature of the creature that produced it. An advanced beast. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from the thicket, a pressure exclusive to those of innate realms, Yi Hu's expression soured entirely. And the others began to feel the weight of that pressure, their faces reflecting alarm. Lu Qi trembled, panic etched across his features, instinctively preparing to flee. Yet, the sudden appearance of a colossal creature brought him to a halt. The tiger lion. Upon beholding the magnificent beast, towering at nearly 2 meters tall and embodying both tiger and lion traits, Lu Qi instantly subdued his demeanor. He recognized this creature as the advanced beast known as the tiger lion. Realizing the creature's habitual nature, Lu Qi refrained from fleeing. Knowing that if he were the first to run, the tiger lion would undoubtedly pursue him, as was its instinct. This was disastrous. How could a tiger lion possibly manifest in this location? It was utterly illogical. Gazing at the tiger lion, Lu Qi's mind went blank. Although he was brimming with confidence, perhaps even arrogance, he was not delusional enough to believe he could contend with an advanced beast. The concept of an advanced beast equated to that of a human innate martial artist, and they were significantly more formidable than the average innate martial artist. Even within the context of the Lianyao Academy, the weakest of the advanced first-tier beasts was equivalent to a 1-star student. There was no need to mention the tiger lion. In its prime, a single tiger lion could not be subdued without the combined efforts of at least 3 1-star students. As Lu Qi recalled the tiger lion's characteristics, a chill coursed through him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, a realization that something was amiss. According to the tiger lion's behavior, upon spotting prey, it would typically charge forward. Yet, this particular tiger lion merely fixated on their group and, perhaps due to Lu Qi's perception, seemed to exhibit a hint of wariness in its gaze. When had the notoriously aggressive and proud tiger lion ever regarded humans beneath the innate martial artist level with such caution? This revelation piqued Lu Qi's curiosity, prompting him to scrutinize the tiger lion intently. Upon closer examination, he discerned the source of the anomaly. The tiger lion bore injuries, and they were significant. Especially noticeable was its right hind leg, which bled profusely. The creature appeared to be in a state of distress, exhibiting signs of severe debilitation. Upon further attunement, Lu Qi was astonished to realize that the tiger lion's aura was alarmingly unstable, fluctuating as though it were grievously wounded. With this discovery, Lu Qi's eyes brightened, and a newfound vigor surged within him. This was the tiger lion. Now that it was gravely injured and weakened, it presented an unparalleled opportunity for Lu Qi. Should he seize the chance to slay the tiger lion, he would undoubtedly garner significant respect. Not to mention the immense value of the tiger lion itself. The entirety of its being was a treasure trove. Notably, the inner core of an advanced beast was exceptionally valuable. The more Lu Qi considered the prospect, the more exhilarated he became, tightening his grip around the hilt of his sword. He squinted, contemplating for a moment, convinced that this plan was feasible and had a high likelihood of success. Not only Lu Qi but also Yi Hu and the others soon recognized that the tiger lion was indeed gravely injured. This realization offered them a glimmer of hope, suggesting that they still had a chance to fight back. However, Qin Shaofeng held a different perspective. Observing that Yi Hu and the others had relaxed their guard, he promptly cautioned, "Do not be complacent, everyone. This tiger roars and lion is not to be underestimated, even in a severely injured state. Its prowess surpasses that of a typical first-tier high-level demon beast." Upon hearing Qin Shaofeng's remark, Lu Qi finally sensed that an opportunity had presented itself. Not so simple, is it? Lu Qi stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Shaofeng, and coldly remarked, "What is there to fear from a mere tiger roaring like a lion, especially in its severely injured state? If you, Jiangfeng, are afraid, you may certainly hide aside and witness how I vanquish it." Having spoken, Lu Qi swiftly drew the sword from his waist, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, he elegantly flourished the blade, then charged towards the roaring tiger and the lion. Little did he realize that upon witnessing his flamboyant display, Qin Shaofeng could not help but mutter under his breath, "Fool. Is this truly how one meets their demise?" Indeed, what Lu Qi articulated is not entirely erroneous. Under ordinary circumstances, a high-level one-tiger roaring lion, suffering such grievous injuries, could potentially be vanquished by Lu Qi, given his prowess and his formidable human-grade sword. However, this assertion holds true only in typical scenarios, wherein a tiger roaring lion is classified merely as a high-level one beast. Yet, Qin Shaofeng's discerning eyes revealed that the creature before them was no ordinary tiger roaring lion. Classification of the tiger roaring lion. High-level 2. Vulnerabilities: eyes, throat, abdomen. Indeed, the tiger roaring lion facing Qin Shaofeng and his companions is not a mere high-level 1, but rather a formidable high-level 2 beast. In comparison to an ordinary tiger roaring lion, this one possesses significantly greater strength. Thus, even though it is gravely injured, it remains beyond the capabilities of someone like Lu Qi to contend with. Should Lu Qi choose to court his own demise, Qin Shaofeng would not intervene. He turned to Yi Hu and the others and cautioned them in hushed tones. "Be vigilant, for this tiger roaring lion is not a high-level 1, but a high-level 2. Therefore, even in its weakened state, its power must not be underestimated. When the confrontation ensues, exercise caution and avoid any reckless engagements." Upon hearing Qin Shaofeng's words, Yi Hu and the others were taken aback, yet they harbored no doubts regarding his assertions. At that moment, Lu Qi, who had already charged in front of Hu Shaoshi, suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Yi Hu and the others swiftly raised their heads, only to witness the once self-assured Lu Qi being sent flying by a single paw from Hu Shaoshi. How foolish these humans are, truly believing that the great Tiger Lord is easy to bully. At this moment, the tiger roared with a sense of exhilaration. Today proved to be a day fraught with tribulations. Upon rising in the morning, it had indulged in playful antics with its harem for quite some time. Satisfied, it emerged to prepare for a hunt when an unexpected incident transpired. It found itself targeted by a human. However, upon realizing that the assailant was merely a mid-level beast of human form, the tiger was instantly filled with rage. How dare a mere mid-level human girl lay hands upon him, the great tiger? Was this not a death wish? However, our esteemed tiger master has finally grasped the essence of the age-old adage among humans. What was it again? Ah, yes, one should not judge by appearances. Is this still humanity, dear Grandpa Tiger? The intermediate demon beast's prowess surpassed even that of the formidable Tiger Lord, who was swiftly overwhelmed in mere moments. In a state of panic, the Tiger Lord began to flee for its life. To its dismay, it suddenly encountered 6 individuals of the same intermediate demon beast caliber. The mere presence of one such human had already sent it scurrying in terror. Now, faced with 6, the situation was dire. How could the Tiger Lord possibly escape? Chapter 73, Do you not realize that one should not touch the tiger's rear? As Lu Qi unsheathed his sword to confront the roaring lion, our esteemed tiger lord trembled all over. Previously, that young lady had merely used her fists against him, but this time, the sword was drawn. Was this not a threat to the very life of our tiger lord? In a moment of desperation, Lord Tiger could no longer restrain himself. If they sought his demise, he would ensure they would not emerge unscathed. Cornered, Lord Tiger began to unleash his fury. However, what transpired next left him utterly astonished. Although the human, possessing the rank of a mid-level beast, exuded an intimidating aura, far more fearsome than the young lady who had previously dealt him a harsh blow, he found himself perplexed. What was the matter? How could this individual be so feeble? Observing the human being swatted away with a mere swipe of his paw, our esteemed tiger was filled with bewilderment, soon followed by a surge of excitement. Dear tiger, he mused, it is not my own diminished strength that is at play, but rather the overwhelming prowess of that previous human lass. Behold the present moment, I remain formidable as ever. Suddenly, our esteemed tiger roar felt a resurgence of his former glory. Mere mid-level demon beasts among humans were no match for him. He had finally come to realize that not everyone was as perverse as the young girl who had previously bested him. That girl, well, like himself, belonged to the realm of the aberrant. Upon grasping this revelation, Tiger Roar let out a thunderous roar. As if the wounds he bore were not as grievous as he had believed. Lu Qi, who had been sent flying by Tiger Roar, was completely disregarded by Qin Shaofeng. At that moment, upon hearing the roar of Tiger Roar, he was taken aback. Goodness, has this Tiger Roar taken some sort of stimulant? Why is he exerting himself so fervently? Is this a fleeting moment of brilliance? However, in the next moment, Qin Shaofeng found himself unable to contemplate further. At that instant, the formidable Tiger Roar lion, having previously sent Lu Qi flying, once again caught up with him and delivered another merciless blow. Poof! At that moment, Lu Qi could no longer contain himself and spewed forth a mouthful of blood. However, what startled Qin Shaofeng and the others was Lu Qi's reckless disregard for his own injuries as he rushed towards them. Remarkably, he did not even pause to retrieve the fallen sword in his hand, charging directly towards Qin Shaofeng, or more precisely, towards Yi Xiaoxiao. Upon witnessing this, Qin Shaofeng and the others quickly grasped Lu Qi's intentions. He clearly aimed to lure the tiger-roaring lion closer to them, particularly to the vulnerable Yi Xiaoxiao. Should the tiger-roaring lion attack her, it was only natural that Qin Shaofeng and his companions would not stand idly by, and they would surely retaliate against the creature. This strategy would undoubtedly ensnare the tiger-roaring lion, granting Lu Qi the opportunity to make his escape. How despicable! Upon comprehending Lu Qi's actions, Qin Shaofeng could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. The straightforward and candid Fong Li, without hesitation, exclaimed, Lu Qi, you scoundrel. At this moment, Yi Hu's complexion had considerably darkened, and for the first time, he regretted having encountered the despicable man, Lu Qi. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, she seemed to grasp Lu Qi's intentions. In an instant, her gaze shifted to the relentless pair of Tiger Roar and Lion, and her delicate face turned as pale as a ghost. She was merely at the initial stage of the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. Should she confront the Tiger Roar Lion, she would undoubtedly be dealt with in a mere encounter. Witnessing Yi Xiaoxiao's frightened expression, Qin Shaofeng's anger intensified further. Get away! With a thunderous shout, Qin Shaofeng unleashed a punch from afar, his internal energy surging like a tidal wave. A formidable force of internal energy coalesced and took shape, hurtling towards Lu Qi. Bang! Lu Qi never anticipated that Qin Shaofeng would strike him at this moment. Caught off guard, he was hit by Qin's punch and instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling sideways. After a considerable struggle, he collided with a large tree, finally halting his flight. Enduring excruciating pain throughout his body, Lu Qi cast a venomous glare at Qin Shaofeng. However, without uttering a word, he turned and fled. Although Qin Shaofeng's blow had repelled Lu Qi, it also drew the attention of the ferocious beast, the tiger-roaring lion. Recognizing the opportunity presented by the beast's distraction, Lu Qi knew he could not linger any longer and hastened his escape. Yet, in his flight, he resolved that if this Jiang Feng were to survive, he would ensure that the other party experienced what it truly meant to suffer a fate worse than death. Without such retribution, Lu Qi could not swallow this indignity. After repelling Lu Qi, Qin Shaofeng did not spare him a glance, his gaze fixed intently on the looming Hu Xiaoshi. Yi Hu, quickly retreat with the others, Qin Shaofeng murmured. At this juncture, escape seemed futile. Although Qin Shaofeng was confident in his abilities and believed that even with Yu Xiaoxiao by his side, he could elude the Hu Xiaoshi, he could only carry Yu Xiaoxiao with him. As for Yi Hu and the others, their chances of escape were slim. Faced with this reality, he resolved to fight. Fortunately, the Hu Shaoshi before him was gravely injured, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Upon hearing Qin Shaofeng's words, Yi Hu and the others exchanged worried glances, and Feng Li spoke up defiantly, Jiang Feng, do you underestimate us? We would never abandon you to flee alone. If it comes to it, Feng Li, refuse to believe this Hu Shaoshi is truly that formidable. Silence. I command you to leave. And your presence here will only hinder me. Qin Shaofeng admonished again, his voice resolute. What? Jiang Feng was incensed, ready to retort, but was swiftly interrupted by Yi Hu's authoritative tone. Enough, Feng Li, let us go. Let us move, brother Hu. Feng Li attempted to protest further, but ceased when met with Yi Hu's piercing gaze. Casting a deep glance at Qin Shaofeng, Yi Hu calmly declared, Brother Jiang Feng, I will be watching over you. With that, Yi Hu turned away, urging Yi Xiao and the others to hasten their departure. A pang of bitterness crossed Qin Shaofeng's face, yet warmth enveloped his heart. Yi Hu would never forsake his brothers. The steadfast voice of the giant echoed in his ears. Yi Hu truly was obstinate. He mused softly, but at that moment, Qin Shaofeng felt a kinship with the giant. Akin to that with Du Ming. Having more brothers is certainly a blessing. However, first, he must deal with this beast. With a steely gaze, Qin Shaofeng flicked his wrist, unleashing a silver blade of light that soared towards the Hu Shaoshi, which had turned its attention to chase after Yi Hu and the others. Dare you attempt to flee? This Hu Yi is no mere house cat. Can you evade me? Upon witnessing Yi Hu and the others depart, the Hu Shaoshi erupted in fury, preparing to charge after them. Yet, just as it readied to strike, an instinctive wariness surged within it as a silver blade of light approached. What is this? The Hu Shaoshi was startled, raising its paw to defend itself. Boom. It felt as though its forepaw had been crushed by a mountain, a searing pain coursing through it. Elbow. This pain is unbearable. What is this? The Hu Shaoshi howled in agony, leaping back, its gaze now wary of Qin Shaofeng. How can this human boy inflict harm upon me? Just as that human girl did. Unbeknownst to the Hu Shaoshi, Qin Shaofeng looked upon its injured paw with a bitter smile. Truly, an advanced second-tier beast possesses a formidable body honed by innate energy. My silver flying dagger, expending 1,000 points, left not a single mark. Although he had anticipated that his flying dagger, wielded with innate energy, would struggle to injure the advanced second-tier Hu Shaoshi, he had not expected it to leave no trace whatsoever. For a moment, Qin Shaofeng felt somewhat disheartened. He had previously slain advanced first-tier beasts in the beast arena of Blue River City, where events occasionally showcased advanced beasts. He had even acquired a couple of them from Manager Feng. Though these beasts were severely injured, he had still gained substantial experience, and at that time, he had not found them particularly difficult to defeat. Could it be that the disparity between each tier of advanced beasts is monumental? As he pondered the advanced second-tier Hu Shaoshi before him, Qin Shaofeng speculated. Yet, he was unaware that the Hu Shaoshi was merely an advanced first-tier beast. Advanced second-tier Hu Shaoshis were exceedingly rare. Beasts differ from humans. Even those with mediocre talent can achieve some level of success through diligent cultivation. However, for beasts, unless they possess a robust lineage, transcending their bloodline limitations to reach higher ranks is nearly impossible. Only through mutation could they surpass their innate constraints and ascend to a higher level. The Hu Shaoshi before him was a mutated specimen, and it was precisely due to this mutation that it had encountered Qin Shaofeng and his companions. Qin Shaofeng was oblivious to these intricacies, as his upbringing had shielded him from such knowledge. However, had he spent more time at Lianyao Academy, he would eventually uncover these truths. Currently, Qin Shaofeng was unaware, believing that advanced second-tier beasts were indeed more powerful than their first-tier counterparts, beyond his expectations. Thus, he resolved to hold nothing back, retrieving 3 top-quality energy replenishing pills. With a determined expression, he swallowed the 3 pills, instantly restoring his energy to full capacity. Then, with a cold gaze, he raised his hand slightly, intending to channel an increased energy value of 2,000 points into his silver flying dagger. BRR. It feels a bit chilly. Upon making his decision, the Hu Shaoshi shivered involuntarily, sensing an impending threat. Before it could react, another silver blade of light surged towards it. Having learned from its previous encounter, the Hu Shaoshi was not foolish, its paw still throbbed with pain. As the silver blade of light approached once more, it instinctively prepared to evade. Yet, it was met with misfortune again. This time, the blade of light moved with greater speed, and as it attempted to dodge, it barely shifted its body before being struck. Elbow. The Hu Shaoshi let out a mournful cry, filled with despair and indignation, though its reaction was somewhat delayed. Causing it to be hit by the silver flying dagger, it had still managed to move slightly. This was fortuitous, for in that motion, Qin Shaofeng's dagger struck its rear. Does this you not know that one should never touch a tiger's backside? Watching the blood oozing from its rear, The Hu Shaoshi felt a profound sense of grievance. Chapter 74. Is this even possible? The Hu Shaoshi finally comprehended that it had encountered another mutated human. How exaggerated can humans be? For every 10,000 beasts that mutate, there may not even be one. I thought my mutation would grant me some pride. But how long did that last? I had barely enjoyed my newfound status for a few days before encountering a mutated human. In that moment, the Hu Shaoshi was filled with a deep sense of despair, lamenting its ill fortune. Meanwhile, Qin Shaofeng remained blissfully unaware of the tumultuous thoughts within the Hu Shaoshi, and had he known, he would have been utterly astonished. It was extraordinary for an advanced second-tier beast to possess such complex emotions. However, seeing that his silver flying dagger had finally inflicted damage upon the Hu Shaoshi, Qin Shaofeng let out a sigh of relief. I was beginning to think I couldn't harm you at all. With a resolute heart, Qin Shaofeng noticed that his inner energy had significantly recovered due to the 3 exquisite energy-replenishing pills he had consumed. He flicked his right hand, and a flash of silver light erupted as the blade's aura sword. Once again, he unleashed a small Li Fei Dao aimed at the roaring lion. This time, the beast was finally prepared. It twisted its rear and leaped, successfully evading the attack. The small Li Fei Dao, which missed its target, struck a massive tree behind the tiger instead. This tree was so enormous that it would take 3 people to encircle it, towering at a height of 60 to 70 meters. Yet, in an instant, as the slender blade passed through, a thunderous crash echoed as the colossal tree came crashing down. Moreover, as the silver light sliced through that tree, it continued its path, toppling 2 more similarly sized trees lined up behind it. From a distance, Yihu, perched atop another tree, stared in disbelief. What kind of technique was this, exhibiting such exaggerated power? More astonishingly, despite the immense force, the only mark left on the tiger was a small wound on its rear. Yihu was astounded. What thick skin the tiger possessed. However, what truly astonished him was the ability of Qin Shaofeng to unleash such a formidable attack. Qin Shaofeng's performance far exceeded Yihu's expectations. After witnessing Qin Shaofeng slay the black venom-devouring python, Yihu realized that Qin Shaofeng's strength surpassed his own, and even Lu Qi might not rival him. Yet at this moment, Yihu distinctly understood the true extent of Qin Shaofeng's power. It was beyond belief, truly astonishing. This was not the strength of an ordinary acquired martial artist. It rivaled that of a formidable innate martial master. Had it evaded? Observing the tiger evade his small Li Fei Dao, Qin Shaofeng furrowed his brow. That strike had utilized a full 3,000 points of inner energy. The previous attempt, which only left a minor injury on the tiger, compelled Qin Shaofeng to enhance the power of his technique. Yet, he was taken aback when he realized that the tiger, now alert to his attack, managed to dodge the small Li Fei Dao. This was an inevitable outcome. Though the small Li Fei Dao was famed for its accuracy, Qin Shaofeng was merely an acquired martial artist, possessing only acquired inner energy. In contrast, the beast, being a high-level creature, did not have acquired innate energy but rather possessed demonic power, particularly for a beast like the roaring lion. It not only wielded demonic power, but also possessed a beastly core formed from that power, making its strength comparable to innate inner energy. The difference between acquired and innate energy was subtle yet immense, a fact Qin Shaofeng fully comprehended. When employing the small Li Fei Dao, if his opponent possessed innate energy, be it human or beast, achieving absolute accuracy would be unattainable. This did not imply that the small Li Fei Dao was a mere myth. Rather, it was a reflection of Qin Shaofeng's current limitations. It was akin to an infant wielding a divine artifact. The true potential of such a weapon depended greatly on the wielder's capability. Ultimately, it boiled down to Qin Shaofeng's own weakness, a truth he recognized within himself. However, he was not entirely at a loss. A gleam sparked in Qin Shaofeng's eyes as he produced 2 pills in his right hand. These were the super energy replenishing pills he had concocted. One could instantly restore 3,000 points of inner energy, while the other could replenish 1,000 points. He consumed the 3,000 point pill first, feeling his inner energy surge to its maximum, and then placed the remaining pill in his mouth. Indeed, Qin Shaofeng intended to unleash the full force of the small Li Fei Dao. With 4,800 points of inner energy, the power would undoubtedly be vastly enhanced. Furthermore, the unique characteristic of his small Li Fei Dao was that when expending all his energy, its potency would multiply. A profound hum resonated as Qin Shaofeng's right hand stirred with an unseen force, summoning a fierce wind. Leaves, twigs, and debris swirled around him as a silver blade, 2 fingers wide and 3 inches long, manifested in his hand. The shimmering aura of the blade not only flared up, but also interacted with the air to create the turbulent wind. In truth, this was a manifestation of Qin Shaofeng's inability to fully control the overwhelming force of the small Li Fei Dao. He had yet to adapt to such power. Despite the diminished impact due to his lack of mastery, it was still sufficient. This small Li Fei Dao would be impossible for the roaring lion to evade, especially in its wounded state. If struck, it would be severely injured, if not killed. Qin Shaofeng possessed confidence in this. However, as he prepared to unleash the small Li Fei Dao, he was taken aback by an unexpected sight. The roaring lion, not far from him, was curled up on the ground, eyeing the small Li Fei Dao in Qin Shaofeng's hand with apprehension, displaying a demeanor that suggested it was pleading for mercy. This was a far cry from the imposing beast it had been moments ago. The current posture of the lion was one of fear and submission, its eyes reflecting a semblance of human-like pleading. When had high-level beasts developed such intelligence? At this moment, the pride of the roaring lion was utterly shattered. It had endured countless hardships to achieve a mutation, barely surviving the ordeal, and had only just begun to assert dominance among its kind, relishing a life of supremacy. Yet, all of that was obliterated today. First, it had been attacked by a human girl in the morning, leaving it battered and bruised. Just as it managed to escape, it encountered another formidable opponent. The earlier girl had seemed manageable. At worst, she was merely toying with it. The tiger understood that if she had truly intended to harm, it would not have withstood a single blow. Fortunately, the girl had not wished for its demise. Otherwise, it would not have made it this far. But the current individual was different. The earlier flashes of light were one thing, but gazing at the small Li Fei Dao in Qin Shaofeng's hand sent shivers down its spine. This was no jest. That weapon was terrifying. Even at its peak, the tiger would have suffered considerable injury if struck. Now, it absolutely could not afford to be hit. Otherwise, its life would be forfeit. In a moment of despair, the tiger immediately yielded. Unlike other roaring lions, it had no aspirations of grandeur or pride. Pride? Arrogance. What good were they when faced with danger? The world was vast and beautiful, and there were countless lovely tiger maidens. How could it give up? Life was paramount. Moreover, this human seemed formidable. Perhaps aligning with him would lead to encounters with even more enchanting tiger maidens. The tiger's behavior left Qin Shaofeng in a state of perplexity, causing him to hesitate in unleashing the small Li Fei Dao. At that moment, he suddenly heard a notification from the system. System prompt. Congratulations to player Qin Shaofeng for demonstrating absolute strength, compelling the mutated beast, Tiger Roar Lion, to willingly submit. Will player Qin Shaofeng claim it as a battle beast? What do you mean by willingly submit? The system's announcement left Qin Shaofeng momentarily dumbfounded. At that moment, a single thought echoed in his mind. Is this really possible? Nevertheless, he paid close attention to the system's notification. A mutated beast? Could this Tiger Roar Lion be a mutated beast? Although Qin Shaofeng was not well versed in many aspects of these creatures, he was well aware of the implications of a mutated beast. Such beasts were exceedingly rare, and once mutated, they possessed immense potential. Astonishingly, the lower the rank of the beast, the less likely it was to mutate. However, if it succeeded, its potential and strength far surpassed that of ordinary beasts. Qin Shaofeng finally understood that it was not the inadequacy of his small flying dagger that was at fault. While high-ranking beasts might indeed be significantly more powerful than their intermediate counterparts, it should not have been impossible for his small flying dagger to inflict harm. The reason for this was simply that the Tiger Roar Lion was a rare mutated beast. Jackpot. At this moment, Qin Shaofeng's mind was consumed by this singular thought. Particularly when he noticed that the intelligence of the Tiger Roar Lion seemed quite high, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Without any hesitation, he promptly agreed to the system's request. System prompt. Congratulations to player Qin Shaofeng for subduing the beast, Tiger Roar Lion. Upon receiving the system notification, Qin Shaofeng quickly dispelled the small flying dagger from his hand, although he felt a twinge of regret over the 4,800 points of inner energy. This feeling completely vanished after he reviewed the attributes of the Tiger Roar Lion. Battle Beast, Tiger Roar Lion, a mutated beast. Despite being a lower-tier Tiger Roar Lion, it underwent a mutation due to certain circumstances, shedding its original bloodline and acquiring that of a mutated beast, thus possessing immense potential and intelligence comparable to that of an ordinary human, with the possibility of becoming a sacred beast. Level, Advanced Tier 2 Beast Power, 1, 205. 000 Innate Skill. Bloodthirst. A mere glance at the attributes of the Tiger Roar Lion left Qin Shaofeng utterly astonished, particularly at the phrase, possesses the potential to become a sacred beast. Goodness, I have just subdued a quasi-sacred beast. Qin Shaofeng was elated, but at that very moment, a voice filled with surprise and a hint of joy suddenly rang out. So this little tiger has been hiding here all along.